Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1332 to Chapter 1382. 5 Long Weapons. The 5 artifacts that the yellow Taoist took out turned out to be 5 long weapons. A sledgehammer, a mace, a glaive, a halberd, and a long-handled axe. These 5 weapons were heavy weapons that the yellow Taoist usually used against his enemies. These 5 weapons were also the weapons that made the yellow Taoist famous. Naturally, these 5 weapons weren't his life source artifacts, but they still couldn't be underestimated. When the other cultivators saw the yellow Taoist take out these 5 weapons, they couldn't help but be startled. They knew that the yellow Taoist was going to be serious. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to force the yellow Taoist to this point. In their opinion, once the yellow Taoist made a move, Zhao Hai wouldn't have a good time. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to force the yellow Taoist to take out his 5 heavy weapons. When the yellow Taoist took out his 5 heavy weapons, his aura underwent an earth-shattering change. His aura was like that of a mountain. Zhao Hai's silver swords danced even faster. At this moment, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as a spatial rift appeared beside him. Just as Zhao Hai was about to enter, a cultivator's voice was heard, "Seal." Along with this voice, the spatial rift that Zhao Hai opened was sealed. Zhao Hai's expression was ugly. He looked at the cultivator who spoke. It was a nascent soul cultivator. He wasn't tall and wore ordinary clothes. He didn't look very eye-catching. However, he was looking at Zhao Hai with a proud expression. The yellow Taoist looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "What? You want to run now? Zhao Hai, you can fight me with peace of mind. It's very interesting to meet an enemy like you. Don't let me down." Zhao Hai looked at the yellow Taoist and coldly snorted. Then he made a sword art and loudly said, "Ha!" The flying swords around Zhao Hai immediately flew towards the yellow Taoist. These flying swords were like fishes swimming through space as they shot towards the yellow Taoist. The yellow Taoist raised his hand and pointed forward as he shouted, "Suppress." Along with his voice, the sledgehammer of the 5 heavy weapons flew out and struck the air. The sledgehammer didn't hit any of the swords. Instead, it hit the air. However, as the sledgehammer struck, the surrounding space became heavy. The silver swords that Zhao Hai released seemed to have hit an invisible wall and stopped in the air. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was really injured this time. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with amazement. He wasn't acting, he was really surprised. The yellow Taoist's attack shook Zhao Hai's mind. It was far more serious than before. Moreover, the qi penetrated his inner mansion, causing it to shake. Zhao Hai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Hai already had a high estimation of the strength of transcending tribulation experts. But now, he discovered that he still underestimated transcending tribulation experts, especially transcending tribulation experts who use artifacts. The yellow Taoist looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and was very satisfied. He smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, you can force this old man to use the 5 heavy weapons. You should be proud. You can die now." Just as his voice fell, one of the 5 heavy weapons, the glaive, flew towards Zhao Hai and slashed down. Zhao Hai looked at the yellow Taoist's appearance and suddenly laughed. Then his hand moved as a crescent moon spade appeared in his hand. Then the crescent moon spade met the glaive head-on, the crescent moon spade and glaive collided. A dang sound was heard as the crescent moon spade was sent flying back. Zhao Hai spat out another mouthful of blood. However, the glaive's attack was also blocked. Zhao Hai looked at the yellow Taoist and said, "Taoist really has good means. Zhao Hai has learned a lot today. But I'm sorry, I won't be accompanying you today." Then his figure moved as another spatial rift appeared beside him. The space divergent ability cultivator loudly said, "Seal." But this time, Zhao Hai's spatial rift wasn't sealed. Zhao Hai turned his head and sneered at the space divergent ability cultivator. Then his body flashed and the spatial rift disappeared. The reason why Zhao Hai made the spatial rift and let the other party seal it was to find out who was the space divergent ability cultivator. It must be known that divergent ability users were different from ordinary cultivators. For ordinary cultivators, you could distinguish what kind of cultivation method they practiced from their aura. Even if the other party deliberately concealed it, more or less, you would still be able to sense it. But divergent ability cultivators were different. Divergent ability cultivators were basically innate. If they didn't use their ability, then it would be very difficult to know what their ability was. When Zhao Hai opened the spatial rift, he didn't really want to leave. Instead, he wanted to find out who was the space divergent ability cultivator. As long as he found this person, then he would find a way to eliminate him. Once that person is eliminated, the threat of these cultivators would become smaller. These cultivators were able to block the Ashley family's outer court cultivators by relying on the space divergent ability cultivator and the pirate battleships. As long as the space divergent ability cultivator is eliminated, then it would be impossible for these cultivators to block the Ashley family's outer court cultivators by relying on the pirate battleships. This was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. The other party had a spatial divergent ability user, which was too big of a threat to him. If he could get rid of this person, then he could buy himself more time to deal with the other cultivators. When Zhao Hai fought with the yellow Taoist a moment ago, he had already experienced the strength of a transcending tribulation expert. After the yellow Taoist revealed his 5 artifacts, he didn't go all out. He only used 2 attacks to make Zhao Hai vomit blood. Zhao Hai was sure that with his current strength, he wasn't an opponent of a transcending tribulation expert. Although he wasn't an opponent of a transcending tribulation expert, this didn't mean that he didn't have the ability to resist. Just like now, if he wanted to leave, then the yellow Taoist wouldn't be able to stop him. After Zhao Hai entered the space, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Meg was holding a bottle of potion in her hand. Laura looked at him with concern and said, "Brother Hai, how are you? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm fine. It's just that my internal organs were shaken. It's not a big deal." Although he said this, he still took the potion from Meg and drank it. This potion represented Meg and the others' concern for him. He didn't want to disappoint them. Zhao also found out that although his internal organs had been shaken and he had spat out blood, his body's powerful healing ability made it so that he wasn't injured at all. The 2 mouthfuls of blood were just congested blood caused by his internal organs being shaken. After drinking the potion, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "How are the arrangements for the ghost symbol camp?" Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry, they've already been sent back to Dark Demon Planet." Zhao Hai nodded with relief. The reason why he fought with the yellow Taoist for such a long time, besides wanting to test the strength of a transcending tribulation expert, was also to buy time for the ghost symbol camp. When Zhao Hai appeared on the battlefield, he had already arranged for Laura and the others to open a spatial rift in the ghost symbol camp's small ship. This way, the ghost symbol camp would be sent back to Dark Demon Planet. The group talked as they entered the villa. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators on the monitor. When the cultivators discovered that Zhao Hai had disappeared, they couldn't help but be startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to escape so easily. The yellow Taoist's face turned dark. He waved his hand and grabbed the spatial divergent cultivator. Then he said, "Can't you seal his spatial rift? What's going on?" The cultivator was really scared. He didn't understand what was going on. How did Zhao Hai get away so easily? Looking at the yellow Taoist's expression, if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, then he would be in for a lot of bad luck. The yellow Taoist was truly angry. He was a transcending tribulation expert. Personally dealing with a nascent soul expert was a very shameful matter. But what was even more shameful was that he couldn't do anything to the other party. If this matter were to spread out, then the yellow Taoist would become a laughingstock in the cultivation realm. The spatial divergent cultivator wiped the cold sweat on his head and stammered, "Taoist, no, it's not that I didn't do anything. It's just that Zhao Hai's spatial divergent ability is too strange. I used my spatial divergent ability to seal his spatial rift, but I couldn't. I really did my best." The yellow Taoist coldly snorted as he released his hand. Then he turned his head and looked at the Ashley family's airship. His expression turned even colder. He was a transcending tribulation expert. How could he not feel that the airship was empty? This was the reason why he was angry. Before this, he didn't pay attention to the airship. In his opinion, the people on the airship were just like ants. They weren't worthy of his attention. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to save someone right under his nose. This was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. The other people also felt the change on the ship. Their complexions weren't good. In front of so many people, Zhao Hai had rescued a person. This was too shameful. The yellow Taoist didn't pay attention to the airship. Instead, he turned his head to the spatial divergent cultivator and said, "Take a look at the Ashley family's outer court cultivators. Let's hurry over. I'll kill everyone from the Ashley family's outer court camp, but Zhao Hai still hasn't come out." The spatial divergent cultivator didn't dare to neglect. He immediately nodded as he took out a small computer and looked at it. Then he said, replying to the yellow Taoist, "According to the information we received, the Ashley family has dispatched 7 groups of people. One of them is a group of 100 people from the bone symbol camp. We can deal with the bone symbol camp first." The yellow Taoist nodded and said, "All right, then we'll deal with the bone symbol camp. The bone symbol camp is Zhao Hai's camp. Killing the people from the bone symbol camp would stimulate Zhao Hai the most." Everyone nodded. The yellow Taoist looked at the spatial divergent cultivator and said, "Just like before, you send us over. Have the warships follow behind." The spatial divergent cultivator immediately nodded. Then he took out his staff and prepared to open a spatial rift. The space divergent cultivator didn't take out his staff to use a formation. Instead, he took out his staff to increase his spiritual force so that he could open a spatial passage. This way, everyone would be able to pass through the spatial passage and reach the next location where they could wait for the Ashley family. Although he was born with a space divergent ability, he still needed spiritual force to use it. The strength of one's spiritual force was directly related to the size and distance of the spatial channel he could open. Therefore, this spatial ability cultivator needed to use a magic staff when using spatial ability. Of course, if he went alone, it naturally wouldn't be so troublesome. However, transferring so many people at once required the use of a magic staff. At this time, the space divergent cultivator's eyes suddenly widened. Then the light in his eyes slowly disappeared as a sword tip came out of his mouth. While everyone was stunned, the sword tip disappeared along with the space divergent cultivator. Solidification. The atmosphere of the scene froze. These people didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so bold in the face of the yellow Taoist. After being defeated, Zhao Hai turned around and targeted the spatial divergent ability cultivator. Zhao Hai actually killed the spatial divergent ability cultivator in a single blow. The spatial divergent ability cultivator didn't expect this. It was precisely because of the yellow Taoist's presence that everyone relaxed their vigilance. In their opinion, if Zhao Hai were to return, then it would be no different than courting death. But who would have thought that Zhao Hai would actually come back and kill the most important person among them? Zhao Hai's expression changed. Although the space divergent cultivator wasn't the one with the highest cultivation among the people here, he was still equivalent to their feat. As long as the space divergent cultivator existed, they could quickly reach the next location and attack the Ashley family's outer sect members. Now that the space divergent cultivator was dead, it was almost impossible for them to attack the Ashley family like before. While everyone was in a daze, the pirate ships that came with the space divergent cultivator exploded one after another. Even the Ashley family's small ship exploded. All of the ships were destroyed. The yellow Taoist's face had turned completely black. Letting Zhao Hai escape from his hands made him lose a lot of face. And now, Zhao Hai killed the spatial divergent cultivator in front of him as well as blew up the other ships. This was a clear slap to his face. Moreover, it was a slap to his face, causing his face to be bruised and swollen. But now, they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. This was because they didn't have space divergent abilities. Even if they wanted to cause trouble for Zhao Hai, it would be impossible. After thinking about this, the yellow Taoist almost vomited blood. However, he couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't only him, the other cultivators were also helpless. Not to mention attacking the Ashley family, it would be difficult for them to return to the cultivation realm. Their current location was very far away from the inhabited planets. If they want to return to the cultivation realm, they wouldn't be able to fly by themselves. They didn't know how long it would take them to fly back. Moreover, they were now being targeted by Zhao Hai. This made their situation even more dangerous. At this time, the benefits of having a ship were revealed. If they had a ship, then they could sit on it and slowly fly back. but now, they couldn't do anything. The yellow Taoist looked at everyone, then he coldly snorted and said, "Good, Zhao Hai." This old man underestimated him. But it doesn't matter. Let's go to the pirate paradise first. As long as we get the support of the pirates, then dealing with the Ashley family wouldn't be impossible. Let's go. Everyone had no choice but to follow. All of this was seen by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The silver needles would arrive at the pirate paradise in about 2 days. When the time comes, he can release all of his undead and clean up the pirates. Without the support of the pirates, what can the cultivators do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The silver needles would reach the pirate paradise in 2 days. Although the cultivators were flying towards the pirate paradise, they had already contacted the pirates in the pirate paradise through their computers. They wanted the pirates to send a ship to pick them up. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. Without the spatial divergent ability user, these people wouldn't be able to do anything. At this time, Laura and the others also relaxed. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I think we should inform Manager Kajo about this as soon as possible. This way, he won't worry. At the same time, we should have him investigate the Ashley family thoroughly. The Ashley family should have a lot of spies. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the cultivators to know how many teams the Ashley family sent. Moreover, they also know the route of each team." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Indeed. Recently, the Ashley family has been recruiting a lot of people. Naturally, there would be spies among them. Alright, I'll inform Manager Kajo about this. You should prepare yourself. When the silver needles arrive at the pirate paradise, you should command your undead army to deal with the pirates. Then you should think of a way to transfer them to Yale too. Naturally, we can't transfer all of them, the pirate paradise will still exist, but not in this way." Laura nodded, then she said, "But it won't be easy to control the pirates. They aren't under the command of the same person. Moreover, there are people from the other realms as well. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. If we deal with them, I'm afraid it would cause a strong backlash. I think we shouldn't be too hasty in dealing with the pirates." Zhao Hai stared for a moment. To be honest, he really wanted to use all of his undead to deal with the pirates. But if he did that, then the pirate paradise would be destroyed. At that time, it wouldn't only be the cultivation realm and the devil realm that would want to deal with him, the machine field would also want to deal with him. Although the machine field's higher-ups had dealt with him several times, they didn't dare to do so. After all, Zhao Hai had made a great contribution to the machine field. If Zhao Hai were to deal with the pirates, then the higher-ups of the machine field would be afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's current strength was only due to his personal bravery. He didn't have a lot of influence. Although his relationship with Margaret allowed him to have the Ashley family's mark, Zhao Hai wanted a broken planet for himself. This was to tell the machine field that he was going to establish himself. The higher-ups of the machine field were happy to see Zhao Hai's approach. Although Zhao Hai had a relationship with Margaret, the Ashley family would still be able to take care of them. But in the end, they would be separated. Both sides would be weakened. This was something that the machine field's higher-ups liked to see. Zhao Hai and the Ashley family were very happy to see this. But if Zhao Hai were to suddenly display extraordinary fighting strength, Zhao Hai would be able to fight against a great family. The higher-ups of the machine field wouldn't be able to remain calm. When the time comes, they wouldn't only deal with Zhao Hai in secret, they would also deal with Zhao Hai in the open. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, "It seems like I'll have to think of other ways to deal with the pirates. However, we can't let the poisonous bee pirates go. We'll deal with them first and give them a warning. But this way, it would be impossible to deal with the yellow Taoist and the others quickly. If we don't force them back to the cultivation realm, then I won't feel relieved." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, you're actually doing very well. After all, the Ashley family isn't under your control. Moreover, although they are Margaret's family, Margaret's influence in the Ashley family is very small. If something happens, they might not necessarily support you. You being able to solve this matter to this degree is already very good. If you were to completely solve this matter, then I'm afraid that the Ashley family wouldn't be able to accommodate you." Laura smiled faintly and said, "All right." Zhao Hai understood what Laura meant. The stronger he was, the more Thunder would be afraid of him. If he were to do everything perfectly, then Thunder would start to be on guard against him. After all, Margaret was also a member of the Ashley family. Moreover, Margaret had the right to inherit the family. If Zhao Hai was too strong, then Thunder would be worried that Zhao Hai would eliminate the other heirs of the Ashley family and let Margaret inherit the Ashley family. With Zhao Hai controlling Margaret from behind, then the Ashley family would change its surname. This matter wasn't strange. A lot of families were destroyed in this way. Zhao Hai was a great benefactor to the Ashley family. Moreover, he rarely flipped his hand over the family's matters. Because of this, Thunder didn't think about dealing with Zhao Hai. However, if Zhao Hai continues to act like this, then Thunder would sooner or later deal with Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, "Alright, then let's leave this matter as it is. I'll go talk to Manager Kazhou. After dealing with the poisonous wasp pirates, I'll return to the Six Realms battlefield." Laura nodded. Although Margaret was also present, she didn't say anything nor did she oppose Laura's words. In fact, Margaret's feelings towards the Ashley family weren't deep. Compared to the Ashley family, her feelings towards the Bone Symbol camp were deeper. Because of this, even though Laura said a lot of bad things about the Ashley family, she didn't take it to heart. Now that Zhao Hai had eliminated the spatial divergent cultivator, it wouldn't be easy for the cultivators to deal with the Ashley family in the future. With the Bone Symbol camp's protection, Margaret felt relieved. Margaret was also involved in Laura's plan. Naturally, she was doing it for Zhao Hai's sake. She didn't care about the Ashley family's matters. In Margaret's opinion, the life and death of the Ashley family didn't have much to do with her. Her heart was now tied to Zhao Hai. Naturally, she planned everything for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret. Margaret just smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly. Nothing needed to be said. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and saw that they didn't have any reaction. Then he turned to Margaret and said, "Let's go. We'll go find Uncle Da and tell him about this news." Margaret nodded. At this time, Kazhou was somewhat worried. Although the Ghost Symbol camp had returned safely to Dark Demon Planet, Zhao Hai still hadn't appeared. This made Kazhou worried. Zhao Hai was very important to the Ashley family. The reason why the Ashley family was able to develop to this extent was all because of Zhao Hai. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family would suffer a huge blow. Zhao Hai was like a flag. With him, people believed that the Ashley family would grow stronger and stronger. Even if Zhao Hai left, the Ashley family would still get a lot of benefits. After all, Zhao Hai was the Ashley family's son-in-law. This was a fact that everyone recognized. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to obtain a lot of benefits for the Ashley family. For the Ashley family, this was very important. And now that Zhao Hai went to the Six Realms battlefield, the Ashley family would be able to get more benefits. This was very important for the Ashley family's development. Thunder's attitude towards Zhao Hai has always been lukewarm. In the beginning, Kazhou didn't understand what Thunder meant. But in the end, Kazhou discovered that Thunder began to consciously assign his sons to important positions in the race. This made Kazhou understand why Thunder was like this. Thunder was guarding against Zhao Hai. Kazhou grew up with Thunder. Therefore, when Thunder made this decision, he immediately understood what Thunder meant. Thunder was guarding against Zhao Hai. After thinking about it for a while, Kazhou understood the whole matter. Although Zhao Hai ascended to the machine field for a short period of time, he was already a famous expert in the machine field. Moreover, he had won glory for the machine field, becoming a hero of the realm. At this point, even the patriarchs of the machine field's top forces would greet Zhao Hai with a smile. This explained the problem. More importantly, Zhao Hai was very good at dealing with people. When you get along with him, you would feel like you were bathing in a spring breeze. People would unconsciously like to get along with him. Moreover, some time ago, Zhao Hai had been interacting with the younger generation of the great clans. It was very lively. This allowed Zhao Hai to accumulate a lot of connections. If he continues to develop like this, it would be very easy for Zhao Hai to separate and become an independent force. However, Thunder wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai going independent. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't go independent. Although Zhao Hai wanted to go independent, he still hasn't done so. This caused Thunder to be on guard against him. If something were to happen to the Ashley family, then Zhao Hai would be able to play a decisive role. Because of Margaret, Zhao Hai could blatantly intervene in the Ashley family's affairs. No one would say anything about it. Zhao Hai didn't leave the Ashley family alone. Instead, he left the Ashley family's affairs open and aboveboard. However, if Zhao Hai went independent, then he wouldn't be considered a member of the Ashley family. As Zhao Hai's woman, Margaret would lose her right to inherit the Ashley family. If something were to happen to the Ashley family, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to intervene. Because of this, Thunder was eager for Zhao Hai to go independent. Regarding Thunder's thoughts, Kazhou couldn't bear it. With his understanding of Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything that would harm the Ashley family. However, he couldn't change Thunder's thoughts. Kazhou was very clear that the Ashley family's patriarch wasn't a person who listened well to others. Only those who grew up with him could speak in front of him. However, Kazhou wasn't sure if the patriarch would listen to their advice. Moreover, Zhao Hai's matter was related to the Ashley family's inheritance. This made things even more complicated. Any leader wouldn't want their subordinates to be involved in the family's matters. Kazhou also understood this point. Because of this, his relationship with the other young masters of the Ashley family was very different. If he wanted to be close to someone, then he was only close to Margaret. This was also the reason why he couldn't speak to Thunder. His relationship with Margaret was very good, and Zhao Hai was Margaret's husband. It was hard to say whether Thunder would consider him as one of Margaret's people. If he spoke up for Zhao Hai at this time, then it might arouse Thunder's suspicion. One must know that the patriarch was becoming more and more suspicious. He didn't trust anyone, even those who grew up with him. In this case, Kazhou naturally couldn't speak up for Zhao Hai. However, Kazhou was very clear that although Thunder wanted Zhao Hai to lead the Ashley family, he didn't want Zhao Hai to die. This was because if Zhao Hai were to die, then the Ashley family wouldn't benefit at all. Kazhou believed that the patriarch would rather have all of the Ashley family's people die than have Zhao Hai die. This time, Zhao Hai dealt with the people who attacked the Ashley family. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family's losses would be too great. What Kazhou was worried about was Zhao Hai's safety. This was because he heard from the people from the Ghost Battalion that the Cultivation realm had sent a lot of experts. It seems like they were specifically sent to deal with Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai were to go, then it wouldn't bode well for him. While Kazhou was worrying about this matter, a robot's voice was suddenly heard. "Manager Kazhou, Mr. Zhao Hai and Miss Margaret are asking for an audience." As soon as Kazhou heard this, he stood up and walked towards the door. Sure enough, Zhao Hai and Margaret were standing outside. Kazhou immediately walked over. When he saw Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was because Zhao Hai's current appearance wasn't good. His face was very pale, it was clear that he was injured. Kazhou immediately asked, "Zhao Hai, what happened to you? Are you injured? How are your injuries?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine, Uncle Kazhou doesn't need to worry. I didn't expect the Cultivation realm to send a transcending tribulation expert as well as a spatial divergent ability user to deal with me. I wasn't careful and got injured. Fortunately, I managed to escape." When Kazhou heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath and said, "They actually sent a transcending tribulation expert? And a spatial divergent ability user? It seems like they're here to deal with you. Let's go inside and talk." Then he led the two into the room as the machine formation brought them tea. Kazhou sat down and said, "This time, I felt that something was wrong about our Ashley family. No matter who wants to deal with our Ashley family, it's impossible for them to silently mobilize a large number of people. However, the squads we sent out were all attacked. Moreover, they were very far away. I didn't know how the other party did it, but it seems like it's because of the spatial ability user." "Is it because of that spatial ability user?" Kazhou sat down and said. "How are your injuries?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. However, I won't be able to participate in battles in the near future. But Uncle Kazhou, you don't need to worry. When I came back, I killed the spatial divergent ability user. I also had my undead carry small nuclear bombs to blow up the other party's pirate ships. I believe that in the future, it wouldn't be easy for the cultivators to deal with the Ashley family. But because of the pirates, there would still be occasional battles. When Kajo heard this, he relaxed and said, "Good, good. This is already very good. But Little Hai, you shouldn't take such a risk next time. Your safety is more important." "Right, I think you should take this opportunity to recuperate at home." Kajo nodded and said, "Good. Good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "There's no need for that, Uncle Kajo. I'll return to the Six Realms battlefield. I can also recuperate there. I've been out for a long time, it wouldn't be right if I didn't return." Kajo also knew that with the Ashley family's current status, they didn't have any influence in the Six Realms battlefield. The reason why Zhao Hai could come out this time was because of Zhao Hai himself. Kajo also heard about Zhao Hai's achievements in the Six Realms battlefield. When Zhao Hai arrived in the Six Realms battlefield, he made several great contributions. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to take a leave of absence to deal with the Ashley family's matters. However, the Six Realms battlefield had its own rules, they couldn't intervene. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, Kajo nodded and said, "Alright, I won't stop you if you want to go back. But you have to be careful. Recently, the water has been moving." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and said, "Then I'll leave the family's matters to Uncle Kajo. I'll be taking my leave." Kajo nodded, then he sent Zhao Hai to the door. Margaret also left with Zhao Hai. Looking at Zhao Hai's departing back, Kajo couldn't help but sigh. He was sighing for the Ashley family. To be honest, Kajo didn't have a good impression of the Ashley family's successors. They were just spoiled brats who only knew how to fight for power and profit. However, each and every one of them was fond of grandiose achievements. The reason why the Ashley family's camp was in chaos recently was because of these young masters. Such a person wouldn't be able to bring much development to the Ashley family. It would be fortunate if he didn't destroy the Ashley family. In fact, Kajo was very clear that Thunder was the same as his sons. He was greedy for grandiose achievements, suspicious, and narrow-minded. If it weren't for Kajo's loyalty, the Ashley family might have already declined. Although Kajo, Desbaris, and the others grew up with Thunder, their education was given to them by Thunder's father. From childhood, they were taught how to handle all kinds of matters. Kajo was also trained to be a qualified steward. This was the reason why the Ashley family was able to survive for so long. However, in Thunder's generation, the Ashley family wasn't able to train a more qualified steward. Because of this matter, Kajo had advised Thunder several times. However, Thunder didn't listen. In Thunder's view, although Kajo and the others could make it easier for him to handle matters, it was also a restriction on him. Because of this, Thunder wasn't prepared to train a steward. Kajo was very worried about the Ashley family's future. At this time, the Ashley family seemed to be developing very quickly. However, Kajo was clear that all of this was brought about by Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai goes out to establish his own family, the Ashley family would certainly be affected. Additionally, Thunder's decision to appoint a successor was yet to be finalized. This was a hidden danger for the Ashley family's future. At this time, the Ashley family's successors all had their own strength. If something were to happen to Thunder in the future, then the Ashley family would fall into internal strife. From an emotional point of view, Kajo hoped that the Ashley family's orthodox bloodline would inherit the family's authority. However, from a rational point of view, Kajo hoped that Zhao Hai would inherit the Ashley family. This was because from Zhao Hai's actions, if Zhao Hai were to become the patriarch of the Ashley family, then the Ashley family would surely develop even more. After thinking about this, Kajo was startled. He didn't know when he had this idea. One must know that he was very loyal to the Ashley family. How could he have such an idea? Kajo immediately shook his head as if he wanted to shake this idea out of his mind. However, he didn't notice that this idea was like a seed that was slowly taking root in his mind. Zhao Hai didn't know about Kajo's thoughts. He and Margaret had already returned to their room in the Bone Symbol camp. And just as Zhao Hai expected, Xingyun was there. Looking at Xingyun's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he gently said, Yuner, you've been working hard these past few days. If you have nothing to do, you can go out and play. You're absolutely safe on Dark Demon Planet. Xingyun nodded. Then she shyly looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother Zhao Hai, is he not leaving? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, No, I'll be leaving soon. I still have a lot of things to do. I can't stay here for long. Xingyun gave a disappointed sigh. Then she lowered her head and fiddled with her clothes. Zhao Hai looked at her pitiful appearance and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Xingyun's attractiveness was very big. Even a person with strong willpower like him would occasionally lose his mind, let alone other people. Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, Margaret, take care of Yuner while I'm away. Don't let her get into any danger. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. But then she understood what Zhao Hai meant. Xingyun's body was too attractive. Not only men, even women would be attracted to her. This kind of attractiveness wasn't a good thing. Sometimes, it might even become a source of trouble. Margaret nodded and said, Don't worry, brother Hai, I will. Zhao Hai nodded before his body flashed and entered the space. He had already recovered from his injuries, and the reason why he had pretended to be injured in front of Kajo was so that others wouldn't know his true strength. If others were to find out that he had escaped from a transcending tribulation stage cultivator unscathed, it would definitely be a sensational piece of news. In fact, Zhao Hai underestimated the influence of this matter. The fact that the cultivators wanted to deal with Zhao Hai wasn't news to the machine field. In fact, ever since the cultivators entered the machine field, the higher-ups of the machine field had been paying close attention to them. After all, they were transcending tribulation experts. In the cultivation realm, a transcending tribulation expert was equivalent to a fleet in the machine field. If the machine field didn't pay attention to this, then it would be impossible for them to become an independent realm. However, the people from the machine field turned a blind eye to this situation. This was because they already wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. In this case, it was already good that they didn't help him in secret. How could they stop him? The pirates had leaked a lot of information to the Ashley family. At the same time, the machine field also had informants in the pirates. This time, the Yellow Daoist and the others were cooperating with the pirates. How could the higher-ups of the machine field not know about this? In fact, the higher-ups of the machine field were very clear about the identity of the Yellow Daoist and the others. The people who came to deal with Zhao Hai weren't from a great sect. In fact, the people who came this time were the allied forces of the Cultivation realm and the Devil realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many nascent soul experts to come. The Yellow Daoist's identity was even more interesting. The Yellow Daoist didn't belong to a great sect. He came from a scattered background. In his early years, he went to Fabio Planet to train. Because of his talent, he was able to reach core formation and then nascent soul. After reaching nascent soul, he went to the Six Realms battlefield to train. In the end, he reached transcending tribulation in the Six Realms battlefield and became a transcending tribulation expert. His current identity was a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, the third largest merchant group in the cultivation realm. The Pink Clouds Pavilion was one of the most famous merchant groups in the cultivation realm. It was very powerful. Because it was a merchant group, it was also very rich. In order to ensure its safety, it would naturally invite guest elders to deter thieves. The Yellow Daoist was one of the guest elders of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Xinren Huang's real name was Huang Daoran. His nickname was Daoist Strength. Because he was an earth element cultivator and his cultivation technique focused on strength, he was known as Daoist Strength. His weapons were all heavy weapons that focused on strength, so he was known as Daoist Strength. The Yellow Daoist was no longer in the Six Realms battlefield. He had his own cave residence in the cultivation realm. Every year, the Pink Clouds Pavilion would provide him with a lot of materials for him. The Yellow Daoist came to deal with Zhao Hai was invited by the various great sects. Because of this Daoist, the higher-ups of the machine field didn't have any opinions with the Daoist. But the Yellow Daoist, he was a rogue cultivator. To the Daoist, to the cultivators, to the Daoist with the realm Daoist. To the Daoist, Daoist. Although the Yellow Daoist was a rogue cultivator, nobody in the cultivation realm dared to underestimate him. The strength Taoist wasn't called for nothing. He cultivated step by step from a rogue cultivator to a transcending tribulation expert. He grew through battles. It can be said that people like him were more difficult to deal with than transcending tribulation experts of great sects. But when such a person appeared, Zhao Hai was actually able to retreat. Although Zhao Hai was injured, this was still a great achievement. The machine field's higher-ups discovered that they had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. Moreover, their previous evaluation of Zhao Hai was wrong. They even made a mistake in dealing with Zhao Hai. The machine field needed an expert. But the machine field had a lot of nascent soul experts. On the other hand, there were almost no transcending tribulation experts in the machine field. When facing transcending tribulation experts from other realms, the machine field could only use battleships. It was precisely because of this that the machine field had a strong desire for transcending tribulation experts. Although Zhao Hai was still a nascent soul expert, he was still able to escape from a transcending tribulation expert. This was something that the machine field's higher-ups didn't expect. The machine field could sacrifice a nascent soul expert. They could even find a way to kill a nascent soul expert. But if the person was a transcending tribulation expert, then it was a different story. Zhao Hai wasn't a transcending tribulation expert, but he had the potential to become one. The machine field's higher-ups discovered that if Zhao Hai was allowed to grow, then the machine field would have more confidence when facing other realms. The machine field would also be able to gain more benefits. This benefit wasn't only related to Zhao Hai or the Ashley family, it was related to the entire machine field. Because of this, when the machine field's higher-ups learned that Zhao Hai was able to escape from Huang Daoran, kill 2 people, and destroy 5 battleships, they immediately changed their attitude towards Zhao Hai. In the past, they were warm towards Zhao Hai on the surface. But in reality, they would stab him in the back from time to time. But now it was different. They really wanted to nurture Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai can become a transcending tribulation expert, then it would be a great thing for the machine field. It must be known that the transcending tribulation stage was the biggest hurdle for cultivators. 99% of cultivators were blocked by this hurdle. The same was true for the machine field. This hurdle seems to have been set up for the machine field. Up until now, no one had been able to pass it. But Zhao Hai had the possibility of passing this hurdle. First, it was because he was young. He was only 20 years old and had ascended for about a year. Second, it was because he was strong and his cultivation speed was fast. After ascending for about a year, he was already a nascent soul expert. Moreover, he was able to escape from a transcending tribulation expert. This was enough to prove his strength. Although Zhao Hai was still a nascent soul expert, the machine field believed that Zhao Hai would succeed in his tribulation. As long as Zhao Hai succeeds in his tribulation, the machine field would have the qualifications to challenge the other realms. One must know that even in the cultivation realm, transcending tribulation experts were already overlords of an area. Besides the machine field's reaction, the other realms also had some understanding of this matter. The Ashley family wasn't an impenetrable fortress. In fact, because of their rapid development, the Ashley family's secrecy was like a sieve. Because of this, Zhao Hai's injury and his escape from Huang Daoran quickly became known to the world. Naturally, this was only known to the higher-ups. Ordinary people still didn't know about this. However, this was enough. When the higher-ups of the other realms heard about this, they immediately went into an uproar. The difference between a nascent soul expert and a transcending tribulation expert was huge. Everyone in the machine field knew that Zhao Hai was defeated and injured. However, he was still alive. This was enough to prove Zhao Hai's strength. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hai, his name was instantly remembered by the higher-ups of the other realms. Moreover, everyone in the 6 realms battlefield also knew about this. Because of this, when Zhao Hai returned to his cave residence to rest, the entire 6 realms battlefield was in an uproar. Yuan and the others were also very excited. Nominally, Zhao Hai was recuperating in his cave residence. But in fact, he was in the space. Through the space, he learned about the current situation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Laura and the others were also sitting in the living room, looking at the people on the monitor. From time to time, they would discuss and laugh. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly as he said, "Why does it seem like I defeated Huang Daoran? Aren't these people losing too much?" When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Margaret smiled and said, "Brother Hai, I'm afraid you're now the #1 expert under transcending tribulation. Murdoch might be very sad." Laura and the others laughed as well. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. The reason why the other realms suffered losses in my hands was because they didn't know my true strength. Now that they know, they would be more cautious in the future. And if they want to kill me in the future, they would certainly make a perfect arrangement. This isn't a good thing for me." Laura and the others stopped laughing as they nodded. To be honest, Zhao Hai's worries weren't unfounded. Zhao Hai was strong, but he was only at the nascent soul stage. His fight with Huang Daoran made Zhao Hai realize the strength of a transcending tribulation expert. Even if he used all of his means, he still wouldn't be a match for a transcending tribulation expert. Transcending tribulation experts weren't rare in the other realms. Moreover, transcending tribulation experts weren't the strongest existences in the other realms. Above transcending tribulation experts were the severed soul stage and the immortal stage. If a transcending tribulation expert was this strong, then how strong would a severed soul expert and an immortal expert be? Zhao Hai felt a headache just thinking about it. Moreover, there was another thing that worried Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was a person from the machine field. Moreover, his strength was already known by the other realms. The machine field's battleships and mechas were already a headache for the other realms. If an expert like Zhao Hai appeared, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the other realms. The other realms might do everything in their power to eliminate him. This was what Zhao Hai was most worried about. If the other realms were determined to eliminate him, then Zhao Hai could only hide in the space. As long as he goes out, he would be in danger. He didn't think that the other realms only had this much strength. Although he was worried about these things, Zhao Hai wasn't discouraged. In fact, Zhao Hai expected that he would reach this point. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength was everything. If you don't have strength, then everything was just empty talk. Just like him, if he didn't have strength, then it would be impossible for him to enter the Six Realms battlefield. It would be impossible for him to obtain Yale too. It would also be impossible for him to make friends with Xianxia and the others. It would also be impossible for him to establish his own sect. If you have strength, then you must show it. Danger and opportunity always coexist. Zhao Hai was now a celebrity in the machine field. He believed that nobody would oppose him if he were to establish his own sect. Instead, people would rush to join him. This was a good opportunity for him to develop. Yuan stood outside Zhao Hai's cave residence. He wanted to go in and see how Zhao Hai was doing. However, he was afraid of disturbing Zhao Hai's treatment. Therefore, he just stood outside the residence, not daring to enter. At this time, Zhao Hai slowly walked out of the residence. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Yuan immediately went forward to greet him. He carefully looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, how are you? I heard you were injured." Zhao Hai looked at Yuan and smiled faintly as he said, "I'm fine, Captain. You don't need to worry. It's just a small injury. I have some medicine here, so I'm fine." Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Good. Little Hai, good job. You were able to escape from a transcending tribulation expert. Kid, you really have some skills. Ha ha ha. Too good, too good." Zhao smiled wryly. "Running away isn't worth it. Captain, why do I feel like everyone knows about me?" Zhao said with a wry smile. "Right, Captain, why do I feel like everyone knows about me? How did the news spread so fast?" Yuan laughed and said, "Of course the news spread quickly. This is a huge matter. Someone from the machine field actually managed to escape from a transcending tribulation expert. For the machine field, this is unprecedented. How can the higher-ups not brag about this news? Now, the entire Six Realms battlefield knows about it. However, this also brought some trouble. Recently, more and more people have been coming to the semi-controlled area to cause trouble. I think most of them are coming for you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like they want to see if I have the strength to do so. Or do they want to take advantage of me because I'm injured?" Yuan smiled and said, "Both. There are people from all realms. Among them, the Cultivation realm and the Devil realm have the most people. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My injury isn't a big problem. I should go out and exercise. I don't want those clowns to bother me." Naturally, Zhao Hai was aware of what Yuan said. Through the space's screen, he was aware of every movement in the Six Realms battlefield. Moreover, those people were already at his door. If Zhao Hai didn't know, then wouldn't he be useless? Zhao Hai chose to come out of seclusion at this time because of these people. These people wanted to use him to become famous. But they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would use them to become famous. Although Zhao Hai was now famous, his prestige in the Six Realms battlefield wasn't enough. As long as he takes care of those fellows and fights with people from the other realms, he would gain some prestige. As long as he can gain a foothold in the Six Realms battlefield and become an existence like Yuan, it would be very beneficial for his development. After all, the Six Realms battlefield was inextricably linked to the great clans. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Yuan said, "Zhao Hai, this isn't a joke. I know that you're strong, but if your injury isn't healed, then it's better for you not to clash with the other party. After all, if your injury isn't healed, then there might be hidden dangers. This might affect your future cultivation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Captain, don't worry, I'm fine." "Right, Captain, how's the Alliance doing?" As soon as this was mentioned, Yuan immediately laughed and said, "Good, very good." Before the Alliance was established, although we were united in the Lock Mountain range, strictly speaking, we were still in a state of disunity when facing the higher-ups. There were a lot of things that the higher-ups didn't do. However, we didn't have any good solutions. After all, at that time even I could only represent the Yuan camp. I couldn't represent other people to negotiate with the higher-ups. But now, the members of the Alliance represent everyone in the Lock Mountain range. In this case, the higher-ups have to pay attention to what we say. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good. Let's go back. I also want to see how everyone is doing. It's been a while since we last met." After he said that, the two flew towards the fort. Zhao Hai's cave mansion wasn't far from the fort. Before long, the two arrived at the fort. Seeing the two, the fort immediately became lively. Zhao Hai used to be a member of the fort, so he knew everyone here. In the past, everyone thought that Zhao Hai was strong, but they didn't feel anything special about him. But now, things were different. Zhao Hai's fame had spread across the Six Realms battlefield because of his successful escape. Naturally, everyone felt different when they saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, everyone immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai naturally greeted these people. He didn't seem any different from before. After some time, everyone slowly calmed down. At this time, the fort had returned to 50 people. Lu Zhen and the others also returned to their defensive area. Because of this, the number of people present was much smaller than before. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since everyone has nothing to do, I'll treat everyone to a drink. I also brought a lot of good things from the outside. Captain, what do you think?" Yuan laughed and said, "How can we not drink when there's wine?" "Alright, I want to see what you brought." Zhao Hai laughed as well. Then he immediately took out a lot of delicious food. Naturally, there were also crabs. Everyone was happy, and the fort became lively once again. Zhao Hai didn't put on airs because of his fame. In fact, he was already used to it. Because of this, he got along well with everyone. This made everyone's impression of him even better. Although everyone was drinking to their heart's content, they didn't drink too much. Recently, the Lock Mountain range wasn't very peaceful. Everyone knew that if they drank too much, then they wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. After drinking, everyone sat in the conference room with tea in hand. This conference room was not small. It was originally used for meetings, so it was not a problem for more than 50 people to sit in. Any more than that and it would not be able to do it. Yuan took a sip of tea, then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone knows about the recent situation in the Lock Mountain range. What do you think?" Wu Yang put down his teacup, then he coldly snorted and said, "What do you think?" "Captain, I think we should take care of those guys. Those guys are obviously targeting Zhao Hai. Now that they know that Zhao Hai is injured, they want to take advantage of him. I think the alliance should come forward and mobilize all the forces in the Lock Mountain range to take care of them." Yuan nodded and didn't speak. At this time, Xiongli opened his mouth and said, "Those guys really want to take advantage of us. But if we make too much noise, wouldn't it cause a chain reaction? Right now, there are people from different realms outside the Lock Mountain range. If we go too far, the pressure on the Lock Mountain range would be too great." Xiong words were also what many people were thinking. Therefore, a lot of people nodded. Wu Yang also frowned. Just like what Yuan said, if they offended the other realms, then it wouldn't be good for them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly, "Since everyone knows that those people are targeting me, then let me deal with them." When Zhao Hai said this, everyone stared. Xiong Li's complexion changed as he said, "Zhao Hai, you're injured. Moreover, there are a lot of experts among the people who came. I think we should organize some people to deal with them. Just beat them up too hard, it shouldn't be a problem." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, rest assured. These clowns are nothing to be afraid of. They want to use this Zhao Hai to improve their reputation? Ha ha ha. This has always been what I, Zhao Hai, do. They want to learn from me? Dream on." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's confidence, they couldn't help but smile. However, Yuan still said, "You can make a move. But Zhao Hai, you have to be careful. Those fellows aren't easy to deal with. You have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Captain, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. I just had a drink, so I'm going out for some exercise." Then he stood up and walked out. This made Yuan and the others stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually fight. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate. Zhao Hai didn't care about the others as he walked out of the conference room and then flew out of the fort towards the Lock Mountain range. The reason why Zhao Hai was in a hurry was because Kaier told him that a group of people from the machine field were blocked by people from the cultivation realm in the semi-controlled area outside the Lock Mountain range. The two sides were fighting and the people from the machine field were on the losing end. There were about 30 people from the machine field that were surrounded. Zhao Hai had seen the captain before. He wasn't a member of the Alliance's 20-person team. However, during the election, he received a lot of votes. If it weren't for the fact that the Lock Mountain range only had 20 people, then he would have been elected. Because of this, Zhao Hai had a deep impression of this person. This person's surname was Bailey, and his first name was Yuan. His nickname was the Fighting Devil God. This name sounded very imposing, but he was actually a magician. Moreover, he was a black magician. His main skill was summoning magic. His strength was also very strong. Among the people in the core formation stage, he could be considered an expert. Moreover, this person was very warlike. He didn't stay in his fort all year round. Every day, he would go out to hunt. The number of times he went out to hunt was more than Yuan. Naturally, the casualties of his subordinates were also the heaviest. But at the same time, it was also easy to gain merits under him. This was because when you go out to hunt, you wouldn't have to worry about not having a battle to fight. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the battlefield where Bai Li Yuan and the Cultivation realm were fighting. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai understood why Bai Li Yuan and the others were suffering. Bai Li Yuan's group had 30 people, but now there were only 20 left. On the other hand, the other side only had 5 people. However, these 5 were all nascent soul experts. Moreover, only one of them made a move. If all 5 of them made a move, then Bai Li Yuan and the others would have been doomed. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he coldly snorted and said, "Good cultivation realm. Do you really think that the machine field has no experts? You actually came to the machine field's half-controlled territory to kill people." As soon as Zhao Hai spoke, the nascent soul experts immediately noticed Zhao Hai. However, their expressions changed. This was because they didn't notice Zhao Hai before Zhao Hai spoke. A nascent soul expert's spiritual sense was very powerful. They can detect enemies from far away. But Zhao Hai actually appeared near them. Even after he spoke, these people still couldn't detect Zhao Hai. What did this mean? This meant that Zhao Hai could shield their spiritual sense, making it impossible for them to detect Zhao Hai. This was too dangerous for nascent soul experts. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly as he said, "Everyone, I heard that you've been making a lot of noise in the machine field's territory." Hee hee. How interesting. I wonder who gave you the courage to do so. Do you think that nascent soul experts won't die? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the expressions of these people changed. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai, right? No wonder you have such big words. But do you really think that you can take our lives? Don't think that just because you managed to escape from a transcending tribulation expert, you're a big shot. What can you do by yourself?" Although these words sounded very confident, when you think about it carefully, you will find that they were just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They didn't say that they wanted to defeat Zhao Hai, they just said that Zhao Hai alone wouldn't be able to do anything. They were obviously afraid of Zhao Hai. This couldn't be blamed on them. Who told Zhao Hai to appear and give them a show of strength? They didn't notice when Zhao Hai arrived. Naturally, they lacked confidence in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he turned his head to Bai Liyuan and said, "Captain Bai, we meet again. It's a pleasure. How about we have a small gathering in the fort?" Seeing Zhao Hai talking to these cultivators, Bai Liyuan couldn't help but feel happy. He laughed and said, "That's great. I've been wanting to meet with Mr. Zhao Hai for a long time. It's just that I haven't had a chance. Now that Mr. Zhao Hai has invited me, I have no reason to refuse." The two didn't put the cultivators in their eyes at all. This finally angered the cultivators. One of them shouted, "Courting death." Then he waved his hand and sent a flying sword towards Zhao Hai. Zhao smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a huge figure appeared in front of Zhao. With a roar, the figure clawed at the flying sword and sent it flying. This shadow was the silverback gold-winged beetle that Zhao Hai called the unicorn beetle. Zhao Hai had already used the unicorn beetle in the previous battle. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of using it again. In fact, using battle beasts to fight wasn't something that Zhao Hai was the first to do. Ordinary mages didn't use it. In the cultivation realm, there was a sect called the Myriad Beast sect that specialized in using battle beasts. In this sect, there were all kinds of strange beasts. Moreover, each and every one of them was very strong. The Myriad Beast sect was one of the top sects in the cultivation realm. However, Zerg had never been subdued by the cultivation realm. However, Zhao Hai using the silverback gold-winged beetle as his battle beast was still acceptable to the cultivation realm. They only thought that Zhao Hai used some secret method to subdue the silverback gold-winged beetle. They didn't think that the space existed. A silverback gold-winged beetle was enough to deal with two nascent soul experts. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai release the silverback gold-winged beetle, the expressions of the cultivators immediately turned serious. At this time, a whistling sound was heard in the distance as Jia Dingshan's figure flew over. The matter of Jia Dingshan helping Zhao Hai in battle was already known by the people in the Six Realms battlefield. Although the beast race didn't know why Jia Dingshan suddenly became Zhao Hai's servant, this matter wasn't hard to understand. In fact, there were a lot of powerful people in the cultivation realm who had servants of different races. They had servants of different races, beasts, elves, and even ghost kings. Everyone was only curious about how Zhao Hai subdued Jia Dingshan, they didn't think much about it. It can be said that there were too many strange things in the world of cultivation. People have seen and heard too many things. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai did something beyond their understanding, it was still within their expectations. When Jia Dingshan appeared, he immediately went to Zhao Hai's side. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this old fury came late." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go clean up those guys. I'll talk to Captain Bai." Jia Dingshan nodded, then he turned around and rushed towards the cultivators. Zhao Hai slowly went to Bai Liyuan's side. He waved his hand and picked up the corpses of Bai Liyuan's subordinates. Then he turned to Bai Liyuan and said, "Captain Bai, how do we deal with these corpses?" Bai Liyuan looked at the corpses and said, "Collect them. After we cremate them, send their ashes back to their homes." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Bai Liyuan collected the corpses. At this time, the 5 cultivators were already together with Jia Dingshan and the solitary solution immortal. Although there were 5 of them, they didn't have any advantage. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators, then he turned to Bai Liyuan and said, "Captain Bai, I'll help you deal with these clowns." Bai Liyuan nodded. He knew that Zhao Hai was giving him face. He simply didn't have the ability to deal with these cultivators. If he wanted revenge, then he could only let Zhao Hai do it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a large number of undead. The undead surrounded the 5 cultivators. Then Zhao Hai made a sword art as a large number of silver-white swords appeared behind him. There were more than 100 of them. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and sneered. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Swimming fish formation." Just as his voice fell, the 100 flying swords behind him flew out like swimming fishes. They were very flexible as they rushed towards the cultivators. The cultivators were now feeling great pressure. This pressure wasn't only brought by Zhao Hai, it was also brought by the undead. Although the fighting strength of the undead weren't very strong, what they represented made them feel a lot of pressure. An undead represented a living person, and there were more than 10,000 undead surrounding them. This represented 10,000 lives. Even if Zhao wasn't the one who killed these undead, he was afraid that he had an inseparable relationship with them. From this point, one could see how ruthless Zhao Hai was. In this case, would Zhao Hai let them go? This was impossible. Zhao Hai had never been lenient when it came to killing cultivators. Although the undead didn't attack, Zhao Hai was already attacking. Moreover, he released a large number of flying swords. The cultivators didn't expect these flying swords to be so flexible. One must know that there were also cultivators who used flying swords in sets. Especially in sword cultivation sects, there were people who could use a large number of flying swords. However, the flying swords used by these people were magic artifacts. Moreover, they were only used in simple formations. For someone like Zhao Hai to be able to control the flying swords so flexibly, this was something that they had never seen before. The cultivators were already having a hard time dealing with Jia Dingshan and the unicorn beetle. Now with Zhao Hai's flying swords, even if they were nascent soul experts, they couldn't help but be flustered. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and strengthened the attacks of his flying swords. At the same time, he began to pay attention to his surroundings. While he was fighting with these cultivators, a lot of people from the other realms noticed the changes and came over to watch. With these people here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pay attention to them. These people weren't good people. Moreover, many of them were from the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai had no choice but to guard against them. Zhao Hai could have Xia join in the attack, but he held back. He couldn't let the cultivation realm know that he could turn cultivators into undead and preserve their strength. This would cause panic in the cultivation realm. When the time comes, he would be the one to suffer. Because of this, Zhao Hai could use undead like Xia and the others. However, he couldn't use them right now. Using Xia and the others in a public place like the Six Realms battlefield was tantamount to telling everyone about this matter. Because of this, Zhao Hai would rather deal with Xia and the others now. Zhao Hai saw that more and more people were surrounding them. He knew that it was time to deal with these cultivators. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a ghost disc appeared in his hand. He waved his hand and the ghost disc flew towards one of the cultivators. The cultivator immediately used a bracelet to block the ghost disc. However, the ghost disc wasn't easy to block. This was especially true for the ghost disc released by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai released a golden shuttle as well as several other offensive artifacts. These artifacts were obtained when Zhao Hai was fighting with the other cultivators. Originally, these artifacts were meant for his undead. But now that he couldn't release his undead, Zhao Hai could only use these artifacts. When these artifacts were thrown out, the cultivators immediately felt the pressure on them increase. Although they had a lot of artifacts, Zhao Hai's 100 flying swords were enough for them to use their artifacts to deal with it. This was because Zhao Hai's flying swords were different from the flying swords of the cultivators. When cultivators use multiple flying swords, they would generally use one flying sword as the main sword and then attack in a formation. This way, they would only need to control the main sword and not the other flying swords. This would save a lot of spiritual force. To be honest, cultivators were still lacking compared to Zhao Hai in terms of spiritual force control. Because of this characteristic of the cultivators' flying swords, it was very easy to deal with them. As long as you use your artifacts to block the flying sword's formation and control the main sword, then you can easily block the flying swords. It was just like dealing with an ordinary artifact. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's flying swords were unique. Even if you block one, the other would still attack. Zhao Hai can control all the flying swords here. There was no distinction between the main sword and the secondary sword. This was equivalent to Zhao Hai controlling 100 artifacts at the same time. When the cultivators thought of this, they were very surprised. This was because even in the cultivator's realm, it was almost impossible to control so many artifacts at the same time. Even if one was able to do so, one would need to be at least at the transcending tribulation stage. With Zhao Hai's increase in attack, the cultivators became even more flustered. At this time, a small group of undead rushed towards one of the cultivators. The cultivator was currently dealing with Zhao Hai's flying swords and ghost disc. When he noticed the undead rushing towards him, they were already very close to him. It was already impossible for him to dodge. On the other hand, the attacks of the undead were very unique. They were like a well-trained army as they attacked the cultivator. One after another, their weapons smashed onto the cultivator's defensive artifact, causing the cultivator's artifact to tremble. The weapons used by the undead weren't ordinary weapons, they were weapons with vibrating magic formations. These weapons were very powerful. This group of 100 undead continued to attack the cultivator's defensive artifacts. This caused the cultivator's attention to slowly shift to the undead. He didn't think that the undead would be this powerful. At this time, the cultivator's defensive artifact shook violently. Then a crisp sound was heard as the artifact lost its radiance and fell down. At the same time, Zhao Hai's flying swords flew towards the cultivator like a swarm of poisonous bees. The cultivator let out a strange cry as a suit of armor suddenly appeared on his body. This was his last defensive measure. However, this armor couldn't save his life. One must know that Zhao Hai's flying swords were also equipped with vibrating magic formations. Vibrating magic formations were originally designed to break armor. Because of this, although the cultivator's armor was able to block 5 flying swords, it was still broken in the end. The cultivator's corpse immediately disappeared. Following that, the flying swords swam towards the other cultivators. Those cultivators were already exhausted from dealing with the flying swords, so with the addition of the flying swords, it became even more difficult for them to deal with it. At this time, a cultivator suddenly shouted, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please stop. I'm willing to make a hard oath to become Mr.'s servant and never betray Mr. I ask Mr. to spare my life." When the cultivator said this, it wasn't only Zhao Hai who was stunned. Those who came to watch the fun were also stunned. If the one who said this was only a rogue cultivator, then no one would be surprised. However, the one who said this was a nascent soul grandmaster. Such a person was actually willing to become a servant? Was he crazy? At this time, almost everyone had the same thought. After Zhao Hai froze, he didn't stop his attack. Instead, he said, "Stop resisting. I won't kill you. As long as you make a hard oath, I'll spare your life." Sure enough, the cultivator stopped resisting. Zhao Hai's flying swords only reached his throat, but didn't kill him. Then the cultivator immediately shouted, "I, Li Lin, make a hard oath to follow Mr. Zhao Hai for the rest of my life. I'll be your servant and never betray you. If I violate this oath, I'll let my heart's demon invade me and I'll die." Upon hearing Li Lin's oath, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They knew that Li Lin wasn't joking. He really wanted to become Zhao Hai's servant. The heart demon oath was an oath that cultivators feared the most. The heart demon was the biggest enemy of a cultivator. Once invaded by the heart demon, even if you didn't die, you would still suffer from chi deviation. Because of this, people in the world of cultivation wouldn't easily make an oath, let alone a great heart demon oath. Li Lin made a great heart demon oath and became Zhao Hai's servant. This was something that no one expected. No one thought that a nascent soul expert would be willing to become someone else's servant. It seems like it would be difficult for his cultivation to progress in the future. What was the purpose of cultivation? It was for longevity. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were natural laws. But cultivation was to break these laws. It could be considered as going against the heavens. To go against the heavens, one needed a sharp spirit. Once the sharp spirit was broken, it would be difficult for one's cultivation to progress. Think about it, what kind of sharp spirit could a servant have? Since you're willing to be a servant, your sharp spirit would naturally disappear. It would be impossible for you to cultivate like before. It can be said that Li Lin's oath was tantamount to stopping his cultivation. It would be impossible for him to transcend tribulation in this lifetime. He could only be a nascent soul cultivator for the rest of his life. But when people thought about it, they understood why Li Lin did this. Zhao Hai had already killed a person. Now that he was free, it would be easier for him to deal with them. If Li Lin didn't swear to become Zhao Hai's servant, then he would already be dead. Compared to dying, being a servant was better. Not everyone was afraid of death. When faced with a test of life and death, many people would choose to live. Li Lin chose to live. Although it seemed like he had no backbone, and it was tantamount to destroying his own future, he was still alive. As long as a person was alive, there would always be hope. Li Lin's oath was like a curse. It allowed the others to see another way to solve the problem, and that was to become a servant. This was a difficult choice, especially for a cultivator. While the remaining 3 cultivators were hesitating, the unicorn beetle's attack shattered a cultivator's shield and killed him on the spot. The cultivator's body disappeared once again. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining 2 cultivators who were still alive shouted that they were willing to become Zhao Hai's servants. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He also made the 2 of them swear a heart demon oath. After the 2 cultivators swore a heart demon oath, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them stand behind him. Then he received the undead and the unicorn beetle. He also had Jia Dingshan leave. Then he looked at the people who were hiding in the surroundings. These people didn't think that things would turn out like this. Now that the 3 cultivators had become Zhao Hai's servants, Zhao Hai's strength had increased instead of decreasing. If they were to attack Zhao Hai now, then it would be equal to becoming enemies with the nascent soul experts. This wasn't something they were willing to do. Therefore, when Zhao Hai's eyes swept past their hiding place, these people couldn't help but feel nervous. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would deal with them. Although they were still hiding, they knew that Zhao Hai had already discovered them. These people wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "Everyone, take care." Then he turned to Bai Liyuan and said, "Captain Bai Liyuan, please come to my camp for a chat." Bai Liyuan looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Good. Zhao Hai, good. You're the first person in the machine field to receive a cultivator as a servant. Ha ha ha. Good, good." Then he turned around and flew towards the direction of Jing Gang's camp. The machine field people behind him also unconsciously straightened their backs. They were very proud at this time. Seeing the arrogant cultivators become Zhao Hai's servants made them feel very good. Zhao Hai turned to Li Lin and the others and said, "Follow me." Li Lin and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. However, they didn't say anything and just obediently followed Zhao Hai. They had already made a heart demon oath. Naturally, they wouldn't dare do anything to Zhao Hai. On Earth, there were some people who took vows as simple as eating and drinking. Vows weren't even as good as paper. But in the world of cultivation, people's loyalty to their vows was beyond imagination. This wasn't because the people in the world of cultivation were honest and had high quality. In fact, there were liars everywhere in the world of cultivation. If you believe someone, then you wouldn't even know how you died. The reason why the people in the world of cultivation valued vows so much was because heart demons existed in the world of cultivation. Nobody knew how heart demons were born, and nobody knew where their heart demons were. However, everyone was sure that everyone had a heart demon. And this heart demon was lurking in your body. Once you make a heart demon oath, it would be tantamount to awakening your heart demon. You would be under the watch of your heart demon at any time. Once you violate the oath, the heart demon would immediately invade you. You would suffer a fate worse than death, or even death. After Zhao Hai left, the people who came to watch the fun also left. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. He wanted them to leave. If they didn't, then they would become the next Li Lin. These people were also very tactful. They discovered that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't something they could compare to. Therefore, when Zhao Hai left, they immediately left the machine field's half-controlled area. However, they didn't come in vain. At the very least, they now know about Zhao Hai's strength. Through today's events, Zhao Hai's title as the #1 expert under transcending tribulation was confirmed. Moreover, with the addition of Li Lin, Zhao Hai now had his own influence. Even if Zhao Hai went to the machine field and established a small sect, he would still be able to do so. After all, he was now a nascent soul expert. He also had several nascent soul servants. With this strength, he could establish a small sect in the world of cultivation. There were even a lot of small sects in the world of cultivation that weren't as strong as Zhao Hai. Those who left, no matter which realm they were from, all of them had the same thought. Zhao Hai would become more and more difficult to deal with. When Zhao Hai and Bai Liyuan returned to the fort, they immediately caused an uproar. However, Zhao Hai didn't let Li Lin and the others be surrounded like animals in a zoo. Instead, he had them go to his cave residence. His cave residence wasn't small, it was enough for the three of them to rest. After sending Li Lin and the others to their cave residence, Zhao Hai returned to the fort. At this time, the atmosphere in the fort was very lively. This was because this was the first time that someone from the machine field accepted cultivators as servants. This news wasn't only for Zhao Hai, but also for the entire machine field. Yuan had already reported this news. This matter was too big. Yuan didn't expect cultivators to swear a hard oath to become Zhao Hai's servants. When he heard this news, he thought that someone was joking with him. He didn't expect this matter to be true. Yuan didn't know what kind of influence this matter would have on the machine field and the cultivation realm. However, he knew that an earthquake would occur in the Six Realms battlefield. At the same time, the machine field's partially controlled territory would be safer than before. With Zhao Hai's strength, nobody would dare to provoke the machine field. This was a good thing for the machine field. When Zhao Hai returned to Vajra Fort, there were already a lot of people gathered there. These people were from the nearby castles, they were all here to inquire about the news. To be honest, when they first heard the news, they didn't believe it to be true. Seeing Zhao Hai return, these people immediately surrounded him. They asked Zhao Hai about Li Lin and the others. Zhao Hai smiled and responded. He knew these people, so it was naturally easy for him to deal with them. After a few hours, the people who came to the fort were finally sent away. Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was pulled over by Yuan and forced to drink. While Zhao Hai was being forced to drink, the entire world of cultivation was in an uproar. Naturally, this uproar only existed among the higher-ups. After all, in the Six Realms battlefield, ordinary people didn't know about it. However, it was enough for the higher-ups to know about it. They represented the peak existences in the world of cultivation. Therefore, Zhao Hai's name was remembered by everyone. The first to react were the higher-ups of the machine field. At this point, the higher-ups of the machine field no longer dared to have any ideas about Zhao Hai. This was because they discovered that Zhao Hai now had his own influence. Moreover, this influence wasn't small. If they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai now, it wouldn't be easy. And with their change in attitude towards Zhao Hai, the higher-ups immediately decided to befriend Zhao Hai. The higher-ups of the machine field immediately decided to send a delegation to see Zhao Hai. The higher-ups of the machine field also knew that Zhao Hai no longer needed rewards. Therefore, the delegation came to see Zhao Hai. First, it was to greet him. Second, it was to see if Zhao Hai needed anything. As long as Zhao Hai asks for something, then they would certainly do their best to fulfill it. The reaction of the cultivation realm was somewhat strange. After hearing this news, the great sects of the cultivation realm didn't seem to have any reaction. However, there were also rumors that the great sects of the cultivation realm had already placed Zhao Hai on their must-kill list. The so-called must-kill list was just a rumor. It was believed that the great sects of the cultivation realm had a must-kill list. On this must-kill list were geniuses from other realms. As long as a person was on this list, the cultivation realm wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. This was to prevent them from developing and becoming the biggest threat to the cultivation realm. However, nobody knew whether this list existed or not. The cultivation realm had never confirmed this. However, one thing was certain. Zhao Hai had already attracted the attention of the cultivation realm. The next time they want to deal with Zhao Hai, it wouldn't be nascent soul experts. Zhao Hai was sitting in the conference room of Zhao Hai's camp. Opposite to him were 4 people. These 4 people weren't very old, but they had the aura of someone with high status. But at this time, the 4 were looking at Zhao Hai with cautious eyes. These 4 people were the representatives sent by the machine field's higher-ups. First, they came to see Li Lin and the others. They wanted to see if Yuan was lying about his merits. However, they knew that this was impossible. It wasn't only Yuan who reported this matter, the other realms also confirmed it. This time, they came to ask for Zhao Hai's opinion. In the machine field, merits were always rewarded. If Zhao Hai didn't receive a reward, then even if Zhao Hai didn't say anything, what about the others? Would Yuan and the others agree? Would the people in the Lock Mountain Range agree? With the establishment of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance, the higher-ups of the machine field discovered that it was impossible for them to control the Lock Mountain Range like before. The higher-ups of the machine field also found it strange. Most of the people serving in the Lock Mountain Range were natives of the machine field. They were also core members of great clans. Normally, they would be very loyal to their clans. And these clans were equivalent to the higher-ups of the machine field. Now that the Lock Mountain Range Alliance was established, it was tantamount to going against the higher-ups of the machine field. Normally, these people wouldn't do such a thing. But now, they did. Moreover, they were very happy about it. This caused the higher-ups of the machine field to be puzzled. The higher-ups of the machine field didn't understand comrade in arms. They hadn't been to the Lock Mountain Range before, so they didn't know what kind of situation the people in the Lock Mountain Range were in. For them, the people who died in the Lock Mountain Range were just numbers. But for the people in the Lock Mountain Range, those who died were their brothers, their friends, and their comrades. In this case, the emergence of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance wasn't strange. Zhao Hai had made a great contribution this time. If the higher-ups of the machine field didn't reward him, then the entire Lock Mountain Range Alliance would be in trouble. Additionally, these people wanted to use this opportunity to repair their relationship with Zhao Hai. After all, they schemed against Zhao Hai in the past, and Zhao Hai knew about it. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones. It must be known that they wanted Zhao Hai's life. Who would easily let go of someone who wanted to take their life? Zhao Hai looked at the 4 people. Zhao Hai knew these 4 people. He had seen them in the banquet and then in the Void Arena. Zhao Hai knew their identities and names. It seems like the higher-ups of the machine field really wanted to befriend him this time. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 people in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 people in front of him. Seeing the restless expressions of the 4, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Brothers, we haven't seen each other for a while. What have you been busy with recently?" Such a relaxed tone made the 4 people relax. One of them smiled and said, "What else can we do? We don't have Brother Hai's ability. You don't know, but when those old fellows heard about what you did here, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then when they heard that us brothers have some friendship with Brother Hai, they caught us and brought us here. Damn it, I was just about to pursue a female teacher, but in the end, I was brought here. I'm afraid that by the time I get back, that beautiful teacher would have already been taken away by someone else." Naturally, these brothers weren't hedonistic young masters. However, their status was a bit awkward. They weren't the heirs of their families. If they performed too well, they might be dealt with. Because of this, they decided to let it go. Although it was impossible for them to inherit the entire family, they wouldn't be short on money. Because of this, they decided to play around, turning themselves into hedonistic young masters. However, it was precisely because of their performance that people felt relieved. Their family would give them some tasks from time to time, and they completed them well. Gradually, they became core members of the family. However, their playboy temperament didn't disappear. Because of this, they had plenty of time to attend the Ashley family's banquets. It was during these banquets that they got to know Zhao Hai. Moreover, they got along well with each other. When they visited Zhao Hai in the Void Arena, the relationship between the two sides became even better. Because of this, they were able to speak casually with each other. As soon as the group heard this, they laughed. Zhao Hai also laughed. After some time, he stopped and looked at the group. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I know what those old guys mean. To be honest, I don't want any rewards this time. There's no need for that. With my current strength, I can just snatch whatever I need. The things I snatch are better than the rewards they give me." The brothers also laughed. Because of their living environment, they weren't very fond of the machine field's higher-ups. Because of this, they called the machine field's higher-ups old fellas. After laughing, the one who spoke before said, "Brother Hai, if you don't want anything, then those guys might think too much about it. I think it's better for you to ask for something." Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "I don't really need anything right now. Forget it. Just tell them that I want a promise that something like last time won't happen again. What do you think?" Zhao nodded, then said, "I don't need anything right now." The group laughed. They understood what Zhao Hai meant, but the one who said he knew said, "Actually, Brother Hai, you don't need to do this. Those old fellows said that there will never be a misunderstanding like last time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Actually, Brother Hai, you don't have to do this." Zhao Hai understood what they meant, so he nodded and said, "That's good. But now that you mention it, I remember that I asked them for a planet. Now that the planet's transformation plan has begun, I want the higher-ups to agree to set up transmission formations on the major planets of the machine field. They also want me to move people to Yale too. Naturally, they don't need to worry about moving people. As long as they have Yale 2's resident status, that's my request." The group nodded. To be honest, Zhao Hai's request was somewhat unexpected. In their opinion, Yale 2 was a desolate place. Nobody would want to move there. However, they were just messengers. Moreover, Zhao Hai's request wasn't too excessive. They believed that the old men would certainly agree. Zhao Hai's request wasn't too much, they believed that the old men would certainly agree. The group chatted for a while. Then Zhao Hai invited them to have a meal in the fort before sending them off. At this time, Zhao Hai's attention was still focused on the Six Realms battlefield. But now, he would enter the space from time to time to take care of other things. At this time, Zhao Hai's space monitor was able to receive images of the 5 extreme sex planet. Zhao Hai officially began to monitor Lu Wei. Zhao Hai was very concerned about Lu Wei. This was because Lu Wei certainly had a way to collect and use faith power. And this was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. In order to reach the 5 extreme sex planet, Zhao Hai spent a lot of effort. It was impossible to directly use silver needles. However, Zhao Hai released a large number of silver needles into the cultivation realm. Then he had the silver needles guard the transmission formations. If someone were to go to the 5 extreme sect, the silver needles would attach themselves to that person. This way, the 5 extreme sect could be monitored. Moreover, after using this method, Zhao Hai was able to take most of the cultivation realm's planets into the spaces map. After all, the cultivation realm's transmission formations were much more frequent than the machine fields. This made it easier for Zhao Hai to take them into the spaces map. However, what made Zhao Hai disappointed was that the 5 extreme sex guardian formation could block the silver needles. This made it impossible for Zhao Hai to monitor the 5 extreme sex situation. He could only monitor the transmission formations outside the sect. This was tantamount to waiting for a rabbit. You don't know when the rabbit would come out. However, Zhao Hai had no choice but to monitor the 5 extreme sect. This was the only way he could think of. Zhao Hai was very clear that the cultivation realm hated him. If he casually appeared in the cultivation realm, he would certainly be torn to pieces. But for the sake of faith power, he had to do this. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that the cultivation realm wouldn't expect him to be able to enter and leave most of the cultivation realm's planets. At the same time, in the pirate paradise far away from the 6 realms battlefield, Huang Daoran was sitting in his room with a gloomy expression. In front of him were several cultivators. These cultivators came with him to deal with Zhao Hai. Unfortunately, they failed. Moreover, Huang Daoran received news that Li Lin and the others had become Zhao Hai's servants. This caused Huang Daoran's expression to turn ugly. The nascent soul cultivator in front of Huang Daoran carefully looked at Huang Daoran and then said, Daoist, we've confirmed that Zhao Hai is indeed in the Six Realms battlefield. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be heavily injured. Moreover, the machine field has been active recently. They have mobilized a lot of fleets. It seems like they're heading towards the pirate paradise. The pirates are afraid they don't want to take our job anymore. Huang Daoran nodded and said, I know. The machine field saw Zhao Hai's strength and wanted to use it to get more benefits in the Six Realms battlefield. But they're wrong. After all, these pirates are from the machine field. It's normal for them to not accept our missions. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go back to the cultivation realm. When the time comes, this old man will personally go to the Six Realms battlefield to take a look. I want to see who in the Six Realms battlefield can protect Zhao Hai. If he dares to run, then this old man will slaughter everyone in the Six Realms battlefield. The killing intent in Huang Daoran's words made the cultivators in front of him feel a chill in their hearts. They believed that Huang Daoran wasn't joking. Zhao Hai really angered Huang Daoran this time. Huang Daoran looked at these people, then he took a deep breath and said, let's leave this place. These pirates will be useful to us in the future. Then he stood up and led the group out. The others followed closely behind. Huang Daoran's location was actually a large meteorite. This meteorite had already been excavated by the pirates. Moreover, there was a shield installed inside. This made the meteorite look like a planet. Even people who haven't cultivated for a day could live here. The meteorite was also planted with a lot of plants by the pirates. The environment was very good. This place was originally used by the pirates to receive high-ranking people. Since Huang Daoran's identity wasn't ordinary, it was natural for him to live here. In the past, Huang Daoran and the others had a lot of people serving them. But now, they were gone. This was because the pirates were afraid. After all, they were in the machine field. If the machine field wanted to deal with them, then their days would be very difficult. Huang Daoran came out of the room and looked around. Then he sneered and led the cultivators away. Just as they left, several small airships arrived at the meteorite. Several people came down from the airships. These people were wearing tight military uniforms that warship operators wore. Their figures were very sturdy. One of them let out a long breath and said, fortunately, those fellows finally left. Otherwise, if the machine field really attacked, then we would be in trouble. Another nodded and said, we need to inform the machine field about the cultivators' departure. This way, they might retreat. But at the same time, we need to prepare to evacuate. The group nodded. These people were the leaders of the largest pirate groups in the pirate paradise. Although they were hostile, with the machine field's army approaching, it was natural for them to unite. The first person to speak said, this time, the poison bee pirates are out of luck. They actually sent people to assassinate Zhao Hai. I don't think the machine field would let them off. The others nodded. Then one of them coldly snorted and said, they brought this upon themselves. The cultivators also wanted me to assassinate Zhao Hai. However, I didn't agree. That Zhao Hai is very strong and ruthless. How can we deal with him? The poison bee pirates really went crazy and tried to assassinate Zhao Hai. They deserved it. The others didn't speak. They also received the order to assassinate Zhao Hai. But before they could make a move, the poison bee pirates had already made their move. After seeing Zhao Hai's methods, they were glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they might have stayed in the Ashley family. But when they thought about the possibility of the poison bee pirates being destroyed, they couldn't help but feel sad. Many of them were born pirates. They wanted to live like ordinary people in the machine field and live an ordinary life. They didn't want to stay in the meteorite field. However, this simple wish wasn't easy to fulfill. They were branded as pirates since birth. Even if they wanted to join a great clan in the machine field, they wouldn't necessarily be accepted. And even if they were accepted, they would be on guard against them. So it was better for them to live in the meteorite field. At this time, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of them. Then a person came out of the rift. The person smiled as he looked at them. When the pirates saw this person, they couldn't help but stare. This person was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai already had his silver needles map the entire pirate paradise. In the past few days, even Huang Daoran and the others were under his surveillance, not to mention the others. There weren't any pirates who didn't recognize Zhao Hai. Even if they haven't seen Zhao Hai in person, they have seen Zhao Hai's photos, videos, and other things. Because of this, they were able to recognize Zhao Hai at a glance. The pirates stared, then their complexions changed. Although they practiced martial arts and their strength wasn't bad, they were still far behind Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly appear here. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, "Hello everyone, Zhao Hai is here to greet you." The pirates looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. They didn't want to meet Zhao Hai in this situation. But now, it was impossible for them to run away. In such a close distance, it was impossible for them to escape from Zhao Hai's grasp. These people looked at each other, they were somewhat disheartened. However, they were still pirates after all. They didn't know how many times they had been through fire and water. Now that they calmed down, the leader of the pirates bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. This one is the leader of the cross-sword pirate group, Louis. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to visit us." Zhao Hai smiled at Louis and said, "So it's leader Louis. I heard that the cross-sword pirate group is the largest pirate group in the pirate paradise. They have tens of thousands of ships and tens of millions of people. It's my honor to meet leader Louis." Louis didn't expect Zhao Hai to know about this, so he quickly replied, "Mr. is overpraising me. I'm just a leader of a small pirate group. To Mr. Zhao Hai, I'm just an ant. To be able to meet Mr. Zhao Hai, I can die without regrets." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Commander Louis might have misunderstood. I don't intend to kill you. In fact, if you want, I can ask the Machine Field's fleet to not embarrass you." "Naturally, I don't know if that would work." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Commander Louis might have misunderstood. I don't want to kill you." When Louis and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Logically speaking, Zhao Hai should have killed them. After all, they helped the cultivators deal with the Ashley family. How could Zhao Hai be so magnanimous? Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "You must be wondering why I'm being so generous. Hee, to be honest, I wanted to kill you at first and turn you into my undead. But I gave up on that idea. You're just pitiful people who live in the cracks of society. Killing you wouldn't do me any good. Therefore, I gave up on the idea." As soon as Louis and the others heard Zhao Hai, they relaxed. But at the same time, they looked at each other in confusion. They knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a benevolent person. So why was he being so nice this time? Zhao Hai looked at Louis and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. For you to survive until now, you naturally have your reasons. This Zhao Hai also has some matters that aren't convenient for me to deal with. I might need your help, so you don't need to worry." As soon as Louis and the others heard Zhao Hai, they relaxed. However, Louis didn't show any signs of wanting to negotiate with Zhao Hai. He still respectfully looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, our cross-sword pirate group will never accept any business related to Mr. or the Ashley family in the future. Moreover, as long as Mr. needs anything, our cross-sword pirate group is willing to serve Mr. 5 times for free." When the other pirate captains heard Louis, they also expressed their willingness to follow Louis and not accept any tasks related to Zhao Hai. They were also willing to serve Zhao Hai 5 times for free. This time, it was Zhao Hai's turn to be stunned. Zhao Hai came out to meet these pirates in hopes of establishing a relationship with them. Then he would find ways to get in touch with them and see if they were willing to move to Yale too. However, he didn't expect Louis and the others to say something like this. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. These pirates weren't weak. Take the cross-sword pirate group for example. They had 10,000 battleships, 100 of which were advanced-grade battleships. Moreover, they could also take out 100,000 mecha squadrons. Moreover, their battleship operators were either trained in martial arts or magic. Their fighting strength wasn't weak. With such strength, they could be compared to small clans in the machine field. If they were willing to serve Xiao Hai 5 times for free, then it would be very beneficial for Xiao Hai. However, Xiao Hai didn't understand why Louis and the others would do this. Was it just to apologize to him? Wasn't this a bit too much? After Louis and the others said those words, they looked at Xiao Hai. They couldn't help but feel uneasy. In fact, the reason why Louis said that he was willing to serve Xiao Hai 5 times for free was also because of the cross-sword pirate group. The meteorite area they were in wasn't suitable for large-scale battles. It was precisely because of this that they were able to repel the attacks of other clans. They were able to block the fleets outside the pirate paradise. However, Xiao Hai wasn't the same as the people from the machine field. Xiao Hai was a spatial mage. He could silently appear anywhere in the pirate paradise. Additionally, Xiao Hai had a large number of undead in his hands. If Xiao Hai wanted to deal with the pirates, then he could attack them from the inside and outside. The pirates' fleet wouldn't be able to do anything to Xiao Hai. If Xiao Hai was an ordinary cultivator, then the pirates wouldn't be afraid. After all, they were also cultivators and were very strong. However, Xiao Hai was different. Xiao Hai was very strong and he could use spatial channels. He could come and go as he pleased. It can be said that compared to the machine field's fleet, the pirates were more afraid of Xiao Hai. When the cultivation realm asked them to deal with Xiao Hai, Louis and the others did some research on Xiao Hai. They knew that although Xiao Hai was ruthless, as long as you don't offend him and remain friendly to him, then Xiao Hai wouldn't do anything to you. He might even take care of you. For these pirates to be able to survive in the machine field and the cultivation realm, it was very important for them to understand people's hearts. Because of this, Louis offered to serve Xiao Hai 5 times for free. He wanted to build a good relationship with Xiao Hai. This way, Xiao Hai would be too embarrassed to make a move against them. Xiao Hai didn't know what Louis and the others were thinking. He looked at Louis and the others and saw that they didn't have any expression. They were still standing there respectfully. This made Xiao Hai puzzled. Xiao Hai looked at Louis and said, "Captain Louis, what do you mean? You should know that serving me 5 times for free isn't a small loss for you." Louis immediately replied, "This is our apology for being disrespectful to Mr. Mr. doesn't need to worry. Although we're pirates, we still know how to keep our word." Xiao Hai looked at Louis and smiled faintly, "That's good. I'll be seeing you more often in the future. Hee. Perhaps you'll know what kind of person I am once we meet. Everyone, that's all for today. I'll be taking my leave now." After Xiao Hai said that, he gave the group a salute before disappearing. Louis and the others had ugly expressions as they looked at the direction where Xiao Hai disappeared. An enemy like Xiao Hai was something they didn't want to encounter. Louis let out a long breath, then he turned to the others and said, "Everyone, what do you think we should do in the future? Xiao Hai is too strong. Fortunately, he didn't want to deal with us this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to leave today." A pirate captain beside Louis said, "Louis, why didn't Xiao Hai kill us? From the information we received, he definitely isn't a good person. It's impossible for him to let us go just because he pitted us. He's a dark magician with countless undead creatures under his control. How could he not have the heart to kill us? I don't believe it even if you kill me." Louis knit his brows and said, "Xiao Hai's behavior today is indeed strange. But from what I can see, he seems to want to cooperate with us. Moreover, it seems like he wants to cooperate with us for a long time. What does this mean? Why would he want to cooperate with us? With his current status, there's no need for him to cooperate with us. Just look at how the machine field sent a fleet to deal with him. This shows how important he is to the people of the machine field. If Xiao Hai wants something, he can just let the people of the machine field handle it. Why would he need us?" The others nodded as well. They also felt that this matter was strange. However, they couldn't figure out what Xiao Hai wanted to do. At this time, a pirate captain suddenly said, "Louis, why did you say that you'll serve Xiao Hai 5 times for free?" Just like Xiao Hai said, serving him 5 times for free isn't a small loss for us. If Xiao Hai wants us to do something difficult, then our losses would be even greater. Louis looked at the man and said, "You don't understand what I'm doing? Why would you agree to serve him 5 times for free?" The man smiled and said, you agreed. If I don't agree, then wouldn't I be too special? If Zhao Hai gets angry and kills me, then I'll go to the machine field to reason with him. When Louis heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, just because of this? You're an idiot. Why don't you think about it? If Zhao Hai can appear here without anyone noticing, then what about other places? If he suddenly appeared in your room and took your life, then who would you go to? Serving him 5 times isn't a lot. Zhao Hai looked at the screen. It was currently playing the conversation between Louis and the others. Zhao Hai didn't expect Louis to be this smart. He was able to see the most terrifying aspect of Zhao Hai's space ability. Laura and the others were also sitting by Zhao Hai's side. When they heard Louis, Laura smiled and said, I didn't think that there would be such a smart person among the pirates. Hee hee. Brother Hai, do you think we can subdue this person? Zhao Hai smiled and said, what do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's a bit difficult. Louis is the biggest pirate leader in the pirate paradise. Subduing him would be very difficult. Laura nodded and said, right now, we don't have a good understanding of the pirate paradise's situation. Once we understand the situation, then we can think of a way to deal with them. But Brother Hai, how do you plan to cooperate with these pirates? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, although these pirates live here, they have connections with the machine field and the cultivation realm. After all, they need to sell the things they looted. At the same time, they also need to buy their living supplies. We can cooperate with them in this regard. For example, we can provide them with weapons or living supplies. After we get in touch with them, we might be able to pull some people over to Yale too. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Laura nodded and said, this is a good idea. We have a lot of materials in the space, and we can't just rely on empty production to digest them. If we sell these things to the pirates, we can also get some things that we need from them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this is a good idea. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Megan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Brother Hai, now isn't the time to think about these pirates. What we need to pay attention to is Huang Daoran. That guy wants to go to the 6 Realms battlefield to kill you. If you don't show up this time, then Captain Yuan and the others will be in trouble. Moreover, if you don't show up this time, then your reputation will take a huge hit. Zhao Hai nodded with a heavy expression. To be honest, if Huang Daoran really went to the 6 Realms battlefield, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only face Huang Daoran head-on. The situation in the 6 Realms battlefield was different from the machine field. In the machine field, if Huang Daoran dared to attack the Ashley family's dark demon planet, then the entire machine field would be in an uproar. It would be impossible for Huang Daoran to leave the machine field. However, the 6 Realms battlefield was different. Even if Huang Daoran attacked the machine field's defensive line, nobody would say anything. This was because the 6 Realms battlefield was a battlefield. Any means were allowed. This was what gave Zhao Hai a headache. He wasn't Huang Daoran's opponent right now, and Huang Daoran was a transcending tribulation expert. Although there was an agreement in the 6 Realms battlefield that transcending tribulation experts couldn't easily attack other realms' territories, the situation was different this time. Zhao Hai's limelight was too big. Moreover, he had a grudge with Huang Daoran. Therefore, if Huang Daoran went to deal with the machine field, the other realms would certainly be happy. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would have no choice but to face Huang Daoran head-on. Laura also knit her brows, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we should inform Captain Yuan about this. We don't have time to think too much about it. It's best if we take out more profounding thunders. As long as we can use them in large quantities, it would be enough to give Huang Daoran a headache. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's hurry up and make more profounding thunders. I'll tell Captain Yuan that the one who came this time isn't an ordinary expert, it's a transcending tribulation expert. If we don't prepare, then our losses would be huge. Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, Kai from now on, make armor and weapons for the beast-shaped undead. Also, install magic cannons on the beast-shaped undead. Kai nodded. Previously, the space had prepared a large number of magic formations for the machine field. These magic cannons were designed to be used on battleships. Their attack power was extraordinary. However, these magic cannons were too heavy, so they weren't installed on the beast-shaped undead. But now, they had no choice but to prepare. This time, the enemy was too strong. They needed to use these magic cannons. In fact, Zhao Hai had a lot of methods. For example, he could have the undead use a large amount of profounding thunders. He could also have the space by some silverback gold-winged insects and raise them. These silverback gold-winged insects had extraordinary fighting strength. They could be used to fight Huang Daoran. However, Zhao Hai gave up on this idea in the end. He could take out some profounding thunders, but if he had the undead use them in large amounts, then everyone would know his strength. When the time comes, the people of the machine field would be afraid of him. At the same time, the silverback gold-winged insects couldn't be released. Zhao Hai only had contact with them on Fabio planet. If Zhao Hai suddenly released a large number of silverback gold-winged insects, then it would attract the attention of the entire cultivation realm. It must be known that the great sects of the cultivation realm were very afraid of Zerg on Fabio planet. On the other hand, releasing the undead beasts and installing magic cannons on them was easy to explain. One must know that there were a lot of magic cannons in the machine field. Zhao Hai could get his hands on them through a lot of channels. Everything was easy to explain. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he appeared in the fort. Recently, the fort had been very quiet. Nobody went out to hunt. After all, Zhao Hai had just defeated the cultivators and received 3 servants. He also scared away the people from the other realms in the machine field semi-controlled territory. If they wanted to hunt, then they could only go to the core battlefield. The core battlefield was very dangerous and required a lot of preparation. Because of this, the fort was very relaxed these days. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, everyone greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at everyone before he walked towards Yuan's room. Because Yuan was now the alliance leader of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance, he had to deal with a lot of things every day. However, the Lock Mountain Range Alliance had just been established, so they didn't have an independent office. Therefore, they could only communicate through computers. Fortunately, all the computers in the Lock Mountain Range were connected. Additionally, the members of the alliance were captains of their respective camps. Even if they were given an independent office, they wouldn't be able to stay there for a long time. Therefore, computer meetings were suitable for them. Yuan had a lot of things to deal with. Yuan had a lot of things to deal with right now. He didn't expect the Lock Mountain Range to have so many problems. A lot of the weapons in the camp were in disrepair. They also lacked energy crystals. If the enemy attacked from there, then the people in the camp could only fight with their lives on the line. The people in the camp reported this to the higher-ups many times, but they didn't get a reply. Now that the alliance was formed, the captains reported this matter to Yuan. After Yuan and the others verified it, they had to discuss it with the higher-ups of the machine field. This wasn't an easy matter. While Yuan was in the middle of a computer meeting, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He stared for a moment before he knit his brows. He told everyone not to disturb him during a meeting unless something big happened. Yuan turned his head to the other members of the alliance and nodded, "Wait a moment. Maybe there's something in the camp that I need to deal with." The others didn't find it strange. After all, they were also in charge of their own camps. They had a lot of things to deal with every day. As soon as Yuan opened the door, he saw Zhao Hai standing outside. He couldn't help but stare, then he quickly said, "Oh, it's you. Come in." If it was someone else, Yuan would have just said a few words to them. But Zhao Hai was different. With Zhao Hai's strength and status, Yuan couldn't treat Zhao Hai like that. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he saw the alliance members on the computer screen. He smiled and bowed to them. "Zhao Hai has seen the captains. I apologize for disturbing your meeting." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the captains." Everyone smiled and said that it didn't matter. Although they were captains, none of them dared to be rude to Zhao Hai. Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is there something you need?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Captain. I've received news that Huang Daoran has returned to the cultivation realm. Moreover, after he returns to the cultivation null realm, he will immediately come to the 6 realms battlefield to deal with us. Therefore, I came to tell you this." As soon as Yuan heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He was very familiar with Huang Daren's name. He was the transcending tribulation expert who chased after Zhao Hai. He didn't expect Huang Daoran to come to the Six Realms battlefield. This wasn't good news. Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is the news accurate?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's accurate. However, Huang Daoran has just left the pirate paradise. He hasn't returned to the cultivation realm yet. But I believe that it won't be long before he arrives. As long as he returns, he will enter the Six Realms battlefield as quickly as possible. This time, he won't let me go. If I avoid fighting, then he will continue to attack the Lock Mountain range. Then we'll be in big trouble." Yuan nodded. Zhao Hai didn't hide his words from the other captains. He knew that the other captains were also aware of this matter. After all, the Lock Mountain range's defense required everyone to participate. Yuan nodded, then he sat down in front of the computer with a heavy expression and said, "Did everyone hear it? Immediately contact the camps and have them prepare for battle. I'll contact the higher-ups and have them deliver the weapons we need as soon as possible. At the same time, inform them of the situation." Everyone nodded. The news that Zhao Hai brought back was very important for the machine field. If a transcending tribulation expert were to attack them, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai's words were very important for the machine field. If they weren't prepared, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan and the others began to mobilize the entire Lock Mountain range. Everyone in the Lock Mountain range knew that Huang Daoran would kill his way over to deal with Zhao Hai. Although the people in the Lock Mountain range knew that Huang Daoran came for Zhao Hai, they still did everything they could to prepare for the battle. This was because Zhao Hai was also a member of the Lock Mountain range. The Lock Mountain range had always been united. When a fort was in trouble, everyone would come to help. Nobody would hold any resentment. And after so many years, the people of the machine field fought with the other realms every day. People died almost every day. This hatred had long been ingrained into the bones of the people in the Lock Mountain range. Even those who just arrived at the Lock Mountain range would be infected by the atmosphere here. Their hatred towards the other realms would be built up in the shortest time possible. In the end, Zhao Hai rose like a comet. Moreover, he was able to make the people of the machine field speak in front of the other realms. This made the people of the Lock Mountain range have a good impression of Zhao Hai. And with Zhao Hai's several victories against the cultivation realm, the prestige of the machine field was shown. This was equivalent to taking revenge for the people of the Lock Mountain range. This made the people of the Lock Mountain range consider Zhao Hai as one of their own. Now that Huang Daoran came to find trouble with Zhao Hai, the people of the Lock Mountain range thought that he was looking for trouble with them. Therefore, the entire Lock Mountain range was mobilized. At the same time, Yuan and the others from the Machine Field Alliance also contributed greatly in this mobilization. After the mobilization began, Yuan immediately handed these matters over to other people. Then he went to report this matter to the higher-ups of the machine field. When the higher-ups of the machine field heard this news, they were shocked. They ordered their spies in the cultivation realm to disappear. At the same time, they also gave Yuan all the weapons that the Lock Mountain range needed. This was the fastest they had ever done. The higher-ups of the machine field wanted to build a good relationship with Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's potential was huge. At the same time, Huang Daoran's attack on the Lock Mountain range was tantamount to challenging the machine field's bottom line. Although the higher-ups of the machine field didn't want to deal with the Lock Mountain range, they were still the people of the Lock Mountain range. They didn't listen to orders. On the other hand, the people of the Lock Mountain range did what they should do. For the people of the machine field, the people in the Lock Mountain range were disobedient subordinates. They might talk back sometimes, but they were very capable. Because of this, the higher-ups of the machine field weren't satisfied with the people in the Lock Mountain range. However, they didn't do anything to them. Because of this, the higher-ups of the machine field weren't satisfied with them. But Huang Daoran wanted to deal with Zhao Hai and attack the Lock Mountain range. This was a threat to the interests of the machine field. The higher-ups of the machine field couldn't just stand by and watch. Because of this, they immediately gave Yuan the weapons that he needed. They even gave him a lot more than what he needed. Moreover, the higher-ups of the machine field issued a mobilization order. As long as they can confirm that Zhao Hai's information was accurate, then a lot of retired members of the Lock Mountain Range would be mobilized. They would be ready to support the Lock Mountain Range at any time. The higher-ups of the machine field were very clear that they had always been the weaker party in the Six Realms battlefield. If Huang Daoran really caused trouble in the Lock Mountain Range, then it wouldn't be good news for them. The other realms might try to loot the place. When the time comes, it wouldn't only affect Zhao Hai. It might even affect the division of the Six Realms battlefield. Because of this, the machine field's higher-ups went all out this time. No matter what, they had to defend the Lock Mountain Range. They also had to repel Huang Daoran. If someone wanted to loot the Lock Mountain Range, then they had to make sure that the Six Realms battlefield was safe. There were a lot of good things in the Six Realms battlefield. There were a lot of things that could only be obtained in the Six Realms battlefield. And some of the important parts of the battlefield couldn't be obtained without these things. If the machine field was defeated in the Six Realms battlefield, then it would be very difficult for the machine field to deal with the other realms. The machine field's higher-ups didn't blame Zhao Hai for causing trouble. This matter wasn't caused by Zhao Hai's initiative. Although the higher-ups of the machine field were suppressing cultivators, they also knew that the real threat to them was from the other realms. Zhao Hai didn't want to offend them. The machine field's higher-ups knew that the world of cultivation was ruled by cultivators. Only the machine field wasn't. The machine field suppressed cultivators because the machine field's cultivators weren't strong. On the other hand, the machine field didn't suppress the cultivators of the other realms. Instead, they resisted the cultivators of the other realms. Because of these reasons, the machine field's higher-ups were able to move quickly this time. The machine field's spies in the other realms were mobilized. The Six Realms battlefield was also in a state of preparation for the war. With such a big reaction from the machine field, it would be impossible for the other realms to not know about it. When the other realms saw the machine field's reaction, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Therefore, they began to mobilize their forces. At the same time, Huang Daoran didn't expect that his revenge would cause such a huge commotion. The atmosphere of the entire Six Realms battlefield became tense. Even the number of people hunting in the core battlefield decreased. When Zhao Hai saw the reaction of the machine field and the other realms, he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect this matter to become so big. If this continues, then the entire Six Realms battlefield might turn into a pot of porridge. But now, it was impossible for him to stop this. The machine field and the other realms had already mobilized. Even if the machine field wanted to stop, the other realms might invade the machine field's territory in the Six Realms battlefield. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and smiled bitterly. Then he turned his head to Kai and said, Kai make some preparations. I think we need to buy more silverback gold-winged beetles from the Spaces store. Then we'll have them mature as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the situation gets out of hand, then we'll have no choice but to use our strength. Kai nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, from now on, the space will make a lot of potions. Give the potions that help with cultivation to Jia Dingshan and the others. Also give the undead some potions to speed up their cultivation. Increase the production of potions for injuries as well. Kai nodded. These matters weren't difficult. In fact, the space already had a lot of potions. These things were easy for the space to make. But since Zhao Hai wanted to increase the production, then it wasn't difficult to increase the production. However, from Zhao Hai's order, it can be seen that Zhao Hai was also nervous. This order was clearly a combat readiness order. Laura looked at the monitor and also realized that the situation was unusual. The entire Six Realms battlefield was like a barrel of gunpowder. Although there wasn't any movement right now, once there's a spark, the barrel would explode. When the time comes, the world would be turned upside down. And this matter was ultimately related to Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's character, it was impossible for him to ignore the machine field. Even if he had to expose his strength, he would still go all out to fight against the other realms. Thinking of this, Laura suddenly thought of something. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you forgot that there are still yellow sandworms in Yellow Zen planet. Those things aren't weak. We should get more of them. Moreover, I think that we should go to Yellow Zen planet and capture some astral wind beasts. This way, our fighting strength would increase in a short period of time. Moreover, we can also send some astral wind beasts to Evil Chi planet for training. As long as those astral wind beasts grow, our fighting strength would increase. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, right, because the other realms are preparing for war, the number of people going to Yellow Zen planet has decreased. If we go there and capture astral wind beasts, we wouldn't attract attention. Alright, let's do that. Lizzie knit her brows and said, Brother Hai, do you want to go to Fabio planet and capture some Zerg? Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Kair shook her head and said, I'm afraid that's not possible. Fabio planet's situation is very special. Recently, the Zerg in Fabio planet has been very troublesome. The Cultivation realm has invested a lot of troops there. If we go to Fabio planet at this time, we might be discovered by the Cultivation realm. That wouldn't be good. Therefore, we can't go to Fabio planet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if we go to Fabio planet, we won't be able to catch anything stronger than the silverback gold-winged bug. Let's forget about it. Right, Kair, we can't relax our surveillance of the Five Extremes planet. Once Lu Wei comes out, even if he's on the Five Extremes planet, I need to capture him immediately. Kair nodded and said, young master, rest assured. As long as it's a planet in the spaces map, I've already monitored it. I guarantee that there won't be any mistakes. Zhao Hai nodded and let out a long breath. He had already done everything he could. Now he understood what it meant to pull one hair and affect the whole situation. This was the current situation in the Six Realms battlefield. What made Zhao Hai not know whether to laugh or cry was that the atmosphere in the Six Realms battlefield was very tense. And the other protagonist of this drama, the strength Taoist Huang Daoran, had yet to return to the Cultivation realm. It can be said that the strand of hair that would affect the situation of the Six Realms battlefield hasn't appeared yet. This made people really speechless. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't blame the machine field for reacting violently. This was the sorrow of a weak force. If there's any movement, they would have no choice but to react violently. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage, which would be even more disadvantageous for them. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but sigh. Yellow Sand Star had been relatively quiet recently. Very few people from various realms would come here because they were all very busy recently. But today, Yellow Zen planet was different. A large number of undead suddenly appeared along with a lot of yellow sandworms. After these yellow sandworms appeared, they immediately led the undead to sweep the planet. After catching a lot of astral wind beasts, they disappeared. Yellow Zen planet wasn't a simple place. The astral wind beasts here were very powerful. They were comparable to transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, transcending tribulation experts weren't necessarily the opponents of these astral wind beasts. This was because the attacks of these astral wind beasts were imbued with astral chi. These undead that came to Yellow Zen planet to catch astral wind beasts were naturally sent by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai needed these astral wind beasts. Raising these astral wind beasts in the space would increase the space's fighting strength. The space began to equip a large number of beast-shaped undead. These beast-shaped undead were equipped with armor as well as magic cannons. It can be said that Zhao Hai was fully equipped. Unlike Zhao Hai, all of Zhao Hai's preparations could be handed over to Kair. Moreover, the space had the universal manufacturing machine, making the preparations very convenient. The machine field was different. The machine field had a lot of things to prepare. The machine field's main fighting strength was battleships and mechas. Needless to say about battleships, it was impossible to dismantle a battleship and bring it to the Six Realms battlefield. Moreover, the consumption of a battleship was too high. There weren't a lot of supply planets in the Six Realms battlefield. Therefore, the strength of a battleship was limited. Mechas could be brought to the Six Realms battlefield. However, the problem was that the supply requirements for mechas were very high. Moreover, mecha's ability to fight for a long time had always been a fatal shortcoming. This shortcoming wasn't very obvious in the world of cultivation. This was because mechas moved together with battleships. Battleships could be used as a logistical supply point. But without a mobile supply point, the threat of the mech would be reduced to a minimum. But in the Six Realms battlefield, the machine field did a lot of work. They built a lot of supply points in their own areas. These supply points were used to supply the mechs. However, Ping Jin found it hard to see mechas in the Six Realms battlefield. This was because even if there were supply points, they could only move within the machine field's territory. In other words, mechas in the Six Realms battlefield can only defend, they can't attack. On the other hand, the Lock Mountain range was very safe. Because of this, the higher-ups of the machine field wouldn't send mechas to the Six Realms battlefield. There was no need to do so. Instead, they would send people to repair the supply points in order to ensure that they can be used during wartime. But this time, the machine field sent a large number of mechas to the Six Realms battlefield. The supply points were activated. A large number of combatants with spatial equipment entered the supply points. Their spatial equipment didn't only contain their mechas, but also supplies. At the same time, a large number of non-combatants entered the supply points. These non-combatants were logistical personnel. The biggest difference between mechas and cultivators was that mechas needed to be repaired. Regular repairs were indispensable. Otherwise, the lifespan of the mechas would be affected. And logistical personnel were responsible for this. These mecha soldiers formed a huge defensive net between the Lock Mountain defensive line and Ironbridge Fort. If there were any changes in the Lock Mountain defensive line, the enemy wouldn't be able to easily move around the area controlled by the mecha. Besides the mechas, there were also a lot of cultivators who were transferred to the Six Realms battlefield. The machine field made it clear that they wanted to have a good fight in the Six Realms battlefield. After several years of investigation, the people from the other realms understood why the machine field did this. The reason was because of Huang Daoran. In the past, Zhao Hai managed to escape from Huang Daoran. This made the people from the other realms curious. Huang Daoran's reputation wasn't small. For Zhao Hai to escape was very surprising. However, they recently received news that the machine field had such a big reaction because Huang Daoran left the machine field and returned to the cultivation realm. Moreover, he threatened to enter the Six Realms battlefield to hunt down Zhao Hai. This caused the machine field to be on full alert. When they heard this news, the people from the other realms didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect the machine field to make such a big move just because of Huang Daoran's words. Originally, they thought that the machine field was taking advantage of Zhao Hai's recent fame to make a big move. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case at all. The people from the other realms immediately stopped mobilizing their forces to the Six Realms battlefield. This was because there was no need to do so. The Six Realms battlefield wasn't their only source of income. There were a lot of places where they needed troops. In the past, they only mobilized because the machine field's actions were too obvious. They thought that the machine field was going to start a war. But now that things were clear, there was no need for them to mobilize. However, they didn't send reinforcements to the Six Realms battlefield. At this time, the people from the other realms were waiting. They wanted to see if Huang Daoran would attack the Lock Mountain range. If Huang Daoran succeeds, then the Lock Mountain range would be in chaos. Then the other realms would be able to take advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of the situation didn't require a lot of troops. The troops that the other realms had in the Six Realms battlefield were enough. With this in mind, the other realms didn't send people to the Six Realms battlefield. Instead, they chose to wait and see. The reason why these people had such an attitude was because they weren't very optimistic about Huang Daoran's attack. There was no mistake, Huang Daoran was a transcending tribulation expert. The machine field didn't have a transcending tribulation expert. But at the same time, the other realms didn't have as many cultivators as the machine field. They also didn't have as many mechas and battleships as the machine field. The machine field's human wave tactic was a headache for the other realms. The reason why the machine field was able to gain a foothold in the world of cultivation was because they weren't afraid of death. They weren't afraid of dying. In a battle, they would often sacrifice 10 or even dozens of people in exchange for the lives of other realms. This kind of desperate method made the other realms wary. After all, the other realms weren't unified. Moreover, their relationship wasn't necessarily good. If you're weak, then the other realms might be able to take advantage of you. The atmosphere in the Six Realms battlefield relaxed because of this news. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. Before, when he saw the other realms preparing for war, Zhao Hai thought that a war was inevitable. But now, it seems like he was thinking too much. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the people who appeared in the core battlefield. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned his head to Laura and said, "I didn't expect the other realms to react like this. Isn't this too strange? One piece of news can make several realms nervous in an instant, and another piece of news can make several realms relax in an instant. Aren't they afraid of heart attacks?" When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Laura said, "I think it's because the other realms are wary of each other. They aren't fully prepared for war. After all, although the world of cultivation is the cultivation realm, the other realms aren't completely defenseless. Compared to the machine field, the other realms are more wary of the cultivation realm. When the machine field sent troops to the Six Realms battlefield, the other realms were nervous. It can be said that if the machine field really sends troops, then the Six Realms battlefield would be in chaos." Lizzie also smiled and said, "Right. The previous preparations were too scary. But now that the other realms know why the machine field is preparing, they can feel relieved. Moreover, in their opinion, this news isn't fake. After all, the attack of a transcending tribulation expert isn't something that can be easily dealt with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Megan nodded and said, "Perhaps the other heavens are waiting to see the machine field make a fool out of themselves. They want to see if they can take advantage of the situation. They shouldn't go all out against the machine field. Besides the cultivation realm, the other heavens wouldn't fight too fiercely. Otherwise, the cultivation realm would take advantage of the situation." Megan nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "To put it bluntly, the strength of the other realms is still too weak. And with the other realms having scruples, they can't unite. Otherwise, the cultivation realm wouldn't have dominated the Six Realms." Laura nodded and said, "Although the Six Realms battlefield won't fight, the machine field's crisis still hasn't been resolved. After all, Huang Daoran has just returned to the cultivation realm. We don't know when he'll enter the Six Realms battlefield. If he doesn't enter the Six Realms battlefield, then we'll be in trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I didn't expect the machine field's reaction to be this big. But now that it's done, there's no need to say anything else. I want to see if Huang Daoran dares to come to the Six Realms battlefield." Margaret, who hadn't spoken until now, said, "He'll certainly come. Brother Hai, you don't know much about the machine field. Those fellows are very arrogant. They aren't magnanimous people. Brother Hai, you're a nascent soul expert, yet you managed to escape from Huang Daoran's hands. For him, this is a great shame. In his opinion, only by killing you can he wash away his shame. In this case, he will certainly attack you." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that the cultivators of the cultivation realm would do anything for face. Not to mention that Zhao Hai's strength was inferior to Huang Daoran's. Even if Zhao Hai was on par with Huang Daoran would still go all out. There was only one situation that could make these cultivators put down their face and follow you wholeheartedly. Just like how Zhao Hai dealt with Li Lin and the others, using absolute strength to make them submit. Only then would cultivators put down their dignity. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Come. I want to see if this Huang Daoran can kill me. If he can't, then I want to see who would dare to make a move against the machine field." At this time, the machine field didn't send more troops to the Six Realms battlefield. In the past, they were constantly sending more troops because the other realms were also preparing for war. But now that the other realms stopped sending more troops, this was actually a signal to the machine field that they shouldn't send more troops. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good for everyone. The higher-ups of the various realms have been dealing with each other for a long time. Every subtle action of the other party could be understood by the higher-ups. Therefore, the machine field didn't send more troops. However, their defensive system was basically complete. Even if Huang Daoran can break through the Lock Mountain range, it would be difficult for him to move forward in the machine field's territory. Although Huang Daoran was a transcending tribulation expert, the machine field still had experience in dealing with transcending tribulation experts. One shouldn't think that when the machine field and the cultivation realm have a conflict, the cultivation realm wouldn't let their transcending tribulation experts go to the battlefield. This was almost impossible. The machine field had fought with transcending tribulation experts more than once or twice. However, most of these fights were done in secret. The price that the machine field had to pay was huge. But now, the machine field was still independent. This meant that the transcending tribulation experts of the cultivation realm couldn't do anything to the machine field. Zhao Hai didn't care what the machine field was doing. There was only one thing that he needed to do. He needed to use all of his strength to fight against Huang Daoran. He needed to stop Huang Daoran. Otherwise, a lot of people from the machine field would die because of him. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Zhao Hai was patiently waiting. Yuan and the others were also patiently waiting. The people from the machine field were also patiently waiting. Even the people from the other realms were waiting for Huang Daoran's response. It was precisely because of these people that Zhao Hai was convinced that Huang Daoran would come to the Six Realms battlefield. Even if Huang Daoran didn't want to come, the people from the cultivation realm wouldn't agree. Huang Daoran coming to the Six Realms battlefield to hunt down Zhao Hai was something that the world of cultivation's higher-ups were aware of. Everyone was watching. If Huang Daoran didn't come, then others would think that he was afraid of the machine field's arrangements. Because of this, Huang Daoran would certainly attack Zhao Hai and the others. This was no longer a matter of his own, it was a matter of the cultivation realm's face. Huang Daoran wasn't having a good time. Although he was a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion and had a high status in the cultivation realm, he was still lacking compared to the great sects. He was just a rogue cultivator at transcending tribulation. In the eyes of the great sects, he was just an ordinary expert. The reason why Huang Daoran agreed to deal with Zhao Hai before was not only because of the benefits he could get from this operation, but also because the great sects gave him strict orders. He had no choice but to go. He thought that he would succeed in this battle, but he didn't expect Zhao Hai to escape from his hands. He couldn't even deal with Zhao Hai. For Huang Daoran, this was a big stain in his life. Originally, he wanted to enter the Six Realms battlefield to hunt down Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that before he even returned to the cultivation realm, the news of him going to the Six Realms battlefield to hunt down Zhao Hai had already spread in the world of cultivation. This made Huang Daoran puzzled. This was because he only told those who traveled with him. Even the pirates didn't know about this. But those who traveled with him also returned to the cultivation realm. How did this news spread in advance? Naturally, it wasn't as simple as the news spreading. Because of the machine field's preparations, the atmosphere in the Six Realms battlefield was very tense. This caused the matter to receive a lot of attention. Now, even if Huang Daoran didn't want to enter the Six Realms battlefield, he had no choice but to do so. Although Huang Daoran wanted to enter the Six Realms battlefield to hunt down Zhao Hai, he didn't want to go in like this. It felt like someone was forcing him to go. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Most importantly, the great sects had already reminded him in a roundabout way that this operation could only succeed. If he fails, then the great sects wouldn't let him off. Rather than a reminder, it was better to call it a warning. This made Huang Daoran feel even more uncomfortable. However, he couldn't resist. He was a transcending tribulation expert, but it was impossible for him to resist the great sects. However, this also had its advantages. One must know that the machine field's Six Realms battlefield wasn't a place that anyone could go to. Generally, the quota for people to go to the Six Realms battlefield was set by the great sects. In the past, Huang Daoran was able to go to the Six Realms battlefield because of his cultivation speed. Every few years, the great sects of the cultivation realm would select some rogue cultivators with fast cultivation speed to enter the Six Realms battlefield. This wasn't necessarily to train these rogue cultivators. It was more likely that they wanted these rogue cultivators to work for them as cannon fodder. Huang Daoran was a famous cultivation genius in the past. However, he refused to enter the great sects. Originally, he wasn't qualified to enter the Six Realms battlefield. But when he became an elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, the pavilion paid a huge price to get him a quota. This allowed him to enter the Six Realms battlefield and successfully transcend his tribulation, becoming a transcending tribulation expert. It was also because of this that he became a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. However, ever since he transcended his tribulation and came out of the Six Realms battlefield, he no longer had the opportunity to enter. For the Great Sex, the Six Realms battlefield was their exclusive domain. They wouldn't let anyone else have a share of it. Because of this, Huang Daoran thought that he would have to go through a lot of twists and turns to enter the Six Realms battlefield. But now that this matter has become so big, the Great Sex wanted him to regain face in the cultivation realm. They also wanted him to eliminate Zhao Hai, a genius of the machine field. This way, entering the Six Realms battlefield wouldn't be a problem. But at this time, Huang Daoran didn't enter the Six Realms battlefield. He was currently resting in one of the Pink Clouds Pavilion's properties. Sitting across from him was a very beautiful woman. The woman was wearing a cultivator's robe. She didn't look very gorgeous, but she had an aristocratic temperament. This temperament would arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Additionally, this woman was very beautiful. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. She didn't need to be painted. Her eyes were bright, her teeth were pearly white, her face was like a peach blossom, her waist was like a willow tree, and her twin peaks were tall and straight. However, Huang Daoran didn't pay attention to this woman's beauty. In fact, there weren't a lot of people in the cultivation realm who dared to have ideas about this woman. This was because this woman had a status as the master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. She was a nascent soul expert, only one step away from transcending tribulation. This status gave her a nickname in the cultivation realm, the Pink Clouds Flying Phoenix. This was because of her status as the master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion as well as her weapon, the Golden Bell Flying Phoenix Scarf. Huang Daoran looked at the woman and said, "Pavilion Master, I'm afraid this matter won't be easy to handle. That Zhao Hai is very difficult to deal with. The last time I fought him, although I managed to injure him, he still managed to escape. I couldn't do anything to him." The Pavilion Master knit her brows and said, "Uncle Huang, did the Great Sex put pressure on you?" "In fact, not only did they put pressure on you, they also put pressure on me. I'm afraid you'll have to go this time. Zhenling is incompetent, so I can only let Uncle Huang take the risk." Huang Daoran replied, "Pavilion Master, there's no need to be like this. This matter was caused by this old man, so it's natural for this old man to handle it. Moreover, there won't be any danger in the Six Realms battlefield. What I want to deal with is Zhao Hai, not the entire machine field. Pavilion Master, you don't need to worry." Zhenling sighed and said, "I'm afraid that Zhao Hai won't fight you. If that's the case, then you'll be in trouble. Uncle Huang, you must remember not to make an enemy of the entire machine field. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for you, the Pink Clouds Pavilion, and even the entire cultivation realm." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "Pavilion Master, rest assured. I'll take care of it." Zhenling nodded, then she sighed and said, "What else do you need?" "I'll prepare it for you." Huang Daoran replied, "There's no need. I don't need anything to deal with Zhao Hai. Pavilion Master can rest assured. After 3 days, I'll enter the Six Realms battlefield. I won't be seeing the Pavilion Master for the next few days." Zhenling nodded, then she stood up and said, "All right. If Uncle Huang needs anything, then immediately send someone to inform me. I'll definitely prepare it for you." Huang Daoran nodded, then Zhenling stood up and left. Although Zhenling was the Pavilion Master and Huang Daoran was only a guest elder, because of Huang Daoran's strength, Zhenling was very polite to him. She treated him like an elder. It can be said that Huang Daoran's status in the Pink Clouds Pavilion was very high. This time, Huang Daoran's matter didn't only affect himself, it also affected the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Although the Pink Clouds Pavilion didn't only have Huang Daoran as a transcending tribulation guest elder, Huang Daoran's relationship with the pavilion was the most intimate. This was because of the Pink Clouds Pavilion's help. This made Huang Daoran feel grateful towards the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Because of this, the Pink Clouds Pavilion felt uneasy about this matter. The Pink Clouds Pavilion was very strong, but it also had a weakness. They were only a merchant group and not a sect. Moreover, the Pink Clouds Pavilion wasn't owned by a single family, but by several cultivation clans. The Zhen family was one of the major shareholders of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. The reason why Zhenling was able to become the pavilion master was because of her fierce business methods. However, if one were to say that she was the only one in the Pink Clouds pavilion, then she wouldn't be able to do so. At the same time, Huang Daoran's relationship with the Zhen family was the best. This was because Huang Daoran was able to enter the Six Realms battlefield because of the Zhen family. Therefore, Huang Daoran's matter had the greatest impact on the Zhen family. But now, the Zhen family and Huang Daoran couldn't deal with this matter in a low-key manner. This was because the Great Sects had already intervened. If the Zhen family and Huang Daoran couldn't deal with this matter properly, then the Great Sects would surely blame them. The Pink Clouds Pavilion wasn't weak. It had several transcending tribulation experts. However, if the Zhen family and Huang Daoran offended the Great Sects, then the other families would surely sacrifice them in order to protect themselves. After all, the Pink Clouds Pavilion didn't have the confidence to challenge the Great Sects. And this was also where Zhenling had a headache. She wasn't the kind of person who didn't know anything. All these years, she had been in control of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Although she wasn't the only one in the Pink Clouds Pavilion, her subordinates didn't show her any disrespect. Moreover, even the other families were very satisfied with her as the pavilion master. From this point, it can be seen that she was a smooth and slick person. Moreover, because of her keen insight in business, she helped the Pink Clouds Pavilion develop and expand a lot. It was precisely because of this that she was able to sit firmly in the pavilion master's position. But at the same time, Zhenling was very clear about the impact this matter would have on the Pink Clouds Pavilion and the Zhen family. Because of this, she was particularly worried. The Pink Clouds Pavilion was still under her control. However, the other families weren't very willing to let her control the Pink Clouds Pavilion. They had a lot of secret means. Fortunately, Zhenling was skilled. And with Huang Daoran's support, she was able to sit firmly in her position as the pavilion master. But if she didn't handle this matter well, then her position as the pavilion master would be unstable. After thinking about this, Zhenling's headache intensified. At the same time, she was also curious about Zhao Hai. When Huang Daoran wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, Zhenling began to collect information about Zhao Hai. But when she recalled everything about Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but feel that it was inconceivable. A person who ascended in such a short period of time could actually reach such a level. This was something she didn't expect. She discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to have some kind of power, a power that she couldn't see. This power allowed Zhao Hai to grow without stopping. Moreover, she believed that if Zhao Hai was allowed to develop smoothly, then he would certainly become one of the top experts in the world of cultivation. He might even be able to change the situation of the world of cultivation. Naturally, the premise was that Zhao Hai could survive this crisis. Huang Daoran calmly stood in front of a transmission formation. Zhenling and her maid were also standing in front of the transmission formation. Besides the three of them, there was also a person wearing a cultivator's robe. Generally speaking, people in charge of transmission formations were qi refining stage cultivators. But the person standing next to the transmission formation was a nascent soul expert. The nascent soul expert bowed to Huang Daoran and said, "I've seen the Daoist." "Daoist, please." Huang Daoran nodded and stood in front of the transmission formation. The nascent soul expert adjusted the transmission formation before activating it. With a flash of white light, Huang Daoran disappeared from the transmission formation. Zhenling looked at the transmission formation and sighed. Then she muttered, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Then she turned her head to the nascent soul experts and smiled faintly as she said, "Thank you, transmission envoy. This is a token of my appreciation." I asked the transmission envoy to accept it. Then she handed a spatial bag over. This transmission envoy wasn't an official, he was just a person in charge of the transmission formation. It's just that the transmission formation he was in charge of was connected to the Six Realms battlefield. Because of this, his status was different. The transmission envoy was a nascent soul expert. His strength wasn't bad and he was usually very arrogant. But in front of Zhenling, he didn't dare to be arrogant. He knew that this woman's methods were very high. The transmission envoy quickly received the spatial bag and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Zhenling smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. This young woman still has things to do, so I'll be taking my leave first." The transmission envoy immediately said, "See Pavilion Master off." Zhenling gave the transmission envoy a salute before flying away with her maid. With a flash of white light, Huang Daoran appeared in the transmission formation. Outside the transmission formation were several nascent soul experts. When they saw Huang Daoran, they immediately gave him a salute and said, "We've seen Daoist." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The cultivators immediately bowed and said, "We don't dare. Daoist's cave has been prepared." Huang Daoran nodded and followed them out. The Cultivation Realm's transmission formation in the Six Realms battlefield was also in a room. When Huang Daoran and the others came out of the room, they saw a large building. This building was made of red stone. This red stone was a specialty of the Six Realms battlefield. It was very hard. Huang Daoran's location was the Cultivation Realm's most important stronghold in the Six Realms battlefield, Bloodstone Fort. Huang Daoran wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood outside the room with the teleportation formation. He looked at everything in Bloodstone Castle and sighed, "Bloodstone Castle, I didn't think that I, Huang Daoran, would come back one day. I really miss it." A cultivator next to him smiled and said, "I heard Daoist successfully passed his tribulation at Bloodstone Castle? I'm really envious of Daoist Master." When Huang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "It's been a few decades, but Bloodstone Castle hasn't changed at all. This is beyond my expectations." The nascent soul expert smiled and said, "Bloodstone Castle hasn't been expanded. We also haven't increased our strength. With our current strength, we're already the strongest in the Six Realms battlefield. If we increase our strength, the other realms would feel uneasy. When the time comes, those fellows might unite. Therefore, we haven't increased our strength." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "The situation in the Six Realms battlefield is too complicated. Not increasing our strength is the right thing to do. Alright, let's go." The nascent soul experts nodded and then led Huang Daoran towards Bloodstone Fort. Huang Daoran didn't live in Bloodstone Fort, but on a mountain behind the fort. The spiritual chi on the mountain was much more concentrated compared to Bloodstone Fort. On the mountain, there were caves prepared for transcending tribulation experts. In the Six Realms battlefield, there were 10 transcending tribulation experts all year round. However, they were only here to oversee the battlefield. This was because they basically wouldn't participate in the battle. If transcending tribulation experts were to participate, the Six Realms battlefield would become more bloody. The realms couldn't afford it. Because of this, there was an agreement between the realms that transcending tribulation experts couldn't participate in the battle. Only when their territory was attacked would transcending tribulation experts take action. Among the realms, only the machine field didn't have any transcending tribulation experts. However, nobody dared to underestimate the machine field. This was because the machine field's nuclear bombs were a headache for transcending tribulation experts. Nuclear bombs and battleships were the machine field's trump cards in their battles against the other realms. Needless to say, battleships were equivalent to fortresses. They were very powerful. Nuclear bombs were divided into many types in the machine field. There were large nuclear bombs that could completely destroy a planet. There were also small nuclear bombs. Eric wanted to use a small nuclear bomb to attack Xiaohai. Small nuclear bombs weren't big, they could be held in one hand. The machine field placed nuclear bombs in the Six Realms battlefield. But under normal circumstances, they wouldn't use them. This was because it was almost impossible for nuclear bombs to cause any harm to transcending tribulation experts like Huang Daoran. The destructive power of a nuclear bomb was indeed greater than that of a transcending tribulation stage cultivator. However, a nuclear bomb was just an inanimate object. Once a nuclear bomb was launched, a transcending tribulation stage cultivator would be able to escape before the nuclear bomb exploded. Moreover, they could use magic artifacts. It was almost impossible for a nuclear bomb to kill a transcending tribulation stage cultivator in one hit. The reason why the machine field still used nuclear bombs in the Six Realms battlefield was to deter Huang Daoran. If a transcending tribulation expert like Huang Daoran really wanted to attack the machine field's territory, then the machine field might launch a nuclear bomb. However, the target of the nuclear bomb wouldn't be Huang Daoran and the others. Instead, it would be the cultivation realm's territory. If the machine field's nuclear bombs couldn't reach them, then the machine field's nuclear bombs would blow up the cultivation realm's territory. Both sides would suffer losses. Because they were afraid that the machine field would be driven into a corner, the other realms didn't dare deal with the machine field excessively. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, the machine field wouldn't launch a nuclear bomb. Nuclear bombs were very powerful. Once launched, it would cause unimaginable damage to the cultivation realm's territory. This was tantamount to an all-out war with the cultivation realm. The machine field didn't want an all-out war with the cultivation realm. Additionally, the matter between Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai could be said to be a personal grudge. Therefore, the machine field could only send reinforcements to the Six Realms battlefield. If the other realms came to take advantage of the situation, then the machine field wouldn't launch a nuclear bomb immediately. That would be equivalent to offending the other realms. When the time comes, the other realms would join forces to deal with the machine field. It was because of this that the other realms decided to take advantage of the situation. They knew that the machine field wouldn't dare offend so many people. The other realms also had transcending tribulation experts in the Six Realms battlefield. But just like the cultivation realm, transcending tribulation experts couldn't make a move at will. Huang Daoran's matter this time was an exception. He already had a grudge with Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to chase after Zhao Hai. In this regard, the machine field was at a disadvantage. But there was nothing they could do about it. They didn't have a single transcending tribulation expert. Therefore, their nuclear bombs could only be used as a deterrent. Moreover, they weren't as flexible as transcending tribulation experts. Huang Daoran entered the cave that was prepared for him in the back mountain of Bloodstone Fort. This cave was very spacious and had an alchemy room, a refining room, and many other rooms. Each room wasn't small. Because there were so many rooms, there were only 18 caves in the back mountain. 10 of them were for transcending tribulation experts in the Six Realms battlefield. The remaining 8 were for transcending tribulation experts like Huang Daoran and the others who suddenly came to the Six Realms battlefield for something. After Huang Daoran entered his cave, the nascent soul experts withdrew. They knew that transcending tribulation experts didn't like to be disturbed. Naturally, they wouldn't stay and look for trouble. When the nascent soul experts retreated, a green figure suddenly flew out from a cave behind the mountain. This person wore a navy blue cultivator robe and looked to be around 40 years old. 3 strands of black beard floated in front of his chest, giving him an indescribable sense of elegance. The person looked at Huang Daoran's cave residence, then he smiled faintly and said, "Musclehead also came." "Haha, old friend, I haven't seen you in a long time. You should go and see him." Then the person's figure moved and appeared outside Huang Daoran's cave residence. Then he loudly said, "Old Musclehead, you also came." Musclehead, this was an insult in the cultivation realm. It means that you only have a little bit of strength. Huang Daoran's nickname was Daoist Priest Strength. When Huang Daoran heard this voice, he immediately appeared in front of the cave. Then he laughed and said, "So it's Blacksmith. Why did you come to the Six Realms battlefield?" Huang Daoran smiled and said, "Blacksmith, I was wondering who it was." "So it's you." Blacksmith laughed and said, "Huang Daoran, you're still not sure. I call you Musclehead, so you call me Blacksmith." "Ha ha ha, other than you, who else would dare to call me Feng Beiming Blacksmith?" Huang Daoran laughed and said, "You're a great elder of the Profound Clear sect. Naturally, nobody would dare to call you Blacksmith. But I'm not afraid. Let's go in and talk." Then the two walked side by side into the cave residence. It must be said that Feng Beiming's nickname, Blacksmith, wasn't something that just anyone could call him by. A lot of people didn't know about this nickname. This was because Feng Beiming was a rogue cultivator. When he first started cultivating, he didn't have enough crystals to cultivate. Therefore, he could only stay in a refining room and use wind spells to heat up the furnace. It was at that time that the two met. Because of this, Huang Daoran called Feng Beiming Blacksmith. However, Feng Beiming was different from Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran had always been a rogue cultivator. In the end, he returned to the Pink Clouds Pavilion and became a guest elder. On the other hand, Feng Beiming joined the Profound Clear sect by chance and was now a great elder. This identity was very remarkable. This was because the Profound Clear sect was a famous sect in the cultivation realm. Their strength was formidable. Few people would dare to offend their disciples. One could imagine how high Feng Beiming's status was. However, Feng Beiming was a nostalgic person. His relationship with Huang Daoran was very good. They would contact each other every once in a while. Feng Beiming was recently sent to the Six Realms battlefield. He didn't expect to meet Huang Daoran here. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming entered the cave. After sitting down in the lounge, Feng Beiming took out a jar of spirit wine and smiled. We brothers haven't seen each other for a while. Come, let's have a drink. Huang Daoran smiled and said, all right, spirit wine is a good thing. It's been a while since I've drunk it. Although I'm a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, spirit wine is too precious. I'm embarrassed to ask for more. Feng Beiming smiled and said, don't talk about me as if I'm a rich man. It wasn't easy for me to get these spirit wines. Come, let's have a drink. After saying that, he took out 2 silver cups and poured 2 cups of wine. Then he handed 1 cup to Huang Daoran. After Huang Daoran received the cup, he took a big gulp before he exhaled a mouthful of wine. Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, Musclehead, what happened this time? How did it get to this point? Huang Daoran sighed and said, do you think I wanted to accept this mission? It's all because of the pressure from the great sects. But who would have thought that Zhao Hai would be a very difficult person to deal with? You don't know, I even took out my 5 heavy artifacts and he was only slightly injured. That spatial divergent ability user wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent at all. Compared to Zhao Hai, that spatial divergent ability user was far worse. Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, I heard that guy killed someone in front of you. Is that true? Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, it's true. He was slightly injured and then used his spatial ability to run away. I thought that he wouldn't come back, so I relaxed my vigilance. But I didn't expect that guy to turn around and come back. Moreover, he appeared behind the spatial ability user and killed him with his sword. Then he used his spatial ability to run away. Even if I wanted to chase him, I couldn't. Moreover, he destroyed the battleship that was carrying my people. In the end, we had to fly to the pirate paradise. This is the most troublesome part about that guy, he comes and goes without a trace. Feng Beiming raised his eyebrows and said, is he really that powerful? I heard that guy is a black magician? Didn't you release some undead creatures to help you when you were fighting? Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and said, old man, aren't you looking down on me too much? Do you think those undead creatures are my match? However, that Zhao Hai really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. In addition to a large number of flying swords, he also has a crescent moon spade. That crescent moon spade is definitely a good item. After clashing with my 5 heavy weapons, it was not damaged at all. Feng Beiming raised his eyebrows and said, it can fight against 5 heavy weapons without being damaged? Good stuff. He was just an ascender. Where did he get such good stuff? Moreover, he's from the machine field. How can he use flying swords and crescent moon spades? Huang Daoran shook his head, then he frowned and said, I'm also curious about this. Zhao Hai's control over flying swords is much better than some cultivators in the cultivation realm. And that crescent moon spade is even more strange. Zhao Hai only used it at the last moment. Moreover, after using it once, he put it away. It seems like it can't be used for a long time. As soon as he said this, Huang Daoran was startled. Then he turned his head to Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming also looked at Huang Daoran. The two's eyes shone as they said, ancient artifacts. Ancient artifacts were very powerful. This was common knowledge in the cultivation realm. But at the same time, ancient artifacts consumed a lot of spiritual qi. Because of this, although ancient artifacts were very common, experts didn't necessarily like them. Feng Beiming shook his head and said, it seems like Zhao Hai must have obtained some ancient inheritance. That's why he has his current achievements. Right, this is also reasonable. Huang Daoran nodded, then he sighed and said, that ancient artifact is nothing. With Zhao Hai's strength, even if he has an ancient artifact, he still wouldn't be my opponent. What really gives me a headache is his spatial divergent ability. If I can't beat him, then I can just use my spatial divergent ability to escape. Feng Beiming knit his brows and said, I heard that you said that if Zhao Hai escapes, you'll slaughter the machine field's people. Is that true? Huang Daoran forced a smile and said, those were just words I said in a moment of anger. If I really did that, then wouldn't the machine field turn upside down? Do you really think that the machine field's people wouldn't dare use their nuclear bombs? I heard that the machine field has placed a nuclear bomb on every planet. If we provoke them, they might even try to take us down with them. At that time, we'll be able to reason with them. Zhao Hai nodded and said. Feng Beiming nodded. The most frightening thing about the machine field was their desperation. But before the machine field detonated their nuclear bombs, it would be very difficult to detect them. Who knows if the machine field would install nuclear bombs on every planet in the cultivation realm. If that were the case, then the machine field would be forced into a corner. This wouldn't be a good thing. Feng Beiming looked at Feng Beiming and said, you're right. Huang Daoran sighed and said, the current situation is that the higher-ups are forcing me to kill Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai isn't easy to kill. Additionally, the machine field's people are unprecedentedly united. Zhao Hai's strength is undeniable. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest under transcending tribulation. With his strength, it can be said that he's half a step into the transcending tribulation stage. The machine field has been suffering in the past few days because they don't have a transcending tribulation expert in town. Now that Zhao Hai has a chance to transcend his tribulation, how can the machine field just watch him get killed? If I attack Zhao Hai, then the machine field would definitely go all out against me. Feng Beiming nodded. This wasn't the first time he came to the Six Realms battlefield. Before he became a transcending tribulation expert, he had fought with the machine field. What he discovered was that the machine field's people weren't afraid of death. A few days ago, Feng Beiming heard that Li Meng and the others surrendered to Zhao Hai and became Zhao Hai's servants. This matter caused a stir in the Six Realms battlefield. However, Feng Beiming didn't find it strange. The only thing that was strange was that the machine field surrendered. It must be known that cultivators from the other realms were forced to surrender. This wasn't something new. On the other hand, the machine field didn't surrender. Looking at the history of the machine field, it was almost impossible to see people from the machine field surrendering to the other realms. Either they died in battle, or they escaped with their lives on the line. Nobody surrendered. This was the reason why the other realms feared the machine field the most. Cultivators cherished their lives, but people from the machine field didn't. They dared to go all out. This gave them momentum. If it weren't for the fact that the machine field was weak, then they would have become the cultivation realm's biggest enemy. And Zhao Hai was the machine field's most promising candidate to become a transcending tribulation expert. Now that Huang Daoran wanted to kill Zhao Hai, how could the machine field respond? This was like an old man who didn't have a son. Suddenly, he gave birth to a son, giving him hope for his family's inheritance. At this time, if you went to kill his son, then it would be strange if he didn't go all out. Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, Musclehead, if this matter isn't handled well, then it'll be very troublesome. The higher-ups seem to think that you've lost face for the cultivation realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't force you so much. What about you? What do you plan to do? Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, I haven't thought about it yet. If Zhao Hai really hides and refuses to come out, then I'm afraid I'll have to kill some people. As long as I force Zhao Hai to come out, then killing him would be the best. But I don't want to kill him right now. It's not just because I can't. If I kill him, then the machine field would retaliate. I'm afraid that not only would I be retaliated against, the Pink Clouds Pavilion would also be retaliated against. Those lunatics from the machine field don't care about anything. Feng Beiming nodded and said, It's good that you think this way. But I'm afraid that the higher-ups won't agree to this. Moreover, I'm afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't follow this plan. Have you thought about this? Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, How could I not think about it? But regardless of whether the higher-ups are willing or not, I can only handle this matter this way. The Pink Clouds Pavilion situation isn't very good. If the Pink Clouds Pavilion is retaliated against because of me, then the Zhen family would be in danger. I can't abandon the Zhen family just because of my selfishness. Feng Beiming nodded. He had some understanding of the matter between Huang Daoran and the Zhen family. The Zhen family's current leader was Zhenling. Although Zhenling looked good on the surface, her actual situation wasn't very good. First, it was because Zhenling controlled the Pink Clouds Pavilion. This made the other partners of the pavilion unhappy. Second, it was because Zhenling was too beautiful. Sometimes, it was a sin for a woman to be too beautiful. Not only was Zhenling beautiful, but she was also the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. With such a status and her appearance, it could be said that countless young geniuses in the cultivation world wanted to obtain her. Among these people, there were some with high statuses. The reason why Zhenling could be so carefree was because of Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran was a transcending tribulation expert. Although he couldn't do anything to the great sects, they were still afraid of a transcending tribulation expert. If something happened to Huang Daoran, then Zhenling might no longer be the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. She might even be snatched away and become a cultivation furnace for a young master. Feng Beiming was very clear that Huang Daoran was able to cultivate from a rogue cultivator to a transcending tribulation expert. Not only did he rely on his cultivation speed, but he also relied on his wisdom. Going from a rogue cultivator to a transcending tribulation expert wasn't something that an average person could do. The dangers involved were unimaginable. Huang Daoran was able to cultivate all the way to his current level because of his grasp of people's hearts. His judgment on all kinds of matters was very accurate. It can be said that Huang Daoran was a sly old fox. How could he not know how this matter would affect him? If Huang Daoran killed Zhao Hai, then he would offend the entire machine field. When the time comes, if the machine field retaliates against him or the Pink Clouds Pavilion, then it wouldn't be good for him, the pavilion, and the Zhen family. If he didn't kill Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't offend the machine field. However, the higher-ups of the cultivation realm would be dissatisfied with him. But with his strength, the higher-ups of the cultivation realm wouldn't be able to do anything to him. And with him in charge, the Pink Clouds Pavilion wouldn't be affected too much. Even if the higher-ups of the cultivation realm wanted to suppress him, they would have to think twice. Most importantly, if Huang Daoran didn't kill a lot of people from the machine field, then he wouldn't be able to force Zhao Hai to go all out against him. Zhao Hai could use his spatial magic to escape. Huang Daoran wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. If he killed too many people from the machine field, then the machine field wouldn't let him off. They would just pile on him and kill him. This wasn't something that Huang Daoran wanted to see. To put it bluntly, all of this was because Huang Daoran was a rogue cultivator. He didn't have the support of a great sect. If he had the support of a great sect like the Profound Clear sect, then Huang Daoran would do everything in his power to kill Zhao Hai. He wouldn't have any scruples. This was because the Profound Clear sect would take care of him. On the other hand, Huang Daoran didn't have anything. Everything he had was his own effort. If he died, then he would die. This was the biggest difference between rogue cultivators and great sect cultivators. Because of this, rogue cultivators had more scruples than great sects. It can be said that Huang Daoran, who was an ordinary rogue cultivator, was an anomaly. Feng Beiming sighed inwardly, then he looked at Huang Daoran and said, "Musclehead, do you want me to go with you?" Huang Daoran shook his head and said, "No, you can't go. If you go, things would become more complicated. This time, the machine field would certainly go all out against me. If something happens to me, you have to take care of the Zhen family for me." Feng Beiming sighed and said, "Musclehead, you should have listened to me. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to join a great sect. Even if you join a great sect, you can still take care of the Zhen family. And in this situation, you wouldn't have any scruples." Huang Daoran shook his head, then he drank his wine and didn't speak. Seeing that Huang Daoran didn't speak, Feng Beiming no longer tried to persuade him. He understood his friend very well. Once Huang Daoran made up his mind, it would be useless to persuade him. The two stopped talking about this matter and just casually chatted for a few hours. After drinking a jar of spirit wine, Feng Beiming returned to his cave residence. At the same time, Huang Daoran began to prepare to deal with Zhao Hai. After resting for 3 days, Huang Daoran came out of his residence and slowly flew towards the machine field's territory. Huang Daoran also felt countless eyes on him along the way. However, Huang Daoran didn't care about these people. He only had one goal right now, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was the first to arrive. Zhao Hai was the first to arrive. At the same time, the machine field also received news that Huang Daoran was heading towards them. The entire Lock Mountain range was mobilized. Everyone prepared their weapons. Although Huang Daoran's target was Zhao Hai, for the people in the Lock Mountain range, Zhao Hai was their brother, their relative. They were willing to fight for Zhao Hai, even if they had to shed their last drop of blood. What made the people from the machine field feel strange was that Zhao Hai didn't appear in the fort. In fact, not only did he not appear in the fort, he didn't appear anywhere else. It was as if he had vanished. However, nobody blamed Zhao Hai. This was because the people from the machine field knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a coward. There must be a reason why he didn't come out. Their guess wasn't wrong. There was indeed a reason why Zhao Hai didn't appear here. Zhao Hai already knew that Huang Daoran had arrived. He didn't know what Huang Daoran said to Feng Beiming, but one thing was certain, Huang Daoran would definitely come looking for him. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do before, but now he did. Fight. Fight Huang Daoran head-on. This might seem reckless, but Zhao Hai wanted to do it. This was because if the entire Lock Mountain range were to participate in the battle against Huang Daoran, then the Lock Mountain range would certainly suffer heavy losses. If things go wrong, then the people from the other realms would rush in and take advantage of the situation. When that happens, the Six Realms battlefield would turn into a pot of porridge. Zhao Hai didn't want the Six Realms battlefield to be too ruthless. This was because he knew what kind of place the Six Realms battlefield was. This was a subspace created by someone else. It was just like his space. Would he just watch the people from the space destroy the Six Realms battlefield? Impossible. If the people from the space really wanted to destroy the space, then Zhao Hai wouldn't mind destroying them first. The people who created the Six Realms battlefield also had the same idea. Zhao Hai's current strength was still too weak. Even when facing a transcending tribulation expert like Huang Daoran, he had to show all of his strength. Not to mention the person who established the Six Realms battlefield. If that person gets angry, then Zhao Hai might just be killed in an instant. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take the initiative to fight Huang Daoran. It would be best if he could force Huang Daoran back. If Huang Daoran didn't back down, then he would have to think of another way. If Huang Daoran really wants him dead, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let Huang Daoran off. He already knew that Huang Daoran was a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. If Huang Daoran really wants to kill the people from the Formation Realm, then Zhao Hai would kill the people from the Pink Clouds Pavilion. In any case, most of the Cultivation Realm's administrative planets have been recorded on the spatial map. Moreover, there were many Pink Clouds Pavilion shops on these planets. Zhao Hai didn't believe that Huang Daoran would be able to remain calm. While sitting inside the space and looking at Huang Daoran on the monitor, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Is everything ready?" Laura nodded and said, "Yes, the undead have been prepared. All the beast-shaped undead have been equipped with magic cannons. Lizzie, Megan, and Margaret are personally commanding them. About 1,000 silverback gold-winged beetles have been raised." "Brother Hai, are you really going to bring only one?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it one by one. Prepare the astral wind beasts as well. If there's no other choice, release some of them. Wait for my orders. Tell Jia Dingshan to prepare as well as Li Lin and the others. These people are forces that we can use." Laura nodded, then she turned to the monitor and said, "Brother Hai, where are you going to make your move?" Zhao Hai replied, "We'll make our move in the core of the battlefield. This way, we won't have to fight in the half-controlled area." Laura nodded, then she looked at Huang Daoran's position and frowned. "What's this Huang Daoran doing? He still hasn't left the half-controlled area. With his speed, it shouldn't be possible." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "It's indeed strange. Forget it, let's not think about it. Prepare everything. I think Huang Daoran should be at the core battlefield by now." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "All right." Laura nodded, then she went with the others to prepare. Zhao Hai waved his hand and called Jia Dingshan over. When Jia Dingshan appeared beside Zhao Hai, he immediately greeted Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, get ready. Wait for my signal before we depart. Call Li Lin and the others as well. If they dare to resist, inform me immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Prepare yourselves and wait for my signal." Jia Dingshan nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, I'll certainly do it well. I don't think they would dare to resist, after all, they have already made a hard oath." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Jia Dingshan bowed and withdrew. There weren't many things that needed to be prepared in the space, so it didn't take long for Laura and the others to return to the villa. They sat beside Zhao, but their expressions were somewhat heavy. This battle would be Zhao Hai's toughest battle since his debut. In the past, Zhao Hai's opponents were all people with similar strength. But this time, the other side had an overwhelming advantage. This battle would certainly be a great one. Zhao Hai looked at the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't worry. We've already broken through the wind and waves, what's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, Huang Daoran is strong, but he can't kill me. If he can't, then I'll just hide inside the space. I took the initiative to meet him because I don't want the Lock Mountain Range to participate in the battle. That wouldn't be good for anyone. But if Huang Daoran forces me, then I won't be able to do anything." Laura and the others nodded. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't fight to the death just to prevent the Lock Mountain Range from having an accident. This was because Zhao Hai couldn't die. He was related to the lives of too many people. The population of the space wasn't any less than the machine field. If Zhao Hai dies, then these people wouldn't be able to survive. Asking the people of the space to die for the machine field? Perhaps Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and said, "All right, it's time for me to go on stage. I didn't expect Huang Daoran to have so many people following him. It seems like these guys want to take advantage of him." Zhao Hai looked at the screen and said, "All right, it's time for me to go on stage. I didn't expect Huang Daoran to have so many people following him." Laura and the others looked at the monitor. Sure enough, besides Huang Daoran, there were also a lot of people in the forest. These people didn't try to hide themselves at all, they just entered the forest so that Huang Daoran wouldn't be able to see them. It was clear that they were here to observe the battle. Huang Daoran's reaction was also very strange. He didn't care about these people as he continued to fly forward. But at this time, he had already entered the core of the battlefield. Huang Daoran calmly flew forward. He really wanted to know how Zhao Hai would deal with him. To be honest, he really hoped that Zhao Hai would come out and fight him. This way, not only would things be under control, it would also make him appreciate Zhao Hai even more. After all, Zhao Hai was a cultivator and was very strong. If such a person didn't dare to fight him, then he would lose his drive. If he lost his drive, then it would be very difficult for Huang Daoran to reach the transcending tribulation stage. While Huang Daoran was thinking about this, a figure suddenly appeared 100 meters in front of him. Huang Daoran stared, then he saw Zhao Hai standing there with a smile on his face. When Huang Daoran saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. After some time, Huang Daoran stopped, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, Zhao Hai. Ha ha ha. You're worthy of being valued by this old man. You actually dared to come out and block this old man's path. It seems like you want to fight this old man here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he bowed and said, "Daoist is right. This old man wants to fight Daoist in the core battlefield. This way, the Lock Mountain Range won't be affected. This way, some shameless people won't be able to take advantage of us." When Huang Daoran heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, Zhao Hai. Good. Ha ha ha. We can't let those shameless people take advantage of us." Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran and smiled, "Daoist, you and I, Zhao Hai, have no grievances in the past. Why do you have to force me? Is there no other way?" Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, you should know that we can't avoid a fight. When we fought last time, I already know how strong you are. However, it seems like that wasn't your full strength. Today, show me your full strength. Let me see if you have the qualifications to stand here and talk to me." Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran and said, "Since Daoist has spoken, then this Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to disobey. Daoist, please excuse me." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. A large number of undead appeared beside Zhao Hai and surrounded him. When Huang Daoran looked at the undead, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because these undead were beast-shaped undead. Moreover, they were wearing heavy armor with magic formations installed on them. Each and every one of them was armed to the teeth. This wasn't over yet. Then Zhao Hai faced the sky and let out a long roar. Before long, 4 silhouettes flew over. These 4 were Jia Dingshan, Li Lin, and the other 2. The 4 of them stood behind Zhao Hai. These 4 were nascent soul experts, their auras weren't ordinary. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of flying swords appeared behind him. This time, the number of flying swords was much more than before. There were about 1,000 of them. At the same time, Zhao Hai also took out his crescent moon spade. Huang Daoran calmly looked at Zhao Hai's actions. He didn't make a move to stop him. However, his expression was very dignified. Zhao Hai's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand again. Huang Daoran discovered that there was a huge insect at Zhao Hai's feet. This insect was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its pair of blood-red eyes were staring at Huang Daoran. Its eyes were filled with the desire to kill. Huang Daoran recognized the silverback gold-winged insect at a glance. He had been on Fabio planet for a long time and had fought with the silverback gold-winged insect more than once or twice. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to deal with. He also heard that Zhao Hai used a silverback gold-winged insect in his battle with Li Lin. However, Huang Daoran didn't believe it at the time. This was because when he was on Fabio planet, he knew that Zerg couldn't be subdued. Back then, the cultivation realm had caught a lot of Zerg and tried to tame them. However, in the end, none of them succeeded. These Zerg didn't seem to know how to tame, they only knew how to kill. Before, Huang Daoran thought that Zhao Hai was using a beast similar to Zerg. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. This was a Zerg, a real silverback gold-winged insect. Hiss, a loud gasp was heard. This gasp didn't come from Zhao Hai or Huang Daoran. Instead, it came from the people who came to watch the fun. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Some of these people had fought with Zhao Hai before. At that time, Zhao Hai released some undead to fight with them. This was especially true for the elves. They had fought with the undead personally. However, the undead that they fought were all humanoid. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead were all beast-shaped. Not only were they beast-shaped, they were also giant beast-shaped. With their armor and magic cannons, they looked like small battleships. Looking at the beast-shaped undead, they had iron claws on their claws and iron spikes on their tails. All of these reflected the undead's formidable fighting strength. Behind Zhao Hai were 4 nascent soul experts. There were also flying swords that looked like swimming fishes. There was also the crescent moon spade in his hand that looked like a Buddhist artifact. All of these things looked extraordinary. At the same time, these things also showed Zhao Hai's superior fighting strength. Upon seeing these things, the people from the other realms no longer doubted Zhao Hai's title as the #1 expert under transcending tribulation. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai with a dignified expression, then he said, "Good, Zhao Hai. Good method. Last time, you didn't go all out. But this time, will you go all out?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Daoist, I really don't want to be your enemy. However, there are no people in the machine field who are afraid of fighting. Forgive me for offending you." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The undead immediately moved as several magic cannons were fired towards Huang Daoran. Magic cannons weren't the strongest weapons in the machine field. After all, their attack power was limited. But when multiple magic cannons were fired at the same time, their attack power was still very good. Huang Daoran waved his hand as a circular defensive artifact appeared around him. When the magic cannons hit the artifact, they were immediately blocked. The artifact only shook a little, but it didn't do anything to it. Zhao Hai's heart turned cold. He knew that the combined attack of the magic cannons wasn't any weaker than a nascent soul expert's attack. But Huang Daoran was actually able to block it. It seems like Huang Daoran had a lot of good things on him. After Huang Daoran blocked Zhao Hai's attack, he waved his hand as 5 heavy weapons appeared. The 5 weapons rushed towards Zhao Hai almost simultaneously. It seems like Huang Daoran was going all out this time. His attack was heavy from the start. When Huang Daoran's 5 heavy weapons appeared, Zhao Hai snorted and waved his hand. More than 1,000 flying swords went towards one of the heavy weapons. Then the crescent moon spade also went towards another heavy weapon. Zhao Hai blocked the attacks of 2 heavy weapons by himself. At this time, Jia Dingshan and the others also made their move. They formed groups of 2 as they blocked the heavy weapons. In the end, it was the silverback gold-winged bug and the undead that blocked the heavy weapons. Almost at the same time, a loud explosion was heard. Zhao Hai let out a muffled groan. However, Huang Daoran's 5 heavy weapons were all blocked. Zhao Hai's face turned red. Jia Dingshan and the others also retreated. Everyone's expression wasn't good. Only the silverback gold-winged bug was still alive and kicking. The undead around it were also fine. Huang Daoran's expression turned heavy. He didn't think that his attack would fail. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he received the crescent moon spade. To be honest, the crescent moon spade's attack was indeed extraordinary. However, it wasn't something that he could use right now. Using the crescent moon spade was like using a small horse to pull a large cart. It was better to use liquid silver. Just now, Huang Daoran didn't suffer a loss from the crescent moon spade. The spiritual force that he put into the crescent moon spade was fiercely repelled, causing his mind to shake. Through this attack, Zhao Hai discovered that the crescent moon spade wasn't very useful. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the crescent moon spade always felt uncomfortable when he used it. He didn't know what was going on. After receiving the crescent moon spade, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the 1,000 flying swords returned to Zhao Hai's side. Then Zhao Hai's hand moved as the 1,000 flying swords fused together and turned into 5 large swords. Seeing the changes in the flying swords, Huang Daoran couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes shrunk as he said, "Good weapons. Zhao Hai, where did you get them?" Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran, then he smiled faintly and said, "Daoist should remember someone from the machine field, Senior Leng Wuyang. Before he died, he refined a weapon. Although this one isn't talented, this one is using the weapon that Senior Leng Wuyang spent a lot of effort to refine." This was the first time that Zhao Hai spoke about his weapon in front of an outsider. Huang Daoran stared, then he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Is it the machine field's incomplete weapon?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it's the weapon that you're talking about." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the 5 swords fused together and turned into a single sword. Then the sword turned into a staff and was held in Zhao Hai's hand. Huang Daoran's expression became more dignified as he said, "Good, good. I didn't think that Zhao Hai would have this hidden hand. Today, I want to see how magical this trash weapon is in your hands." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I won't disappoint you." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the undead began their attack. Moreover, this time, the undead had changed their way of fighting. They weren't attacking Huang Daoran in a scattered manner like before. Instead, they arranged themselves into an attack formation. These attack formations looked like a sharp horn formation. The magic cannons fired in unison the first time, increasing the might of the cannons. Each attack was equivalent to a nascent soul expert's attack. Altogether, the undead were arranged into 10 such formations. Zhao Hai turned his head to Jia Dingshan and the others and said, "Spread out and attack whenever you want." Jia Dingshan and the others nodded and dispersed. Even the silverback golden-winged bug followed suit. At the same time, Zhao Hai loosened his grip. Liquid silver staff flashed before it turned into a large silver ship. This ship didn't look like a ship from the machine field. It looked more like a large artifact from the cultivation realm. Moreover, it had a flagpole on top and waves on the bottom. There were 126 magic cannons on the ship. On both sides of the ship were 12 huge metal plates. Each plate had a constellation pattern on it. Gorgeous. The ship was too gorgeous. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai's staff could turn into such a large ship. Moreover, it was so gorgeous. Zhao Hai stood on the ship as he looked at Huang Daoran and said, "Kill." The ship rushed forward without any tricks. It just went straight towards Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran's ship suddenly changed direction as he waved his hand. One of the 5 heavy artifacts, the sledgehammer, was sent flying towards the ship. The flag on the ship was like a spear as it suddenly grew and hit the sledgehammer. When the flag hit the sledgehammer, it was covered in white flames. Moreover, it carried a dangerous aura. Boom! When the flagpole touched the sledgehammer, the flagpole abruptly bent down until it touched the deck of the ship. Only then did it bounce back. Huang Randao's sledgehammer was also knocked back by this point. Huang Daren's expression couldn't help but change. He couldn't deal with Zhao Hai at this time. Not only did he have to deal with the undead's magic cannons, but he also had Jia Dingshan and the others eyeing him from the side. This made Huang Daoran unable to go all out. Most importantly, when the sledgehammer hit the flagpole, an overbearing aura rushed towards Huang Daoran. This aura was very powerful, even more overbearing than astral energy. Fortunately, Huang Daoran's 5 heavy artifacts were carefully refined. Moreover, he had a lot of experience in dealing with enemies. Otherwise, he would have suffered a loss. However, Zhao Hai's ship didn't stop. It was still heading straight towards Huang Daoran. Its speed was incomparably fast. Huang Daoran's expression changed. Then he opened his mouth and an artifact flew out. This artifact was very strange, it looked like a steel. As soon as the steel flew out of Huang Daoran's mouth, it swelled up and instantly became huge. There were 8 coiling dragons coiled around the steel. The coiling dragons were very lifelike. On both sides of the steel was a rising dragon. At the base of the steel was a Baxia. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there were no words on the steel. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He drove the Hell King's ship straight towards Huang Daoran's steel. The ship and the steel collided. Time seemed to stop as the steel and the ship silently collided. Then a loud bang was heard. Zhao Hai spat out a mouthful of blood as the ship was pushed back. On the other hand, Huang Daoran's steel only paused for a moment before it continued to charge towards Zhao Hai. At this moment, the 12 metal ships flew down from the ship. The 12 metal plates turned into 12 metal beasts as they flew towards the steel. Rumbling sounds were heard before the steel finally stopped. It flew back to Huang Daoran's side. Huang Daoran's figure moved as he stood proudly on top of the steel's head. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's ship stopped. His face was pale, but he immediately took out a bottle of potion and drank it. At the same time, 12 metal beasts appeared beside the ship. These metal beasts were in the image of the 12 constellations. Each and every one of them looked like guards as they stood beside the ship. Just then, with the spot where the spaceship had collided with the wordless monument as the epicenter, all the trees within a radius of 1,000 meters were turned into dust without a sound. Even a large hole that was several tens of meters deep appeared in the ground. However, just how powerful was the collision earlier? Buzz. A voice was heard. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran didn't need to look to know who it was. It was the people who were watching the fun. Now, in addition to these people, a large number of people from the machine field also arrived. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran in shock as well as the huge hole between them. Heavens, the wordless steel. That's the wordless steel. The yellow Taoist actually took out the wordless steel? Isn't Zhao Hai too strong? That's the yellow Taoist's life source artifact. This is incredible. What kind of weapon is Zhao Hai using? How could he come up with so many tricks? How can a small staff turn into such a big ship? And what's with those metal beasts? What's going on? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Originally, these people didn't dare to make a sound. After all, Huang Daoran was a transcending tribulation expert. If they offended Huang Daoran, then they wouldn't have a good time. However, they were too surprised. They were so surprised that they forgot how terrifying transcending tribulation experts were. Huang Daoran's life source artifact was the wordless steel. Nobody knows what material it was made of or who made it for him. In short, the wordless steel was very powerful. Moreover, it could be used both offensively and defensively. When Huang Daoran was at the nascent soul stage, he basically only used 5 types of artifacts to fight. He almost never used the wordless steel. Many people knew that the wordless steel was Huang Daoran's most famous artifact, but they never saw it before. They didn't expect to see it today. Moreover, it was in a fight with a nascent soul expert. Not far behind Zhao Hai, Yuan was leading a large number of experts from the machine field. Each of them had weapons in hand as they stood in formation. They looked at the scene in shock. They knew that Zhao Hai came out to fight Huang Daoran, so they immediately rushed over. However, they didn't expect to see this scene. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran clashed head-on. Although Zhao Hai suffered a loss, it didn't seem like he lost too much. Moreover, he was able to force Huang Daoran to take out his life source artifact. This was truly shocking. Huang Daoran stood on Basha's head as he looked at Zhao Hai with cold eyes. Zhao Hai stood there calmly. Although his face was pale, he didn't lose to Huang Daoran in terms of momentum. Huang Daoran suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good. Zhao Hai, you're too fast. Today, this old man even took out his life source artifact. If I can't take down a junior like you, then I'll lose face. Zhao Hai, you should be proud to die under this old man's wordless steel." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The dead have nothing to be proud of. Only the living can be proud of themselves. Daoist. Daoist." Then he didn't care about anything else as he commanded the ship. Then he commanded the ship once again. Huang Daoran coldly snorted as the wordless steel flew out. Then Huang Daoran shouted, "Suppress." The wordless steel instantly became bigger. From top to bottom, it pressed down on Zhao Hai's ship. Zhao Hai also shouted as the ship turned into a tower. The wordless steel slammed down on the tower. However, Zhao Hai's tower was like a spring. It shrank from 9 floors to 3 floors before it stopped. Then it bounced up and turned into 9 floors. However, Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. At this time, the 12 metal beasts were also entangled by the 5 heavy weapons. Although the 12 metal beasts outnumbered the 5 heavy weapons, the 5 heavy weapons were still stronger than the metal beasts. The metal beasts fell into a disadvantage for a while. However, they were still able to block the attacks of the 5 heavy weapons. At the same time, Jia Dingshan and the others weren't idle. From time to time, they would attack Zhao Hai. And with the addition of the undead, Huang Daoran could only use 60% of his strength to deal with Zhao Hai. Although Huang Daoran released the wordless steel, he still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai had already used 500,000 formations in liquid silver. 500,000 formations was the limit that Zhao Hai could reach at this time. Moreover, these formations weren't static. Kyer and the others would change the formations according to the situation. This spring-like tower was Kyer's stroke of genius. On the other hand, Lizzie, Megan, and Margaret were commanding the undead to attack Huang Daoran. However, Huang Daoran was worthy of being called a transcending tribulation expert. No matter how they attacked, he didn't move at all. Lizzie and the others were anxious, but they could only harass him. Although Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength this time, he still used about 80% of his strength. There were only some things that weren't suitable for him to use at this time. After the wordless steel failed, Zhao Hai's complexion became even uglier. He commanded the wordless steel to rush over again. At the same time, the tower also turned into a spaceship and rammed towards the wordless steel. This time, the spaceship was knocked back, but the wordless steel continued to chase after it. Zhao Hai's spaceship's ram flew out and blocked the wordless steel. However, the spaceship's flagpole and the waves below the spaceship also blocked the wordless steel twice. After that, the crescent moon spade appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. When Huang Daoran saw Zhao Hai take out the crescent moon spade, he immediately received the wordless steel. He was very clear that the crescent moon spade was an ancient artifact. Although Zhao Hai couldn't fully use it, the might of an ancient artifact couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this artifact was closely related to Zhao Hai, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Therefore, Huang Daoran took back the wordless steel. There was blood on the corner of Zhao Hai's mouth. It was clear that he was injured. However, he didn't give up. He commanded the spaceship to ram towards Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran's eyes flashed with a cold light. The wordless steel rammed forward once more, causing the spaceship to be knocked back. Zhao Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the ram, flagpole, and waves pushed back Zhao Hai's wordless steel. As the wordless steel slowly retreated, a dark green arrow flew towards Zhao Hai's throat. The arrow's speed was incomparably fast. Since Zhao Hai's attention was on the wordless steel, he couldn't avoid it. The arrow arrived in front of Zhao Hai's throat in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light as the arrow pierced through Zhao Hai's throat. Zhao Hai fell backwards, causing blood to spurt out. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The wordless steel stopped retreating, the 5 heavy weapons stopped attacking, the metal behemoth stopped attacking, the undead also stopped. Jia Dingshan and the others also stopped. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai, who was lying on the spaceship. At this time, a heart-wrenching roar was heard, "Zhao Hai!" Several figures rushed towards the spaceship. These people were Xianxia and the others. At this time, the others also reacted. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone felt sorry for the death of this young expert. However, Huang Daoran frowned. He waved his hand and retrieved the wordless steel. The 5 heavy weapons also returned to his side. Although he managed to strike Zhao Hai, there was no joy on his face. At this time, the people who were in an uproar discovered that something was wrong. One must know that there were 2 people present. Whether it was the metal behemoth, the undead, or the spaceship, all of these things were created by Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was killed by the arrow, then these things should have disappeared. But now, these things were still there. Wasn't this too strange? At this time, Zhao Hai slowly sat up on the spaceship. In his hand was a small metal arrow. Although his face was pale, there was no wound on his neck. Everyone stared, they didn't know how Zhao Hai did it. They saw the small arrow hit Zhao Hai's throat. How could Zhao Hai be fine? How could they know that Zhao Hai had a crystallization ability? When the small arrow hit Zhao Hai's throat was completely crystallized. The reason why Zhao Hai spat out blood was because of the impact of the arrow. After all, an arrow released by a transcending tribulation expert wasn't something to be trifled with. Zhao Hai believed that if he relied on his crystallization ability, he wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Fortunately, he was only careless this time. There wouldn't be a next time. Zhao Hai stood up and gently patted Xianxia and the others. Then he waved his hand and sent them to Yuan's side. Yuan and the others cheered. They thought that they would die, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to resolve it. How could Yuan and the others not be excited? Zhao Hai held the dark green arrow as he looked at Huang Daoran and said, "I thank Daoist for the arrow. Zhao Hai will remember it and never forget it." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the scene turned silent. Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was telling Huang Daoran that he would remember this arrow and would certainly get his revenge in the future. Huang Daoran didn't get angry. He looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, "Zhao Hai, you're very confident. Do you think that you won't die today?" Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran, then he smiled faintly and said, "I don't think that I will die today. Did Daoist forget? I'm a space mage. If I want to leave, I'm afraid that I can't be stopped. I know that Daoist will use the lives of the people in the Lock Mountain range to threaten me. However, I also want to tell Daoist something. Daoist is a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. If Daoist kills the people in the Lock Mountain range and forces me to come out, then I, Zhao Hai, won't come out to court death. I will go to the Cultivation realm. As long as the people in the Pink Clouds Pavilion are my targets." When Zhao Hai said these words, Huang Daoran's expression sank. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Are you threatening this old man?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I wouldn't dare. How could I dare threaten Daoist? I'm just stating a fact. I, Zhao Hai, ascended to the world of cultivation less than a year ago. As a dark mage, I, Zhao Hai, have killed countless people. All of my undead were made by me. Does Daoist really think that I, Zhao Hai, am a merciful person? If Daoran kills one of my people, then I will also kill one of them. I asked Daoist priest to reconsider." Then he bowed to Huang Daoran and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai's words were a threat. But whether it was Huang Daoran or the others, they couldn't help but pay attention to Zhao Hai's threat. First, it was because Zhao Hai was a dark mage. In the cultivation realm, dark mages were equivalent to the devil cultivators and ghost cultivators. Such people were ruthless and merciless. If they targeted someone, then they wouldn't have a good time. Second, it was because Zhao Hai was a space-divergent ability user. Moreover, his space-divergent ability was very powerful. If he wants to leave, he can come and go as he pleases. Nobody would be able to do anything to him. In this case, Huang Daoran couldn't help but pay attention to Zhao Hai's words. Another important point was Zhao Hai's strength. After fighting with Zhao Hai for a long time, although Huang Daoran couldn't use all of his strength to deal with Zhao Hai, he still had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Huang Daoran was able to confirm that Zhao Hai was invincible under transcending tribulation. Although the Pink Clouds Pavilion had several transcending tribulation experts, it was still impossible for them to control all of the pavilion's properties. If Zhao Hai wanted to retaliate against the Pink Clouds Pavilion, then it would be very troublesome. Before, Huang Daoran didn't put Zhao Hai in his heart. But now, he was very afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was beyond his imagination. Ordinary nascent soul experts wouldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. Even the nascent soul experts of the Great Sects wouldn't be able to win against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's artifact was too overbearing. It can transform, and it can even change its size. Huang Daoran had never seen such an artifact before. Even the legendary 10,000 transformation staff didn't have such an ability. The 10,000 transformation staff could transform into any weapon, but not to this extent. An ordinary flying sword, a huge airship, and a 9-story tower. How big was the difference between them? The difference was almost 100 times. And yet, Zhao Hai's artifact was able to do this. The most important thing was that this magic artifact could be used separately. Before, Zhao had made more than 1,000 flying swords at once. More than 1,000 flying swords, this number was too amazing. Because of these reasons, Huang Daoran couldn't ignore Zhao Hai's threat. Huang Daoran's expression was ugly as he looked at Zhao Hai. He knew why Zhao Hai wanted to confront him here. First, Zhao Hai didn't want him to destroy the Lock Mountain range. Second, Zhao Hai wanted to show Huang Daoran how strong he was. This would make Huang Daoran wary. Now that Zhao Hai was threatening him, Huang Daoran couldn't help but consider his words. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran calmly. Seeing Huang Daoran's expression change, Zhao Hai said, "I don't have any enmity with Daoran, so why do you have to force me? For Daoran, I, Zhao Hai, am just an insignificant person. I asked Daoran to let me go. How about it?" Zhao Hai's soft words made Huang Daoran stare. This was because Zhao Hai was threatening him, so why did he suddenly speak soft words? After thinking about it, Huang Daoran immediately understood. Zhao Hai was giving him a way out. If Zhao Hai continued to threaten him, then Huang Daoran wouldn't be able to keep his face. But now, Zhao Hai suddenly gave him a way out. If Huang Daoran didn't take it, then it would be hard to say what would happen to Zhao Hai in the future. Perhaps Zhao Hai would turn around and take revenge on the Pink Clouds Pavilion. This wasn't something Huang Daoran wanted to see. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai. He saw Zhao Hai's calm expression. Zhao Hai's originally pale face was slowly recovering. It was now ready, as if he wasn't injured at all. This discovery made Huang Daoran even more surprised at Zhao Hai's strength. He believed that Zhao Hai's pale face wasn't an act. Zhao Hai's body was actually recovering at a rapid pace. This recovery ability really surprised Huang Daoran. Zhao Hai didn't say anything this time. He just calmly looked at Huang Daoran. Seeing Zhao Hai's calm expression, Huang Daoran suddenly laughed and said, "Good. Good. Zhao Hai, this old man has seen a few of the younger generation. You, Zhao Hai, can be considered a top character. It's a pity that you weren't born in the cultivation realm. Otherwise, this old man would have done everything in his power to receive you as a disciple." When Huang Daoran said this, everyone was shocked. Who was Huang Daoran? He was a transcending tribulation expert who was famous in the cultivation realm. Up until now, he only had one disciple, the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, Zhenling. He didn't have any official disciples. One shouldn't think that nascent soul stage and transcending tribulation stage were only one step apart. Many cultivators couldn't take this step in their entire life. Many nascent soul experts were even willing to become a transcending tribulation expert's disciple or servant. They hoped that they could learn something from a transcending tribulation expert. They hoped that one day, they would be able to take that step. However, transcending tribulation experts wanted to increase their strength as soon as possible. They wanted to reach the severed soul stage or immortal stage as soon as possible. They rarely accepted disciples, and even if they did, they were very strict. For Huang Daoran to say such words to Zhao Hai, it could be seen how much he appreciated Zhao Hai. Almost all the cultivators who came to watch the battle looked at Zhao Hai with envy. On the other hand, Yuan and the others were nervously looking at Zhao Hai. It must be known that the temptation of being accepted as a disciple by a transcending tribulation expert was too great for a cultivator. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would become Huang Daoran's disciple. If that happened, Zhao Hai would become a member of the cultivation realm. This meant that they would lose Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran and smiled faintly. Then he bowed and said, "I thank Daoist for his appreciation. But Zhao Hai, as someone from the machine field, it would be inconvenient for me to become Daoist's disciple. Because of this, Zhao Hai can only decline Daoist's good intentions." Huang Daoran's eyes lit up as he said, "So Zhao Hai, you're not opposed to becoming my disciple?" When Zhao Hai heard Huang Daoran, he couldn't help but stare. Huang Daoran's question showed that he was sincere in accepting him as a disciple. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. He thought that Huang Daoran was just being polite before. He didn't expect Huang Daoran to be so serious. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran, he still didn't understand what Huang Daoran meant. He bowed once more and said, "Daoist, this one is from the machine field. This one doesn't want to leave the machine field. Therefore, Daoist's good intentions." Huang Daoran nodded. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to finish, Huang Daoran waved his hand and said, "Who told you to leave the machine field? This old man just wants to accept you as a disciple. I didn't say that you have to join the cultivation realm. You, Zhao Hai, have studied the cultivation realm's cultivation methods. This old man isn't wrong about this. Accepting you as a disciple isn't making things difficult for you, right?" Zhao Hai was puzzled. Why did Huang Daoran want to accept him as a disciple? But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood. If Huang Daoran accepted him as a disciple, then this matter would be resolved perfectly. People in the cultivation realm loved face. Huang Daoran's failure to kill Zhao Hai was already a loss of face. If Zhao Hai retreated this time, then he would lose even more face. When the time comes, Huang Daoran's prestige would also be affected. This wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai repelled Huang Daoran and established his reputation as the #1 expert below transcending tribulation, it would still bring him endless troubles. First of all, Zhao Hai was from the cultivation realm. People in the cultivation realm valued their face more than their lives. Although Zhao Hai forcing Huang Daoran to retreat might seem like a matter between the two of them, but for the cultivation realm, this was a matter of the entire cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was slapping the cultivation realm's face. Because of this, the cultivation realm wouldn't let him off. They would certainly find trouble with him. Besides the cultivation realm, the other realms wouldn't let Zhao Hai off either. This was because Zhao Hai's reputation as the #1 expert below transcending tribulation was the source of all troubles for Huang Daoran. Everyone wanted to kill him and step on his corpse to become famous. This was the biggest worry after becoming famous. But if Huang Daoran accepted Zhao Hai as his disciple, then all of these troubles wouldn't exist. First, Huang Daoran accepted Zhao Hai as his disciple, saving his face. Second, this would give face to the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was the #1 genius of the machine field, but he was accepted as a disciple by Huang Daoran. This would give face to the cultivation realm. So what if you're the #1 genius of the machine field? You're still the disciple of a Daoist master from the cultivation realm. Don't think that the cultivation realm wouldn't think this way. Those arrogant fellows would certainly think this way. And these thoughts would only benefit Zhao Hai. This was because in the eyes of these people, Zhao Hai was already half a member of the cultivation realm. The great sects of the cultivation realm wouldn't come looking for trouble with Zhao Hai. Moreover, because Zhao Hai became Huang Daoran's disciple, he found a good backer. One must know that transcending tribulation experts were considered great experts in the cultivation realm. Those who wanted to deal with Zhao Hai and step on Zhao Hai would need to weigh their own weight. Although the core disciples of the great sects wouldn't care about Huang Daoran's face, this would still reduce a lot of trouble for Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Huang Daoran was actually able to figure out the crux of the matter in such a short time. It can be seen how deep Huang Daoran's mind was. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Daoran and smiled faintly. Then he gave a salute and said, "Zhao Hai greets teacher." When Huang Daoran heard Zhao Hai's response, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, good. Today's situation is special, so we'll keep it simple. Since you've become my disciple, this old man can't be too stingy. I'll give you this as a meeting gift." After saying that, he flipped his hand and took out a stone the size of a human head. This stone was completely green and looked like an ordinary piece of blue stone. It was not eye-catching at all. Zhao Hai quickly flew to Huang Daoran's side. Huang Daoran accepted him as a disciple in front of so many people. Naturally, he wouldn't go back on his words. If he really used this as an excuse to trick Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't be worthy of being a transcending tribulation expert. When Huang Daoran saw that Zhao Hai had dropped his guard and flew over, he became even more satisfied. He placed the stone in Zhao Hai's hand and said, "This is a huge piece of blue stone that Master accidentally obtained many years ago. This stone is very hard, and it naturally has a trace of yang qi. It's a rare treasure. Master's life source artifact, the wordless steel, was refined from this stone. This is the leftover blue stone from refining the wordless steel. Today, Master will give it to you. Today, I'll give it to you." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the blue sunstone to be so precious. He also didn't expect Huang Daoran to be so generous. In his opinion, the relationship between him and Huang Daoran was just a matter of both sides taking what they needed. He didn't expect Huang Daoran to give him such a precious blue sunstone. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. At the same time, Zhao Hai was moved. No matter what reason Huang Daoran had for accepting him as a disciple, Huang Daoran was truly a good master. Zhao Hai bowed to Huang Daoran and said, "Thank you, Master. Master, I also have a gift for you." Some time ago, Disciple went to the soft gold mine and accidentally obtained a piece of soft gold ore. Disciple has no use for it right now, so I'll give it to you. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a piece of soft gold ore appeared in his hand. This piece of soft gold ore was oval-shaped. It was about 1 meter tall and had a diameter of half a meter. Such a large piece of soft gold ore was enough to extract about half a gene of soft gold ore. The price of this ore was very high. Huang Daoran didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a good thing. His eyes flashed with gratification, then he laughed and said, "All right, Master will accept it. Come with me, Master will take you to see someone." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and received all the undead as well as the silverback gold-winged bug. Then he waved his hand to Jia Dingshan and the others. Jia Dingshan nodded, then he led Li Lin and the others to leave. Zhao Hai turned his head to Yuan and Xiongli and said, "Captain Yuan, Brother Xiong, I'll be back with Master. You don't need to worry." Although Yuan and the others wanted to say something, they swallowed their words. In the end, they nodded to Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai turned to Huang Daoran and said, "Master, please." Huang Daoran nodded, then he turned around and flew towards the Cultivation Realm's territory. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind him. It wasn't until this time that the onlookers reacted. Huang Daoran's revenge on Zhao Hai was really full of twists and turns. But in the end, it ended in such a dramatic way that they didn't know how to react. However, when they saw Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran flying towards the Cultivation Realm's territory, there were those who were envious, those who were disdainful, and those who were cursing Zhao Hai for being an idiot. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was just sending himself to the tiger's den. Huang Daoran certainly didn't have good intentions in accepting him as a disciple. Maybe once Zhao Hai enters the Cultivation Realm's territory, he would be besieged by Huang Daoran and the others. Naturally, these people were also jealous. The 10 of them knew that the probability of this happening was almost zero. It was impossible for Huang Daoran to use such a shameless method to deal with Zhao Hai. He was a transcending tribulation expert, he wouldn't do such a thing. To be honest, it wasn't only the onlookers who couldn't react. Even Laura and the others couldn't react. Things changed too quickly. Zhao Hai actually became Huang Daren's disciple. However, Laura and the others were also scheming people. After thinking about it, they immediately understood why Huang Daoran did this. It can be said that this was the best way to deal with the situation. Now that Zhao had taken back the undead, Laura and the others felt a lot more relaxed. Then they began to discuss what to do next. It can be said that Zhao Hai's biggest threat has been removed. But what should he do now? Don't think that becoming Huang Daren's disciple means that everything is fine. In fact, Zhao Hai becoming Huang Daren's disciple meant that there were a lot of troubles. First, there was the machine field. Would the people of the machine field continue to trust Zhao Hai? This was a big problem. After all, Zhao Hai was still a member of the machine field. If the people of the machine field didn't trust him, then it would be difficult for Zhao Hai to establish himself in the machine field in the future. Then what would the people of the cultivation realm think of him? If Zhao Hai continues to be active in the Six Realms battlefield, then he would still be hostile to the cultivation realm. Under such circumstances, how would the people of the cultivation realm view him? This was also a problem. The group discussed but couldn't come to a conclusion. In the end, they could only give up. At this time, Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran had already entered the cultivation realm's half-controlled area. Some of the nascent soul experts of the cultivation realm immediately came forward to greet them. But since they already knew about Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran, they didn't find it strange when they saw Zhao Hai following behind Huang Daoran. They just looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. There was envy, jealousy, and even a trace of admiration. After all, these people knew that if Huang Daoran wasn't helpless against Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. It can be said that everything that Zhao Hai has right now was obtained through his strength. These people weren't stupid enough to follow Zhao Hai's example and challenge other transcending tribulation experts. If they really did that, then they wouldn't even know how they died. It can be said that Zhao Hai's opportunity was something that can't be sought after. If it weren't for various factors, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have become Huang Daren's disciple. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and then gave them a slight bow. Huang Daoran didn't care too much as he led Zhao Hai inside. While flying, he turned to a nascent soul expert and said, "Let's go to my cave residence. Don't disturb me unless I summon you." The nascent soul expert nodded. The person quickly complied and didn't follow. He just looked at Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran as they flew towards the cultivation realm's territory. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with this place. His silver needles had already taken the entire cultivation realm into the space. Aside from some important places like Bloodstone Fort and the Back Mountain, Zhao Hai was able to see everything inside the space at any time. He wasn't curious about the place at all. When Huang Daoran saw this, he couldn't help but think more highly of Zhao Hai. This was the cultivation realm's territory. Zhao Hai had never been here before. Moreover, he always insisted that he was from the machine field, which meant that he was an enemy of the cultivation realm. If a person from the machine field had the opportunity to enter the cultivation realm, they would certainly look left and right. They would want to see as much as they could in order to fight against the machine field in the future. However, Zhao Hai didn't do that. He just kept looking forward, as if this place didn't attract him at all. When Huang Daoran accepted Zhao Hai as his disciple, although he was forced to do so, after accepting Zhao Hai as his disciple, he discovered that Zhao Hai was very much to his liking. Although the two of them knew about this master-disciple relationship, Huang Daoran didn't want to lose face. Therefore, he gave Zhao Hai a piece of green diamond stone. This was a rare material. As long as you find a good person, you can refine it into a good artifact. Zhao Hai obviously didn't want people from the cultivation realm to look down on him. He also didn't want people from the cultivation realm to speak ill of him behind his back. Therefore, he directly gave Huang Daoran a piece of soft gold ore. This was a soft gold ore. To be honest, this soft gold ore was worth more than a piece of green diamond stone. Huang Daoran himself came from the Six Realms battlefield. He knew about the soft gold mines in the Six Realms battlefield. Finding a piece of soft gold ore there wouldn't be any easier than killing Zhao Hai. Besides the Six Realms battlefield, there were also soft gold mines in other places in the world of cultivation. However, these mines were monopolized by major forces. Obtaining soft gold ore from them was harder than ascending to the heavens. Because of this, soft gold ore was very valuable in the world of cultivation. Although Huang Daoran was an earth-attributed cultivator, this didn't mean that he couldn't use soft gold ore. In fact, in order to make a weapon better, a variety of materials were needed. Soft gold ore was a very versatile ore. Because of this, its value was naturally very high. Zhao Hai's actions were exactly what Huang Daoran wanted. More importantly, when he asked Zhao Hai to come with him to the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to agree. This made Huang Daoran's impression of Zhao Hai even better. Although everyone knew that a transcending tribulation expert like Huang Daoran wouldn't use underhanded methods to deal with Zhao Hai was still a rare sight. Most people wouldn't do this. Even if they had the same ability as Zhao Hai, they still wouldn't agree immediately. This was because entering the cultivation realm was like entering a tiger's den. Although Zhao Hai had a spatial divergent ability, who could guarantee that there weren't any spatial divergent ability users in the cultivation realm? However, Zhao Hai still agreed. This wasn't just because of his confidence in his own strength, it was also because of his trust in Huang Daoran. This was another reason why Huang Daoran appreciated Zhao Hai. Before long, the two arrived at Bloodstone Fort. Zhao Hai had already seen Bloodstone Fort in the space. The fort's periphery wasn't a secret place. Therefore, there weren't many defensive formations that the Silver Needles could easily observe. Only the back of the fort was protected by a huge defensive formation, preventing the Silver Needles from probing into the ground. The two didn't stop at Bloodstone Fort. They directly went to the back of the fort and entered Huang Daoran's cave. Upon entering the cave, Huang Daoran led Zhao Hai to the lounge. The lounge was very big. Although it was a cave, there were flowers and grasses planted inside. These flowers and grasses weren't planted for nothing. The flowers were quiet while the grasses were spirit-concentrating grasses. These grasses were very helpful for cultivation. Moreover, there was a small spring inside the lounge. The spring water was cold and clear. From time to time, there would be mist coming out. It made people feel like they were in a fairyland. Besides these natural scenery, there were very few artificial decorations in the lounge. There were only a few praying mats on the ground. It looked very simple. After Huang Daoran led Zhao Hai into the lounge, he pointed to the praying mat and said, "Sit down, don't be polite." Zhao Hai bowed to Huang Daoran and said, "Thank you, master." Then he found a praying mat and sat down. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand as a small jade sword appeared in his hand. Huang Daoran used his hand to cut the sword a few times before it flew out of the cave. Although Zhao Hai hadn't been to the cultivation realm, he still recognized the thing that Huang Daoran took out. This was a jade sword message. It was used for short-distance communication. It was similar to a letter, but its secrecy was much better. Even the computers in the machine field weren't as secure as this jade sword message. The jade sword message had a mental lock on it. Aside from the person who wrote the message and the person who received it, no one else could open the jade sword message and see what was inside. The mental lock on the jade sword message was more sensitive than an ordinary mental lock. If a xenogeniac's mental power tried to enter, it would explode and destroy the contents. Besides self-destruction, the jade sword message could also attach a trace of the owner's spiritual sense to the person who broke the jade sword message. This allowed the owner to easily find the person who broke the jade sword message. Because of this, nobody would touch a jade sword message. After releasing the jade sword message, Huang Daoran turned his head to Zhao Hai. After some time, he said, "Zhao Hai, although I accepted you as a disciple in a hurry, you've already become my disciple. Master will do his best to teach you in the future. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Yes, master. Since this disciple has become master's disciple, I naturally wouldn't lose face. Master can rest assured." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "You should know that master is a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. The pavilion master, Zhenling, is my honorary disciple. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll introduce her to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, thank you master. Master, this is a small thing that disciple made. Please accept it. There's a coordinate transmission formation inside. As long as master presses the button, disciple will know where master is. Then I'll use my spatial ability to rush over and wait for master's orders. Huang Daoran received the small thing that Zhao Hai handed over and looked at it. It looked like a jade pendant. There was a small circular magic formation on it. The magic formation was a button. Pressing it would cause the button to sync. The workmanship was very delicate. Moreover, the jade seemed to have been refined. Huang Daoran was a rogue cultivator, so he learned a bit about refining pills and refining tools. And with his keen eyesight, he could see that Zhao Hai didn't use the machine field's machine to make it. Instead, it was made using refining techniques. This made Huang Daoran surprised. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you also know how to refine tools?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. This disciple has studied refining pills and refining tools. If master needs anything, please don't hesitate to tell me." Huang Daoran waved his hand and didn't say anything else. He just took the jade pendant and looked at it again. At this time, Zhao Hai looked outside the cave. This was because Zhao Hai felt a powerful aura flying towards the cave. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and nodded with satisfaction. Naturally, he knew who it was. It was Feng Beiming, the person he invited. Huang Daoran waved his hand to Zhao Hai and said, "There's no need to be nervous. Master's guest has arrived." After he said that, Huang Daoran stood up. Zhao Hai also stood up. Then the two went to the entrance of the cave residence. Just as the two arrived, Feng Beiming came in from the outside. When Feng Beiming saw Huang Daoran, he laughed and said, "Musclehead, I heard that you received a disciple today?" Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, "Blacksmith, come. Let me introduce you to my disciple, Zhao Hai. This is Feng Beiming, the profound clear sex great elder and a good friend of master's. You can call him Martial Uncle." Zhao Hai stepped forward and respectfully said, "Zhao Hai has seen Martial Uncle." Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai, then he chuckled and said, "Good, Zhao Hai. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect to see you here. Ha ha ha. Good. You're really a talented young man." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he bowed and said, "Martial Uncle is overpraising me." Huang Daoran waved his hand and said, "Let's go in and talk." After he said that, he turned around and walked inside. Zhao Hai stopped and waited for Feng Beiming to pass. Then he followed Feng Beiming. Seeing Zhao Hai's attitude, Feng Beiming secretly nodded. After the three entered the lounge, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming sat down while Zhao Hai stood on the side. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, sit down. There are no outsiders here." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. When Feng Beiming saw Huang Daoran's attitude towards Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He wasn't a fool. After learning about the battle between Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai, he understood what Huang Daoran meant. To be honest, he admired Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran was able to think of many things in a short time. This was beyond his expectations. What made him feel strange was that Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai were getting along very well. They were better than any other master and disciple he had seen in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was very respectful towards Huang Daoran while Huang Daoran seemed to appreciate Zhao Hai. This was something that Feng Beiming to see. Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and understood what he was thinking. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've already accepted me as your master. Today, master will talk to you about the most important thing to do in order to become a transcending tribulation expert." Zhao Hai sat down and listened respectfully. Huang Daoran continued, "To become a transcending tribulation expert, the most important thing is accumulation. However, it's not just accumulation. You need to have a heart that is always moving forward. At the same time, you can't bow and bend your knees just to take a step forward. Otherwise, you will never reach the transcending tribulation stage." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master." Actually, Huang Daoran's words gave people a contradictory feeling. However, Zhao Hai understood what Huang Daoran meant. Feng Beiming also nodded and said, "Right. If you want to reach the transcending tribulation stage, you can't lose your drive. There are some cultivators in the cultivation realm who don't hesitate to become slaves to other transcending tribulation experts in order to reach the transcending tribulation stage. This is the most stupid thing to do. This is because as long as they do this, they will lose their drive. Aside from those who are brave and wise, they can forget about reaching the transcending tribulation stage for the rest of their lives. Huang Daoran nodded and said, "Little Hai, your strength is very good. However, your accumulation isn't enough. Moreover, your temperament needs to be tempered. After a few years, your temperament should be tempered and you should be able to reach the transcending tribulation stage." Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, "Musclehead, Little Hai is now the strongest person under transcending tribulation. Is his accumulation not enough?" Huang Daoran shook his head and said, "It's not enough. Little Hai's strength is good, but the amount of spiritual qi in his body is still lacking. The reason why his attacks are so strong, besides the weapon in his hand, is because Little Hai has condensed his qi into his body. Isn't that right, Little Hai?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master is right. Not only have I condensed evil qi into my body, I've also condensed astral qi into my body. I can now fuse both astral qi and evil qi into my attacks. Because of this, my attacks are strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block Master's attack." Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming looked at each other in surprise. They didn't think that Jiao Hai would be able to condense astral qi and evil qi into his body. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Most importantly, ordinary people wouldn't have such an opportunity. Whether it was astral qi or evil qi, neither of these things were easy. The pain involved was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In addition to perseverance, there was another very important point, and that was to have opportunities. Needless to say, astral qi was present in Yellow Zen Star. Once you enter Yellow Zen Star, you can condense astral qi into your body. However, Yellow Zen Star wasn't a place where astral qi could be condensed into one's body. Aside from the astral wind canyon, condensing astral qi in other places was akin to courting death. Although it wasn't easy to condense astral qi in Yellow Zen Planet, at the very least, one would know a place. On the other hand, evil qi was different. Evil qi wasn't produced in a fixed place. Even if there were one or two places, they would be dominated by the great sects of the cultivation realm. It was impossible for Jiao Hai to go there and condense evil qi into his body. Jiao Hai was able to condense astral qi and evil qi into his body. This opportunity was very good. For cultivators, opportunities were very important. No matter how talented you are, if you miss out on an opportunity, you might not be able to achieve much in your lifetime. Even if your cultivation talent was average, as long as you have an opportunity, your strength would still increase rapidly. It was precisely because of this that the rogue cultivators in the cultivation world liked to do the most. In addition to bringing in income and increasing combat experience, they also liked to try their luck. Why did they use the word try? This was because opportunities weren't something that you could find. For example, if you heard that there were treasures, then remember, don't believe it. It wasn't a trap, it was a trick. You can only rely on luck. Huang Daoran turned to Jiao Hai and said, "Jiao Hai, where did you condense astral qi? Evil qi isn't easy to find. Where did you find it?" Jiao Hai smiled and said, "I condensed astral qi in Yellow Zen Planet. When I participated in the Machine Field 6 Realms beginner competition, I caught up with a group of Sword Pavilion cultivators who were condensing astral qi. I followed them and found a place where astral qi could be condensed. Speaking of this, it's fortunate that I came to the cultivation realm. Hao Dong came to the Machine Field's half-controlled territory to steal some thorny grass and was killed by me. I didn't expect Hao Dong's ancestor to be Hao Sha. At that time, Hao Sha came to me for revenge, but he wasn't my opponent. I joined forces with Jia Dingshan to kill him. After killing Hao Sha, I obtained his crescent moon spade. Then Jiao Hai took out the crescent moon spade. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming knew about the existence of Jiao Hai's crescent moon shovel. This was because they speculated that it was an ancient artifact. Jiao Hai handed the crescent moon shovel to Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran took it and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and said, "It really is an ancient artifact." Then he handed the crescent moon shovel to Feng Beiming. After Feng Beiming looked at it, he nodded and then returned the crescent moon shovel to Jiao Hai. Jiao took the crescent moon spade and said, "At that time, the crescent moon spade didn't look like this. At that time, the crescent moon spade was filled with ghost chi. The spade shaft was made up of bones, and the Buddha image here was a ghost face. It looked like the demonic chi of a devil cultivator. Later on, when I left the crescent moon spade outside to practice, I suddenly felt evil chi enter my body. I was surprised, but at that time, the evil chi had already entered my body, so I had no choice but to practice with all my strength. At that time, the situation was really dangerous, but fortunately, I survived. After I successfully condensed evil chi into my body, the crescent moon spade became like this. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The two didn't think that Zhao Hai would use this method to condense evil chi. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very lucky. If there was a mistake during the process, then Zhao Hai would have died. Feng Beiming looked at the crescent moon shovel and said, "It seems like this crescent moon shovel was originally like this. Someone deliberately used evil chi to change the shape of the crescent moon shovel. Even I can't do this. It should be done by an ancient expert. It seems like this crescent moon shovel is really a treasure." Zhao Hai, how do you feel when you use the crescent moon shovel? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I feel a little powerless. This crescent moon shovel consumes a lot of spiritual energy and spiritual force. With my strength, I can only use it a few times." Feng Beiming nodded and said, "That's right. Ancient artifacts are very powerful and consume a lot of spiritual energy. It's right that you can't use it. It seems like your master's words are true. You don't have enough accumulation." Zhao Hai nodded. Huang Daoran waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Zhao Hai, you should know what you need to do in the next few years. Blacksmith, I've received such a good disciple. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Zhao Hai didn't expect Huang Daoran to suddenly change the topic. However, Feng Beiming was very calm. He laughed and said, "I knew that you wouldn't let me off. Fortunately, I was prepared. Here, I'll give this to you." After he said that, Feng Beiming waved his hand as a bamboo whip appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai quickly received it. Feng Beiming smiled and said, "This is the purple jade bamboo's whip. If you have a suitable place, you can plant it. Don't look at how long this whip has been in the soil. I've been keeping it in a jade box, so it's still alive. If you can grow it, then not only would you have a weapon, you would also have a bodyguard." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai looked at the humble bamboo whip in his hand. He didn't expect it to be a purple jade bamboo whip. Purple jade exquisite bamboo was one of the most famous wood attribute materials in the cultivation world. It was not easy for this bamboo to grow. Every 100 years, it would grow a section. The bamboo looked like purple jade, and it was born with holes. When the wind blew through, it sounded like a flute. It was born with a sound attack effect. Magic treasures refined from this bamboo were not only incomparably tough, but also born with a sound attack effect. However, the cultivation of this bamboo wasn't easy. The exquisite violet jade bamboo had very high requirements for its growth environment. The concentration of spiritual energy needed to be very high, and the environment needed to be very good. If the environment didn't meet his requirements, then the exquisite violet jade bamboo wouldn't grow. Note that it wouldn't grow, it wouldn't die. Although the purple jade bamboo's requirements for growing were very high, the bamboo whip's vitality was very strong. If the environment wasn't good, then the bamboo whip would hibernate like an animal, hiding its vitality inside the bamboo whip. It was precisely because of this that the violet jade bamboo's bamboo whip had a very strong vitality. It was a rare medicine, an excellent ingredient to refine medicine for injuries. Feng Beiming gave the bamboo whip to Zhao Hai so that Zhao Hai could try growing it. He was only joking. In fact, he wanted Zhao Hai to use the purple jade bamboo's bamboo whip to make potions for when he gets injured. However, Feng Beiming didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a heaven-defying existence like the space. Not to mention the exquisite violet jade bamboo, the space could even grow spiritual roots. Needless to say, the exquisite violet jade bamboo could also be grown. For Zhao Hai, this gift was too good. Zhao Hai looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Thank you, martial uncle. This gift is too precious." Feng Beiming nodded and said, "Thank you." Feng Beiming chuckled and waved his hand. This purple jade bamboo whip was given to him by one of his disciples. He was just giving it away, there was no need for him to feel distressed. Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Good, this gift is very good. Little Hai, when you go back, refine it into medicine. This thing's requirements for growing are too high. I'm afraid you won't be able to grow it. Refining it into medicine might save your life. As for the green diamond stone, find someone to refine it into an artifact. If you can't find someone, then have your martial uncle Feng refine it for you." Feng Beiming stared, then he looked at Huang Daoran and said, "Good. Musclehead, you're really generous. You even gave Zhao Hai the green diamond stone. I've asked you for it several times, but you wouldn't give it to me. You old miser." Huang Daoran didn't mind, he looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, if you take out another jar of spirit wine, then I'll give you something good. It's definitely better than the green diamond stone." When Feng Beiming heard Huang Daoran, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Huang Daoran and said, "You're not joking with me? What good thing is better than the green diamond stone?" Huang Daoran smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I promise I won't lie to you." Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran, then he clenched his teeth and said, "All right, I'll do as you say." Then he turned his hand and took out another jar of spirit wine. He put it on the ground with a pained expression on his face. Then he took out 3 jade cups. Huang Daoran smiled, then he took out the soft gold ore and placed it on the ground. When Feng Beiming saw the soft gold ore, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face lit up as he said, "Soft gold ore? It's that big? Great. Musclehead, where did you get it?" Huang Daoran smiled faintly, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai gave it to me. Don't use it all. After you refine the soft gold ore, leave some for me and Zhao Hai." Feng Beiming quickly received the soft gold ore. Then he smiled and said, "No problem. Rest assured, if you want to refine something, just tell me." Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and couldn't help but smile. Then he picked up a jade cup and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, have a taste. This is spirit wine. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to drink it." Zhao Hai nodded. He was very curious about the spirit wine of the cultivation realm. He had heard about it from Jingli before. This was his first time drinking it. Zhao picked up the jade cup and took a sip. Then he couldn't help but frown as he looked at the wine in the cup. In his opinion, this wine wasn't very good. The way it was made was too rough, and the taste wasn't very good. However, the spiritual qi inside was still sufficient. It was better than the ordinary wine produced in the space, but compared to the best wine produced in the space, it was a lot worse, and the taste couldn't be compared at all. Zhao Hai put down the cup and said, "Master, is this the spirit wine of the cultivation realm?" Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Right, this is the spirit wine produced by the cultivation realm. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to drink it. This spirit wine doesn't have any impurities. It even has spiritual qi inside. What's wrong? You don't like it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he waved his hand and took out a bottle of medium-grade spirit wine from the space. Then he poured some spirit wine into the jade cup and handed it to Huang Daoran, "Master, try my wine." Huang Daoran nodded, then he said, "Master, try my wine." While Zhao Hai was doing this, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming were looking at him. When they saw Zhao Hai handing over the spirit wine, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. However, Huang Daoran still took the cup from Zhao Hai and smelled it. After smelling it, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he gently took a sip. His eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. Then he drank the entire cup in one gulp. After drinking the wine, Huang Daoran held the cup with his mouth closed. His face had an intoxicated expression as he didn't move for a long time. Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and couldn't help but be curious. He drank the wine in one gulp and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Give me a cup as well. I want to see how good your wine is. You actually looked down on my spirit wine." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he poured a cup for Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming also smelled the wine before drinking it in one gulp. Then he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the wine for a long time. After some time, Feng Beiming put down his glass and let out a long sigh. Then he said, "Good wine, it's really good wine. No wonder you don't like my wine. If I drank this wine, then I wouldn't like mine either." Feng Beiming nodded. At this time, Huang Daoran also put down his cup. Then he turned to look at the bottle in Zhao Hai's hand and said, "Little Hai, where did you get this wine?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he poured another cup for the two. Then he smiled and said, "I brewed this wine myself. Master, you can drink as much as you want. You don't need to worry." After pouring the wine for the two, Zhao Hai took out several plates of light tea and placed them on the ground. Then he took out 3 pairs of jade chopsticks and placed 3 small plates on the ground. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming stared blankly at Zhao Hai's actions. Cultivators don't eat, they only eat fasting pills. The two couldn't remember the last time they ate. It seems to be when they were rogue cultivators and apprentices. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "Master, martial uncle, have a taste. These dishes are pretty good." Huang Daoran nodded. Then he picked up the jade chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes shone as he said, "These dishes have spiritual qi? Moreover, I don't feel any toxins. How is this possible?" "Little Hai, where did you get these dishes?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I planted it myself. I got a planet from the machine field that nobody wanted. Then I transformed it and planted some vegetables." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I planted it myself." Huang Daoran put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhao Hai with a gloomy expression as he said, "Little Hai, we cultivators must be pure of heart and few desires. We can't be greedy for pleasure. If you can grow these vegetables, then why don't you use them to grow medicinal herbs? That way, you will be able to obtain a large number of medicinal pills for cultivation, and your strength will increase even faster." Feng Beiming nodded as well. Huang Daoran's words echoed the thoughts of all cultivators. Almost all cultivators were thinking the same thing. "I rarely eat pills for cultivation. I don't even use potions from the machine field. I only use them when I'm injured. Eating these dishes and drinking wine has the same effect as eating pills. Moreover, some pills are too strong. It takes a long time to refine them. This is equivalent to wasting a lot of time. Eating these dishes is the same as eating 3 meals a day. After eating, I still have a lot of time to cultivate. Besides cultivating my spiritual qi, I can also practice my demon formation technique and familiarize myself with the use of weapons. Isn't this good?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I don't have much time left. I can eat 3 meals a day. After eating, I still have a lot of time to cultivate. Besides cultivating my spiritual qi, I can also practice my demon formation technique as well as familiarize myself with the use of weapons. Isn't this good? Isn't this good?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming didn't know what to say. It must be said that Zhao Hai was greedy for food. The things he ate contained spiritual qi, which was very beneficial to cultivation. The reason why cultivators don't eat was because eating would produce toxins in their bodies. However, the things that Zhao Hai ate didn't produce toxins. If one could eat good food and cultivate at the same time, then only fools would eat fasting pills. Feng Beiming nodded, then he took a bite of the dish and said, "Little Hai is right. This dish is very good. If I can eat it every day, it would be a good thing. It's a pity that not everyone can eat it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Master, I have a lot of spirit wine here. Besides drinking it myself, I can also buy it in large quantities." "Master, aren't you a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion? Do you think people would buy it if you sell it in the pavilion?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Daoran couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Do you really have a lot of this wine?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have as many as you want. Actually, this is just one type of wine. I have a lot of other types of wine. Moreover, this wine isn't the highest grade that I have. I have a lot more than this wine." Without waiting for Huang Daoran to speak, Feng Beiming said, "You have better wine? Good boy, you'd better take it out. Quick, take it out and let me have a taste." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he took out a bottle of wine and handed it over to Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming received the bottle and immediately opened it. He poured himself a cup and drank it. Then he said with an intoxicated expression, "Good wine, this is really good wine. Heavens, can the things I drank before be called wine?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he took out a bottle of wine and handed it over to Feng Beiming. Huang Daoran didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai. Instead, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you really want to sell this wine in the Pink Clouds Pavilion? If you bring this wine to the cultivation realm, it would definitely sell well. But why do you want to bring it to the cultivation realm? I believe that this wine will sell even better in the machine field. If I sell a large amount of this wine in the machine field, then it would have a huge impact on the machine field's liquor market. This would cause a strong backlash in the machine field. When that time comes, it would be even more difficult for me to gain a foothold in the machine field. But the cultivation realm is different. In the cultivation realm, spirit wine isn't sold outside. There's no such thing in the market. Therefore, if I sell this wine, then I wouldn't have a conflict with anyone. And to be honest, Master, I don't plan to sell this wine in large quantities in the cultivation realm. It's not because of the quantity, but because of the rarity. If I sell a large amount of this wine, then the price would rise and the great sects would be jealous. When that time comes, whether it's you, me, or the Pink Clouds Pavilion, it wouldn't be a good thing." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "I didn't expect you to think this far. But Little Hai, you don't have to worry about not being able to gain a foothold in the machine field. At worst, you can just follow me to the cultivation realm. What are you afraid of?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, Master, I haven't thought about going to the cultivation realm. In the machine field, with my strength, I can walk sideways. But if I go to the cultivation realm, what would I be?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Not to mention me, even Master, weren't you forced by those big sects to deal with me? The machine field is very beneficial to my development. I want to establish my own force in the machine field. Only then would I be able to cultivate better." Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming were silent. The two of them started out as rogue cultivators and reached their current status. They knew how important it was for a cultivator to have a force. A lot of resources used by cultivators could be easily obtained from great sects. But for rogue cultivators, these things were something they yearned for but couldn't obtain. However, the two didn't expect Zhao Hai to emphasize that he was from the machine field because of this. Huang Daoran sighed and said, "Good, Little Hai, you're really good. No wonder you can reach this step in such a short time. To be honest, Master isn't as good as you. You can rest assured about the spirit wine, Master can guarantee it. But Master wants to discuss with you. Your martial uncle Feng is also here. If you want to buy spirit wine from the cultivation realm, you can't rely on the Pink Clouds Pavilion alone. It's best if you go through Uncle Feng and get Xianxia school." Zhao Hai and Feng Beiming stared. Zhao Hai didn't think of this point. Feng Beiming didn't expect Huang Daoran to say this. However, their eyes lit up. This was a good thing for them. Even for Xianxia school, this was a good thing. What kind of business was the most profitable? Naturally, it was a unique business. For the people of the cultivation world, the spirit wine business was a unique business. The reason why the machine field didn't produce spirit wine was very simple. In order to produce spirit wine, one needed spirit rice. However, spirit rice wasn't something that could be grown everywhere. It can be said that growing spirit rice wasn't any less expensive than growing spirit herbs. On the other hand, not all lands in the cultivation realm could grow spirit herbs. Although commoners in the cultivation realm grew spirit herbs, these spirit herbs were only common goods that could be found in the market. They weren't good things at all. Rice grown in such lands couldn't be called spirit rice. Naturally, there was no way to make spirit wine. In the eyes of the cultivators, it was too wasteful to use good spiritual fields to grow spiritual rice that could only be used for food and wine. With such good spiritual fields, it would be better to grow spiritual herbs. After the spiritual herbs were grown, they could be refined into medicinal pills to increase one's cultivation. Because of this, the spirit wine produced in the cultivation realm was very limited. And these spirit wines weren't sold to the public. Most of them were kept by the great sects for their own use. If spirit wines suddenly appeared in the market at this time, then whether it was great sects or rogue cultivators, they would surely be moved. Although Huang Daoran and the others said that cultivators should be pure of heart and few desires, there were very few people who could achieve this. A lot of cultivators actually liked to enjoy themselves. Otherwise, there would be no market for spirit wine in the cultivation realm. The main reason why spirit wine was so popular in the cultivation realm was because cultivators wanted to enjoy themselves. In the past, they didn't enjoy themselves because they didn't have the conditions. In order to cultivate, they could only eat unpalatable fasting pills. One could imagine, under such circumstances, what kind of scene would it be if the spirit wine was listed in the cultivation world? Those cultivators in the cultivation world who had a bit of money would probably buy a few pots to pass the time, and this number was quite shocking. Even Feng Beiming, who didn't know much about business, was able to calculate how much profit such a business would bring. However, if this business was only controlled by Zhao Hai and the Pink Clouds Pavilion, then it wouldn't be a good thing. The Pink Clouds Pavilion's strength was good, but it was just a merchant group. Moreover, it wasn't very united. Even if a merchant group was strong, it couldn't be compared to the great sects. The cake was too big for them to swallow. On the other hand, the Profound Clear sect was one of the few great sects in the cultivation realm. A great sect like this wasn't something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Only a great sect like this was qualified to do business. However, the Profound Clear sect didn't have the sales channels of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. They also didn't have a source of goods. The only thing the Profound Clear sect could do was to take a piece of the cake and become the patron saint of this business. Although this would affect the interests of Zhao Hai and the Pink Clouds Pavilion, being able to form a relationship with a great sect was a good thing for both Zhao Hai and the Pink Clouds Pavilion. This would save them a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai gave a salute to Huang Daoran and said, "Master is very thoughtful. Martial uncle, what do you think about this matter?" At this time, Feng Beiming also put down his wine glass. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "I think it's feasible. The Profound Clear sect doesn't need to pay any price in order to gain a lot of benefits. Alright, I'll return to the sect after some time and tell them about this. Musclehead, you should also go back and tell Zhenling about this. Tell her to be happy. I heard that the Pink Clouds Pavilion hasn't been peaceful recently. Those fellows seem to be on the verge of making a move." Huang Daoran coldly snorted and said, "What a bunch of idiots. Why do you care about him? This time, you need to tell your sect that you're cooperating with me, Zhao Hai, and that Jin girl. If the other sects want to join in, then they can't. If they do, then you need to take care of them for me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Upon hearing Huang Daoran, Feng Beiming stared for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Musclehead, you're actually scheming against me. Alright, rest assured, I'll take care of this matter. To be honest, you shouldn't have been polite with them these past few years. You should have let them think that you're easy to bully." Huang Daoran forced a smile and said, "It's not that I don't want to be tyrannical. It's just that those sects have transcending tribulation experts behind them. If they really cause trouble, then the Pink Clouds Pavilion might be torn apart. Therefore, I've been enduring for the past few years. Although we're good friends, if I asked you to make a move, then the Profound Clear sect would have been affected." Feng Beiming nodded, then he sighed and said, "It's true that we've succeeded in transcending our tribulations. Everyone is envious of us. But now, we're even less free. As long as we make a move, we'll attract the attention of everyone in the world. This feeling is really unpleasant." Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, "I'm better off. I'm just a guest elder. I'm still a rogue cultivator. But you're different. You're a great elder of the Profound Clear sect. Every move you make represents the Profound Clear sect. Naturally, you'll attract the attention of everyone in the world." Feng Beiming angrily scolded. Then he took another sip of wine. In fact, he was very depressed. There were a lot of benefits to being in a great sect. However, there were also a lot of rules. Although he was now a great elder, the number of people who could control him could be counted on one hand. However, he found that no matter where he went, he would become the center of attention. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Huang Daoran turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, after this matter is settled, you can discuss it with Zhenling. I don't care about the specifics. When I return to my cave residence, you should also go there. If you need anything in the future, you can find me there. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Master, I still have a lot of things to deal with in the Lock Mountain range. I need to go back and take care of them. I won't be sending you off. Right, you and Martial Uncle can drink these first. If it's not enough, just tell me. Then he took out several large jugs. These jugs were filled with the space's best liquor. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming weren't polite as they received 5 jugs each. Huang Daoran nodded and said, Alright, you can go back first. I don't want those fellows from the machine field to think that I took you away. Right, when you're done with your planet, let me and your martial uncle take a look. Feng Beiming nodded and said, Alright, you can go back first. I don't want those fellows from the machine field to think that I took you away. Zhao Hai nodded. Then his body slowly disappeared from Huang Daoran's cave residence. After Zhao Hai disappeared, Feng Beiming sighed and said, Musclehead, you're blessed. Your disciple isn't an ordinary person. To be able to reach this point in a short period of time isn't an easy thing to do. Moreover, I can see that he's not in a hurry. His future achievements are limitless. Moreover, he seems to be a very sentimental person. As long as you don't go too far, you should be able to reap benefits in the future. I really envy you for having such a disciple. Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, This is called a blessing in disguise. I'll do my best to help Zhao Hai transcend his tribulation. Whether it's me or the Pink Clouds Pavilion, it'll be good for both of us. Feng Beiming nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, He's still at the nascent soul stage. If he succeeds in transcending his tribulation, then I don't know what would happen. Perhaps the world of cultivation would change because of him. Feng Beiming nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, He's at the nascent soul stage. Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and said, Blacksmith, aren't you overestimating him? After all, he's just one person. What can he do? Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, One person? Don't forget, he's preparing to establish his own force. If he succeeds, then who knows what the consequences will be. You shouldn't underestimate a person's strength. Huang Daoran was silent. He discovered that he still underestimated Zhao Hai. How long did it take for Zhao Hai to reach this point? A year. What was a year to a cultivator? Some cultivators would go into seclusion for a year or even a few years. But what about Zhao Hai? In just a year, he became a young expert that attracted the attention of the entire continent. He also had a planet in his hand. Moreover, the Lock Mountain range also treated him as one of their own. Faintly, his influence in the machine field was about to be established. Huang Daoran wasn't a fool. He had stayed in the 6 realms battlefield before. He knew that no matter which realm, the people in the 6 realms battlefield weren't fixed. They would rotate. Naturally, the machine field was no exception. Moreover, he knew that the people that the machine field placed in the 6 realms battlefield were the core members of great clans. Now that Zhao Hai was regarded as one of their own, it was equivalent to having a huge network of connections. This network might not seem like much in normal times, but when Zhao Hai wanted to establish his own force, the power of this network would be unimaginable. Moreover, Zhao Hai had made a name for himself in the 6 realms newcomer competition. And with the recent battles with Zhao Hai, as long as Zhao Hai establishes his force, there would be a lot of people following him. Moreover, Zhao Hai had the Ashley family behind him. Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the Ashley family. The Ashley family would certainly help Zhao Hai. Additionally, Zhao Hai had a planet as his base. He could also get a lot of money by selling spirit wine. Moreover, he was doing business with the cultivation realm. He could get a lot of materials from the cultivation realm. Carefully calculating, Zhao Hai already had all the conditions to establish his own force. If he really wanted to establish his own force, nobody would be able to stop him. After thinking about this, Huang Daoran couldn't help but let out a long breath, then he said, Right, I really underestimated this person's strength, especially Little Hai. Those who underestimate him will suffer losses in the end, including me. If he really manages to establish his own force, then he wouldn't be underestimated. Fortunately, he's now my disciple, not my enemy. Ha ha ha. It seems like when this person's luck comes, nobody can stop him. Huang Daoran nodded, then he said, ha ha ha. Feng Beiming gave Huang Daoran a blank look. Then he poured some spirit wine into his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he said, Musclehead, have you thought about bringing Jin Girl and Zhao Hai together? Huang Daoran's eyes shone, but he didn't say anything. He just silently poured another cup of spirit wine into his mouth. Yuan was restlessly pacing back and forth in the conference room. There were also a lot of people in the room. These people were captains of the Lock Mountain Range. They were the ones who went to support Zhao Hai. But they didn't expect Zhao Hai to solve the problem by himself. Moreover, Zhao Hai even became Huang Daoran's disciple. Now that Zhao Hai followed Huang Daoran to the cultivation realm, Yuan and the others were even more worried. They weren't worried that Huang Daoran would do anything to Zhao Hai. Huang Daoran accepted Zhao Hai as his disciple in front of so many people. If he were to deal with Zhao Hai at this time, then Yuan and the others wouldn't have the face to stay in the world of cultivation. What Yuan and the others were worried about was that Zhao Hai wouldn't return to the Lock Mountain Range in the future. Everyone could see that the cultivation realm was much better for cultivators. Moreover, Zhao Hai had Huang Daoran as his backer. If it were them, then they would also turn to the cultivation realm and not return to the machine field. If Zhao Hai made the same choice, then Yuan wouldn't say anything. After all, it was every man for himself. But for the machine field, this would be a huge blow. Not only would they lose Zhao Hai, it would also be a blow to all cultivators in the machine field. At this time, Zhao Hai was the banner of all cultivators in the machine field. If Zhao Hai turned to the cultivation realm, then countless cultivators in the machine field would think that there was no future in the machine field. After all, didn't someone as strong as Zhao Hai leave the machine field in the end? At that time, countless cultivators would think of ways to leave the machine field. This would be a huge blow to the machine field. Although the machine field's main fighting strength was battleships and mechas, cultivators were also a force that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, there were a lot of cultivators in the machine field. After all, the world of cultivation was a world of cultivators. Even if the machine field wasn't a place that focused on cultivators, there were still cultivators everywhere. If everyone lost confidence in the machine field, then the machine field would be finished. However, he couldn't stop this. This was because he knew that Huang Daoran wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was a transcending tribulation expert. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then who knows what would happen to the Lock Mountain Range. Looking at Yuan's appearance, Lu Zhen sighed and said, Old Yuan, stop walking around. If Zhao Hai really wants to leave, then you wouldn't be able to stop him. Yuan paused for a moment, then he walked towards the conference room and loudly said, Xianxia, you guys come here. Not long after his voice fell, Xianxia and the others arrived at the conference room. Yuan stood there as he looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, tell me the truth. With your understanding of Zhao Hai, do you think that Zhao Hai will come back? As soon as Xianxia heard Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Lu Dingtian and the others, then he laughed and said, So Captain is worried about this? Don't worry, little Hai will definitely come back. He definitely will. Hearing Xianxia, Yuan couldn't help but stare. He looked at Xianxia and asked, Why are you so sure? Xianxia smiled faintly and said, It's because of my understanding of little Hai. When little Hai became Huang Daoran's disciple, he was forced by the situation. Little Hai already gave in at that time. He didn't want to be too rigid with the cultivation realm. That wouldn't be good for the machine field. At the same time, Huang Daoran wanted to keep his face, so he wanted to accept little Hai as a disciple. For the sake of the machine field, little Hai naturally agreed. This time, little Hai went to the cultivation realm's territory to eliminate Huang Daoran's feelings. I believe he will return soon. Yuan turned silent. After some time, he let out a long breath and muttered, I hope so. The conference room fell into silence once again. Seeing this, Xianxia winked at Lu Dingtian and the others before he turned around and left the room. Outside, the group found a place to sit down. Then Xianxia opened his mouth and said, They still don't believe in Zhao Hai. If it weren't for the machine field, then with Zhao Hai's strength, why would he become Huang Daoran's disciple? If Zhao Hai didn't become Huang Daoran's disciple, then Huang Daoran wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Li Kuangren smiled and said, they don't understand Zhao Hai. You can't blame them. In their eyes, the cultivation realm is a good place to cultivate. The spiritual chi here is rich. They didn't think that Zhao Hai already has the endless sand island. There's no need for him to go to the cultivation realm. Dongfang Yu nodded and said, nobody expected Zhao Hai to be this strong. Even Huang Daoran couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't use his spatial ability this time and just fought Huang Daoran head-on. But the final result was like this. The group nodded. Before, Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength. But now that he did, it was enough to shock everyone. While the group was talking, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared in the fort. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Xiongli and the others stared. Then cheers were heard all around. Then Zhao Hai immediately surrounded the group. The cheers also alarmed Yuan and the others. When they came out of the conference room, they saw Zhao Hai standing in the middle of the group. Yuan's tense heart finally relaxed. He looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, I didn't expect him to come back. Good, good. Lu Zhen and the others also relaxed. Then they looked at Zhao Hai who was chatting with everyone. Lu Zhen smiled and said, with him here, who would dare to look down on the machine field in the future? Everyone laughed. They were very happy today. This was because the machine field had a transcending tribulation expert. For the Lock Mountain range as well as the machine field, this was a very important matter. After some time, everyone calmed down. Then Zhao Hai left and entered the conference room with Yuan and the others. Upon entering the conference room, Yuan immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, how was it? Did you really go to the cultivation realm's domain? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course I did. I also went to Master's cave residence. To be honest, the cave residence was very beautiful. It was specially prepared for transcending tribulation experts by the cultivation realm. The spiritual chi inside was very abundant. Yuan nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, what are you going to do in the future? Have you really decided to take Huang Daoran as your master? Zhao Hai smiled and said, haven't I already taken him as my master? What's there to think about? Huang Daoran will be my master in the future. But this doesn't affect my attitude towards the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, there are many battles between cultivators. It won't affect me. Yuan nodded. He knew that even if Zhao Hai didn't want to recognize Huang Daoran as his master, it would be impossible for him to do so. If he doesn't recognize Huang Daoran as his master in front of so many people, then he would be deceiving his master. At that time, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to mix with the world of cultivation anymore. The world of cultivation would have a better excuse to deal with him. Yuan sighed and said, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. But this is also good. Kid, you found yourself a powerful backer. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Lu Zhen replied, but little Hai, you still need to be careful in the next few days. I think those old fogies will certainly send people to look for you. It's impossible for them to cause trouble for you, and they wouldn't dare. However, it's possible that they'll use your relationship to get some things from the cultivation realm. You shouldn't agree so easily. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head to Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, Zhao Hai, don't forget that Huang Daoran is a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. He has a high status in the Pink Clouds Pavilion. What kind of place is the Pink Clouds Pavilion? They're a famous merchant group in the cultivation realm. Every year, the machine field imports large quantities of goods from the cultivation realm. However, the tariffs are very heavy. Moreover, there are some things that the cultivation realm prohibits from being sold to the machine field. Now that you've established a connection with Huang Daoran, it would be strange if those old fogies didn't want you to contribute. But it's best if you don't agree to this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for you and the Pink Clouds Pavilion. The cultivation realm's great sects might come to deal with you. Zhao Hai nodded. Although he wanted to do business with the Pink Clouds Pavilion, he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on the Pink Clouds Pavilion. This time, Huang Daoran's matter had already made the cultivation realm's great sects dissatisfied with him. If he were to use the Pink Clouds Pavilion to get a large quantity of prohibited goods, then the cultivation realm's great sects wouldn't let him off. Lu Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't need to care about what those old fogies are thinking. Little Hai, you're a member of the Lock Mountain Range, we're your backing. Additionally, you have a Taoist master from the cultivation realm, so those old fogies wouldn't dare to move against you. Therefore, you don't need to be polite with them. If the great sects of the cultivation realm were to come after you, then the Lock Mountain Range would be out of luck. For the sake of your brothers, you can't agree to the request of those old fogies. I'm afraid that those old fogies have already sent people after you. Just remember this." Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he said, "Captain Liu, if I don't agree, will those old fogies transfer me away from the Lock Mountain Range? Although I can freely enter and leave the Lock Mountain Range, it would still be troublesome if the government announced that they wanted to transfer me away." Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're here. Don't forget about the existence of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance. If they really want to transfer you away, then we'll come forward." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'm relieved. Actually, I can still get some things from the cultivation realm in the future. But I can't do that right now. First, I haven't been in contact with the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Although Master is a guest elder of the pavilion, he's not the pavilion master. Moreover, the cultivation realm is currently on high alert. Because of this, I can't have too much contact with the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Otherwise, the cultivation realm would be vigilant." Yuan nodded and said, "Little Hai, you should avoid contact with people from the cultivation realm in the future. They might not necessarily have good intentions towards you. Although you've become Huang Daoran's disciple, Huang Daoran is just a rogue cultivator. He doesn't have any influence in the cultivation realm. The great sects are the ones that hold sway in the cultivation realm. Huang Daoran coming to the Six Realms battlefield to deal with you might have the shadow of a great sect behind him. Although Huang Daoran accepting you as a disciple would make the cultivation realm lose face, the great sects might not necessarily think that accepting you as a disciple would make them lose face. After your master returns, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, you need to be careful during this time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "There shouldn't be any problems. You might not know, but Master and Xianxia School's Grand Elder, Feng Beiming are good friends. With Feng Beiming here, Master shouldn't have any problems." Yuan stared, then his spirit shook as he said, "So Huang Daoran is friends with Feng Beiming. I've never heard of this before. With Feng Beiming behind him, Huang Daoran should be fine. The Profound Qing sect is a great sect in the cultivation realm. Nobody would dare offend them." Zhao Hai nodded. Lu Zhen smiled and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. In any case, Little Hai is still a member of the machine field. This is a good thing. Not only did Little Hai get rid of his enemy, but he also became a disciple of a great sect. With so many good things added together, shouldn't we celebrate? Old Yuan, hurry up and get ready. Everyone must have a good drink today." Yuan laughed and said, "You're thinking about Little Hai's bars? Alright, since we're happy today, we should have a good drink. Little Hai, you do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, no problem. Leave it to me." After he said that, Zhao Hai walked out and took out several jars of wine. Yuan immediately prepared the food and drinks. Everyone was also very happy. The Lock Mountain Range had been tense all this time. In order to guard against Huang Daoran's attack, everyone's spirits had been strained. Now that Huang Daoran became Zhao Hai's master, the Lock Mountain Range didn't suffer any losses. How could everyone not be happy? Naturally, they needed to vent their emotions. Moreover, for the people in the Lock Mountain Range, what made them even happier was that Zhao Hai managed to block Huang Daoran's attack and even became his disciple. They knew how Zhao Hai became his disciple. This was equivalent to Huang Daoran being forced to accept Zhao Hai as his disciple. This made them very happy. The people in the Lock Mountain Range were very united. In their minds, Zhao Hai's victory was their victory. For Zhao Hai to become Huang Daoran's disciple, they were also very happy. And with Zhao Hai winning glory for the Lock Mountain Range and the machine field, it was natural for them to celebrate. As a result, nobody in Yuan's camp was able to stand. Everyone was drunk. Sure enough, just as Lu Zhen expected, the day after Zhao Hai's battle, the machine field's higher-ups sent someone to look for Zhao Hai. This time, the person they sent wasn't a young guy. The person they sent was the Fire God's Temple's bishop, Ma Fenglei. Ma Fenglei had some contact with Zhao Hai before, so he was a familiar face. Zhao Hai's impression of this person was very good. It seems like the machine field really put a lot of effort in sending Ma Fenglei. Ma Fenglei didn't come alone. Accompanying Ma Fenglei was another acquaintance of Zhao Hai. It was Ma Rulong, the captain of the Six Realms newcomer competition. He accompanied Ma Fenglei to the Six Realms battlefield for Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai drank a lot yesterday, when he returned to the space, he immediately drank a lot of spatial water. Because of this, he woke up early today and took a stroll around the fort. When he returned, he saw that Ma Fenglei and Ma Rulong were already there. The two were currently standing on the fort's walls, chatting with Yuan, Lu Zhen, and the others. Seeing Zhao Hai return, the group immediately went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai saw the group and gave a salute. Ma Fenglei and Ma Rulong also returned the salute. Although Zhao Hai didn't have any official status in the machine field, nobody in the machine field dared to underestimate him. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Fenglei and Ma Rulong and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "I didn't expect Bishop Ma and Captain to come this time." "Hee, what orders do you have?" Ma Fenglei laughed and said, "What orders can they have? They wouldn't dare give you any. But Zhao Hai, you've done well. You brought the machine field a lot of face." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Bishop, you're too kind. Let's go in and talk." Everyone surrounded Zhao Hai as they entered the fort's conference room. Then Yuan and the others tactfully left. Only Ma Fenglei, Ma Rulong, and Zhao Hai were left in the room. After the three sat down, Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Zhao Hai, I didn't think that your strength would reach this level. You're amazing, I can't help but praise you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have to thank you, Captain. If you didn't send me to the Six Realms battlefield, then my strength wouldn't have improved so quickly." "Captain, why did you come here this time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Ma Rulong smiled and said, "What else could it be? The higher-ups are here to reward you. They've decided to make you the Supreme Elder of the machine field in the Six Realms battlefield. You can ask about the matters of the Six Realms battlefield. But the higher-ups also said that you're too strong. The other realms have already protested. You can no longer go out and hunt. You can only stay in the machine field's territory like those transcending tribulation experts." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "Isn't this a bit too much? I'm still at the nascent soul stage. Why can't I go out and hunt?" Ma Fenglei looked at Zhao Hai with a bitter expression as he said, "Zhao Hai, you don't feel guilty saying this. Who is Huang Daoran? He's a veteran crossing calamity stage powerhouse in the world of cultivators. He's famous in the world of cultivators. Even such a person can't do anything to you. If you go out and hunt casually, how can the people of the other realms survive?" When he heard Ma Fenglei, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, "It's fine if you don't go out and hunt. But if anyone dares to cause trouble in the Lock Mountain range, then don't blame me for being impolite." Ma Fenglei nodded and said, "That's natural. This is also something that the other realms agreed upon. If there really are people coming to the Lock Mountain range to cause trouble, then you don't need to be lenient. Little Hai, the higher-ups have no other choice." This time, the people from the other realms came together to protest, so the higher-ups couldn't resist. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm aware of the difficulties of the higher-ups. To be honest, with my current strength, going out to hunt is indeed bullying. Forget it, I'm just a Supreme Elder. I can go in and out of the Six Realms battlefield at any time. The higher-ups should know this, so they won't stop me, right?" Ma Rulong forced a smile and said, "They can't stop you even if they want to. Rest assured, the higher-ups said that you can go in and out of the Six Realms battlefield at any time. Nobody will stop you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Besides this, is there anything else?" Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, you've already worshipped Huang Daoran as your master. Huang Daoran is also a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Can you use this relationship to get something good for the machine field?" Sure enough, as soon as Ma Rulong said this, Zhao Hai immediately understood what he meant. It was just as Lucian said, the machine field really had this idea. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gently shake his head. Then he sighed and said, Captain, you should know about the circumstances under which I became Huang Daeran's disciple. And because of this, the cultivation realm is already paying attention to me. If I go to the Pink Clouds Pavilion at this time, do you think that the cultivation realm would let me go? Zhao Hai sighed and said, You're right. Ma Rulong nodded, but he didn't look too disappointed. He just nodded and said, I also think that it's impossible. Those fellows are too whimsical. Forget it, little Hai, you should keep this matter in mind. If you have the opportunity, remember to talk to the Pink Clouds Pavilion about this matter. I'll leave this matter to you. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Ma Fenglei looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, there's something else that the higher-ups want to ask. Didn't you ask for a planet last time? At that time, you asked for Yale too. That planet isn't very good. Do you want to change it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, There's no need. I've already transformed the planet. It's very suitable for people to live on. Moreover, I've also placed some crabs on it. It shouldn't take long before they start producing. Ma Fenglei nodded and said, All right, then we'll leave it to you. The higher-up said that if you want to change planets, you can do so at any time. If you want to move people to Yale too, the higher-ups can also help. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, if there's a need, I'll talk to the higher-ups. Ma Fenglei nodded and said, Actually, the higher-ups hope that Zhao Hai can stay in the Six Realms battlefield and cultivate in peace. After all, the machine field hasn't had a transcending tribulation expert. If you can really transcend your tribulation, then it would be a good thing for the machine field. Because your fight with Huang Daoran took place in the Six Realms battlefield, outsiders don't know about it. Only some people with status know about it. The higher-up said that we can't publicize this matter too much, so we can only inconvenience you. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, There's no need to be inconvenienced. It's just a matter of reputation, there's nothing to be inconvenienced about. If you're done with your business, then you can stay here for 2 days. Let's entertain you. How about it? Ma Fenglei and Ma Rulong looked at each other and then nodded at the same time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, All right, then let's go out. I'm afraid Captain Yuan and the others are already preparing food and wine. The three laughed as they walked out of the conference room. Just as Zhao Hai said, Yuan was preparing food and wine. Yuan and Ma Fenglei's friendship could only be considered ordinary. Ma Fenglei also came from the Lock Mountain range. However, he came early, about 10 years ago. By the time he retired from the Lock Mountain range, Yuan hadn't come to the Lock Mountain range yet. Therefore, the two didn't have much of a relationship. However, Ma Rulong was different. Ma Rulong and Yuan had a life-and-death friendship. The reason why Zhao Hai and the others could follow Yuan was because of Ma Rulong. It can be seen that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. Although they were drunk last night and wanted to drink again, nobody objected. Everyone was a cultivator, it was very easy for them to not get drunk. There was no such thing as drinking too much would harm the body. After drinking the spatial water, Zhao Hai felt a bit better. He let out a long breath and said, I've been soaked in wine for the past 2 days. Forget it, I don't want to think about this anymore. Now that I have the status of Supreme Elder, it would be much more convenient for me to carry out my next step. Kair, how is the surveillance of the pirate paradise going? Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, I've been soaked in wine for the past 2 days. Forget it, I don't want to think about this anymore. Now that I have the status of Supreme Elder, it would be much more convenient for me to do things. Kair waved her hand, and the screen immediately changed to the pirate paradise's meteorite area. However, this meteorite area was different from before. This meteorite area was divided into several sections, and each section was displayed in a different color. Kair pointed to the screen and said, Young master, our understanding of the pirate paradise is still too little. We don't know that the pirate paradise is also divided into different forces. I think it should be another world of cultivation. It's also divided into 6 sections. The largest one is the red section, which is controlled by the machine field's pirates. Their main weapons are battleships and mechas. This might be their geographical advantage. Zhao Hai nodded. Upon hearing Kai Zhao Hai discovered that the pirate paradise was indeed divided into 6 sections. The red section was the closest to the machine field. It was also the largest section. The other sections were surrounded by the red section. Kai continued, the other sections are controlled by the pirates of the other realms. Some of these pirates don't have any connections with the other realms. They offended people in their own realms and had no choice but to flee here. However, some of them do have connections with the other realms. They would send messages from time to time. The situation is very complicated. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what about the poison bee pirates? Kai tapped on the screen and a section of the screen immediately zoomed in. Then Kai said, this is the poison bee pirates station. They're only a medium-sized pirate group. We've been monitoring them for the past few days and haven't found any traces of them. Young master, do you want to deal with them? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, they're just clowns. As long as they don't have any background, they won't hinder us. I'm too lazy to care about them. Kai nodded and said, young master, if you want to contact them, I hope you can contact Lewis first. Lewis's Cross-Sword Pirate Group is the largest pirate group in the pirate paradise. And what's even rarer is that they didn't rely on the machine field to reach this point. They don't have any background, they're just pure pirates. Moreover, the people of their group have been pirates for more than a dozen generations. They've been living in the pirate paradise for a long time. Because of this, their prestige in the pirate paradise is very high. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's get in touch with Lewis first. He's the biggest pirate leader, so he must need all kinds of daily necessities. We can use this to get in touch with him. Later on, we'll talk about it later. Kai smiled and said, young master, I want you to get in touch with Lewis not only because I want to make a deal with him. It's also because although the Cross-Sword Pirate Group has been living in the pirate paradise for a long time, they aren't willing to do so. They still hope that one day, they can appear in the machine field in broad daylight. They don't want to stay in the pirate paradise every day. If there's an opportunity, they would certainly move away. If the young master gets in touch with them for a long time, you might be able to take them to Yale too. Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes shone as he said, really? Kai nodded and said, it's true. Actually, Lewis and the others weren't having a good time. When I was monitoring them, I heard them say that the pirate paradise used to be a good place. The people who lived there were people who weren't doing well. They were real pirates. These pirates formed a small alliance to fight against the machine field and the other realms. Because of this, the other realms weren't able to encircle the pirate paradise. Zhao Hai nodded, then Kai continued, but later on, the situation changed. The various realms no longer attacked the pirates, but instead, they started to use the pirates. More and more pirates joined the pirate paradise, and the pirates in the pirate paradise also changed. They started to associate with the various realms and became the henchmen of the various realms. This was something that Lewis and the other pirate families didn't want to see. Now, the pirate alliance still exists, but the number of members has decreased by a lot. The pirates who joined weren't part of the pirate alliance, so they were competing with the veteran pirates for space. The veteran pirates had no choice but to unite in order to deal with this suppression. The new pirates had the support of several realms, so they had the upper hand against the veteran pirates. Even if the veteran pirates managed to suppress them temporarily, it wouldn't take long for them to rise again. Besides using the new pirates to attack the old pirates, the realms also thought of another way, which was to block the pirates in the aspect of supplies. These old pirates wanted to buy supplies, but they couldn't do so. They wanted to sell their goods, but nobody wanted them. So they could only trade with the new pirates. However, these trades were very disadvantageous for them. The money they earned from selling their goods was very small, but the things they wanted to buy were several times more expensive than before. In this case, the days of the old pirates were getting harder and harder. Zhao Hai nodded, then Kai continued, but the situation changed later on. Besides using the new pirates to attack the old pirates, the realms also thought of another way, which was to block the pirates in the aspect of supplies. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I didn't expect the pirate paradise to be like this. Are the realms trying to suppress the pirates, or are they trying to have a dog that can bite people at any time? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Laura replied, I think the realms want a dog that can bite at any time without implicating them. What the pirates do has nothing to do with the higher-ups. There are a lot of things that aren't convenient for the higher-ups to do. Just like how they dealt with you last time. If they didn't have the support of the higher-ups of the machine field and the cultivation realm, then the pirates wouldn't have dared to act so casually, right? You're very famous in the machine field. Don't the pirates know that dealing with you would only provoke the anger of the machine field? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, all right, then we'll contact Lewis first. I didn't expect the pirates to be the good guys these days. Laura and the others smiled bitterly, they didn't know what to say. In fact, this situation was within their expectations. Last time, Huang Daoran wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. In the end, Huang Daoran treated the pirate paradise as his base in the machine field. From this point, it would be strange if the pirates didn't collude with the other realms. Kaya replied, young master, although the pirate paradise is still under the Pirate Alliance's control, the Pirate Alliance has been suppressed by the other realms. Their current situation isn't optimistic. Besides the Pirate Alliance, the Cultivation Realm's pirate groups are the strongest. After all, the Cultivation Realm isn't close to the Pirate Paradise. And with the Cultivation Realm's strength, their influence in the Pirate Paradise is still very strong. The machine field also seems to have some influence in the Pirate Paradise. Although we haven't investigated them yet, we can be sure that the Cross-Sword Pirate Group isn't a force of any realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then according to what you said, I'm afraid Lewis and the others aren't doing well? They refuse to join any forces. Naturally, those people wouldn't care about them. I'm afraid they're the most ruthless in suppressing them. A tall tree attracts the wind, right? Kyer nodded and said, right. But Lewis has already discovered this point. In the past few years, they have been in contact with small and medium-sized clans in the machine field. Additionally, they have been plundering the merchant ships of those clans. Because of this, those clans no longer dare to suppress them. However, Lewis and the others are still having a hard time. After all, there are a lot of people who want to suppress them. There are a lot of people that they can't afford to offend. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, isn't that good? Hee, we have a lot of things in our hands. There should be some that they need. Kyer smiled and said, young master, they need a lot of things. The most important thing is food. Everything else can be dealt with. They have their own robot processing factory, mecha processing factory, and battleship repair factory. Although they don't lack any basic necessities, food is one of their weaknesses. Zhao Hai laughed and said, good, very good. Even the heavens are helping me. I'll go talk to Lewis first. This matter can't be rushed. Laura, you should prepare the things as well. As long as they need it, we'll immediately send the food over. Zhao Hai laughed and said, good. Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he appeared on a meteorite in Pirate Paradise. There were a lot of shipwreckages on this meteorite. These shipwreckages weren't placed casually. At this time, these wreckages had been transformed into living quarters. There were a lot of rooms inside each ship. Each room could accommodate a family. On this meteorite, people lived in the wreckages of these ships. There was a magic shield on the meteorite. This magic shield was like a protective layer that protected the meteorite. Naturally, this magic shield wasn't used to defend against enemy attacks, it was only used as an atmosphere. At this time, some vegetables were planted on the meteorite. However, it was clear that this meteorite wasn't very suitable for the growth of vegetables. The vegetables looked like they had polio. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but smile. It seems like Lewis's days weren't very good. Even in such a place, he still managed to plant vegetables. While he was thinking about this, a person suddenly came out of the shipwreckage. It was a woman who looked to be about 20 years old. Her clothes were very ordinary, there were even some patches on them. When the woman saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she frowned and said, who are you? How did you get here? Don't you know where you are? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this one is Zhao Hai. I'm here to rescue Commander Lewis. Is he here? When the woman heard Zhao Hai's name, her eyes couldn't help but shine. Then she immediately became vigilant. She took a step back and assumed a posture as she said, "You're Zhao Hai? Are you here to take revenge?" When Zhao Hai saw her expression, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Young miss misunderstood. I came here to look for Commander Lewis, not for revenge. I've already talked with Commander Lewis about the previous matter." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Young miss, you misunderstood me." The woman looked at Zhao Hai without moving. At this time, the people inside the ship who heard the commotion also came out. Among them was Lewis. When Lewis saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "So it's Mr. Zhao Hai. May I ask what Mr. is here for?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm here to discuss something with Commander Lewis. It's very important. What do you think?" Lewis glanced around before extending his hand and making an inviting gesture. "Please." Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared beside Lewis. Then the two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the warship. The woman who talked to Zhao Hai before also followed behind them. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Zhao Hai looked at the woman. Lewis smiled faintly and said, "This is my wife's younger sister, Little Ling. You can go ahead, there's no need to follow me." Little Ling nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance before she turned around and left. The two walked through the warship's passageway. Before long, they arrived at the warship's command hall. This warship wasn't small, so naturally, the command hall wasn't small. But now, this place has become Lewis's home. Lewis's home was very good. Everything that the machine field should have was present here. Moreover, the living room was divided into rooms with stones. This gave the place a unique flavor. Zhao Hai looked around. When Lewis saw Zhao Hai's appearance, his face turned red as he said, "We've let Mr. see a joke. We're already used to this. Mister, please." Then he led Zhao Hai into the living room. After that, the two were served tea. Lewis took a sip of the tea, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I wonder why Mr. came here today?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I came to look for Commander Lewis because I have something to deal with. Last time, I told Commander Lewis that we might have a chance to cooperate in the future. Today, I came to look for Commander Lewis." Lewis stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression as he said, "Mister, are you joking? Mister has just been accepted as a disciple by Huang Deizai. Mister is also a supreme elder in the machine field. What can I do for Mister?" As soon as Zhao Hai heard Lewis, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He discovered that he had underestimated Lewis. Lewis only became Huang Deizai's disciple 2 days ago. Even Zhao Hai himself just learned that Lewis was a supreme elder. However, Lewis was able to tell that he already knew about it. This made Zhao Hai look at Lewis even more. To be able to make the Cross-Sword Pirate Group become the most powerful pirate group in the pirate paradise despite being suppressed by so many people, Lewis wasn't a simple person. When Lewis noticed Zhao Hai's deep gaze, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what was going on. His expression couldn't help but change. However, he quickly recovered as he cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "I've made Mr. laugh. In order to survive, I have no choice but to hold back." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "That's none of my business. But this time I really came here to cooperate with Commander. Commander should know that I have a planet of my own. This planet was originally a barren land, but it has been transformed by me, making it very suitable for human survival. But right now, I don't have anyone to go to the planet. Therefore, I can only send a large number of undead to plant food and vegetables on the planet as well as raise some beasts." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "That's none of my business." As Zhao Hai said this, he observed Lewis's expression. Sure enough, when Lewis heard that Zhao Hai had an uninhabited planet, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then when he heard that Zhao Hai had sent undead to plant food on the planet, his eyes couldn't help but light up again. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The planet's food has been produced. I've also slaughtered some beasts as well as a large number of vegetables. I don't have a place to digest these things. Originally, I wanted to sell these things through the Ashley family. However, Commander should know that the machine field isn't lacking in food. Moreover, food production has always been controlled by the great clans. It's impossible for me to intervene. Therefore, I came to look for Commander this time. Does Commander need these things? Louis's eyes shined as he looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, he laughed and said, I'm afraid Mr. already knows about our situation. Therefore, you came to look for me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's not only Commander who has his own plans, I also have mine. I can guarantee that my food, vegetables, and meat are all of the best quality. Commander can have as much as he wants. Moreover, I can guarantee that it's on par with the machine field's food supply. Louis stood up and walked around the room a few times before he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, what does Mr. want from us? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mr., what do you want from us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, anything is fine. You know that I have a planet, but there's nothing on that planet. Even the workers there are undead. So no matter what the Commander offers, I'll accept it. Naturally, food, vegetables, and meat are the exceptions. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course. Louis was overjoyed as he asked, Mister, are you serious? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm serious. Actually, I know that Mister has a lot of good things here. After all, the fleet that goes to the cultivation realm must have some good things. I can use food to exchange for those things according to the market price. What do you think? Louis looked at Zhao Hai and then gave a 90-degree bow to Zhao Hai. Then he said, Louis, thanks Mister. Mister has really helped me a lot. I don't know if Mister can get some cloth and salt. If possible, I'm willing to buy them at a high price. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not a problem. However, I'll have to see how much Commander needs. I'll prepare it for you. Louis was overjoyed as he said, Louis thanks Mister for his kindness. Mister can rest assured that the price won't disappoint Mister. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I believe that Commander will. Then Commander, it's settled. I'll have to ask Commander to calculate the amount of food and other things that you need so that I can go back and prepare them. Louis nodded, then he said with some uncertainty, how does Mister want to transport these things? If Mister needs our help, then please tell us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need. You just need to tell me how much you need. I'll send it to you in the shortest time possible. However, you also need to prepare the things that I want to trade with you. Louis nodded and said, all right. Mister, please wait a moment. Then he turned around and left the room. Before long, he came back and smiled at Zhao Hai, I've already had them do the calculations. Mister, please come with me. I've already had them prepare food and wine. Let's eat and chat. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. But there's one thing that I hope Commander can promise me. Don't tell anyone about the deal that I made with the Commander. Louis nodded and said, Mister can rest assured, I've already given the order. Then Zhao Hai followed Louis. Before long, they arrived at the warship's dining hall. At this time, a table of food and wine was already prepared. However, the food and wine weren't very good. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He just sat there and drank the wine while chatting with Louis. Actually, the two weren't paying attention to the food on the table. They were just waiting for Louis's subordinates to count the number of people that they had. After an hour, Xiaoling entered the dining hall and went to Louis's side. Then she said, brother-in-law, the calculations are ready. Then she handed a piece of paper over to Louis. Louis took the paper and looked at it. Then he handed it over to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, please take a look. These are the things that we need. I wonder if Mister can prepare them. Zhao Hai looked at the things on the paper. There were a lot of things. Just the food alone was several 100,000 jin. There were also vegetables, meat, salt, and cloth. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, then I'll have to ask Commander to prepare the things. I'll come back 3 days later. I guarantee that everything will be delivered to you. Louis nodded, then he stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute before he said, Louis thanks Mister for his kindness. Mister doesn't need to call me Commander, you can just call me Louis. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I won't be polite. Goodbye. Then his figure flashed as he disappeared from the dining hall. Seeing Zhao Hai disappear, Xiaoling's eyes couldn't help but turn round as she said, so space divergent abilities are this magical? Lewis smiled faintly and said, "It's not that space-divergent abilities are magical, it's just that Mr. Strength is too strong." "Alright, Xiao Ling, have everyone prepare the things. This time everyone will get their share of food. You can also make some new clothes to wear." Xiao Ling nodded, then she turned around and ran out with an excited expression. Lewis stood in the dining hall for some time before he slowly walked out. Then he went to his living room and took out his communications computer. Then he called several people and had them come to his room to see him. The people that Lewis called this time were all old members of the Cross-Sword Pirate group. They were also people with real power in the group. They grew up together with Lewis and were as close as brothers. Whenever Lewis had something to discuss with them, he would always discuss it with them. Before long, the group arrived at Lewis's room. One of the tall and sturdy men looked at Lewis and said, "Boss, why did you call us over?" "I just told everyone to prepare the things." "Right, boss, where did you get the food?" Lewis stared at him and said, "Peter, sit down. I called you over today because I have something important to discuss." When everyone saw Lewis's expression, they didn't dare to be negligent. They all sat down and looked at Lewis. Lewis told everyone about his meeting with Zhao Hai. After he finished, he turned to everyone and said, "Did you hear anything from Zhao Hai's words?" The group frowned. Then Peter opened his mouth and said, "Zhao Hai certainly has a lot of spatial equipment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to transport so many things to us. Am I right, Boss Lewis?" Lewis looked at him impatiently and said, "You just need to listen. Don't waste your breath." Peter nodded, feeling wronged. Then he sat on the side and looked around. It was as if there were nails under his butt. Lewis rolled his eyes at Peter and then ignored him. Among the brothers, Peter's warrior rank was the highest. Moreover, he was also an expert in mecha piloting. But apart from these two things, he didn't have anything else to show. Moreover, this guy's brain was full of ideas. But since everyone grew up together, they understood him very well. Therefore, they didn't care about him. Before long, a refined-looking person wearing a battleship commander uniform suddenly had his eyes lit up as he said, "Big Brother Lewis, you said that when Zhao Hai talked to you, he mentioned several times that he has a planet and that there's no one on it." Lewis smiled faintly and said, "Right, Little Wen's reaction is very fast. This is also the matter that I wanted to discuss with you. Zhao Hai has mentioned several times that he has an uninhabited planet. Does this have any deeper meaning?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, Little Wen's reaction is fast. This Little Wen that Lewis mentioned was called Tang Wen. He was also someone that Lewis grew up with. Moreover, he was very smart since childhood. Among the group, he had always played the role of a strategist." When the others heard Lewis and Tang Wen, they stared. Then their faces lit up. One of them looked at Lewis and said, "Boss Lewis, are you saying that Zhao Hai wants to win us over? He wants us to live on the planet he obtained?" Lewis turned to the man and said, "What Little Wu said is right. I also think the same. But I'm not sure yet. Therefore, I want to get in touch with Zhao Hai and see what he has to say." Little Wu, named Tang Wu, was Tang Wen's younger brother. His strength couldn't be underestimated. However, he wasn't as smart as his older brother. Nevertheless, he was now a commander of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's fleet. His commanding ability was very strong. Tang Wen knit his brows and said, "Zhao Hai's status in the machine field is very high. He has already been given the title of Supreme Elder in the Six Realms battlefield. If he wants to move people to Yale too, he only needs to say a word. There's no need for him to look for us. Moreover, I heard that Yale too is a barren land. It's not suitable for people to live there." Lewis turned on his computer and opened the star map. It didn't take long before he found Yale too. After looking at the annotations on the planet, he nodded and said, "Right, I didn't pay attention to Yale too after seeing these annotations. But today, Zhao Hai said that he had transformed the planet. Moreover, he even planted crops and vegetables on it." Lewis nodded and said, "Yes, I've seen these annotations before. But today, Zhao Hai said that he had transformed the planet." Tang Wen knit his brows. Obviously, he didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. It was no wonder that he didn't believe it. It must be known that transforming a planet wasn't easy. The machine field had done a lot of experiments. Making a planet was a huge investment. Taking Yale 2 as an example, the temperature there was very low. To change this situation, the machine field had several methods. The first method was to use a high-power heater. This heater was like an air conditioner. However, this air conditioner can only provide heat and not cold air. However, the daily consumption of such a high-power heater was too shocking. Most importantly, such a high-power heater couldn't be stopped. Once it was stopped, the planet's temperature would immediately return to normal. In other words, if such a heater was installed, it would be equivalent to installing a money-burning machine. Moreover, it wasn't just a money-burning machine. It was to provide heat energy for an entire planet. How could the energy required be small? The second method was more difficult than the first. It was to use a large number of battleships. Then through precise calculations, the planet's orbit would be calculated. The battleships would be used to move the planet closer to the star. This way, the planet would become warmer. However, doing so was even more difficult. Not only did you have to calculate the original trajectory of the planet, but you also had to calculate the trajectory of the planet when it was being pulled. You also had to calculate the distance between the planet and the star, and then calculate the trajectory of the planet around the star. If you made a mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, this was only in the theoretical stage, and it was simply impossible to achieve. Besides these two methods, there was another method. It was to build a large number of settlements on the planet. These settlements would be equipped with magic shields to isolate the temperature inside from the outside. Then in these settlements, low-power heaters would be used. However, these settlements couldn't be built too big. Moreover, it was impossible to grow food in these settlements. This method was only suitable for asteroids or meteorites. Most of them were used to build military fortresses. However, these three methods, no matter which method it was, couldn't completely improve a planet and make the environment of the planet change. Because of this, Tang Wen didn't believe Zhao Hai's claim that Yale 2 was transformed to grow food. Suddenly, Tang Wu, who was looking at the star chart, was startled. Lewis looked at Tang Wu and said, "What's wrong, little Wu? Is there something wrong?" Tang Wu's hand drew on the star chart. Then he shrunk the star chart and looked at it carefully. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Sure enough, this Zhao Hai is very scheming." Lewis and the others looked at Tang Wu in confusion. Tang Wen was even more puzzled as he asked, "Little Wu, what do you mean?" Tang Wu pointed at the star chart, then he turned to Lewis and said, "Boss, look at it yourself. Don't think of Yale 2 as a single planet. You need to look at its surrounding terrain." When Tang Wu said this, Lewis and the others stared. Then they stared at Yale 2. Upon seeing it, they couldn't help but be startled. Yale 2's location and its surrounding terrain made it a base that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Lewis let out a long breath, then he said, "This Zhao Hai really is a formidable person. Who would have thought that such a remote and barren place could be built into a place like this? It seems like he didn't just casually take Yale 2. Did he really transform the planet?" Lewis nodded, then he said, "What do you mean by Zhao Hai?" Tang Wen's expression was filled with uncertainty as he said, "It's only been a year since Zhao Hai ascended to the machine field. But during this time, Zhao Hai's development speed has been extraordinary. Now that he wants a base, what does he want to do?" Tang Wen's expression was filled with uncertainty. Tang Wu shook his head and said, "Brother, it might not be as complicated as you think. You have seen the meteorite belt outside Yale 2. It's very long and very big. Ships simply can't enter it. Even if Zhao Hai built a ship inside, the ship wouldn't be able to come out. It can be said that the base is isolated from the world. It's good for defense, but not enough for offense." Tang Wu nodded and said, "You're right." Tang Wen carefully looked at Yale 2, then he nodded and said, "Indeed, if Zhao Hai just needs a safe base, then Yale 2 is just right. Look, as long as Zhao Hai builds a few surveillance points in the meteorite belt, anyone who wants to attack Yale 2 would be discovered no matter what direction they use. There are also several satellites outside Yale 2. These satellites can be used to form a defensive perimeter. Nobody would dare to attack Yale 2 easily. Does Zhao Hai really want to build a base here?" Louis turned his head to Tangwen, then he smiled faintly and said, that's not necessarily the case. Wen, don't forget that Zhao Hai is a spatial divergent ability user. Others might not be able to freely enter and exit Yale too, but he can. With his strength and his undead, he would be a formidable army. Who would dare underestimate his strength? Tangwen smiled faintly. Tangwen nodded and said, I really forgot about this matter. If Zhao Hai really wants to use that place as a base, then he would certainly put in a lot of effort to build it. Perhaps he would really be able to transform it. But why did he come to us? Tangwen said. With his current identity and status, the machine field would certainly agree to his request. Peter, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, what else could it be? The machine field has a lot of good things. If Zhao Hai wants them to do this, then Yale too would be filled with sand. It's just like how they dealt with the pirate paradise. As soon as Peter said this, everyone stared at him. This caused Peter's hair to stand. He looked at Louis and the others in confusion as he stuttered, Boss Lou, I know that you don't want me to talk. I won't say anything. This time, Louis didn't blame Peter. Instead, he laughed and said, good Peter. If I say that you're stupid, then you'll always say something surprising. If I say that you're smart, then you're not. But this time, you've hit the nail on the head. I think that Zhao Hai is also guarding against the machine field's higher UPS. Don't forget, the machine field's higher UPS wanted to deal with Zhao Hai in the past. But when they found out that they couldn't, they decided to give up. Tangwen and the others nodded. Then Tangwen excitedly said, if this is the case, then Zhao Hai might be trying to win us over. Brother Liu, why don't you try probing Zhao Hai? If this is really what he wants, then we might be able to get rid of our identity as pirates. Tangwu gently knit his brows and said, but this doesn't make sense. We're all in the same group. Isn't Zhao Hai afraid that we'll go against him after we enter Yale too? Louis shook his head and said, he's not afraid. With his strength and status in the machine field, we wouldn't dare to do anything to him, nor would we be able to do anything to him. Take today's matter as an example. He came to my place without saying anything. If he wants our lives, then it's just a matter of minutes. Although we cultivate, we're still too weak compared to Zhao Hai. What we're good at are battleships and mechas. Because of this, Zhao Hai simply isn't good at these two aspects. Because of this, he's not afraid of us going against him. Louis shook his head and said, you're right. Tangwen nodded and said, right. What kind of person is Zhao Hai? He can fight against transcending tribulation experts without falling into a disadvantageous position. Why would such a person be afraid of us? That's impossible. Therefore, he's not afraid of us going against him. Boss Liu, didn't Zhao Hai say that he'll be here in 3 days? Why don't you try to sound him out? Louis nodded and said, all right, I'll do it. But before this matter is confirmed, don't tell anyone about it. Also, keep an eye on those guys for me. If this matter succeeds, then we'll deal with them first. Louis nodded and said, all right, I'll do it. Tangwen and the others nodded. The people that Louis was talking about were the people that the machine field and the other realms bought in the past few years. These people were the spies that the other realms placed in the cross-sword pirate group. However, these people didn't know that they were already being watched by Louis and the others. Louis and the others could control them at any time and take their lives. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the space. He was looking at Louis and the others through the monitor. After Louis and the others finished speaking, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he laughed and said, good, I didn't expect these kids to be so smart. They didn't waste my previous hints. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Laura also smiled and said, I didn't expect Louis and the others to be so capable. This is also good. Brother Hai, what do you plan to do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll go see them 3 days later. Since they want to test me, then I might as well take them to Yale too. I don't believe that they wouldn't be tempted. As long as they are tempted, then it would be easy to get them to Yale too. They have a lot of people, it wouldn't be easy to get so many of them to Yale too. Lizzie opened her mouth and said, Big Brother Hai, I think that if Louis and the others agree, then we shouldn't let go of the pirate paradise. There are people from different realms in the pirate paradise, and these people have connections with their own realms. It can be said that they're well informed. If we give up on that place, then we would lose an important source of information. It would also alert them. Moreover, we can also establish a transmission formation there. This way, Yale too would have another exit. Laura nodded and said, Sister Lizzie is right. Brother Hai, we really can't give up on the pirate paradise. Brother Hai, if Louis agrees to move to Yale too, then we'll leave some of his men behind to guard the pirate paradise. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, that's a good idea. Right, have you prepared the things on the list? In any case, we need to prepare everything. We need to let Louis know that we're trustworthy. Kyer smiled and said, Young master can rest assured, it's already prepared. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Master should be returning to the cultivation realm in 2 days, right? If we can do business with the Pink Clouds Pavilion, then we'll be able to get some good things into the space. This would be very good for our development. The space is currently producing a lot of things, we can't digest them all by ourselves. It's best to sell them to the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Laura nodded and said, During this time, Margaret has been buying some technological products from the space through various channels. However, it's still not enough. The space can also make its own products, but those things can only be made using the processing machine. It's too wasteful. Not only can we buy things from the Pink Clouds Pavilion, we can also buy things commonly used in the machine field through Louis and the others. This would allow the living standards of the space to be on par with those of the outside world. What do you think, Brother Hai? Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, but the people in the space don't need to do a lot of work right now. I think we should let them develop in the direction they're interested in. The population of the space isn't any less than the world of cultivation. If everyone develops in the direction they're interested in, then whether it's cultivation or magic formations, sooner or later, they would surpass the world of cultivation. As long as the space develops well, then I'll have the confidence to explore the 6 realms battlefield. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their hearts sank. To be honest, the situation in the 6 realms battlefield had become Zhao Hai's biggest worry. Although the 6 realms battlefield wasn't as mystical as the space, creating a subspace wasn't something that an average person could do. At the very least, Zhao Hai hadn't heard of anyone in the world of cultivation who could do this. Even the legendary immortal experts of the world of cultivation weren't able to do this. In other words, there were stronger immortal experts. These people were Zhao Hai's biggest enemies. If these people could create a subspace like the 6 realms battlefield, then they might be able to break through the space and attack Zhao Hai. These people were the biggest threat to Zhao Hai. Louis paced back and forth in his room. Today was the day that he and Zhao Hai agreed to meet. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't come, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. Besides Louis, Tang Wen and the others were also in the room. Louis already decided that if Zhao Hai comes today, then he would test Zhao Hai's intentions. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai really wanted to accept them. However, it wasn't safe to do this alone. Therefore, Louis called Tang Wen and the others over. Tang Wen looked at Louis and smiled faintly as he said, Brother Louis, you don't need to worry. If Zhao Hai really wants us to go to Yale too, then he will definitely come. Louis paused for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and said, I know this, but my heart just can't calm down. If Zhao Hai really has such intentions, then our wish for many years would come true. If he doesn't, then... Louis smiled bitterly and said, But I can't calm down. Tang Wen looked at Louis's worried expression and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Actually, his heart was also restless. His biggest wish in life was to regain his identity as a normal person. He wanted to be able to appear on any planet in the machine field in an aboveboard manner. In the past, nobody accepted them. And since they were born here, they were already used to it. Therefore, they slowly gave up on this idea. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared and gave them hope. But now, it was hard to say if this hope would become a reality. This was what made them feel uneasy. If there was no hope, then it would be fine. But if there was hope and then they were disappointed, then the disappointment would be very strong. The group didn't know how to persuade Louis. In fact, they felt the same as Louis. They simply didn't know how to persuade Louis. At this time, footsteps could be heard. The group stared at the door as Ling ran over and said, "Brother-in-law, you should go and take a look. Zhao Hai is here again." Upon hearing Xiao Ling, Louis let out a long breath, then he nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Then he turned to the others and said, "Let's go and welcome Mr." The group nodded and followed Louis outside. Zhao Hai already knew what Louis and the others were doing, but he didn't show it. He just stood there calmly. Seeing Louis come out, Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but smile. Then he gave Louis a fist salute and said, "Louis, Commander, how are you?" Louis hurriedly said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao Hai." "Mister, didn't I say that you can just call me Louis? You're too polite." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, who are these people?" Louis introduced them to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai gave the group a salute, the group turned around and entered Louis's room. After sitting down in the living room, a robot poured tea for Zhao Hai. Louis turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you come here today to trade with me? Can I take a look at the samples first?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a bag of rice, a basket of vegetables, a piece of meat, a piece of cloth, and a box of salt appeared on the table in front of Zhao Hai. Louis first picked up the grain and looked at it. Since it was produced by the space, there was naturally no problem. The quality of the grain was excellent. Louis was very satisfied as he put it down. Then he looked at the vegetables, meat, cloth, and salt. Naturally, these weren't a problem. Louis put down the things and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect Mister's things to be so good. Mister can rest assured, I've already prepared the items for Mister's trade. Mister, please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and followed Louis. After leaving Louis's room, the group immediately flew towards another meteorite. This meteorite wasn't the same as Louis's. There were also several buildings on this meteorite. However, one could see that these buildings were used for military purposes. Zhao Hai also saw a lot of magic cannons and missile launchers. Besides these weapons, there weren't any civilian buildings on this meteorite. When Louis and the others arrived, they were immediately welcomed by several people. They opened a door for Louis and the others. This door was actually hidden behind a rock. Moreover, it had been processed so that it looked inconspicuous. The door wasn't very big, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he followed Louis into the meteorite. Upon entering the meteorite, Zhao Hai understood that the meteorite had been hollowed out. It was divided into warehouses. Louis went to one of the warehouses and then checked the key. After a long time, the door was finally opened. When Zhao Hai saw the things inside, he couldn't help but stare. There were all kinds of electronic products inside. Louis turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this warehouse contains some of the electronic products that we've stolen or produced over the years. From small portable computers to large household appliances, everything can be used. The things in this warehouse can be exchanged for the things on my order. I wonder if Mister would agree?" Louis turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this warehouse contains some of the electronic products that we've stolen over the years. If Mister agrees, you can take the things inside. If something goes wrong, Mister can send it back to me at any time. I guarantee that I'll fix it for you. If Mister doesn't want these electronic products, then you can exchange them for other things. This one has other things." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. These things are good, they're also what I'm lacking. If I want to build my planet in the future, then these things will be indispensable. Unfortunately, the planet has been transformed, but nobody lives there." When Zhao Hai said this, the eyes of Louis and the others couldn't help but light up. The group exchanged glances before Louis turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Merchants like Mister who can trust us and trade with us are very rare." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, there are very few merchants who can trust us." Zhao smiled faintly. "You became pirates because you were forced to. If you could live well outside, who would want to be a pirate? Isn't that right?" Louis nodded and said, "In the past, our ancestors came from influential great clans in the machine field. They were forced to become pirates. They thought that after a few years, they would be able to return to being commoners. However, once they became pirates, they would be branded as pirates for the rest of their lives. Because of this, our ancestors worked hard to become commoners. However, they were unable to do so. Mr., since Lewis is here today, I would like to ask if Mr. is willing to take us in. Zhao Hai turned to Lewis and smiled faintly as he said, Lewis, what do you mean? Lewis looked at Zhao Hai's expression and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai's expression meant. However, since he already said it, he couldn't take it back. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, you have a planet in your hands, Yale too. Am I right? But there's nobody on your planet. If Mister doesn't disdain us for being pirates, then we, the 10 and Sword Pirate Group, would be willing to become residents of Mister's planet. Mister can rest assured that although we are pirates, we know how to repay kindness. Since Mister has taken us in, then we will be Mister's people. We will certainly follow Mister's rules. Zhao Hai looked at Lewis and then suddenly laughed. This made Lewis laugh even harder. He thought that Zhao Hai was laughing because of him. The expressions of Tang Wen and the others also darkened. Zhao Hai quickly stopped laughing. Then he patted Lewis's shoulder and said, I've been waiting for you to say that. Ha ha ha. I came here because I wanted to bring you to Yale too. Lewis nodded and said, all right. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lewis and the others stared before ecstasy appeared on their faces. Lewis couldn't help but ask, Mister, are you telling the truth? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course, I'm telling the truth. How could I joke with you about this? If you agree, I can immediately have people set up a transmission formation here. You can immediately move to Yale too. You can rest assured that Yale too has already been remodeled by me. Even the houses have been built. You can live there. It's very convenient. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Lewis and the others cheered before tears flowed out of their eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. He didn't disturb them, he could understand Lewis and the others' feelings. After some time, Lewis and the others calmed down. Lewis wiped the tears from his eyes and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, I've let Mr. see a joke. I'm just too excited to hear this news. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter, I can understand. What I'm saying is better than seeing it with your own eyes. Everyone, please gather together. I'll take you to Yale too to have a look. Lewis and the others nodded before they gathered together in excitement. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light flashed before the group disappeared from the warehouse. Fortunately, there was no one else inside the warehouse, so it wasn't too shocking. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others appeared on Yale too. At this time, Yale too was still very busy. The undead were either farming in the fields or herding animals. Everything seemed to be very busy, but at the same time, it was also very quiet. At this time, Yale 2's spiritual chi density wasn't any lower than the other planets in the machine field. It might even be higher. Moreover, the temperature here was adjusted by Kai, making it suitable for people to live in. It wasn't too hot nor too cold. A city could be seen in the distance. The city was filled with skyscrapers. Naturally, there were also other buildings. Lewis and the others looked around, they felt that this place was very good, the space was very fresh. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, let's go and take a look at the city. Although the houses have been built, there are still no people living there. However, there are some friends who are helping me command the undead. Then he led the group towards the city. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's go and take a look at the city. Barrett and the others were currently commanding the undead in the city. They were carrying out some post-construction work. At this time, the city was almost finished, but nobody came to live in it. It looked empty. However, Barrett and the others were very comfortable here. Although Yale too had just been transformed, they didn't suffer too much. Zhao Hai's arrangements for their lives were very good. At this time, Barrett saw Zhao Hai walking towards them. He immediately gave a greeting as everyone went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Barrett and the others and said, elders, it's been hard on you. Barrett laughed and said, it's not hard at all. We're very happy to see such a big city being built in our hands. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he introduced Barrett and the others to Louis and the others. Then Zhao Hai led Louis and the others to tour the city. Zhao Hai's plan for the city was done by the space. The city can accommodate more than 30 million people. Moreover, all the public facilities in the city were built in imitation of other cities in the machine field. Moreover, the greenery in the city was very good. It can be said that the city was more luxurious than any other city in the machine field. Outside the city were large fields. There were all kinds of plants in the fields. Some of them were food, some of them were vegetables, and some of them were other crops. In addition to these grains, there were also a large number of wild beasts outside. These wild beasts were dedicated to eating meat. Of course, there were also large crabs. Moreover, this city was not far from the sea. At the seaside, in addition to the area used for sightseeing, one could also take a boat to the sea to fish. Besides the city's normal construction, Zhao Hai also reserved several areas in the city. These areas weren't small. They were reserved for the construction of various factories in the future. Louis and the others carefully observed the city. They could see that Zhao Hai was prepared and sincerely wanted them to come. After looking around the city, Zhao Hai turned his head to Louis and the others and said, "Everyone, we're done with the tour. Let's go back. This time, you didn't say goodbye to your families before coming out. It's not good if you stay out for too long. They might think that I took your people away." Louis and the others reluctantly withdrew their gazes as they returned to Zhao Hai's side. With a flash of white light, the group returned to the warehouse. Nobody came to the warehouse this time. Actually, their visit didn't take too long, it only took them 2 hours to see the place. After arriving at the warehouse, Louis and the others looked at each other. Louis bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you for your trust. Mister, I can promise you that all of us from the Cross-Sword Pirate Group are willing to live on Mister's planet and become Mister's people." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then it's settled. In a few days, I will come here and set up a transmission formation. But today, I will still take away your electronic products. I will also leave the food and other things behind. It's best if you do this in secret, don't make it public." Louis and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and took all of the electronic products in the warehouse to the space. Then the food and other things were also placed inside the warehouse. After taking care of these, Zhao Hai turned to Louis and the others and said, "Let's go to your place. I still have some things to discuss with you." Louis and the others nodded before following Zhao Hai out. When they returned to Louis's room, Zhao Hai looked at Louis and the others and said, "Since you've agreed to settle down in Yale 2, then we're now on the same side. You've already seen the situation of Yale 2. You can live there, but I hope that you won't give up on it." Louis and the others nodded before they left. Louis and the others stared, then Louis asked, "Mister, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "The pirate paradise is now filled with people from all walks of life. The information flow here isn't inferior to the outside world, it might even be better. Additionally, the Pirate Alliance's situation is very special. If you leave some people here, then you might be able to achieve unexpected results in the future. Naturally, you can move most of your people to Yale 2 while leaving only a few people here. Moreover, you can also use a rotation system. I can also release a large number of undead here so that you wouldn't look any different from before. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." "What do you think?" Louis nodded and said, "Mister is right, we shouldn't give up on this place." "Alright, we'll do as Mister says. I'll move my family to Yale 2 first, leaving behind some combat personnel. Then I'll move most of our factories to Yale 2, leaving only 2 battleship repair shops and 1 mecha repair shop. Everything else can be moved to Yale 2. Mister, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You can make your own arrangements. I can tell you the truth, you don't need to leave too many people here. As for the others, I can use undead to replace them. You can rest assured." Louis nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll do as Mister says. We'll immediately make the arrangements." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, you can go." "Right, I don't have much time to visit you. After you move to Yale 2, the undead will lead you to your homes. There will also be a large number of supplies prepared there. You don't need to worry about daily necessities. The transmission formation will also be built in the near future. You can also send people to Yale 2 to build some factories first. Machines and other things can be transported there later. Small machines can be transported directly through the transmission formation. As for the large ones, you can just tell me and I'll transport them. As for the rest, I don't have much time to do it. I don't have much time. Louis nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Can rest assured. We'll arrange everything." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "After you get there, if you have any problems, you can look for Barrett and the others. You can also talk to the undead. If you have any problems here, you can also talk to the undead. I'll leave 100 undead behind to help you." Louis nodded. Zhao Hai stood up and said, "Then I'll go back first. Let's go outside, I'll release the undead for you." Louis and the others nodded before following Zhao Hai outside. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and released 100 undead. These undead looked no different from humans. Zhao Hai pointed at the undead and said, "In the future, these undead will replace your people here. Rest assured, 10 or 20 million undead won't be a problem. You can move your people to Yale too." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, 10 or 20 million undead wouldn't be a problem. In my eyes, there are only 3 kinds of people in the world: enemies, friends, and passers-by. If you're my friend, then I'll treat you sincerely. If you're my enemy, then you won't have a good ending. As for passers-by, I don't consider you as my friend. Therefore, I'm willing to help you and allow you to live on Yale 2. There aren't many rules on Yale 2, but there are laws. I hope you can restrain your people and make them remember that they are now citizens of the machine field. They are now upright citizens of Yale 2, no longer pirates. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not a good person, but I'm not a bad person either. In my eyes, there are only 3 kinds of people in the world: enemies, friends, and passers-by. If you're my friend, then I'll treat you sincerely. If you're my enemy, then you won't have a good ending. As for passers-by, I don't consider you as my friend. Therefore, I'm willing to help you and allow you to live on Yale 2. There aren't many rules on Yale 2, but there are laws. I hope you can restrain your people and make them remember that they are now citizens of the machine field." Louis and the others nodded. Then Louis turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Can rest assured, we'll do our best. Since Mr. doesn't treat us as outsiders, we naturally won't lose face for Mr." Zhao Hai nodded, then he kept his fist and said, "Then take care of yourselves. Zhao Hai will be taking his leave." Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he disappeared from the meteorite. Louis and the others looked at the direction where Zhao Hai left, their expressions were full of gratitude. At this time an undead arrived in front of Louis and bowed, "Commander Louis, please arrange a place for us to live. This way, we won't be seen through. If you need anything in the future, you can order us to do it." Louis and the others looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude. Louis looked at the undead in surprise and said, "You can talk?" The undead smiled faintly and said, "Naturally. The young master treats us as a group, not as simple tools. We all keep our names. I'm called Ledger." Louis and the others were startled this time. They had never seen an undead like this before, but they did hear about it. They heard that in the demon realm, there were demons who could catch spirit ghosts. These spirit ghosts were as intelligent as humans. However, these spirit ghosts didn't look like humans, they didn't have a physical body. For an undead to be this intelligent was something that Louis and the others didn't expect. After Ledger said this, he didn't say anything else. Louis and Maru turned to Tang Wu and said, "Little Wu, arrange a place for them to rest. Remember, don't let other people know about their existence for the time being. We want to relocate, this is a big matter. We must keep it a secret." Tang Wu nodded before he led Ledger and the others away. Louis and the others entered their room and sat there. Before long, Tang Wu came back. Louis looked at Tang Wu and said, "Is everything ready?" Tang Wu nodded and said, "It's been arranged. It's an abandoned battleship. Recently, we've been preparing to transform it into housing. However, we haven't started yet, so we let them live there first. Those guys don't need to eat or drink. They also don't have any requirements for their accommodations. Lewis sighed and said, the world looks down on Mr. Mr. just said that 10 to 20 million undead wouldn't be a problem. One must know that the ones who stayed behind to help us are humanoid undead. 10 to 20 million humanoid undead. Lewis suddenly didn't know what to say. Tangwen also sighed and said, it seems like Mr. is also a killing god in the lower realms. No wonder Mr. isn't afraid of us causing trouble. If we do, then I'm afraid Mr. would turn us into Ledger's people. Lewis and the others nodded as well. Lewis looked at them and said, Mr. showed us these things because of his trust in us. Moreover, he also gave us the status of a commoner in the machine field. With a place like Yale-2 to settle down, we naturally can't let Mr. down. We need to prepare well and try to move there as soon as possible. This way, we can help Mr. a lot. Tangwu nodded and said, no matter what these things are, they're enough to surprise people outside. Mr. showing them to us without any precautions shows that he has confidence in us. We can't let down Mr.'s good intentions. But boss, did you notice that Yale-2's temperature seems to have been adjusted by Mr.? The temperature there is very good. It's very comfortable to stay on the planet. Moreover, there aren't any magic formations or heaters. Isn't this strange? Lewis nodded and said, I also noticed it. This is indeed strange. Could it be that the records of Yale-2 were wrong? Tangwen shook his head and said, no, the records of Yale-2 are correct. It's just that you didn't notice a detail. After he said that, Tangwen took out his computer and turned it on. An image appeared on the screen. Naturally, this image was recorded by Tangwen, but the effect wasn't very good. Tangwen pointed at the image and said, did you notice? There are a lot of vegetables and grains in Yale-2 that don't exist in the machine field. We haven't seen them before. Also, there are a lot of these flowers and trees in the machine field. Whether it's hurting undead or building houses, they would be very careful to avoid these two things. While he said that, Tangwen pointed at the 7 colored flowers and the sprite trees. Lewis and the others knit their brows. To be honest, they didn't pay attention to these two things. Tangwen looked at the group and said, I've seen these flowers before. They look very ordinary and don't have any fragrance. They just look beautiful. But when I walked in front of them, I could feel that the flowers were emitting a faint temperature. This temperature isn't from the sun, it's from the flowers themselves. I think that Yale-2's temperature should be related to these flowers. Lewis and the others were startled. Then Tangwen pointed to the elven tree and said, there's also this tree. It looks very beautiful. At first, I thought it was a fake tree. But later on, I discovered that it wasn't a fake tree, but a real one. Moreover, the spiritual chi around the tree is very rich. Staying around the tree would make you feel very comfortable. I also noticed that when I was paying attention to these two plants, Mr. looked at me with a profound expression. Therefore, I'm sure that these two plants are unique to Mr. They were specifically used to improve Yale-2. Tangwen nodded and said, you're right. You're right. Lewis and the others were startled as they looked at Tangwen. Tangwen looked at Lewis and the others and said, Boss Liu, this matter is an absolute secret. Don't mention it to anyone else, otherwise it would bring Mr. a lot of trouble. Lewis let out a long sigh and nodded. He turned to the others and asked, do you all remember? Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he calmly looked at Lewis and the others on the monitor. Lewis and the others were actually able to see through his plans. This made Zhao Hai feel gratified. This was especially true for Tangwen. He had a calm mind and was good at observation. He was definitely a good candidate to be a military advisor. Talent, he really is a talent. Zhao Hai sighed, then he turned to Laura and said, these guys are really smart. But I still hope that they can do what they said and not let me down. Laura smiled faintly and said, don't worry, Brother Hai. They won't. Your actions today can be said to be a show of kindness and authority. They wouldn't have any thoughts about you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I hope so. If they do, then I won't be polite. Laura smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, you need to make arrangements for the Pirate Paradise's transmission formation as soon as possible. Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, you can rest assured. All the materials needed to make a transmission formation have already been given to Ledger and the others. They have also learned how to make a transmission formation, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, what about Yale too? The transmission plaza needs to be established as soon as possible. Building more transmission formations would be very useful in the future. Laura nodded and said, don't worry, I know. Right, the transmission formation to the Eternal Sand Island has also been built. It's in the castle's room. Zhao Hai nodded. There were also castles in Yale too. These castles were located on a mountain not far from the city. This was Zhao Hai's private territory that he prepared for Xianxia and the others. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's for the best. As long as Louis and the others enter Yale too, then things would be much easier. After they enter Yale too, they would immediately start the construction of the planet's defensive system. Margaret, you need to communicate with Louis and the others about this. They are experts in this field. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Laura nodded and said, don't worry Brother Hai, I know what to do. When Laura said this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change, then he waved his hand. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, Kai Master pressed the jade pendant. Where is Master? Kai nodded, then the screen changed. Before long, Huang Daoran's image appeared on the screen. Huang Daoran was currently sitting in a room, and inside this room was a very beautiful woman. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this should be the Pink Clouds Pavilion's pavilion master, Zhenling all right, I'll go see Master. Laura, I'll leave the matters here to you. Laura nodded, then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew out of the space. Huang Daoran returned to the cultivation realm 2 days ago. In these 2 days, he had been communicating with the people from the great sects. He knew that although he accepted Zhao Hai as his disciple, in the eyes of the great sects, he had lost face for the cultivation realm. Huang Daoran wanted to talk to the great sects about this matter. First, he wanted to exonerate himself, and second, he wanted the great sects to not deal with Zhao Hai. Huang Daoran also knew that the reason why the great sects wanted to deal with Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai had made the cultivation realm lose face. Now that he accepted Zhao Hai as his disciple, Zhao Hai was equal to half a member of the cultivation realm. Therefore, Huang Daoran told the great sects that he hoped to win over Zhao Hai and have him become a member of the cultivation realm. In this case, the great sects were very happy. The cultivation realm would always suppress people from other realms. However, Zhao Hai's situation was special. If they wanted to suppress him, then they wouldn't be able to do so. Huang Daoran was a transcending tribulation expert in the cultivation realm, but he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. This showed how strong Zhao Hai was. Therefore, suppressing Zhao Hai wouldn't be an easy matter. If they could win over Zhao Hai and make him a member of the cultivation realm, then it would be a good thing. Even if Zhao Hai didn't join a sect and became a rogue cultivator, it would still increase the strength of the cultivation realm. Huang Daoran was also a rogue cultivator, but in the end, he still had to listen to the great sects and do things for them. Because of this, when Huang Daoran said that he wanted to win over Zhao Hai, the great sects agreed. In fact, Huang Daoran didn't want to turn Zhao Hai into a member of the cultivation realm. He also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't join the cultivation realm. This was because Zhao Hai wanted to create his own force. Such a person wouldn't be willing to come to the cultivation realm and submit to others. However, Huang Daoran's impression of Zhao Hai was very good. The reason why he said this to the great sects was because he wanted to protect Zhao Hai as much as possible. He was very clear that Zhao Hai was currently developing his own force. If he could help Zhao Hai, then his force would grow. At this time, even the great sects would have to think twice before making a move against Zhao Hai. Although Huang Daoran didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to catch up to the great sects in a short time, he believed that as long as Zhao Hai was given enough time, Zhao Hai would definitely be able to do it. After several days of lobbying, the great sects finally stopped looking for trouble with Zhao Hai. Then Huang Daoran returned to the Pink Clouds Pavilion and called Zhenling over. Recently, Zhenling's life had become even more difficult. Huang Daoran tried to kill Zhao Hai twice but failed. In the end, he was forced to accept Zhao Hai as his disciple. This was a huge blow to his reputation, and it also affected Jinling originally. The other clans in the Pink Clouds Pavilion had a lot of opinions about Jinling being the pavilion master. In their opinion, no matter who it was, they would be better than Jinling. However, it was impossible for them to oust Jinling. Firstly, the Pink Clouds Pavilion was very profitable under Jinling's management. Secondly, Jinling's prestige in the hearts of the shopkeepers and staff was very high. If they wanted to oust Jinling, they wouldn't agree. Thirdly, Huang Daoran was behind her. Although the other clans had transcending tribulation experts, they weren't necessarily Huang Daoran's opponents. Therefore, even if they were unwilling to accept it, they still couldn't oust Jinling. But now that Huang Daoran's reputation had been damaged, it was a good opportunity for them to take action. Although Jinling had made some preparations before, her preparations were insufficient. Therefore, she was now in a passive position. Fortunately, Huang Daoran came back unscathed. Otherwise, her life would be even more difficult. Jinling didn't think that when Huang Daoran came back, he would immediately call her over. Moreover, he told her that Zhao Hai wanted to do business with him. While Jinling was puzzled, Huang Daoran took out a jade pendant and pressed it. Jinling looked at Huang Daoran in confusion. At this time, a white light flashed beside her. By the time the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai had already appeared beside her. When Zhao Hai came out, he immediately gave a salute to Huang Daoran and said, "I have seen Master." Huang Daoran nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this is the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, Master's registered disciple. Jinling Master told her that you wanted to do business with him. As for the rest, you can tell her." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Jinling and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the pavilion master." Jinling stared for a moment, but she immediately reacted. When Huang Daoran went to deal with Zhao Hai, she already investigated Zhao Hai. Naturally, she knew who Zhao Hai was. Jinling also quickly stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Then she said, "Jinling has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Huang Daoran looked at the two and said, "You two don't need to be so polite. You are this old man's disciples. You can call each other senior sister and junior brother." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Jinling and said, "Zhao Hai has seen senior sister." "Senior sister, this time I came to discuss business with you. Junior brother has a lot of spirit wine. I want to cooperate with the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Senior sister, what do you think?" When Jinling heard Zhao Hai, her eyes lit up as she said, "Spirit wine? Junior brother, are you talking about spirit wine?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's spirit wine. Moreover, the taste isn't bad. I've already asked Master to taste it. Master thinks that it's alright." Jinling turned to Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran smiled and said, "This kid is being polite. What do you mean by alright? The taste is much better than the spirit wine of the cultivation realm. He also asked your martial uncle Feng to taste it. What I mean is that Zhao Hai, the Pink Clouds Pavilion, and the Profound Clear sect should cooperate. After all, this business is too big for the Pink Clouds Pavilion alone." Jinling's eyes lit up as she said, "Uncle Huang, are you really going to let the Profound Clear sect participate? If that's the case, then I have an idea. I'll have to ask Uncle Huang to help me." Huang Daoran nodded. Then Jinling opened her mouth and said, "Uncle Huang, you should know that the Pink Clouds Pavilion has been causing trouble for me. I'm not happy in the pavilion. If we can cooperate with the Profound Clear sect, then I want to separate from the Pink Clouds Pavilion. What do you think?" Huang Daoran stared, then he turned to Jinling and said, "Separate? Little girl, why would you have such thoughts? You must know that this Pink Clouds Pavilion was established by your family's ancestors and a few other families after going through untold hardships. If you want to separate and do it alone, isn't that the same as giving away your ancestral property?" Jinling coldly snorted and said, "Although I'll lose my shares in the Pink Clouds Pavilion, I'll also lose a lot of restrictions. Moreover, I won't let them have an easy time. The shopkeeper and staff of the Pink Clouds Pavilion have already had enough of those guys. If I separate myself, then those people would certainly follow. With my connections, we can establish our own merchant group as quickly as possible. The reason why I didn't separate myself before was because I don't have a good product. Without a good product, it's possible that I would be suppressed by those guys. The second reason is that I don't have a strong backing. If I separate myself, then Uncle Huang wouldn't be able to suppress those guys. But if we can cooperate with the Profound Clear sect, then everything would be much easier. They wouldn't dare to touch the Profound Clear sect's business. And with Junior Brother's spirit wine, then our merchant group would be able to squeeze those guys to death in the shortest time possible. Zhenling coldly snorted and said, if we separate ourselves, then we'll be able to deal with those guys. Zhao Hai looked at Zhenling. He discovered that Zhenling was very similar to Laura. Both of them belonged to the type of strong women. They were very opinionated and their methods were very high. Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling, then he suddenly laughed and said, good, good. Girl, you've been angered by those fellows in the past few years. If you're really confident, then I'll support you. The Profound Clear sect shouldn't be a problem. With your martial Uncle Feng's words, the Profound Clear sect wouldn't say anything. Zhao Hai also shouldn't be a problem. He'll only cooperate with you, not the Pink Clouds Pavilion. You should prepare well. Zhenling nodded, then she looked at Huang Daoran. You'll be prepared. Upon hearing Huang Daoran, Zhenling couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai. She couldn't understand. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran had enmity before. The two even fought each other to the death. Why did the relationship between the two become so good after becoming masters? What's going on? Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Zhenling and said, Senior sister, you can rest assured. Since Master has spoken, then I won't trade with anyone else. There's no need to be anxious about our trade. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. Whenever Senior Sister is ready, then we'll trade. Everything depends on Senior Sister. Zhenling didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this easy to talk to. She nodded and said, all right, I'll prepare as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll inform Junior Brother. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Huang Daoran and said, Master, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave first. I still have some things to deal with. Huang Daoran nodded, then he suddenly said, right, Little Hai, do you have anything you need? If you need anything, then you can tell little girl Zhen that she's still the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. If you wait for her to leave, then it wouldn't be easy for you to get some good things. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, since Master said so, then I won't be polite. Master, I want some fresh herbs, preferably precious ones. I also want some ores, the more precious and rare the better. I don't need a lot, just a small piece would be fine. The same goes for herbs, I don't need a lot, just one stalk would be fine. Zhenling stared, then she nodded and said, all right, that's not a problem. I'll prepare it and give it to you the next time we meet. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I'll have to thank Senior Sister in advance. Right, Senior Sister, this little brother has a lot of crystals. If Senior Sister needs them, I can immediately give them to you. You can have as many as you want. When Zhenling heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Then Zhao Hai said, all right, since Junior Brother said so, then I won't be polite. If Junior Brother has it, then give me 10 million crystal stones first. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He waved his hand and took out a spatial bag. He handed it over to Zhenling and said, Senior Sister, take a look and see if this is enough. If it's not enough, just tell me. Zhenling received the spatial bag handed over by Zhao Hai. When she opened it, she saw that the bag was filled with crystals. However, they weren't small crystals like the ones she had seen before. Instead, they were very large crystals. From the quality of the crystals, it could be said that they were high-grade crystals. This was something that Zhenling didn't expect. Although crystal stone was the currency in the cultivation world, it referred to the ordinary, lowest-grade crystal stone. Those crystal stones were at most the size of a walnut. The value of a crystal stone was not only calculated by its size. A low-grade crystal stone the size of a basketball was not even 1/10 of a high-grade crystal stone the size of a walnut. If they were of the same size, then the first medium-grade crystal stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade crystal stones, and the first high-grade crystal stone was equivalent to 100 medium-grade crystal stones and 10,000 low-grade crystal stones. However, in the cultivation world, no one was willing to exchange a high-grade crystal stone for 100 medium-grade crystal stones or 10,000 low-grade crystal stones. Low-grade crystal stones were consumables that could only be used once. After being used once, they would break and could no longer be used. Mid-grade crystal stones were also consumables that could be recharged about 10 times. High-grade crystal stones could be used multiple times. Not only did they contain a huge amount of energy, but they could also be used repeatedly. After being recharged repeatedly, the energy would be depleted. He could also absorb natural energy and slowly recharge it. Because of these characteristics, nobody was willing to exchange high-grade crystals for low-grade crystals. Zhao Hai only used medium-grade crystals in the lower realms. He had high-grade crystals, but he didn't use them. After arriving in the machine field, as the spiritual qi in the space became more abundant, the quality of the crystals also increased. At this point, the space was producing high-grade crystals. Medium-grade crystals were very rare. Because of this, Zhao Hai could be said to be rich. Even in the cultivation realm, he could be considered a rich man. Zhenling looked up at Zhao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect junior brother to be this rich. Alright, then senior sister won't be polite. Senior sister is now the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Although I can freely mix materials, I still need to account for them. Senior sister can sell them to you at a low price, but I can't give them to you. Because of this, I want junior brother's money. I understand junior brother's meaning. Junior brother wants the variety, not the quantity. Is that what you mean? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. The more variety, the better. You don't need to care about the quantity, as long as you have it, it's fine. Zhenling nodded and said, alright, I understand junior brother's meaning. Junior brother can rest assured, senior sister will take care of it for you. Uncle Huang, I'll be leaving first. When I'm ready, I'll come and inform Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang, I'll leave the profound clear sect to you. The sooner you contact them, the better. Huang Daoran nodded and said, go. You don't need to worry about the profound clear sect. Your martial uncle Feng should be back soon. Little Hai, I'll take care of this matter. You just need to wait for the wine to be delivered. However, you need to change the packaging of the wine. You need to use jade bottles instead. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, yes, thank you master for the reminder. Master, I'll be going back first. Huang Daoran waved his hand. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the two. Then a white light flashed as he disappeared. Zhenling also gave Huang Daoran a bow before she turned around and left. Seeing the two leave, Huang Daoran showed a profound smile. Then he took out a jade sword message and sent a message to Feng Beiming. He didn't think that things would develop to this degree. Now, Zhenling wanted to leave the Pink Clouds Pavilion. However, this was also good. He had seen enough of the faces of the great clans in the Pink Clouds Pavilion. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, he sat on the sofa and let out a long breath. Then he smiled as he turned to Laura and said, Laura, did you notice that Zhenling's personality is similar to yours? Hee hee. Interesting. It seems like we have an interesting partner this time. Laura smiled and said, alright, this is also good for us. Cooperating with Zhenling is much better than cooperating with the Pink Clouds Pavilion. If we cooperate with the Pink Clouds Pavilion, then Zhenling would be kicked out of the stage. Now that Zhenling is ready to go on her own, with us, Master Huang, and the support of the Profound Clear Sect, I believe that she would be able to achieve great results soon. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is good for us. Moreover, I can use some high-grade crystals to exchange for a lot of treasures from the cultivation realm. This deal is definitely worth it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, this is good for us. Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you're now a Supreme Elder of the Six Realms battlefield. Shouldn't you go to the Six Realms battlefield? There are a lot of treasures there. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, because of my status as a Supreme Elder, it's inconvenient for me to go to the Six Realms battlefield. I'm now in the same position as Feng Beiming and the others. I can only stay in the machine field's territory. I can't go to the territories of the other realms. Otherwise, it might cause misunderstandings. Laura nodded, then she sighed and said, with a high status, it's really inconvenient for us to go out. Right now, we need to keep a low profile. As long as Brother Hai reaches the transcending tribulation stage, we wouldn't need to be afraid of him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Just as Huang Daoran said, he still needed to accumulate. As long as he accumulates enough, he would be able to soar into the sky. In the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed inside the space. He can no longer go to the Six Realms battlefield. He can't even go to the soft gold mine. If people found out that he went there, then the cultivation realm wouldn't let him off. Recently, he was in the limelight, so it was better to be careful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't doing nothing inside the space. At the very least, the Pirate Paradise's transmission formation had been completed. It wasn't the largest transmission formation, it could only transport about 100 people. But it was already very good, it could be officially put into use. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. At the same time, Margaret also went to Yale too. Together with Barrett and the others, they were preparing to receive a large number of people from Pirate Paradise. The construction of Yale 2 city has been completed. People can move in as soon as they arrive. And once they arrive, they would immediately have a job. However, everyone would be paid a salary. Shops have also been opened, but at this time, the shops were filled with undead. At the same time, the situation in the Pirate Paradise was also very good. After Zhao Hai left, Lewis and the others immediately dealt with the people who had been bribed. These people were already under their control, making it easy for them to deal with them. Additionally, Lewis and the others were pirates, and pirates were known to kill and rob. Therefore, they wouldn't be lenient when it comes to dealing with these people. Because of this, the unstable elements of the cross-sword pirate group were immediately eliminated. After eliminating the unstable elements, Lewis and the others began to prepare to move people to Yale 2. This wasn't an easy thing to do. Although a lot of people in the cross-sword pirate group wanted to restore their status as civilians, it wasn't easy to secretly move them. Naturally, Lewis and the others knew that it was impossible for the cross-sword pirate group to move without letting them know. But at the very least, they had to keep it a secret from the beginning. Otherwise, things would become troublesome. There were a lot of spies in the Pirate Paradise, all of them were watching the cross-sword pirate group. One must know that no matter where the cross-sword pirate group was, they were still a force to be reckoned with. No matter which realm they were in, they would be tempted. To the world of cultivation, the cross-sword edge was a very beneficial existence. Not to mention anything else, just the location of the cross-sword edge was very attractive to the other realms. The cross-sword pirate group was located at the border between the machine field and the cultivation realm. Although it was far from the cultivation realm and close to the machine field, this location was still very important to the other realms. Because it was located at the border of the two realms, the machine field and the cultivation realm didn't dare to send too many people to deal with them. If they did, it might cause a violent reaction from the other realms. It was for this reason that the Pirate Paradise existed for a long time. However, the location of the Pirate Paradise was very useful to the machine field and the cultivation realm. It was also very useful to the other realms. Because of this, the Pirate Paradise had a lot of forces. It was even called the Small World of Cultivation. The Cross-Sword Pirate Group was the biggest organization in the Pirate Paradise. Such a force was something that everyone wanted to pull in. As long as the Cross-Sword Pirate Group was in the middle of the machine field and the cultivation realm, then it would be like placing a nail between the machine field and the cultivation realm. Because of this reason, the other realms were now paying attention to the Cross-Sword Pirate Group. If the Cross-Sword Pirate Group made any move, then they would immediately become nervous. But in the end, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group suddenly made a move against the spies. This caused the atmosphere of the Pirate Paradise to become tense. The other realms couldn't help but stare at the Cross-Sword Pirate Group. They didn't know what the Cross-Sword Pirate Group wanted to do. Besides eliminating the spies, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group was also on guard. All non-members of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group weren't allowed to enter the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's territory. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the Cross-Sword Pirate Group. Naturally, when Lewis and the others did this, they had already thought of an excuse. They would say that the Cross-Sword Pirate Group was recently robbed and that they lost something very important. They were going all out to investigate. Others simply couldn't tell if this was true or false. This was because there were no more spies in the Cross-Sword Pirate Group. Moreover, in addition to the blockade, Lewis and the others were also blocked. All members of the Cross-Sword pirate group were forbidden to leave their rooms or workplaces unless there was something important. They weren't allowed to wander around. Even if the spies who hadn't been dug out knew about this, they would only think that the Cross-Sword group was catching thieves and wouldn't think of anything else. Moreover, this order also made the spies lose their source of information. If they were to ask around at this time, then needless to say, they would certainly be caught and killed by Lewis and the others. In fact, at this time, Lewis and the others had already begun to move people to Yale too. The first batch of people to move were Lewis and the others' relatives. These people were the most trustworthy people. Because of this, Lewis moved these people to Yale too. First, it was to let them familiarize themselves with the environment of Yale too. Second, it was to make it more convenient for people to move there in the future. With these people on Yale too, they would be able to help the people who moved there feel more secure. After all, having acquaintances on the planet would make people feel more at ease. The people who moved to Yale too were immediately given good treatment. Their housing was already prepared for them, and they could also bring their daily necessities with them. In the pirate paradise, flying cars were very common. The Cross-Sword pirate group could even design and build their own flying cars. After all, the Cross-Sword pirate group had a lot of people, it was equivalent to a small force. Moreover, their status was very sensitive, so it wasn't convenient for them to go out and buy things. Therefore, they were able to build their own things. After the first batch of people moved to Yale too, Margaret immediately gave them identity cards. These identity cards were the same as the ones in the machine field. Not only could they show their identity, they could also be used as a bank card. This card could be said to be a very common thing in the machine field. But when Margaret gave the card to the people from the Cross-Sword pirate group, they couldn't help but cry. This card was the biggest wish of their generations. With this card, they wouldn't be pirates anymore. They would be able to go in and out of any planet in the machine field. At this time, the transmission formation between the Cross-Sword Peak and Yale 2 was running non-stop from morning till night. However, the biggest use of the transmission formation wasn't to transport people, but to transport things instead. The Cross-Sword pirate group was one of the oldest pirate groups in the machine field. They had been plundering for several generations. The wealth that they had accumulated was very rich. Lewis and the others also thought that since they wanted to move to Yale too, they might as well transport these things over first. First, they were afraid that if something happened in the pirate paradise, these things wouldn't fall into the hands of others. Second, they wanted to show their loyalty to Zhao Hai, that they were sincere in moving to Yale too. Zhao Hai also understood why Lewis and the others did this. He didn't stop them, but he also didn't want to take these things. Instead, he gave Lewis and the others several warehouses to store these things. Because Lewis and the others had done a good job of keeping things secret, nobody knew what the Cross-Sword pirate group was doing. This was something that Zhao Hai appreciated the most. At the same time, Zhao Hai also did what he said. For every person that Lewis and the others moved to Yale too, Zhao Hai would send the same amount of undead to the pirate paradise. Yale 2's progress was very smooth. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Regarding the various materials that Yale 2 needed, Zhao Hai gave priority to them. With the space as a guarantee, everything went smoothly. Besides the Cross-Sword pirate group moving to Yale 2, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Huang Daren's situation. When he went to see Zhenling, Zhao Hai placed a silver needle on the spatial bag that he gave her. However, this silver needle couldn't be called a silver needle, it was now a silver thread. When Zhenling received the spatial bag, the silver thread would attach itself to Zhenling's body and monitor her movements to see how things were progressing on his side. In fact, Zhenling had long wanted to separate from the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Because of this, she made a lot of preparations in advance. In the Pink Clouds Pavilion, there were some famous shopkeepers and some strong staff who were already obedient to Zhenling. They were now very loyal to her. However, Zhenling didn't want to fall out with the other branches of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Because of this, she didn't make any big moves. However, it was clear that she was very concerned about Zhao Hai. Recently, she prepared a lot of things for Zhao Hai. Among them were ores and various herbs. Moreover, all of them were high-grade herbs. Just as Zhao Hai requested, there were a lot of types of herbs. However, there was only one type of herb. These herbs were stored in special jade boxes that could be preserved for a long time. Naturally, these things were also recorded in the accounts. Even if the Pink Clouds Pavilion came to check, they wouldn't be able to find anything. After all, the Pink Clouds Pavilion was a big business. The amount of goods that they sent out every day was very large. Transferring these things simply wouldn't attract their attention. Moreover, Zhao Hai paid for these things. Therefore, Zhenling was very relaxed when doing the accounts. She wouldn't make any mistakes. At the same time, Huang Daoran was also working hard. He and Feng Beiming would send Jade Sword messages almost every day to exchange information. From the information that Huang Daoran received, his business was also going very smoothly. The Profound Clear sect was also very interested in this business. Although the Profound Clear sect was very big, their business was also very big. Naturally, they were happy to have a business that could increase their income. Because of their relationship with Feng Beiming, the Profound Clear sect didn't have any objections to cooperating with Zhenling. They also didn't ask about the origin of the spirit wine. The Profound Clear sect was also very clear about why Zhenling cooperated with them. It was because she wanted the Profound Clear sect to protect them. The Profound Clear sect had done this a lot. Big sects like them had encountered a lot of these situations. But when they cooperate with others, the Profound Clear sect would receive a lot of money. But when they cooperate with Zhenling, the Profound Clear sect would receive less. After all, Feng Beiming's face was still present. At this time, the Profound Clear sect had already sent people to Zhenling to discuss the matter of cooperation. At the same time, Zhenling was also preparing to go her own way. During this time, Zhao Hai met Zhao Hai twice. Both times, Zhenling was also present. Zhenling also gave him the ores and herbs that she prepared for him. At the same time, Zhao Hai also gave Zhenling several tens of thousands of bottles of spirit wine. According to Huang Daoran's request, the bottles of spirit wine were replaced with jade bottles. Moreover, the jade bottles were of high quality, making them look elegant and generous. The distribution of the spirit wine has also been agreed upon. The spirit wine would be provided by Zhao Hai. In addition to the cost of each bottle, Zhao Hai would receive a 4-3-3 ratio. Zhao Hai would get 40%, Zhenling would get 30%, and the Profound Clear sect would get 30%. Don't underestimate these 4 ratios. These ratios weren't small. It must be known that Zhao Hai's spirit wine had almost no cost. However, Zhao Hai told Zhenling that the cost was 100 crystal stones. Zhao Hai thought that this price wasn't low. However, Zhenling and Zhao Hai felt that this price was too low. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to raise the price. Money like this can never be earned, so he shouldn't be too greedy. The jade bottle was only half a kilogram of wine, but it actually cost 100 crystal stones as the cost. This was already very high. It should be known that in the cultivation world, 100 low-grade crystal stones was not a small amount for a rogue cultivator. After handing the spirit wine over to Zhenling, Zhao Hai no longer asked about this matter. He didn't want to be involved in this matter. Moreover, he didn't need to participate in the matters of the cultivation realm. Because of this, he was happy to relax. Whether it was the cultivation realm or the machine field, nobody knew that Zhao Hai's influence was slowly being established. The people of the machine field didn't pay much attention to Yale Tu's location. For the people of the machine field, it was a barren land. Moreover, they didn't see Zhao Hai going there before. Because of this, they naturally didn't care about it. Zhao Hai still needed to go to the 6 realms battlefield. He would also show himself there a few times. However, he didn't need to worry about the 6 realms battlefield. Yuan also knew that Zhao Hai was busy with something, so he didn't ask Zhao Hai to do anything. At this point, Yuan couldn't ask Zhao Hai to do anything. Zhao Hai's status as a supreme elder was fixed. He couldn't leave the machine field's territory. For Yuan, this made him both happy and distressed. What made Zhao Hai happy was that the machine field was now the same as the other realms. Now that there was a great expert in the machine field's territory, the other realms would have to think twice before making trouble in the machine field's territory. What made him distressed was that without Zhao Hai is their trump card, they wouldn't have a good time in the core battlefield. However, there was nothing he could do. Originally, it was Zhao Hai's status that Yuan protested to the machine field's higher-ups. However, the machine field's higher-ups didn't hide anything from him. They directly told him that this was a joint request from the other realms, so they had no other choice. Yuan also knew that the other realms were jointly pressuring the machine field's higher-ups. In the end, the machine field's higher-ups could only compromise. However, in recent days, the machine field's territory had become a lot quieter. Even the machine field's half-controlled territory had become a lot quieter. Very few people from the other realms dared to come here and cause trouble. Only a few people knew about Zhao Hai's visit to the pirate paradise. Those who knew about it wouldn't leak it out. His meeting with Huang Daoran and Zhen Ling had also been kept secret. Because of this, Zhao Hai had been quiet for a long time. Without any news, people seemed to have forgotten about Zhao Hai. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai was happy. It was good that they forgot about him. He didn't want to be stared at by countless people every day. He wasn't used to that kind of life. Originally, Zhao Hai was going to move Xingli and the others to Yale too. But now that Yale 2's defensive system hadn't been completed, it meant that Yale 2 didn't have any defensive capabilities. Therefore, Zhao Hai dispelled this idea. Instead, he planned to move Xingli and the others to Yale 2 after the defensive system was completed. At the same time, the undead in Yale 2 were slowly retreating. The ones working in the fields were now replaced by members of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group. Although there were a lot of robots in the machine field, they were still far from being able to replace people in their work. Very few people would use robots to farm. Robots were too programmed. If you let a robot farm, then the harvest wouldn't be good. This was because the robot would plant the seedlings according to a certain size. It would water them every few days and weed them every few days. These were all programmed. Farming wasn't as simple as this. It needed to take into account the weather, the natural environment, and other factors. Farming wasn't as simple as this. It needed to adapt to the weather, the natural environment, and other factors. Too much programming wouldn't work. Farming was the same as other jobs. However, people would use mechas as tools. People only needed to operate the mechas. The people of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group also enjoyed this kind of life. Zhao Hai was sitting cross-legged under the 100 Spirits tree. This place had the richest spiritual qi in the entire space. It wasn't any worse than the spirit veins in the cultivation realm. This was also Zhao Hai's favorite place to cultivate. Recently, Zhao Hai went out to the Six Realms battlefield several times. The rest of the time, he stayed inside the space and cultivated. Just as Huang Daoran said, his current offensive strength was mainly due to his astral qi and evil qi. Because of this, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to compete with Huang Daoran with his own strength. Huang Daoran didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to compete with Huang Daoran. Accumulation, what he needed now was to accumulate spiritual qi. Only when his spiritual qi reaches a certain level would he be able to transcend his tribulation. Because of this, Zhao Hai cultivated under the 100 Spirits tree every day. The spiritual qi around the 100 Spirits tree was getting richer and richer. Zhao Hai thought that this might be because of the spirit root. The spirit root had completely fused with the 100 Spirits tree and was transforming the tree's roots. In the future, the spiritual qi around the 100 Spirits tree would get richer and richer. It would certainly surpass the cultivation realm's spirit veins. At this time, Zhao Hai was accumulating spiritual qi. In the past, Zhao Hai also practiced body tempering fist. But now, he paid more attention to the amount of spiritual qi in his body. Naturally, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai stopped practicing body tempering fist. He still practiced body tempering fist, but he couldn't stop practicing body tempering fist. Body tempering fist, meditation, condensing astral qi into the body, condensing evil qi into the body, and controlling flying swords. These days, Zhao Hai had picked up all of these things. The battle with Huang Daoran made Zhao Hai realize that the world of cultivation was a very dangerous place. With his ability, if he wanted to survive in the world of cultivation, then he could only stay low-key. Otherwise, he would be in danger at any time. Last time, the Cultivation realm found a spatial divergent ability user to deal with Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai understand that the world of cultivation was full of strange things. There were all kinds of strange people. If he had the space, then it was hard to say that others didn't. If others also had strange things, then his space wasn't 100% safe. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Now, his daily cultivation process was analyzed by the universal scanner. Naturally, this wasn't absolute. After all, Zhao Hai wasn't a machine. It was impossible for him to make any mistakes. Zhao Hai stood up and stretched his hands and feet. Outside the villa, he slowly walked. Although he didn't know how many times he had seen the scenery inside the space, it was only in the space that he could truly relax. Zhao Hai slowly walked to the seaside. Looking at the endless sea, Zhao Hai's heart completely calmed down. His mind didn't think about anything. This allowed Zhao Hai to truly relax. For Zhao Hai, this feeling was both familiar and strange. In this state, Zhao Hai didn't feel the passage of time. He just felt completely relaxed. Not only his body, but also his mind. His body and mind were completely rested. This feeling was very good. At this time, Kai suddenly flew to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, there's a situation." Zhao Hai recovered, he looked at Kai and said, "What happened?" Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, there's good news. Come quickly." Then Zhao Hai flew towards the villa. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and let Kai catch him. To be honest, Kai and Zhao Hai were the closest. This was because Kai and Zhao Hai could be considered as one. Whenever Zhao Hai needed help, Kai would be the one to handle it. At the same time, Kai also relied on Zhao Hai the most. Before long, the two arrived at the villa. Upon entering, Zhao Hai discovered that Laura and the others were sitting on the sofa, staring at a monitor. The monitor was currently showing a place that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. Zhao Hai discovered that this place seemed to be a cultivator's market. There were a lot of shops as well as stalls set up by cultivators. It can be seen that this was a very large market. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the cultivators in this market didn't seem to be righteous people. One of them had an awe-inspiring evil chi, he didn't seem to be a good person. Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, "This is?" Kai smiled and said, "This is a market in the demon realm. The reason why I wanted young master to look at this place is because we found a person here." Then the scene changed as a person appeared in the market. This person was in a house behind the market. The outside of the house was a shop that specialized in selling pills. The inside of the house was a residential area. But this residential area was empty. There was a small transmission formation in the house. Kai looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Young master, this shop is just a cover. The transmission formation's distance is very short. He only teleported people to the courtyard next to the transmission formation." Then the scene changed to another courtyard. This courtyard wasn't far from the one that Zhao Hai saw before. It was just next door to the courtyard that they saw before. This courtyard wasn't used for business, it was just an ordinary residence. There were also some magic traps in the courtyard, it looked very ordinary. But when the scene changed to the inside of the house, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was because he saw a person inside the house, an acquaintance. The Wind Ghost Emperor. Zhao Hai actually saw the Wind Ghost Emperor in this house. This made Zhao Hai startled. He didn't expect to see the Wind Ghost Emperor here. Moreover, it was a pleasant surprise for Zhao Hai. The Wind Ghost Emperor used to be in control of the underworld. Not only could he get some herbs and materials, but he could also collect faith power. In other words, he had a method to collect and use faith power. This situation continued until Zhao Hai appeared. Finally, with Zhao Hai's help, the Big Heart was able to regain control of the demon realm. At the same time, the Wind Ghost Emperor no longer had any control over the demon realm. Although that thing was useless, the Wind Ghost Emperor should still have a method to collect and use faith power. As long as the Wind Ghost Emperor is captured, then they can obtain the method to collect and use faith power. And this was exactly what Zhao Hai needed the most right now. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, "When did you find out?" If this guy stays there, then it would be very difficult for us to deal with him. After all, there should be a great force behind that market square. Kyer smiled and said, I just found out. But I don't think the Wind Ghost Emperor will stay here for a long time. This is because we have been monitoring the market for a long time. However, we haven't seen the Wind Ghost Emperor in the market before. But today, he suddenly appeared. Moreover, looking at the arrangement of this place, it seems like he's using this place as a foothold or a place to communicate with the outside world. He should have another secret cave. This time, he must have come here to purchase things. As long as he buys what he wants, he will certainly leave. Once he leaves, we can deal with him without worry. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, we must monitor him. Right, have you released the silver needles? Kyer nodded and said, rest assured, young master, I've already released them. He won't be able to escape. Xiaohai nodded, then he stared at the Wind Ghost Emperor on the monitor. The Wind Ghost Emperor was sitting in his room, calmly drinking tea, as if he was waiting for someone. Kyer explained, young master, the pill shop outside belongs to the Wind Ghost Emperor. He hired a few people to look after the shop. The person in charge of the shop seems to be a confidant of the Wind Ghost Emperor. After the Wind Ghost Emperor arrived, he told that person to buy some herbs for him. He didn't leave the room, he was waiting for the shopkeeper. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, it seems like the Wind Ghost Emperor isn't simple. He was actually able to come up with such a method to communicate with the outside world. Not only can he buy what he wants, he also can't be tracked. That's amazing. Xiaohai nodded and said, that's right. Just as he said that, a white light flashed in the Wind Ghost Emperor's room. Then a person appeared in front of the Wind Ghost Emperor. This person was wearing a gorgeous cultivator's robe. Although he looked like a cultivator, the first impression he had was that he was a merchant. Not only was this person very fat, but he also had the air of a merchant. His small eyes were sparkling, giving people the first impression that he was an unscrupulous merchant. When this person appeared, he immediately bowed to the Wind Ghost Emperor and said, I've seen the master. Master, I prepared everything you need. Then he took out a spatial bag and respectfully handed it over to the Wind Ghost Emperor. The Wind Ghost Emperor nodded, then he took the spatial bag and scanned it with his divine sense. Then he nodded and said, good job. As long as you are loyal to this emperor, you will naturally receive benefits. Otherwise, this emperor can take your life with just a thought. Here you are, this is what you deserve for your loyalty. Then he threw a bottle of medicine to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gratefully received the bottle and then knelt before the Wind Ghost Emperor and said, I thank the master for the gift. This subordinate will wholeheartedly serve the master. The Wind Ghost Emperor nodded and said, all right, go. The shopkeeper stood up and then left the room through the transmission formation. The Wind Ghost Emperor looked around and then sighed. Then he walked towards the transmission formation and made some adjustments. Then he stood on top of the formation and activated it. With a flash of white light, he disappeared from the formation. Looking at the Wind Ghost Emperor, Xiaohai couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, this guy is really careful. He doesn't even trust his most trusted subordinate. I think his subordinate still doesn't know that the place he went to through the transmission formation is right next door. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, you're right. Laura smiled faintly and said, a person like him wouldn't trust anyone. I'm afraid that the shopkeeper was controlled by him. Because of this, the shopkeeper was very respectful towards him. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, no matter what method he used to control the shopkeeper, he should be free soon. It's time for us to take action. Then Xiaohai stood up and waved his hand. With a flash of white light, he disappeared from the room. The Wind Ghost Emperor's days weren't very good. A few years ago, he inadvertently obtained a treasure in the market, a piece of stone. This stone was a stone with purine attributes. It was very beneficial for ghost cultivators. However, what the Wind Ghost Emperor didn't expect was that when he obtained the origin stones, he was targeted by someone. This person was also a cultivator of the Wind Ghost Emperor's cultivation technique. After the Wind Ghost Emperor left the market, this person stopped him and wanted to kill him. The Wind Ghost Emperor wasn't a good-tempered person. He was vicious and merciless. Naturally, it was impossible for him to just wait for death. After the two fought, the Wind Ghost Emperor killed his opponent and turned him into a ghost servant. However, the Wind Ghost Emperor didn't expect that the person he killed was the grandson of a big shot in the ghost realm. This time, the Wind Ghost Emperor provoked a lot of trouble. That big shot issued an order to hunt him down. Fortunately, the Wind Ghost Emperor reacted quickly and found a secret cave to hide in. This saved him from being killed. However, in the past few years, the Wind Ghost Emperor didn't dare to go outside. This was because he was very clear that the order to hunt him down had never stopped. If he went out at this time, he would certainly be hunted down and die. Because of this, the Wind Ghost Emperor was very careful. He carefully collected faith power in the lower realms and cultivated. Although he was now a nascent soul expert, he still had to tuck his tail between his legs. He didn't dare to leave his cave. Even if he wanted to buy something, he would have to do it through a slave that he took in before. Originally, if he continued to control the underworld, then sooner or later, he would have reached the same level as that big shot. Then, he wouldn't have to be afraid of that big shot. After all, there weren't many people in the world of cultivation who had truly learned how to cultivate faith power. Moreover, there were even fewer people in the lower realms who collected faith power. Therefore, Zhao Hai had a trump card in his hand. As long as he had this trump card in his hand, then sooner or later, he would be able to rise to the top. However, he didn't expect that his trump card would be taken away by Zhao Hai. In fact, Zhao Hai was only a part of the reason. The real reason was the giant heart. However, the Wind Ghost Emperor didn't know about the existence of the giant heart. Therefore, this debt was naturally placed on Zhao Hai. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Hai, his control over the underworld was already very weak. Therefore, he didn't see what Zhao Hai looked like. Even if he wanted to take revenge, it would be very difficult. Thinking of this, the Wind Ghost Emperor gnashed his teeth in hatred and spat, "Don't let this old master know who you are, otherwise, this old master will pull out your soul and let you suffer the eternal torment of the fires of hell." Suddenly, a voice sounded, "I wonder who it is that can make the emperor so concerned?" This voice startled the Wind Ghost Emperor. He turned his head towards the direction of the voice and saw a person wearing a silver mask and ordinary clothes. The person was looking at him. Behind the mask were a pair of eyes that shined brightly, causing people to feel a chill. The Wind Ghost Emperor looked at the iron-masked person and quickly calmed down. Then he said, "Who is Mr.? What business do you have with this emperor?" Naturally, the person who came was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm an acquaintance of the emperor. I've fought with the emperor back in the lower realms. This time, I've come to the emperor to ask for something from the emperor." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Wind Ghost Emperor's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he said, "You're that person? You're the one who ruined this emperor's plans?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The emperor is overpraising me. This one didn't ruin the emperor's plans. This one just happened to be here." The Wind Ghost Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "You don't even dare to show your face. How can you deal with this emperor? Although I don't know how you found me, you're courting death. How long has it been since you ascended? It shouldn't be more than 3 years, right? You want to deal with me in such a short time? You're dreaming." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Whether I can deal with the Imperial Emperor or not, I'll have to try. The Imperial Emperor should know why I came here today. I think it's best if the Imperial Emperor gives me what I want." The Wind Ghost Emperor coldly snorted and said, "You want the method to collect faith power and use faith power, right? Ha ha ha, do you want to control the underworld? Let this emperor tell you, stop dreaming. Not only will this emperor not tell you the method, I'll also extract your soul and refine it into a soul lamp. I'll make you suffer the pain of karmic fire for eternity." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "The emperor is really confident. Alright, then I'll play with the emperor today." Then Zhao Hai took a step forward and sent out a punch. The Wind Ghost Emperor didn't expect Zhao Hai to attack. Moreover, he didn't use an artifact. Instead, he directly sent out a punch. The Wind Ghost Emperor stared blankly. However, he immediately reacted. His hand turned as a ghost shield appeared in front of him. However, the Wind Ghost Emperor clearly underestimated Zhao Hai's punch. This time, Zhao Hai was ruthless. Faith power was very important to Zhao Hai. He can't make any mistakes. Therefore, he added astral chi and evil chi into his punch. The Wind Ghost Emperor didn't think about these things. He was a rogue cultivator. Being able to cultivate to this point was already a coincidence. Condensing astral chi and evil chi was a secret of the great sects. Therefore, he didn't condense astral chi into his body, nor did he condense evil chi into his body. Therefore, he didn't know much about astral chi and evil chi. Therefore, he only took out a ghost shield to block Zhao Hai's full-strength punch. The fist energy quickly hit the ghost shield. With a loud explosion, the ghost shield was shattered by Zhao Hai's punch. The Wind Ghost Emperor was startled. It was impossible for him to use another artifact. He could only use his inner armor to defend himself. However, how could Zhao Hai's fist energy be so easy to defend against? When the fist energy hit the Wind Ghost Emperor's inner armor, a muffled sound was heard. The Wind Ghost Emperor's inner armor was completely shattered. He simply couldn't defend against Zhao Hai's attack. The Wind Ghost Emperor snorted. He was actually injured. However, this wasn't the end. This was only Zhao Hai's first attack. The Wind Ghost Emperor's next attack came. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword appeared beside him. The flying sword went straight towards the Wind Ghost Emperor. Although this flying sword was transformed from liquid silver, it was shaped like a plum blossom sword. This plum blossom sword was the standard weapon of Western Cold City. When the Wind Ghost Emperor saw this sword, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. The Wind Ghost Emperor coldly snorted. Then he turned his hand and took out his trump card. This was the 10,000 Ghost Scepter, the Wind Ghost Emperor's famous artifact. It was also his life source artifact. The Wind Ghost Emperor didn't know what to do. If he didn't use his full strength today, then he would die here. Therefore, he took out his life source artifact. Zhao Hai just smiled and thrust his sword forward. At the same time, he waved his hand and sent 2 ghost wheels towards the Wind Ghost Emperor. The 10,000 Ghost Scepter used by the Wind Ghost Emperor was a ghost divine weapon. The ghost wheels were also ghost divine weapons. When these 2 weapons were used, the entire cave suddenly turned into a ghost domain. Zhao Hai wasn't affected at all. From time to time, he would throw out artifacts. Naturally, these artifacts were transformed from flowing artifacts. Zhao Hai threw out all kinds of artifacts, causing the Wind Ghost Emperor to be flustered. Zhao Hai did this in order to attract the attention of the Wind Ghost Emperor. As long as the Wind Ghost Emperor focused his attention on him, then he would die. The Wind Ghost Emperor really focused all of his attention on Zhao Hai. He had no choice but to focus on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was stronger than him. And with Zhao Hai using astral chi and evil chi, the Wind Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to resist. If he didn't use the 10,000 Ghost Scepter, then he would have already been dealt with by Zhao Hai. After all, the scepter was his life source artifact. It was very powerful. After the 2 fought for a while, Zhao Hai felt that the time was right. He suddenly shouted and waved his hand, throwing out several ghost wheels. To be honest, the ghost wheels were very troublesome to use. The 2 ghost wheels that Zhao Hai released before were already enough to give the Wind Ghost Emperor a headache. Now that he threw out 2 more, it gave the Wind Ghost Emperor an even bigger headache. If it was an ordinary ghost chakram, then the Wind Ghost Emperor wouldn't have such a headache. The Wind Ghost Emperor had used ghost chakrams in the past. They were the most popular weapons for low-level cultivators. Even low-level cultivators in the cultivation realm liked to use ghost chakrams. This was because these things were like maggots attached to the bone, you couldn't get rid of them even if you wanted to. However, there weren't a lot of small ghost wheels. At most, it would split 4 times. But Zhao Hai's ghost wheels seemed to be able to keep on splitting. At this point, the ghost wheels were still attacking the Wind Ghost Emperor. Moreover, the attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai's ghost wheels seemed to be able to keep on splitting. At this time, the ghost wheels were as small as needles. Just as the Wind Ghost Emperor was focusing all of his attention on dealing with the ghost wheels, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Then his vision turned dark, and he lost consciousness. The final blow was naturally the silver needle that Zhao Hai placed on the Wind Ghost Emperor's body. One must know that a nascent soul expert's spiritual force was very formidable. The silver needle had turned into a silver thread that was attached to the Wind Ghost Emperor's body. If the silver needle were to move, then it would certainly be discovered by the Wind Ghost Emperor. Therefore, Zhao Hai went all out in order to attract the attention of the Wind Ghost Emperor. Then the silver needle would kill the Wind Ghost Emperor in one strike. Although Zhao Hai could kill the Wind Ghost Emperor quickly, Zhao Hai didn't want to waste too much time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more variables there would be. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the silver needle. Seeing that the Wind Ghost Emperor had died, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the corpse. Then his body flashed and returned to the space. As for the Wind Ghost Emperor's cave, it looked like it had been robbed. Nothing was left behind, everything had been taken into the space. Naturally, this wasn't done by Zhao Hai. While Zhao Hai and the Wind Ghost Emperor were fighting, Kair commanded the undead to loot the cave. Kair believed that Zhao Hai would win, so naturally, she wouldn't be polite. Moreover, she didn't want to waste any time. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the space, he immediately called the Wind Ghost Emperor over. The Wind Ghost Emperor was now an undead. Zhao Hai didn't take back his artifact. What he wanted was the Wind Ghost Emperor's method to cultivate faith power. When the Wind Ghost Emperor appeared, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Write down the method of collecting faith power and how to use it." The Wind Ghost Emperor immediately complied. Then he and Kair went to the side. Zhao Hai spoke while Kair recorded the information. It can be seen that the method to cultivate faith power wasn't very complicated. In less than an hour, the Wind Ghost Emperor was finished. After he finished speaking, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the Wind Ghost Emperor withdraw. Then he took the method to collect faith power. The method to collect faith power was actually a set of mother and child formations. The number of child formations can be increased infinitely, but there was only one mother formation. The child formations would go to various spaces to collect faith power before sending it to the mother formation. Then the user would be able to extract faith power from the mother formation. Zhao Hai looked at the mother and child formations before he turned his head to Kai and said, "Kai, go and arrange for them to be set up as soon as possible." Kai nodded. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. At this time, there were a lot of churches in the space. These churches had become an indispensable part of the planet. These churches can provide all kinds of living necessities for the people on the planet. Therefore, as long as the child formations were installed in the churches, it would be fine. Zhao Hai was now looking at the method to use faith power. After looking at it, Zhao Hai discovered that faith power was very mysterious. Not only can it help with cultivation, it also has a lot of uses. It can be used to control artifacts, it can be used to strengthen attacks, it can also be used on artifacts. In short, it has a lot of uses. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the method to use faith power. He discovered that faith power needs to be cultivated first before it can be used. It was just like astral energy and evil qi. It needs to be condensed into one's body before it can be used. Moreover, the first method to cultivate faith power wasn't an offensive method. Instead, it was an eye technique. This eye technique was divided into two stages. The first stage was to use one's own spiritual qi to cultivate one's eyes. This allows one to see faith power. Naturally, what one can see is only one's own faith power. The second stage was to cultivate faith power into one's eyes. This allows one's eyes to see the strength of one's opponent, as well as all kinds of energy in the world. If one's faith power is high enough, one can even see the level of magic treasures or the aura of various objects in the mortal world. This eye technique doesn't seem very good, but Zhao Hai understood how powerful it was. This eye technique allows one to see the strength and attributes of one's enemy. If one has enough faith power, one can even find hidden treasures. For a cultivator, this was very important. But this eye technique was only the first part of faith power. The second part was to cultivate faith power into one's body, allowing it to transform and repair one's body. This would allow one's meridians to be more suitable for cultivation and repair all hidden injuries. At the same time, it would also help to sort out the spiritual qi in one's body, allowing one's cultivation to be faster. The third part was to add faith power to one's weapon. This would make one's weapon more powerful, increasing one's attack, defense, speed, strength, toughness, and so on. The fourth part was the most important part. It was to perfectly integrate faith power with one's cultivation. This would allow one to have no obstacles on the path of cultivation. This would make one's cultivation a smooth path. This was very important for a cultivator. For a cultivator, the path of cultivation wasn't smooth sailing. There were a lot of cultivators who were stuck in the qi condensation stage for their entire life and failed to reach foundation establishment. There were also a lot of people who were stuck in the foundation establishment stage for their entire life and failed to reach core formation. There were also a lot of people who were stuck in the nascent soul stage for their entire life and failed to reach transcending tribulation. This was the biggest hurdle in a cultivator's life. But as long as you combine the power of faith with your cultivation, then these obstacles won't exist for you. You just need to keep cultivating. Foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transcending tribulation, these obstacles won't exist. All you need to do is to cultivate. Upon seeing the introduction to faith power, Zhao Hai was overjoyed. Faith power was too powerful. As long as one cultivates faith power, their path of cultivation would become very simple. Naturally, one would need to collect faith power first. Only by collecting faith power would one be able to use it. Moreover, the more faith power one has, the more benefits one would receive. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he laughed and said, good faith power. Ha ha ha. I want to see what it looks like after I cultivate it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good. Laura and the others also looked at the method of cultivating faith power. They couldn't help but be startled. They didn't think that faith power would be this mystical. At this time, Megan suddenly turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, did you forget something? The Wind Ghost Emperor seemed to have something related to the underworld in his hand. He relied on that thing to control the underworld. Moreover, he almost succeeded. If it wasn't for the big heart and your sudden appearance, then the Wind Ghost Emperor might have already taken control of the underworld. Shouldn't you find that thing and send it back to the underworld? Upon hearing Megan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he patted his head and said, right, I forgot about that. But you don't need to worry about it. The underworld doesn't need that thing at all. It's already under the control of the big heart. And with our help, it doesn't matter if the underworld needs that thing or not. But it's still better to send it back. Then he waved his hand and summoned the Wind Ghost Emperor. When the Wind Ghost Emperor appeared, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, I have seen the young master. Does the young master have any orders? Zhao Hai nodded and said, hand over the thing that you used to control the underworld. Right, when you return to the hell space, teach the undead how to cultivate. You study the ghost path, I think it would be very helpful to their cultivation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. The Wind Ghost Emperor nodded, then he took out something and handed it over to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this thing, he couldn't help but stare. What the Wind Ghost Emperor took out was a small statue. This statue wasn't what Zhao Hai imagined, it was a statue of the underworld god. This statue was a giant, a majestic man. Although the statue was small, it looked like an indomitable giant. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see a giant instead of an underworld god. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately understood why. Wasn't the heart left behind by the great god who created the world? And this statue was very similar to the great god who created the world. After thinking up to here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he waved his hand and sent the statue back to the underworld. When the statue entered the underworld god space, something unexpected happened to Zhao Hai. The entire underworld seemed to have come alive. The beating of the giant heart became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the underworld also became stronger. Every time the giant heart beat, the spiritual energy of the underworld would become richer. Then the underworld began to rumble. With the giant heart as the center, the underworld began to shrink. In the end, the entire underworld disappeared, leaving behind only the giant heart. Just as Zhao Hai was stunned, the giant heart suddenly moved. Then it went through the spatial rift that Zhao Hai opened in the underworld and entered the space. As soon as the big heart entered the space, Zhao Hai heard a prompt from the space, discovered a spirit vein from the beginning of the universe that has entered the space. This spirit vein is a living spirit vein with a dark attribute. It is fused with the infernal planet. The original infernal planet has become the infernal space and will slowly evolve into the infernal universe. The spirit vein can automatically produce spiritual chi. The space's level has been upgraded to level 200. Except for spiritual objects, all objects in the space's level have been upgraded. The universal manufacturing machine has been upgraded to the universal spiritual manufacturing machine. Its production capacity has increased, its original function has been preserved, and its original function has become more intelligent. The 100 spirits tree's level has been upgraded to the 1000 spirits tree. Every 100 years, it will bear 1,000 fruits. 10 of them will become asteroids. The remaining fruits will become spatial tools that can be used for fighting, planting herbs, and raising animals. The assimilation ability of the 100 spirits tree's spirit root has been increased tenfold. Zhao Hai sat there in a daze as he listened to the prompt. He didn't think that returning the statue to the underworld would actually upgrade the space. Moreover, it brought him so many benefits. Zhao Hai nodded. Laura and the others were also stunned. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Their attention was currently focused on faith power. Nobody thought that the underworld would bring them such a pleasant surprise. Moreover, the 100 spirits tree, the universal manufacturing machine, and the universal scanner had also been upgraded. With the addition of the giant heart, the concentration of spiritual chi in the space was increasing. Although it couldn't be compared to the cultivation realm's spirit veins, sooner or later, it would catch up. Moreover, it might even surpass those spirit veins. The space was now equivalent to a growing spirit vein. In the past, because of the spirit root, the assimilation of the 100 spirits tree wasn't fast. But now, with the addition of the giant heart, the growth of the space's spiritual energy had increased a lot. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't be long before the space's spiritual energy density was comparable to the cultivation realm's spirit veins. After some time, everyone reacted. Zhao Hai was overjoyed as he said, "Good, very good. Ha 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 ha. This is really good." Laura and the others were also very happy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Today is really a double blessing. I think I shouldn't cultivate for now. Let's celebrate." Naturally, Laura and the others didn't oppose. Meg and the others immediately went to the kitchen. Although Laura and the others couldn't help, it was still very lively. Even Zhao Hai went to the kitchen. While the group was chatting, Laura suddenly said, "Brother Hai, where's Kair?" She went to make the magic formation. "Is it done yet?" Then Kair's voice was heard, "It's done." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Kair standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, even Laura and the others were stunned. The group looked at Kair in a daze, they didn't know what to say. Of course, Kair was still the same Kair, it's just that she had grown taller. In the past, Kair was only as tall as a normal person's arm, but after the last upgrade, Kair had grown to a meter tall. However, she still looked like a dwarf. Although this dwarf was very beautiful, she was still a dwarf. But now, Kair was different. Her current height was almost the same as a normal person. Although she was still petite compared to Laura and the others, one wouldn't think that she was a dwarf anymore. When a girl reaches her height, she would only look petite and wouldn't make one think that she was a dwarf. Zhao Hai stared blankly at Kair. Kair was now wearing a colorful dress. If this dress was worn by other people, it would be too gorgeous. But when it was worn by Kair, it complemented each other. It made Kair look even cuter, she didn't look gaudy at all. Laura and the others also stared blankly at Kair. They didn't think that Kair would grow up to be this beautiful. Kair was embarrassed to be stared at by the group, she blushed and lowered her head. Suddenly, Laura loudly said, "Wow, Kair, you're too beautiful. We can't even compare to you. Brother Hai, don't you think that Kair is very beautiful?" Zhao Hai recovered, he looked at Kai and smiled faintly. Yes, Kai you're very beautiful. Then he pulled Kai's hand and said, come, we're making something to eat. Come and help us. Kai cheerfully complied, then she jumped to Zhao Hai's side and started to work with the others. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and Kai's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Laura and the others already regarded Kai as one of their own. In the past, Laura and the others felt pity for Kai. It must be said that among all of them, Kai was the one who helped Zhao Hai the most. This was because Kai was able to control the space, and the space was Zhao Hai's biggest reliance. Therefore, Kai's help to Zhao Hai was more than all of them combined. But because of Kai's height, she wasn't accepted by Zhao Hai. It wasn't only Kai who felt regret, even Laura and the others felt sorry for her. But now, Kai's biggest problem has been solved. It was only natural for her to be accepted by Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai seemed to have feelings for Kai. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have taken the initiative to hold Kai's hand. One must know that Zhao Hai has always been passive when it comes to feelings. It was rare for him to take the initiative. Kai was also very happy. Just like the other women in the space, her heart had long been tied to Zhao Hai. But because of her height, she didn't dare show it too much. It must be said that among the women, she was the closest to Zhao Hai. This was because the two were one. If Zhao Hai lives, she lives. If Zhao Hai dies, she dies. However, the two didn't make any substantial progress. The main reason for this was her height. Now that the biggest obstacle has been cleared, it was only natural for the two of them to be together. Laura and the others didn't feel anything wrong with this. After eating a good meal, Zhao Hai went to rest. Naturally, Kai followed him while Laura and the others stayed outside. All of this happened naturally, nobody said a word. Laura and the others were happy to see this. This was because the relationship between Zhao Hai and Kai had become closer. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Kai. Needless to say, Kai woke up early the next morning. Her physique was quite special. Although this was her first time, she wasn't like other people who couldn't get up. Laura and the others also woke up early. The space was very quiet. And with the good air and abundant spiritual qi, it was very suitable for sleeping. The quality of their sleep was very good, so naturally, they didn't stay in bed for too long. Zhao Hai also woke up early. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai paid attention to the pirate paradise and the cultivation realm. There were no problems in these two places. Yale too was also normal. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he walked towards the 100 spirits tree and sat down cross-legged. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed his emotions. Then he closed his eyes and recalled the method to cultivate faith power. After discovering that there were no mistakes, Zhao Hai began to cultivate. The first step was to cultivate his eyes. First, he would use his spiritual qi to open the acupoints around his eyes. Then he would circulate his spiritual qi in a certain path. Slowly, the spiritual qi would form a cycle. At this time, faith power would begin to appear. This step was not easy to complete. First, the acupuncture points around the eyes were very weak. If one was not careful, they would be injured. If that happened, it would leave behind hidden injuries. Moreover, if you can't open the acupoints around your eyes and form a cycle, then you won't be able to see faith power. Faith power is formless and intangible when you can't see it. Therefore, this first step is very important. However, this step wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai. This step was even easier for Zhao Hai. His body had undergone many transformations. Now, every cell in his body was as tough as steel. Therefore, this step wasn't difficult for him at all. Soon, several acupoints around his eyes were opened. Then Zhao Hai slowly circulated his spiritual qi in a certain pattern. This pattern was actually very simple. It was just like drawing a rune. As long as you draw it correctly, then the cycle would be complete. Slowly, Zhao Hai's eyes formed a cycle. Then Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Then with a move of his hand, the liquid silver magic staff appeared in his hand. Then he looked at the staff. Kyer had already finished it yesterday. She placed the mother formation on the liquid silver magic staff. Not only could the mother formation collect faith power from the child formations, it could also store faith power for Zhao Hai to use at any time. This was Zhao Hai's first time seeing faith power. He was curious and wanted to see what faith power looked like. When he looked at the liquid silver magic staff, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was no wonder that Zhao Hai had such a reaction. This was because the liquid silver magic staff was shining with a golden light. It was as if there was a small sun inside. It was pointed out in the article on the cultivation of power of faith that there were strong and weak powers of faith. The weakest power of faith was like gossamer, which was not eye-catching at all. Only when thousands of gossamers were combined together could they form a powerful power of faith. Generally, faith power was white in color and didn't shine. This was just ordinary faith power. In other words, even if someone believed in you, they wouldn't sacrifice everything for you. This was just the most ordinary faith power. But a level higher than this was the faith power of the silver light. This faith power was very powerful. People who can give you this kind of faith power were the most sincere believers. They were willing to sacrifice everything for you, even their lives. The strongest kind of faith power was the golden flash. This kind of faith power couldn't be contributed by ordinary people. Those who could contribute this kind of faith power were generally fanatics. They would do anything for you, they wouldn't allow others to speak ill of you. They would wholeheartedly think for you and sacrifice themselves for you. This was their greatest glory. This kind of faith power was also the most powerful. And now, the faith power inside liquid silver was like the light of the sun. In Zhao Hai's eyes, it was too dazzling. Because of this, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. However, he discovered that this light didn't do any harm to him. Under the illumination of this light, his eyes actually felt very comfortable. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. At the same time, he was very excited. This was because he knew that this faith power was contributed by the people inside the space. In other words, almost all of the people inside the space were fanatics. Zhao Hai calmed his emotions. He felt even more grateful towards the people inside the space. After some time, Zhao Hai calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at the shining faith power. Then he slowly guided the faith power into his eyes. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, a strand of faith power suddenly separated from the golden light and slowly flew towards his eyes. Zhao Hai's heart was filled with excitement. However, the strand of faith power quickly retracted back into the golden light. Zhao Hai stared, then he let out a long breath and laughed at himself. He thought that his willpower was very strong. But when he saw the strand of faith power, he was so excited that he couldn't cultivate. This kind of willpower would be laughed at by others. Zhao Hai slowly calmed his emotions. Then he once again began to guide the faith power into his eyes. Finally, a strand of faith power was guided into Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai felt a very comfortable warm current slowly flowing into his eyes. His eyes felt warm as they became more and more comfortable. The original slight discomfort disappeared. However, Zhao Hai was completely calm at this time. He patiently guided the faith power. Slowly, more and more faith power entered his eyes. At this time, Zhao Hai began to guide the faith power to his body. He let the faith power slowly fuse with his spiritual qi. Then through his spiritual qi, it fused with his body. Every time the faith power passed through an acupoint, Zhao Hai's absorption speed would increase. When the faith power finally completed a cycle in his body and slowly fused with his body, the golden light in the flowing silver staff flew out and entered Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai stared. One must know that this situation wasn't written in the cultivation method of faith power. He looked down at himself and found that the golden light had entered his body and was now at his chest Shanzhong acupoint. Zhao Hai stared, but he immediately closed his eyes and probed the Shanzhong acupoint with his spiritual force. Zhao Hai was very clear that the Tao Lotus was at his Shanzhong acupoint. Moreover, after he cultivated the star art, starlight appeared above the Tao Lotus. Now that the faith power had joined in, he really wanted to see what changes would happen to his Shanzhong acupoint. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force probed his Shanzhong acupoint, he stared blankly. This was because his Shanzhong acupoint had also changed. The golden core that was originally in his lower dantian had now flown to the Shanzhong acupoint. The golden core retreated and turned into a small person that looked exactly like Zhao Hai. The small person that was originally in his Baihui acupoint also slowly sank into the Shanzhong acupoint. The small person and his lower dantian fused together and turned into a small person that looked exactly like Zhao Hai, but with extremely long hair. Then the small person slowly descended and sat on the Tao lotus. The hair on the small person's head and the starlight on his Shanzhong acupoint were connected together like a silk boat. The starlight had now turned golden and formed a huge array. This array was the mother array that collected faith power. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly realized that he had reached the nascent soul stage. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't understand what a nascent soul expert was like. He thought that nascent soul experts were just divided into ranks and that there was nothing special about them. Now, he knew that he was wrong. Nascent soul experts were different from core formation experts. The reason why core formation experts were called nascent soul experts was because they had a golden core inside their body. All of their spiritual energy was inside their golden core. Whether it was in battle or cultivation, their spiritual energy had to surpass the golden core in order to operate. Zhao Hai's true qi was different from others. Zhao Hai's true qi was the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. The density of his true qi was 10 times stronger than other types of true qi. Because of this, when he was only at the core formation stage, he was comparable to nascent soul experts in the world of cultivation. Moreover, because he condensed astral qi and evil qi into his body, his attack power was much higher than nascent soul experts. Even Huang Daoran, a transcending tribulation expert, couldn't do anything to him. At that time, everyone thought that Zhao Hai had reached the nascent soul stage. In fact, he was only at the core formation stage. Even Zhao Hai thought that he was a nascent soul expert. He didn't think that he hadn't reached the nascent soul stage yet. Until today, Zhao Hai had absorbed faith power into his body. Faith power was an ability that could help one's cultivation. Since he was only a step away from the nascent soul stage, faith power easily helped him break through the bottleneck and allowed him to reach the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. Now, he could be considered a true nascent soul expert. However, a nascent soul expert like him would be an extraordinary existence in the world of cultivation. Even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be his opponent. After forming his nascent soul, Zhao Hai felt different. The spiritual qi inside his body was compressed once again, and the quality of the spiritual qi changed once again. The originally mist-like spiritual qi had now turned into liquid silver spiritual qi. And this silver spiritual qi was mixed with astral energy and evil aura. This caused the silver spiritual qi to turn into a light cyan color. But after faith power was added, the silver spiritual qi turned golden. After going through 81 cycles, Zhao Hai's nascent soul had turned golden. It looked like a golden statue that was exuding a golden light. At this point, his faith power and spiritual qi were perfectly combined. Zhao Hai knew that he had already practiced the first 2 steps of the faith power cultivation method. Now he needed to practice the 3rd step, which was to add faith power to his weapon. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and looked at his body. His entire body was exuding a faint golden light. Naturally, this golden light couldn't be seen by others, only Zhao Hai himself could see it. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. He took out his liquid silver staff and slowly guided the faith power into it. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the faith power went around the liquid silver staff and then came out. The liquid silver staff was still the same, there was no change. Zhao Hai looked at the liquid silver staff in confusion. According to the faith power cultivation method, the liquid silver staff should emit a corresponding light. In other words, the faith power should emit a golden light. But why wasn't there any reaction? After trying it again, there was still no reaction. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at liquid silver. He didn't know what was going on. He carefully recalled the contents of the faith power cultivation method, but the result was that there was no harvest at all. Zhao Hai looked at the liquid silver staff in confusion. Then he poured faith power into the liquid silver staff again. The result was the same. When the faith power entered the liquid silver staff, it did indeed emit a golden light. But when Zhao Hai stopped pouring faith power, the faith power inside the liquid silver staff slowly returned to Zhao Hai's body, and the liquid silver staff returned to its original appearance. Zhao Hai put down the magic staff and thought hard. Suddenly, he remembered that the liquid silver staff was emitting a golden light. It wasn't until the Faith Power Mother formation entered his chest meridian that the golden light disappeared. Could it be because of this? Although this reason was still somewhat inexplicable, Zhao Hai couldn't think of an explanation for the time being. At this time, he only had one method to cultivate faith power, so this was the only method he could use to cultivate faith power. Zhao Hai put down the faith power cultivation method and was concerned about another matter. When he reached the nascent soul stage, another cultivation method appeared in his mind. This cultivation method appeared directly in his mind. Zhao Hai wanted to see what this cultivation method was. Sinking his mind into his mind, he quickly found the cultivation method. When he saw the name of the cultivation method, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. The name of this cultivation method was very special. It was called the Stellar Sword Controlling Technique. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was a flying sword technique, and this was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. Zhao Hai had practiced a lot of spells, and this flying sword technique came from other flying sword techniques. Although the power of these flying sword techniques wasn't small, Zhao Hai always felt that he hadn't developed his full strength. Now that he had a sword technique that was compatible with the 10,000 stellar transformations yin-yang technique, it was like someone had sent him a pillow when he was about to take a nap. Zhao Hai immediately carefully observed the stellar sword controlling technique. This stellar sword controlling technique was more complicated than the stellar body forging fist. Not only did it have the method to circulate spiritual energy, but it also had the method to circulate spiritual energy. In addition to the sword technique and sword formation, it was very complicated. The stellar sword controlling technique was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the method to circulate spiritual energy. This method wasn't for cultivation, but for better coordination with the sword. The second part was the method to circulate spiritual energy. For the same reason, the method to circulate spiritual energy wasn't for cultivation, but for better control of the sword. The third part was the sword technique. Of course, this was the flying sword technique. The fourth part was the sword formation. The sword technique was a method to attack with a single sword, while the sword formation was a huge sword formation composed of dozens or even hundreds of swords. Using a sword formation to attack the enemy was much more powerful than using a single sword. However, it was also written in the stellar sword controlling art that using a sword formation to attack required a lot of spiritual power and a lot of swords. The biggest difference between the stellar sword controlling art's sword formation and the multi-sword attacks used by others was that each sword was independent. In other words, the first sword had to be controlled by a strand of spiritual power. It wasn't like other people's multi-sword attacks. That was to say, it was still a magic tool. It was just that it was displayed in a different form. On the other hand, the stellar sword controlling art's sword formation was composed of independent swords. If you used it, the sword formation would become more flexible and more powerful. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. The stellar sword controlling technique was simply tailor-made for him. His spiritual energy was different from ordinary people, and with the space, not to mention a few swords, even if it was thousands or tens of thousands of swords, he would still be able to freely control them. The method of controlling spiritual qi and spiritual force was even simpler. Now that Zhao's control of spiritual qi had reached the point where he could control his own spiritual force, there was no need to talk about spiritual force control. Before, when he didn't have these sword techniques, he could already control thousands of swords at the same time. With this method, it was even easier to control spiritual force. The biggest difference between this sword formation and the flying swords that Zhao Hai used before was that regardless of whether the swords were released or retracted, they were still a sword formation. When released, they would be used to attack, and when retracted, they would be used to defend. Moreover, the transformation of these sword formations actually came from a huge sword formation. This sword formation was called the Yin and Yang stellar sword formation. The transformation of the stars and the conversion of Yin and Yang formed a huge sword formation. This sword formation could be made up of 2 swords or 2,000 swords. The more swords there were, the more changes the sword formation would have. But in general, it couldn't be separated from the transformation of the stars and the Yin and Yang. Moreover, even if the yin and yang stellar sword formation was missing a few swords, it could still be used. Its power was also very small. This was the essence of this formation. However, this wasn't the only thing that Zhao Hai saw. The yin and yang stellar sword formation couldn't only be used for swords, it was also a very powerful formation. If the magic staff were to use this formation, then the formation's power wouldn't be small. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He calmed himself down first and then immediately took out his liquid silver magic staff. The staff transformed into two swords as he began to practice the yin and yang stellar sword formation. This was the simplest formation, but it was also the most basic. As long as one could master the transformations of the two swords, then one could slowly increase the number of swords and then evolve into more transformations. This formation wasn't very difficult to operate. The most difficult part was actually arranging the formation and facing the enemy. Needless to say, Zhao Hai had the space, so arranging the formation would only take a moment. Because of this, Zhao Hai just familiarized himself with the formation. Then he put away most of the swords, leaving only one to practice the flying sword technique. The flying sword technique was very complex. The main thing was that there were too many transformations. The flying sword technique was also based on the transformation of the stars and yin and yang. It was very powerful. Although it was only used with one sword, the might of the sword technique couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai spent more time practicing the flying sword technique compared to the sword formation. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone to practice with. There was no one in the space who could be his opponent. Practicing with those people wouldn't be able to show the subtleties of the flying sword technique. It would be better if he didn't practice it. The best place to judge a technique was on the battlefield. Only in a life and death situation would one be able to discover the subtleties of the technique. Although this was the case, Zhao Hai still practiced the flying sword technique for a long time. This was because he was very clear that only by turning the flying sword technique into his body's instinct would he be able to display the subtleties of the flying sword technique on the battlefield. There was a saying in martial arts that one shouldn't be afraid of 1,000 moves. If one was proficient in a single move, then one would be able to display the subtleties of the move. Then, one move would be able to defeat 10,000 moves. The more Zhao practiced, the more he felt that this sword technique was unfathomable. The attack of this sword technique was able to withstand the power of the stars, and it was much higher than his normal level. It could be seen that this sword technique was much stronger than the flying sword techniques that Zhao had seen before. After practicing for a long time, Zhao felt that he was completely familiar with this set of sword techniques. Every thrust of the sword was a sword technique, and this sword technique had almost become his instinct. Only then did he stop and stand up. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with. It was the blessing of faith power. In order to bless the sword with faith power, Zhao Hai needed to use a portion of his spiritual force. This was equal to using 2 portions of spiritual force. This was something that Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with. After receiving the silver flying sword, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he returned to the Space's villa and saw Laura and the others staring at the monitor. The situation on the monitor made Zhao Hai confused. This was because there was a battle going on. One side was using battleships while the other side was using cultivators. The scale of the battle wasn't very big. The side using battleships sent out 5 medium-sized battleships while the cultivators sent out 10 cultivators. These 10 cultivators weren't very strong, the highest among them was a foundation establishment expert. Zhao Hai was puzzled, what's going on? Why are they fighting? Laura and the others noticed Zhao Hai. Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, are you done practicing? It's alright, it's just the Marine Paradise. It's not Lewis and the others, it's just 2 other pirate groups. We're just watching the fun. Zhao Hai's interest was piqued as he looked at the screen. To be honest, he hadn't seen a battle between a battleship and a cultivator before. It was quite refreshing. Looking at it, it was quite interesting. The 5 mid-sized battleships were lined up in a neat formation. The weapons on the battleships were also very good. Their magic cannons were divided into several groups. The first group had dozens of cannons, while the smallest group had no less than 20 cannons. These 20 cannons were enough to take the life of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Besides the magic cannons, the battleships also had mechas. These mechas weren't too far away from the battleships in order to protect the battleships. They were prepared to block the magic artifacts of the cultivators. Besides the magic cannons, the battleships also had a variety of guided missiles. The cultivators weren't simple either. Although they were Foundation establishment cultivators, they were very strong. Additionally, they were only one person, making them a small target. It wouldn't be easy for the battleships to hit them. For the cultivators, the biggest threat wasn't the magic cannons. Although the magic cannons' firing speed wasn't slow, it was still slower than the cultivators' dodging speed. Because of this, the magic cannons simply couldn't hit them. The biggest threat to the Foundation establishment cultivators were the guided missiles. These guided missiles were capable of tracking. The guided missiles' automatic tracking systems were very powerful. Even if the cultivators wanted to avoid them, they wouldn't be able to. They could only use their artifacts to destroy the guided missiles in advance. If it was an ordinary guided missile, then it would be fine. But if it was a small nuclear bomb or a cluster bomb, then the cultivators would fall. In order to prevent this, the cultivators would destroy the guided missiles while they were still far away. They were afraid of encountering a small nuclear bomb or a cluster bomb. Needless to say, the small nuclear bomb's explosion was enough to take the life of a Foundation establishment cultivator. As for the cluster bomb, as the name suggests, if you destroy one, there would be another or even two. These guided missiles were very lethal to cultivators. In fact, in a battle between warships and cultivators, it was very rare for them to finish off the other party in a short period of time. What they used was to drag things out and then suddenly use a nuclear bomb or a cluster bomb. Only in this way could they kill the cultivator. On the other hand, it was better for cultivators to fight against battleships. On the contrary, when cultivators fight against battleships, they need to be quick. The faster they can deal with the battleships, the better. At this moment, the 5 battleships were dragging the 10 cultivators with them. Even if the 10 cultivators wanted to escape, it was already too late. The people on the battleships wouldn't be polite. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai felt bored, so he stopped watching. At this point, Zhao Hai understood why the cultivation realm couldn't develop. Battleships and cultivators were more than enough to defend a city, but there was no way to advance. This was the case for Foundation establishment cultivators. If they were to encounter a strong cultivator, then they would be able to run away. Battleships might be faster than cultivators in a straight line, but when it comes to flexibility, then they wouldn't be able to catch up. Therefore, in a battle between a battleship and a cultivator, they needed to be protected by mechas. They also needed to maintain a good formation. No matter what, the formation couldn't be messed up. Once the formation was messed up, then the battleship would be in danger. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, you go cultivate for a while. You can see for yourselves." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, why are you cultivating again? Didn't you just finish your cultivation?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I still have a lot of things that I don't understand about faith power. I want to try it out." "Right, you should try cultivating faith power as well. Let's see if you can cultivate it." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "We've already tried, but it's useless. We don't have any faith power." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "It's fine. In any case, you don't need to fight people. If you can't cultivate it, then you can't." Laura smiled and said, "It's fine, we don't care about it. Brother Hai, you can go cultivate, we won't disturb you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left the villa. Then he sat down under the 100 spirits tree. Zhao Hai held liquid silver and looked at it. Naturally, he knew that he wouldn't be able to see anything. He wanted to re-engrave the mother formation on the staff. However, he discovered that it was useless. This was because the mother formation on the staff was useless, it couldn't gather any faith power at all. Zhao Hai could feel that the mother formation on his chest meridian was able to gather a huge amount of faith power every minute. When Zhao Hai used his faith eyes to look at himself, he could feel that his body was glowing. However, faith power was different from other things. If you don't cultivate your spiritual qi, then it would regress. The same was true for spiritual force. Even the energy inside crystals would be lost if you don't use it for a long time. However, faith power didn't. As long as you have people believing in you, then you can increase your faith power at any time. Moreover, even if you don't use faith power, it wouldn't be lost, it would just be stored in the mother formation. Zhao Hai looked at the unresponsive liquid silver and couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned his hand and took out the crescent moon spade. After the crescent moon spade transformed, Zhao Hai would play with it from time to time. This was because the crescent moon spade's bell sound would calm Zhao Hai's mind. Looking at the Buddha statue on the crescent moon spade, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he poured faith power into the crescent moon spade. As soon as he poured faith power, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. These days, he was already used to pouring faith power into liquid silver. When he took out the crescent moon spade, he also poured faith power into it. Just as he was about to stop, a sudden change occurred. As soon as the faith power entered the crescent moon spade, the entire crescent moon spade seemed to come alive. The entire crescent moon spade gently shook. Then from the bottom of the Buddha statue, a golden light rushed up to the top. Then the Buddha statue opened its eyes and shot 2 swastikas towards Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai closed his eyes, but it was already too late. The swastikas had already shot into his eyes and disappeared. Just as Zhao Hai wanted to check his situation, a prompt was suddenly heard from the space: "Host has obtained a weapon of faith. This weapon can use faith power and amplify it. It can break 10,000 evils." Because Host uses liquid silver as his life source weapon, Host has fused this weapon of faith with liquid silver. Fusion commencing. Fusion will take 108 minutes. Zhao Hai stared. At this time, he suddenly felt a spiritual force drilling into his mind. However, this spiritual force didn't have any malicious intent. It was more like the 10,000 transformations technique. Zhao Hai opened the 5 elements killing formation and allowed the spiritual force to enter his mind. As soon as the spiritual force entered his mind, Zhao Hai felt his mind shake. Then a Buddha image appeared in his mind. Zhao Hai stared, then he saw the Buddha image split into 2, then 3. Before long, there were countless Buddha images. But these Buddha images were all different. Some were fighting, some were sitting, and all of them had different expressions. Just as Zhao Hai was feeling strange, the Buddha images disappeared, leaving behind only a Buddhist chant. This chant seemed to be intentional, but it also seemed to be unintentional. It made Zhao Hai's expression calm down. After a while, the Buddhist chant disappeared. Then a long cultivation method appeared in his mind. This cultivation method was composed of 18 small cultivation methods. They were the enlightenment technique, bull raising technique, joyful fear technique, pagoda technique, demon subjugation technique, imperial water technique, imperial beast technique, vajra technique, clear mind technique, breathing sword technique, intelligent sword technique, 6 senses purification technique, doppelganger technique, infinity technique, blazing magic staff technique, descending dragon technique, crouching tiger technique, and cosmos technique. Besides these 18 cultivation methods, there was also the origin of the crescent moon spade. However, there wasn't a single word about it. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the 18 cultivation methods. None of them were simple. They were the most profound cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect. But why were these methods inside the crescent moon spade? Also, why was the crescent moon spade wrapped in evil energy and lost its original appearance? What was the purpose of all this? What was the secret behind this? Could it be that the Buddhist who used the crescent moon spade was defeated by an enemy and had no choice but to place his cultivation method inside the crescent moon spade and seal it? If that was the case, then would he be recognized if he learned these cultivation methods? If he was recognized, would it bring about a fatal disaster? Looking at the 18 cultivation methods, Zhao Hai was in a dilemma. He was very clear that these 18 cultivation methods and the crescent moon spade contained a huge secret. And this secret was something that he couldn't afford to provoke right now. These 18 cultivation methods, no matter which one it was, they weren't simple. Up until now, Zhao Hai hadn't fought against a Buddhist sect disciple. He didn't know how strong they were. Even in the 6 realms beginner competition, no Buddhist sect disciples participated in it. Zhao Hai didn't know how strong they were. This didn't mean that the Buddhist sect didn't have the ability to participate. In fact, Buddhist sect disciples were very strong. However, the Six Realms newcomer competition was a competition for ascenders. In the world of cultivation, there were almost no Buddhist sect disciples who ascended. Therefore, the Buddhist sect would select some talented ascenders and have them change their Buddhist dharma. In order to change their Buddhist dharma, the first thing they had to do was to suffer for 9 years. This way, they would be able to participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition. In order to make up for the loss of the Buddhists, the cultivation realm decided to give some benefits to the Buddhists after the Six Realms newcomer competition. Otherwise, the Buddhists would have sent their disciples to participate. From this point, one can see how tyrannical the Buddhist sect was. Even the cultivation realm's great sects would give them some face. They were afraid that the Buddhist sect would send their disciples to participate in the competition. This was something that the Buddhist sect traded their strength for. These were some of the secrets that Zhao Hai came to know after receiving several high-level undead from the cultivation realm. Before this, he didn't know about them. Because of this, even though Zhao Hai hadn't fought with the Buddhist sect, he was still very afraid of them. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the Buddhist sect could make the cultivation realm's great sects compromise and agree to their conditions was enough to see how powerful the Buddhist sect's disciples were. But the cultivation methods that Zhao Hai obtained were the most orthodox cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect. Ordinary Buddhist sect disciples wouldn't be qualified to learn them. This was also why Zhao Hai was hesitating. If he learned these cultivation methods, then he would be exposed in the future. The Buddhist sect was actually just a general term for Buddhist cultivators in the cultivation realm. However, Buddhist cultivators had a special characteristic, and that was their unity. Compared to other cultivators, Buddhist cultivators can be said to be very united. This can be seen from the Six Realms newcomer competition. When the Six Realms newcomer competition was first established, the Buddhist sect proposed that it be held every 10 years. However, the other cultivators didn't agree. In the end, it was decided that it would be held every 5 years. Naturally, the Buddhist sect didn't agree. Both sides began to fight. In the end, the other cultivators had no choice but to give up and agree to share the benefits with the Buddhist sect. Besides benefits, there was another reason for the Buddhist sect's unity, and that was the existence of the ancient Buddhist temple. The ancient Buddhist temple was a very peculiar existence. He was in the cultivation realm, but it was a very remote place. The spiritual energy there was thin, making it unsuitable for cultivation. In fact, there was no one who cultivated there. The monks in the ancient Buddhist temple were all natives of the cultivation realm. Moreover, they didn't practice any cultivation techniques, they only cultivated one thing, the Buddhist Dharma. The eminent monks of the ancient Buddha temple never learned any cultivation methods. Therefore, when they fought, they might not even be able to defeat an ordinary cultivator. However, their attainments in the Buddhist doctrine were very high. For the Buddhists of the world, only the people of the ancient Buddha temple were true monks. The other Buddhists walked the path of martial monks. Because of this, the people of the ancient Buddhist temple were revered by the monks of the world. The ancient Buddhist temple became a holy land for Buddhists. No matter which temple the Buddhist sect's disciples went to the ancient Buddhist temple to record their names in the ancient Buddhist scroll. The ancient Buddhist scroll was made of pure paper. Nobody knew how long it was. Moreover, the ancient Buddhist temple would hold a Dharma assembly every 10 years. All the monks could participate in this Dharma assembly. This was also an opportunity for the great temples to communicate. Because of the Buddhist sect's special attire, as long as Zhao Hai uses Buddhist methods, the Buddhists would immediately know about it. When the time comes, it would be hard to say what would happen. Don't think that the monks of the cultivation realm were those who ate vegetarian and recited Buddhist scriptures. The monks of the cultivation realm were people who would kill if they stared at them. They were even more tyrannical than bandits. It was because of these concerns that Zhao had been hesitating about whether or not he should practice these techniques. For the Buddhist sects to be so tyrannical in the cultivation realm, it can be seen how strong they were. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke them. However, the key was the 18 cultivation methods. These 18 cultivation methods were very powerful. No matter who saw them, they wouldn't be able to resist cultivating them. Even Zhao Hai was the same. Although Zhao Hai had his own concerns, these 18 cultivation methods were very attractive. If he studied these 18 cultivation methods, then he would have more ways to attack. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhao Hai finally decided to cultivate them. These 18 cultivation methods could be said to be the best cultivation methods in the cultivation realm. From the body, to the six senses, to spiritual force, to invisible sword qi, to magic artifacts, to fists and feet, everything was covered. If he didn't dare to cultivate these cultivation methods, then there was no need for him to cultivate, let alone challenge other experts. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai turned around and entered the villa. This time, he wanted to cultivate all 18 cultivation methods. It would take some time, 1 or 2 days wouldn't be enough. This time, he really needed to close up for a period of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate these cultivation methods. This time, not only did he need to cultivate these cultivation methods, he also needed to integrate them. Only then would he be able to improve his fighting strength. Zhao Hai believed that when he comes out of seclusion, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than Huang Daoran. Zhao Hai entered his room and said a few words to Laura and the others. He told them that he needed to close up for some time. Laura and the others thought that something had happened, but Zhao Hai just told them that he had a few new cultivation methods and that he needed to practice them. Only then did they feel relieved. Zhao Hai came out of the villa and directly went to an uninhabited planet inside the space. He sat down and began to look at the 18 cultivation methods. Among the 18 cultivation methods, there were the Enlightenment Technique, the Intelligent Sword Technique, the Clear Mind Technique, and the Infinity Technique. All of them focused on spiritual force. As for the Joyful Bamboo Sound Technique, it was a sound attack technique. The Bull Raising Technique, the Pagoda Technique, and the Blazing Staff Technique were techniques for using artifacts. As for the Demon Subjugation Technique, the Dragon Subduing Technique, and the Tiger Subduing Technique, they were all fist and foot techniques. As for the Imperial Water Technique, the Imperial Beast Technique, the Sword Technique, and the Clone Technique, they were all magic techniques. The Diamond Technique and the Six Senses Technique were techniques for body cultivators. The Cosmos Technique was the most special. It was an escape technique that allowed one to transform one's body into the cosmos. It could be used to escape as well as attack. It was similar to the movement techniques used by martial artists. However, the Cosmos Technique was much stronger compared to martial artists. These 18 cultivation methods could be said to include everything that a cultivator would need. Even in the cultivation realm, there were a lot of cultivators who could only learn a few of these cultivation methods. Moreover, these cultivation methods weren't necessarily as ingenious as the 18 cultivation methods. After looking at these cultivation methods, Zhao Hai decided to start with the body cultivation methods. This was because he had already learned a body cultivation method, the stellar body tempering technique. He was still studying the stellar body tempering technique. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that the stellar body tempering technique was very powerful. Even at his current level, it was still very useful. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to start with the Vajra technique and the Six Senses Purification technique. The Vajra technique's main ability was to increase a person's recovery ability to a terrifying degree. Even if a person was heavily injured, as long as they were given time, they would be able to slowly recover. It can be said that after practicing this Vajra technique, one would have an immortal body. For Zhao Hai, this cultivation method was the most suitable. Zhao Hai's body was already very strong, so his recovery was also very strong. As long as he learns this cultivation method, his recovery would be even faster. Later on, when he meets a strong enemy, he wouldn't even need to hide in the space. He would still be able to fight them. On the other hand, the Six Senses Purification technique was even more useful. It specialized in training a person's six senses. These six senses were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. If these six senses were cultivated, then Zhao Hai would be able to become someone like clairvoyant and clairaudient. The face eye that Zhao Hai learned before was actually one of the six senses cultivation methods. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew how terrifying these cultivation methods were. In order to obtain the faith power cultivation methods, Zhao Hai had to spend a lot of effort. However, these cultivation methods were only the most basic of the six senses purification technique. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai also understood that these 18 cultivation methods were actually faith power cultivation methods. If you don't have faith power, then you simply wouldn't be able to learn these 18 cultivation methods. Zhao Hai decided to start with these two cultivation methods. He would start with the Vajra technique. Buddhist cultivation methods had a special characteristic. When practicing Buddhist cultivation methods, one would need to use various hand seals. Otherwise, one's cultivation would be very slow. However, as long as the hand seals were used, then one would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. In order to practice the Vajra technique, one would need to use the Vajra freedom seal. This seal was made using the Vajra binding technique. The two middle fingers would form a pillar, and the two index fingers would extend to the back of the middle finger. Zhao Hai's hands formed the seal as he began to circulate the Vajra technique. He felt a warm current flowing from his hands into his body. It was as if his body was soaking in a hot spring. Zhao Hai was immersed in this feeling. He didn't know how long it had been. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't see his body's condition. If he could see his own body, then he would certainly be surprised. When Zhao Hai began to circulate the Vajra technique, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his hands. This golden light was like the sun itself, making people unable to look directly at it. Then the golden light slowly spread from his hands to his body. Finally, his entire body turned into Vajra. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's appearance was as solemn as the Mahabharakana. In order to know how long he had been cultivating, Zhao Hai placed a timer beside him. However, he didn't have time to care about the time right now. He wholeheartedly immersed himself in his cultivation. His body was constantly being warmed up, making him feel comfortable for who knows how long. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai woke up from his cultivation. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath as he released his hand seal. Then he looked at the timer. When he saw the timer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He had been practicing for a total of 49 days. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had practiced the Vajra technique. However, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he had a better understanding of his body. He knew that his body's recovery ability was terrifying. Even if his head was smashed, he wouldn't die. As long as he had time, he would be able to fully recover. The so-called smashing of his head was when he wasn't prepared. Otherwise, he would turn his body into liquid metal. Even if his head was smashed, it would be useless. It can be said that after learning the Vajra technique, Zhao Hai had gained a life-saving ability. If he wasn't prepared in the past, then he would certainly die. But now, he wouldn't. However, Zhao Hai still had some doubts. He couldn't believe that the Vajra technique was actually learned by him. Although he had meditated for 49 points, for a technique like the Vajra technique to be practiced in 49 days was simply inhuman speed. How could this be possible? Zhao Hai carefully looked at the contents of the Vajra technique to see if he had made any mistakes. In the end, he discovered that he didn't make any mistakes. The reason why he was able to master the Golden Wind technique so quickly was because of faith power. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would be able to master the Golden Wind technique. Zhao Hai discovered that the success rate of the 18 techniques was related to the amount of faith power one had. The more faith power one had, the faster one would be able to practice the technique. What Zhao Hai didn't lack the most was faith power. It was as if this technique was tailor-made for him. Zhao Hai felt relieved as he stood up and stretched his body. Although he had been meditating for 49 days, he didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, his body felt better than ever. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he returned to the Spaces Villa to see Laura and the others. Zhao Hai knew that his technique this time was different from the others. He didn't know how long it would take for him to go into seclusion. Therefore, he decided to tell Laura and the others about this matter. Otherwise, they would be worried. Naturally, Laura and the others were worried. However, Kyer said that Zhao Hai was fine and that there were no changes to the space. This made them feel relieved. Now that Zhao Hai had come out of seclusion, they were naturally happy. Zhao Hai explained the situation to the others and the others. Then he returned to the planet and began to practice the second technique, the six senses purification technique. The six senses purification technique also had hand seals. However, the hand seals of the six senses purification technique were more complex compared to the Vajra technique. Moreover, it required 2 fingers to form the seal. These 2 hand seals were the fearless seal. The fearless seal was also a body seal. The left hand would form the Vajra fist seal while the right hand would form the fearless seal. After that, the 2 middle fingers would be bent into the palm while the 2 thumb and pinky would be stretched vertically. This was a complete set of the fearless seal. Naturally, you can also think of it as 2 hand seals. When practicing the six senses purification technique, Zhao Hai felt completely different from when he practiced the Vajra technique. When he practiced the Vajra technique, his entire body felt very comfortable. However, when he practiced the six senses purification technique, he started from the eyes, then the ears, then the nose, the tongue, the body, and finally the mind. The first 5 techniques were easy to practice, but the mind wasn't. It can be said that in the entire six senses purification technique, the mind was the most difficult technique to practice. If one practiced the six senses purification technique to the extreme, then one would be able to sense good, evil, good, and bad. In other words, when you stand in front of someone, you would be able to sense their good intentions and bad intentions. It was very powerful. After 49 days, Zhao Hai finally finished cultivating the six senses purification technique. Just like last time, he went to see Laura and the others. At the same time, he also went to see the situation of the cultivation realm and the pirate paradise. Everything in the cultivation realm had been prepared. With the support of the Profound Clear sect and Huang Daoran, Zhenling left the Pink Clouds Pavilion and went on her own. She gave her business group a name, the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. This was where her nickname came from, Pink Clouds Phoenix. Originally, the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion was now the pavilion master of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. This matter caused a sensation in the cultivation realm. There was no other way, Zhenling was a celebrity in the cultivation realm. Now that she left the Pink Clouds Pavilion, a lot of people didn't expect this. As for the other members of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, they didn't expect Zhenling to suddenly leave the Pink Clouds Pavilion. This caught them unprepared. While they were busy with the matter of the pavilion master's position, Zhenling had already invited the pavilion's shopkeepers, waiters, and consecrators to the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. These people had already become the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's people. They no longer have any relationship with the Pink Clouds Pavilion. After a period of struggle, the other families finally selected a pavilion master. However, they discovered that the Pink Clouds Pavilion's business was no longer as good as before. The shopkeepers and staff of the pavilion had been poached by the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. And since they were busy with fighting, they didn't think about doing business properly. Because of this, the Pink Clouds Pavilion's business plummeted. A famous business group in the cultivation realm had been reduced to a second-rate business group. Additionally, the pavilion master they selected this time didn't have Zhenling's skills. He was good at fighting for power, but when it came to doing business, he was far worse than Zhenling. Slowly, the Pink Clouds Pavilion fell and became a third-rate business group in the cultivation realm. The opposite was the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion had an incomparably shrewd pavilion master like Zhenling, a large number of shopkeepers and staff, as well as experts with extraordinary eyesight. Then there was the spirit wine that Zhao Hai provided, as well as the backing of a great sect like the Profound Clear sect. In a short time, the Flying Phoenix Pavilion became the most famous business group in the cultivation realm. There was no other way, the other business groups didn't sell spirit wine. In other words, if you want to drink spirit wine in the cultivation realm, only the Flying Phoenix Pavilion could sell it. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion used this opportunity to expand their business. Not only did they expand their business, they even extended their reach outside of the cultivation realm. However, Zhenling wasn't blinded by his victory. He opened several branches in other realms. Moreover, he spent a lot of money to install transmission formations in those branches. If there's a situation, the people in the branch would be able to return to the cultivation realm. It must be known that the Profound Clear sect's name wasn't very useful in other realms. At the same time, Zhenling's control over the spirit wine business was very good. It was impossible for her to take out 100,000 bottles of spirit wine all at once. That would make people jealous. Every 10 days or so, she would take out 100 bottles of spirit wine to sell. To put it bluntly, the spirit wine was the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's living signboard. They didn't rely on it to make a lot of profits. This made it seem like Zhao Hai suffered a loss. But in fact, Zhao Hai didn't suffer a loss at all. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion was a joint venture between Zhao Hai, Zhenling, and the Profound Clear sect. However, Zhao Hai and the Profound Clear sect didn't participate in the management of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. After the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's expenses were deducted, Zhao Hai took 30%, Zhenling took 40%, and the Profound Clear sect took 30%. But the spirit wine business wasn't included in this income. This meant that Zhao Hai received 30% of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's shares. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But what Zhenling said was right. 30% of Zhao Hai's shares weren't for nothing. Don't forget that Zhao Hai gave Zhenling a bag of spirit stones, all of which were high-grade spirit stones. Although Zhenling got a lot of good things for Zhao Hai in the Pink Clouds Pavilion, compared to the bag of spirit stones, it was still lacking. Because of this, Zhenling gave Zhao Hai 30%. However, to say that 30% of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion was exchanged for the bag of spirit stones was too much. The bag of spirit stones wasn't worth 30% of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's shares. But in order to get Zhao Hai on her ship, Zhenling gave 30% of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's shares to Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the Profound Clear sect had Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming's faces. Since they received 30% of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's shares as well as the spirit wine, it was natural for them to support the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion was now on the right track. Moreover, the spirit wine there was enough for them to sell for a long time. Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's matters. However, he still sent a lot of spirit wine to Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. Some of the spirit wine was for the two while the rest was for the Profound Clear sect. This was also what Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming wanted. They wanted Zhao Hai to use the spirit wine to build a good relationship with the Profound Clear sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai was happy to use some spirit wine to build a good relationship with the Profound Clear sect. But since Zhao Hai was in seclusion, he handed these matters over to Kai. Naturally, Kai would deliver the spirit wine. However, she didn't show herself. Instead, she left a letter for Huang Daoran, telling him that Zhao Hai was in seclusion. Seclusion was very important for a cultivator. Huang Daoran didn't say anything about it. On the contrary, he was happy. Some time ago, he saw how diligent Zhao Hai was in doing business with Zhenling. Huang Daoran was afraid that Zhao Hai would put the cart before the horse. In the world of cultivation, everything was fake, only one's cultivation was real. If Zhao Hai abandoned his cultivation in order to do business, then he would be putting the cart before the horse. Huang Daoran felt relieved. The Cross-Sword Pirate Group's situation was also good. Under the arrangements of Laura and the others, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group would move people to Yale 2 every day. Then they would use undead to make up for their losses. After 3 months of migration, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group had already moved 1 million people to Yale 2. And this was because Lewis and the others wanted to keep it a secret. Therefore, they deliberately reduced the speed of migration. Naturally, not all the members of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group who moved to Yale 2 were sincere. There were also spies from other forces. However, their every move was under Kai's surveillance. Once a person makes a move, he or she would immediately be arrested. This way, he or she wouldn't be allowed to reveal any secrets about Yale 2. On the other hand, the situation in the Six Realms battlefield was much better. Zhao Hai already told Yuan that he would be in seclusion for a long time. Naturally, Yuan wouldn't say anything. However, Zhao Hai didn't ignore the machine field's territory. He had Jia Dingshan, Li Lin, and the others guard the Lock Mountain range to prevent any sneak attacks. Actually, Zhao Hai's worries were superfluous. At this point, everyone in the Six Realms battlefield knew that Zhao Hai was in seclusion, preparing to break through to the transcending tribulation stage. Before they know whether Zhao Hai succeeded or not, they wouldn't act rashly. After all, angering a great expert like Zhao Hai wasn't a good thing. Zhao Hai actually didn't participate in these matters. Everything was handled by Kai and the others. With Kai and the others' support, Zhao Hai was able to enter seclusion with peace of mind. At the same time, the matters outside were handled in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved as he went into seclusion for the third time. This time, he was going to practice fist techniques. These techniques were the demon subjugation technique, the descending dragon technique, and the crouching tiger technique. The demon subjugation technique, strictly speaking, wasn't a fist technique. It was a technique that increased one's strength. Aside from the demon subjugation technique, the rest of the techniques were very common fist techniques. Compared to the descending dragon technique and the crouching tiger technique, the difference was too great. It can be said that by combining these three techniques, one would be able to use every part of one's body as a weapon. With the strength of one's body, one would be able to fight against artifacts. This was what body cultivators pursued. Zhao Hai's stellar body tempering technique was definitely the best foundation technique among body cultivation techniques. In other words, the stellar body tempering technique was just the beginning. It gave Zhao Hai the most solid foundation. With this foundation, Zhao Hai could practice any body cultivation technique. It can also be said that the stellar body forging technique was an incomparably powerful forging machine. Originally, Zhao was just a piece of iron ore, but under the forging of this incomparably powerful forging machine, his body had turned into an invincible piece of steel. But before, Zhao was just a piece of good steel. If he used a steel ingot to hit someone, it wouldn't necessarily have much lethality, because the steel ingot wasn't a weapon. What he pursued wasn't the greatest lethality. But now, the demon subjugation technique, dragon subduing technique, and tiger subduing technique had transformed Zhao Hai from a steel ingot into a killing weapon. This was especially true for the demon subjugation technique. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't put this technique in his heart. His strength wasn't small. In his opinion, practicing the demon subjugation technique wouldn't have much use. Moreover, the demon subjugation technique was too shallow. Zhao Hai didn't have any interest in learning it. If it weren't for the two techniques from before, then he wouldn't have practiced the demon subjugation technique. However, when Zhao Hai practiced the demon subjugation technique, he realized how powerful this technique was. This technique wasn't like other techniques that required one's strength. The demon subjugation technique didn't need this technique. It only needed two hand seals. One was the Karma Mudra seal, and the other was the Samadhi seal. As long as these two seals were combined with the corresponding technique, then one's strength would increase. After practicing the demon subjugation technique, Zhao Hai finally understood why the demon subjugation technique's punches and kicks were so shallow. There was only one reason, and that was because one person's strength could defeat 10 people's techniques. When one's strength reached a certain level, any profound technique or transformations would be nothing more than floating clouds in one's eyes. You could do 1,000 different transformations, and even if you unleashed a punch, you wouldn't be able to injure your opponent, but you would be able to take their life. That was the foundation of the devil subduing technique. The demon subjugation technique took a lot more time compared to the Vajra technique and the six senses technique. It took Zhao Hai 64 days to reach perfection. But now, Zhao Hai was able to crush a medium-grade artifact into pieces. With a single punch, he could even flatten a mountain. This was the effect of the demon subjugation technique. After successfully cultivating the demon subjugation technique, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. To be honest, the demon subjugation technique's profoundness was far beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. If he didn't have the support of a massive amount of faith power, then he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the demon subjugation technique. After successfully cultivating the demon subjugation technique, Zhao Hai could finally relax. The way of cultivation was to alternate between tension and relaxation. Only in this way would one be able to cultivate the technique well. If one were to constantly cultivate, then it would eventually lead to chi deviation. Therefore, every time Zhao Hai cultivated a technique, he would take a good rest. After resting for several days, Zhao Hai began to cultivate the dragon subjugation technique. The dragon subjugation technique was actually a set of dragon subjugation leg technique. But before cultivating the dragon subjugation leg technique, Zhao Hai had to cultivate a hand seal. This hand seal was the dragon seal. He had to use his right hand to hold the back of his left hand, then he would grasp the left hand 3 times. The reason why this dragon seal had to be formed was because the dragon subduing leg technique of the dragon subduing technique was comprehended from the posture of the dragon. Therefore, one must first understand the dragon, and this dragon seal evolved from the 4 dragons of Buddhism. The 4 dragons of Buddhism were, first, guarding the heavenly palace, dissatisfied with the order, not to be a dragon statue in the house; second, raising the clouds and bringing rain, benefiting the world; third, the earth dragon, breaking the river; fourth, the hidden treasure, guarding the great fortune of the samsara king. The leader of the dragon race was called the Dragon King. This dragon seal was comprehended from the 4 dragons and the Dragon King's might. It was incomparably powerful. If one wanted to learn the dragon subjugation leg technique, then one must first learn the dragon seal. Once the dragon seal is formed, then the dragon subjugation leg technique is formed. If the dragon seal isn't formed, then the dragon seal must be formed. Zhao Hai's dragon seal wasn't very difficult to learn. Moreover, Zhao Hai came from the map of China. Because of this, he was able to learn the dragon seal with twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, it only took him 36 days to learn the dragon subjugation leg technique. Just as the dragon subjugation technique said, once you learn the dragon seal, then you can also learn the dragon subjugation leg technique. If you can't learn the dragon seal, then your dragon subjugation leg technique would be useless. After learning the dragon subjugation technique, Zhao Hai didn't go out this time. Instead, he continued to practice the subjugation tiger technique. The subjugation tiger technique was also composed of 3 hand seals. These 3 hand seals were the palm pagoda hand seal, lotus palm seal, and body-forming hand seal. After learning these 3 hand seals, one would be able to comprehend the essence of the subjugation tiger technique. However, these 3 hand seals weren't easy to learn. Zhao Hai used 49 days to learn them. Then, he used another 10 days to familiarize himself with the subjugation tiger technique. After learning the subjugation tiger technique, Zhao Hai also integrated the demon subjugation technique, dragon subjugation technique, and tiger subjugation technique. This took him another 30 days. By the time Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, it had already been 5 months since his last seclusion. At this point, Laura and the others were already used to Zhao Hai's seclusion. They also knew that Zhao Hai was practicing an extraordinary technique. Because of this, they didn't bother Zhao Hai. They just took care of matters outside. This was the biggest help they could give to Zhao Hai. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai has been in the machine field for more than 2 years. In these 2 years, he went from a nobody to a famous expert in the machine field. After a year of seclusion, people in the world of cultivation rarely heard about him anymore. It seems like people had already forgotten about him. However, this was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. If people forgot about him, he would be able to cultivate in peace and develop his own force. After several months of relocation, most of the people from the Cross-Sword Pirate group had already moved to Yale too. Those who stayed behind were combat personnel. They stayed behind in order to guard the Cross-Sword Pirate group's territory. At this time, there were more undead than living people in the Cross-Sword Pirate group's territory. However, the Cross-Sword Pirate group's members were already accustomed to this. One could even see an undead walking together with a Cross-Sword Pirate group member, chatting and laughing together. In the eyes of others, this was simply inconceivable. But in the Cross-Sword Pirate group's territory, this was actually happening. This was because the Cross-Sword Pirate group's members discovered that the undead were very easy to get along with. Moreover, the undead were very intelligent. They didn't seem like they were being commanded at all. They acted like normal people. They talked, they did things, they learned how to operate battleships, and even mechas. This made the Cross-Sword Pirate group's members very surprised. It was precisely because of this that the undead were able to get along with the Cross-Sword Pirate group's members and even become good friends. However, the Six Realms battlefield wasn't very peaceful recently. Zhao Hai hadn't appeared in the Six Realms battlefield for nearly a year. The Six Realms battlefield even had a new batch of people. Naturally, these newcomers weren't aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Because of this, the machine field's territory became unstable. From time to time, people would come to the Lock Mountain range to cause trouble. Although they were repelled by Jia Dingshan, this made the other realms even more rampant. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't appear, or that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to appear. Therefore, more and more people came to the Lock Mountain range to cause trouble. Even Li Lin and the others were injured several times. Kai and the others saw this and became anxious. They knew that Zhao Hai cared a lot about the Lock Mountain range. Not only because he was now a supreme elder of the Six Realms battlefield, but also because Xiongli and the others were there. Xiongli and the others would be serving in the Lock Mountain range for 3 years. They weren't as strong as Zhao Hai, who was able to make a name for himself in the Six Realms battlefield and become a supreme elder. On the other hand, Xiongli and the others were still small soldiers. Moreover, they would be serving in the Lock Mountain range, which was the most dangerous place in the machine field. If something happened to Xiongli and the others, then Kai and the others wouldn't be able to explain it to Zhao Hai. Because of this, they released the giant pangolins that were cultivating with Jia Dingshan to help the Lock Mountain range. This way, other people would only think that Jia Dingshan was leading the pangolins to help the Lock Mountain range. They wouldn't think of Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. Kai quickly reported the situation to Zhao Hai. When he heard Kai, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Oh? There's such a thing? It seems like you've been inactive for a long time. Nobody would think of you as a dish. Alright, it seems like I'll have to go to the Six Realms battlefield." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in Yuan's camp. Yuan was still in charge of the camp. But after the old people left, new people came in. When Zhao Hai appeared in Yuan's camp, he was seen by a newcomer. When the newcomer saw Zhao Hai's magic robe and his inconspicuous appearance, he couldn't help but stare. But when he saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he immediately recognized him. It must be known that Zhao Hai was the idol of all cultivators in the machine field. This person was also one of Zhao Hai's admirers. Therefore, he was able to recognize Zhao Hai at a glance. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the person was so excited that he didn't know what to do. After staring for some time, he turned his head and shouted, "Great Elder Zhao Hai is here! Great Elder Zhao Hai is here!" His voice was hoarse. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, this was the first time someone called him that. Zhao Hai wasn't used to it. However, the person's shout also alarmed the entire camp. Yuan and the others came out of their rooms. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Yuan and the others stared for a moment before they were overjoyed. They quickly walked towards Zhao Hai and hugged him as they laughed. Xiongli and the others were also very happy. They came over to greet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai greeted the newcomers. After some time, everyone calmed down. Yuan immediately introduced the newcomers to Zhao Hai. The newcomers had excited expressions on their faces. Zhao Hai chatted with them for a while before they calmed down. After some time, Zhao Hai followed Yuan and the others into the conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai turned his head to Yuan and said, "Captain, I came out of seclusion early because I heard that the other realms were very rampant. They kept coming to the Lock Mountain range to cause trouble. Therefore, I came out of seclusion to take a look. Once I'm done here, I'll return to my seclusion." Hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan couldn't help but be nervous as he said, "Zhao Hai, will this affect your cultivation? Will you be alright if you come out so early?" Yuan couldn't help but be nervous. People in seclusion hated to be disturbed. If Zhao Hai came out of seclusion early because of the Six Realms battlefield, then it would affect Yuan's cultivation. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Cultivation also requires rest. I just came out to relax. What's going on? Why did the other realms suddenly come here to cause trouble?" Yuan coldly snorted and said, "It's because you haven't appeared for some time. Those guys thought that you wouldn't come to the Six Realms battlefield. So they became bold and came to our partially controlled territory to cause trouble. They even came to the Lock Mountain range several times. However, they were repelled every time." Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but sink. He coldly snorted and said, "It seems like these guys don't learn from their mistakes. This time, we must teach them a lesson." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the alarm of the fort suddenly sounded. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then his eyebrows jumped as he smiled faintly and said, "Good, they actually dared to come." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "All right, they're not afraid of death." Yuan sneered and said, "Recently, people from the other realms have been coming to the machine field more frequently. It's possible that they want to vent their anger on you." Xiaohai nodded and said, "You're right." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go out and take a look. This time, it's people from the other realms." Then he walked out of the conference room and flew towards the fort's exit. Although the alarm in the fort rang, it didn't mean that the fort was under attack. Instead, it meant that someone had triggered the alarm in the machine field's partially controlled territory. If someone was attacking the fort, then the alarm wouldn't have sounded like this. Xiaohai had already sensed the person's presence. After cultivating the six senses purification technique, Xiaohai's spiritual force became even more formidable. Even without the space's warning, he could still sense the intruders. Xiaohai flew towards the direction of the intruders. Before long, he saw 10 cultivators flying unscrupulously in the machine field's partially controlled territory. Their flying speed wasn't fast at all. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Xiaohai slowly flew until he was 100 meters away from the group. Although these people were dressed like cultivators, the yin qi coming from their bodies made it clear that they weren't good people. It seems like these people were from the devil realm. However, the cultivation of these 10 people wasn't low. 3 of them were at nascent soul stage while the other 7 were at core formation stage. Xiaohai didn't dare to underestimate them. When the devil cultivators saw Xiaohai, they couldn't help but stare. However, they didn't show any fear. Instead, they stopped and looked at Xiaohai with a smile. But when they saw Xiaohai's appearance, their expressions changed. A while ago, Xiaohai was very famous. How could these people not recognize him? Therefore, when these people saw Xiaohai, they immediately recognized him. One of the nascent soul experts' expression changed. Then he slowly calmed down. He sneered as he looked at Xiaohai and said, "Xiaohai, you're finally willing to come out. This old man has been looking for you for a long time." Xiaohai looked at the person and said, "Oh? Xiaohai, actually made your excellency think about me? May I know who your excellency is?" The person looked at Xiaohai, then he stroked his beard and leisurely said, "This old man is Blood Infant Ling Lai." Upon hearing this name, Xiaohai's pupils couldn't help but shrink as he said, "You're the one who slaughtered tens of thousands of babies to refine the blood infant? Ha ha ha, good, very good. I've been wanting to get rid of you for a long time. It's just that I've been in seclusion recently and haven't had the time. I didn't think that you would actually come knocking on my door. Good, this saves me a lot of trouble. You're dead today. I'm going to turn you into an undead." Upon hearing Xiaohai's words, Ling Lai couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, good. This old man has finally seen what Xiaohai is like. Your strength isn't much, but your ability to boast is top-notch. This old man will meet you today. After he said that, he waved his hand and a blood-red curved blade appeared in his hand. Then he waved his hand and the curved blade flew out from his hand and slashed towards Xiaohai. The scimitar was like a blood-red phantom. In a flash, it appeared beside Zhao and directly slashed at his neck. This scimitar was very famous. It was called the Blood Shadow Scimitar, and was Ling Lai's favorite weapon. The scimitar's attack was very easy to recognize. It was fast, and when the scimitar came out of the scimitar, one could only see the blood shadow and not the scimitar. This blood shadow blade was refined by Ling Lai himself. However, the refining method was very special. It was refined using a type of steel called black blood steel and human blood. This human blood wasn't the blood of an ordinary person. It had to be the blood of 100 virgins. In other words, in order to refine this blade, Ling Lai had to kill 100 girls. How cruel was that? The speed of the blood shadow blade was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already at Xiaohai's neck. However, for some reason, Ling Lai felt a little uneasy when he saw that the blade was about to land on Xiaohai's neck, but Xiaohai didn't react at all. He was very clear that Xiaohai's ability to withstand Huang Daeran's attack wasn't undeserved. He said that he was going into seclusion a while ago, but in his opinion, it was more likely that Xiaohai was seriously injured and needed to recuperate. However, now that Zhao Hai came out, there were only two possibilities. One was that his injuries were completely healed, and the other was that he forcefully came out of seclusion. However, no matter which possibility it was impossible for him to not react at all. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Zhao Hai's hand move and grab onto the blood shadow blade. The blood shadow blade struggled in Zhao Hai's hand, but it couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Hai looked at the blood shadow blade and snorted. It's indeed a demonic weapon. Ling Lai, oh Ling Lai, I won't let you off today. After saying that, Zhao Hai leaned forward and used a simple progressive punch. However, when this punch was used by Zhao Hai, it was completely different. Zhao Hai's eyes were wide open like an angry vitra. His entire body was shining with a white light. This white light wasn't dazzling at all. Instead, it gave people a sense of calmness. It was as though he was an enlightened monk who was going to subdue demons. Zhao Hai's punch wasn't an ordinary punch. This punch was executed using the tiger subduing fist. This punch was as powerful as a tiger. In addition, Zhao Hai cultivated the demon subduing technique, so the strength of this punch was at its peak. However, this punch didn't just rely on brute force. There were many variations in this punch, and Ling Lai couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Ling Lai realized this as well. Seeing this situation, he didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth, and a baby's cry came out of his mouth. This baby's cry didn't have any of the cuteness of a baby's cry. Instead, it was filled with endless hatred and eeriness. Hearing this cry would send chills down one's spine. Following the cries, a blood-red baby appeared in front of Ling Lai. This baby looked extremely adorable, but its blood-red body and blood-red eyes made it seem as though countless vengeful spirits were wailing in its eyes. The moment the baby appeared, it let out a shrill cry. A sound wave immediately went towards Zhao Hai's fist. Then, countless blood-red tentacles appeared around its body. These tentacles formed a huge blood-red fist that went straight towards Zhao Hai's fist. Ling Lai knew that he couldn't dodge Zhao Hai's punch even if he wanted to. He could only hope that he could withstand Zhao Hai's punch. With a loud bang, the sound wave released by the blood baby was in front of Zhao Hai's fist. However, that sound wave was like a piece of paper that was easily torn apart by Zhao Hai's fist. Then, Zhao Hai's fist met the blood baby's tentacle fist. Boom! Zhao Hai's fist collided with the blood baby's fist. The blood baby let out a blood-curdling scream as it was dispersed by Zhao Hai's fist. Then, the fist's force reduced and hit Ling Lai's body. With a bang, Ling Lai's body flew back. While he was still in the air, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You've transcended tribulation." But before he could finish, his head tilted as his body fell. Naturally, he was killed by Zhao Hai's fist. Moreover, his body was in a strange position as he fell. All of his bones had been crushed by Zhao Hai's fist. Zhao Hai waved his hand and called Ling Lai back into the space. Then he turned his head to the demons and sneered, "What? Everyone? Aren't you looking down on the machine field too much? Do you think you can come and go as you please? I don't have time to deal with you, but you came. Alright, I'll kill you today." Those who have ideas about the machine field should know that the machine field isn't their backyard. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the demons. On the other hand, the demons were now filled with regret. They couldn't understand why they met Zhao Hai the moment they arrived in the machine field. The blood baby Ling Lai was a famous nascent soul expert in the demon realm. But now, he was killed by Zhao Hai in a single move. In Zhao Hai's eyes, they were nothing more than food. But now, Zhao Hai didn't even give them a chance to explain before he attacked. The demons could only take up their weapons to resist. However, the demons weren't confident. This was because they heard Ling Lai's words. Transcending tribulation, Zhao Hai was actually a transcending tribulation expert? Thinking of this, the demons couldn't help but feel a chill on their necks. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He just wanted to use them as practice for his crouching tiger fist and subduing dragon kick. In the world of cultivation, fist and foot techniques weren't very popular. However, there were still a lot of people who practiced them. Among them, the Buddhist fist and foot techniques were the most powerful. According to legend, Buddhists inherited the essence of ancient body cultivators. Because of this, their fist and foot techniques were very well understood. A lot of Buddhist disciples would use their fist and foot techniques to fight their enemies. This showed how confident they were in their fist and foot techniques. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's demon subduing technique, tiger subduing fist, and dragon subduing kick were all orthodox Buddhist techniques. In addition to the support of faith power, astral qi, and evil qi, as well as Zhao Hai's nascent soul formation, his spiritual qi had undergone a qualitative change. All of these made him much stronger compared to the nascent soul experts of the cultivation realm. Even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't have such treatment. However, Zhao Hai only fought with the remaining people in order to test his skills. Because of this, he didn't kill them in the beginning. After a few dozen exchanges, Zhao Hai already knew his strength. Zhao Hai believed that even if he were to face Huang Daoran now, he wouldn't suffer a loss. If he were to cultivate the 18 Buddhist techniques, then he wouldn't need to be afraid of transcending tribulation experts. Even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to contend with him. Zhao Hai was confident that he wouldn't be able to defeat Huang Daoran. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to tangle with the Devil Realm experts. Moreover, there were a lot of people who came to watch the show. It was time to establish his prestige. Zhao Hai suddenly stopped his attacks. However, the Devil Realm cultivators didn't dare to be negligent. Each of them had several artifacts around them as they looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "All right, I've played enough. It's time to send you on your way. Everyone, take care. Remember to be more careful next time." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he sent out 5 punches and 4 kicks in an instant. 9 streams of energy struck the 9 Devil Realm cultivators. The 9 Devil Realm cultivators wanted to resist, but how could they withstand Zhao Hai's 5 punches and 4 kicks? All of them were killed on the spot. When the people who came to watch the show saw this, they couldn't help but be startled. They didn't see the battle between Zhao Hai and Ling Lai. When they arrived, they only saw Zhao Hai fighting the Devil Realm cultivators. Zhao Hai didn't use any artifacts, he only used his fists and kicks. This was enough to make them surprised. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai was just testing his martial arts. Now that they saw Zhao Hai killing the Devil Realm cultivators, they couldn't help but be startled. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at these people, then he coldly snorted and said, "Everyone, don't challenge my patience. Just because I didn't come out doesn't mean that I don't care about the 6 realms battlefield. If you disturb my cultivation next time, then don't blame me for being impolite." Then his figure moved and disappeared from the Lock Mountain range. As for Yuan and the others who were watching Zhao Hai's display of power, although they were surprised, they were also proud. They also looked at the people who ran towards the machine field's half-controlled area before flying towards the Lock Mountain range. Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. The people from the other realms looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's strength to be this tyrannical. A nascent soul expert turned to a cultivator next to him and said, "Long Hai, how strong do you think Zhao Hai is right now? Those Devil Realm cultivators aren't weak. How could they be dealt with so easily? He's worthy of being called the strongest under transcending tribulation." Long Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Guping, you're underestimating Zhao Hai too much. Even if he's a transcending tribulation expert, how could he deal with those Devil Realm cultivators so easily? Zhao Hai was just testing his martial arts. If he made a move from the beginning, then these people wouldn't have lasted until now. I think Zhao Hai should be at the transcending tribulation stage now. I'm afraid that he wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss against Huang Daoran." Gu Ping stared, then he turned to Long Hai and said, "Is Zhao Hai really that strong? It can't be, right? It hasn't even been a year since his battle with Huang Daoran. Could it be that his strength has increased again?" Long Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Gu Ping, you're too late. You didn't see it. Before Zhao Hai fought with these people, he also fought with the Devil Realm's blood infant Ling Lai. He only used one fist to kill Ling Lai. Even Ling Lai's blood infant was destroyed. Before Ling Lai died, he said that Zhao Hai had already reached transcending tribulation." The two's voices weren't low, and the surroundings were filled with experts. Even if the two were whispering, they would still be able to hear them. Upon hearing Long Hai, the surrounding people took a deep breath. Gu Ping's expression changed as he looked at Long Hai and said, "Brother Long Hai, we should leave this place quickly. If we really annoy Zhao Hai, then we'll be in trouble." "Right, from today onwards, shouldn't we call ourselves Daoist Zhao Hai?" Long Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? In any case, Zhao Hai hasn't recognized us yet, so we shouldn't call him that. But he's right, we should leave quickly." Then he turned around and flew away with Gu Ping. The people from the other realms also did the same. They turned around and flew away, not daring to stay here for even a moment. When Yuan and the others returned to the camp, Zhao Hai was still there. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the space. In any case, he came out this time to relax and have a good rest. Seeing Yuan and the others and having a good chat was also good. Yuan and the others thought that Zhao Hai had left. But now that they saw that Zhao Hai was still there, they were very happy. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He took out a lot of delicious food and drank with everyone. Zhao Hai, Yuan, Wu Yang, and Xiongli sat at a table with Zhao Hai. After drinking 2 cups of wine, Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, have you really reached transcending tribulation?" Yuan's words caused the dining hall to settle down. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They all heard Ling Lai's words. At that time, Ling Lai clearly said that Zhao Hai had reached transcending tribulation. Zhao Hai looked at the others, then he shook his head and said, "No, I'm still far from transcending tribulation. It's because of my special cultivation method that I'm a bit more powerful. I really haven't reached transcending tribulation." Yuan and the others nodded. However, it can be seen that they were still disappointed. One couldn't blame them. After all, the machine field didn't have a transcending tribulation expert. This had always been a sore point for them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell them that his current strength was comparable to a transcending tribulation expert. He told Yuan that he hadn't reached transcending tribulation because he wanted Yuan and the others to spread the news. This way, the people of the other realms wouldn't pay attention to him. He had been honest for less than a year, and now he caused such a big commotion. If the people of the other realms thought that he had reached transcending tribulation, then needless to say, he would be pushed into the limelight. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. He was still preparing to cultivate the 18 Arhat techniques. However, it would take him at least a year to learn all 18 Arhat techniques. During this time, he didn't want anything to happen to his rear. He also didn't want the matter of Yale 2 and the pirate paradise to be discovered. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that after Zhao Hai dealt with the demon realm, the news that he had successfully transcended his tribulation spread. This news immediately spread among the higher-ups of the 6 realms. In an instant, Zhao Hai, who had disappeared for a year, once again entered the sights of the higher-ups of the 6 realms. Just as Zhao Hai left the Lock Mountain range, Yuan and the others received a message from the machine field's higher-ups. Naturally, the content of the message was whether or not Zhao Hai had become a transcending tribulation expert. Naturally, Yuan and the others' answer was negative. Zhao Hai personally admitted that he wasn't a transcending tribulation expert. It was only because his cultivation method was special that he became strong. This news made the higher-ups of the 6 realms pay less attention to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's title as the strongest under transcending tribulation was confirmed. Even the higher-ups of the 6 realms recognized this. Besides the higher-ups of the 6 realms, the people of the other realms in the 6 realms battlefield gave Zhao Hai a nickname. This nickname came from Zhao Hai's habit of using the undead. Because of this, the people of the other realms gave Zhao Hai a resounding nickname, Hell King. Naturally, Zhao Hai also knew about this nickname. However, he didn't care about it. Nicknames were given to him by other people. Moreover, this nickname wasn't permanent. In the past, he liked to use the undead because he wasn't strong enough. Because of this, people called him Hell King. But what if one day he stopped using the undead? Would people still call him Hell King? In fact, Zhao Hai already had the idea of not using the undead anymore. This was because he discovered that the undead could also provide him with faith power. Moreover, the faith power that the undead could provide him was much purer than what ordinary people could provide him. After all, ordinary people were still people, so they had their own thoughts. However, the undead were different. The undead were completely subdued by the space. If Zhao Hai told them to commit suicide, they wouldn't hesitate to smash their own heads. Because of this, the faith power that they could provide to Zhao Hai was naturally purer. Besides being pure, the faith power provided by the undead also had another characteristic, and that was its offensive nature. This was something that Zhao Hai discovered recently. For example, the demons, the divine race, the beastmen, and the undead. The faith power provided by these races had strong offensive capabilities. When used in an attack, it would be much more formidable than other sources of faith power. On the other hand, the elves, dwarves, humans, fishmen, and other races provided faith power that was more suitable for cultivation and body improvement. This discovery made Zhao Hai startled. He didn't think that faith power would have this many changes. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this matter. Whether the faith power was suitable for attack or cultivation, it didn't affect Zhao Hai too much. There was only a slight difference between attack and cultivation. It was like the difference between a 100 gene punch and a 99 gene punch. This difference was negligible. Zhao Hai returned to the space and accompanied Laura and the others for a few days. Then he prepared to practice the 18 techniques. This time, Zhao Hai chose the Cosmos technique. The Cosmos technique was the only escape technique among the 18 techniques. This escape technique was more complex than Zhao Hai had imagined. The entire technique was composed of 6 hand seals. The hand seals were called the Void Seal, which meant to hide one's body in the void. The first hand seal was called the Diamond Binding Seal. The fingers of the 2 hands were pinched together like a treasure, while the big fingers were pointed towards the heart. Here, the Vajrabind was the outer binding, and this was the Void Bodhi fundamental seal. The second mudra was, humbly closing the palms together, bending the 2 thumbs and inserting them into the palms. This was the Womb Treasury's Void Treasury. The third hand seal was called the Hidden Void Seal. The 5 fingers of the right hand were extended upwards. The index finger and thumb were twisted together. The second finger was bent while the first finger was straightened. The right hand was formed into a fist. The index finger and thumb were twisted together like a treasure. The fourth hand seal was called the Hidden Void Seal. The 2 index fingers were bent under the 2 middle fingers. The thumb was inserted into the palm. The fifth hand seal was called the Hidden Void Seal. The 2 thumbs were bent into the palm. The 2 index fingers were bent over the 2 thumbs. The sixth hand seal was the same as the Hidden Void Samaya Seal. The 2 hands were bound together. The 2 index fingers were shaped like a treasure. The 2 thumbs were placed on top of the palm. These 6 seals were a complete set of Hidden Void Seals. As long as Zhao Hai could practice the Cosmos technique, he would be considered to have mastered it. Why was it said that Buddhist martial arts were all practiced using hand seals? Actually, this was related to the way Buddhists spread their teachings. Buddhists paid particular attention to epiphany. Epiphany could lead to bodhisattva status. Epiphany could lead to enlightenment. After that, the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect used their great wisdom to transform these insights into hand seals. When Zhao Hai formed these hand seals, his spiritual body and faith power would be affected by the hand seals. Then they would naturally circulate according to the different methods used by the hand seals. No matter what kind of martial arts it was, as long as the method was correct, you would understand how to use this martial arts. It was just like walking in a maze. Once the path was drawn for you, you would naturally know how to get out. It was that simple. In fact, the Buddhist hand seal was equivalent to a disguised method of enlightenment. In the Buddhist inheritance, there was a method of enlightenment. It was to pass on one's life's knowledge and understanding to others through the method of enlightenment. This hand seal was actually a disguised method of enlightenment. It wasn't as overbearing as the official method of enlightenment, but it was an indispensable part of the Buddhist inheritance. The Cosmos technique was the most difficult technique that Zhao Hai had ever learned. While practicing it, Zhao Hai was able to comprehend that the Cosmos technique was actually a type of spatial magic. This type of magic used a part of the power of space to allow the user to move freely in the void. This way, when facing an enemy, the user could hide in the void and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. If this was all, then Zhao Hai's space could do the same. However, Zhao Hai's space was pure space magic. On the other hand, the Cosmos technique wasn't pure space magic. An expert would be able to sense Zhao Hai's movements. In other words, the essence of the Cosmos technique lay in the word hide. Hiding oneself in the void was the essence of the Cosmos technique. In addition to the word hide, the Cosmos technique also had another point. It wasn't a random movement technique. Instead, it was a combination of a Buddhist formation. Following the formation's rules, one could use the void escape technique. Of course, although the formation had its own rules, it wasn't dead. There were left, right, front, and back paths. If you follow the correct path of the formation, then you should go left, but you can also go right. As long as you're inside the formation, then you can freely change your path. This allowed the escape technique to have infinite variations. The Cosmos technique took Zhao Hai 81 days to complete. The main reason was that there were too many variations. Even with the help of the space, Zhao Hai still needed time to comprehend it. Because of this, Zhao Hai's seclusion took more than 90 days. After coming out, Zhao Hai could finally relax. At the same time, he also paid attention to the outside world. Now that the outside world was aware of his strength, the Six Realms battlefield had calmed down. At the same time, Yale too was also on the right track. After Margaret and Louis came in contact, the construction of Yale 2's space base began. This was the outer defensive line of Yale 2. It needed to be built properly. If it wasn't built properly, then Yale 2 would be like a naked woman. Anyone who wanted to enter would be able to do so without any hindrance. This wouldn't be good for Yale 2's development. At the same time, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's headquarters in the Pirate Paradise was also preserved. However, many of the residences there had been demolished. There were no women, children, or old people in the Cross-Sword Pirate Group. Besides a small number of Cross-Sword Pirate Group members, all of them had turned into undead. At this time, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's blockade had been lifted. However, there were still many places where outsiders were prohibited from entering. If someone wanted to contact the Cross-Sword Pirate Group, then they would need to go to a designated location. Then they would need to meet with the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's people. This was to prevent the undead from being discovered. Zhenling sat on the praying mat while Huang Daoran sat across from her. The two were currently at the Flying Phoenix Mountain. This mountain was originally called the Colorful Cloud Ridge. It was the ancestral property of the Zhen family. This mountain used to produce black iron ores, but now, all of the black iron ores have been mined, making this mountain the headquarters of the Zhen family. Besides the black iron ore, there was another secret on the mountain. There was a spirit vein on the mountain. It wasn't a very high-grade spirit vein, it could only be considered a medium-grade spirit vein. Moreover, the spirit vein was very remote. And with the Zhen family's magic formation, it was impossible for outsiders to know that there was a spirit vein here. After dozens of generations of the Zhen family's management, the Flying Phoenix Mountain could be said to be densely packed with formations. In addition, there were countless mines dug out in the past. The mines were equipped with mechanisms and formations. The entire Flying Phoenix Mountain could be said to be impregnable. It was not inferior to some mid-grade sects at all. Because of Huang Daoran's relationship with the Zhen family, he generally cultivated in the Zhen family's spirit vein. Besides Huang Daoran, there were also more than a dozen nascent soul experts that the Zhen family cultivated. This was the Zhen family's elder hall. All of the Zhen family's elders cultivated here. Among these people, Huang Daoran was naturally the leader. First, Huang Daoran was strong. Second, it was because of his relationship with the Zhen family. Originally, Huang Daoran was a guest elder of the Rosy Clouds Pavilion because of the Zhen family. But now that he was no longer a guest elder, he naturally became the Zhen family's supreme elder. His status in the Zhen family was extraordinary. Zhenling looked at Huang Daoran and said, "Uncle Huang, I prepared Zhao Hai's gift. But I can't contact him right now. What do you think?" Huang Daoran gently shook his head and said, "Recently, Zhao Hai has been cultivating. Although he appeared in the Six Realms battlefield a while ago, that was only to intimidate people. It seems like he's in seclusion again. This time, Zhao Hai's seclusion was very long. It's possible that he's cultivating. We shouldn't disturb him." Zhenling looked at Huang Daoran and said, Uncle Huang, Zhao Hai is getting stronger and stronger. If he really becomes a transcending tribulation expert, do you think he'll deal with us? Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling and smiled faintly as he said, Little Ling, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai isn't that kind of person. I know that you've been in the business world for many years and have seen the faces of many people. Therefore, you wouldn't easily trust him. Zhao Hai has only met you twice, so you don't understand him. But don't worry, Zhao Hai isn't the kind of person you think he is. Zhenling looked at Huang Daoran with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Huang Daoran was so confident in Zhao Hai. Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling and smiled faintly, Little Ling, the cultivation realm is a place where the strong preys on the weak. But in this place, it's easy for people who value relationships to appear. Zhao Hai went against me for the sake of the Lock Mountain Range. This shows that he's a very sentimental person. Moreover, his interests are aligned with ours. He's my disciple in name. Although I didn't teach him anything, this identity allows him to move freely in the cultivation realm and do business with you. If he turns against us, then he wouldn't have a foothold in the machine field. Most importantly, he has a cooperative relationship with the Profound Clear sect. Don't think that cooperating with the Profound Clear sect is a good thing. The Profound Clear sect can provide us protection, but if they turn against us, then they would be faster than anyone else. If Zhao Hai turns against us, then the Profound Clear sect wouldn't let him go. When the time comes, it would be difficult for him to have a foothold in the machine field. Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, Little Ling, the cultivation realm is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Zhenling couldn't help but nod. What Huang Daoran said was reasonable. She agreed with Huang Daoran's opinion. After doing business for so many years, she didn't believe in anything other than benefits. When she became the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, there were a lot of people who opposed her. But ever since she became the pavilion master, she was able to give them huge dividends every year. It was because of these dividends that those people didn't rush into action despite their opposition. This was because she used benefits to tie those people to her chariot. And now, she was cooperating with Zhao Hai for benefits. She didn't believe that Zhao Hai would really treat Zhao Hai as his master. Before, the two were fighting to the death. Now that Huang Daoran said that he wanted Zhao Hai to worship him as his master, then Zhao Hai really did it. How much of a master and disciple relationship could there be? It was very doubtful. Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He really didn't want to see Zhenling like this. Zhenling didn't believe in people anymore. In her eyes, there were only benefits. This wasn't good. Huang Daoran also knew why Zhenling was like this. It was because Zhenling had been doing business for a long time. Merchants in the cultivation realm would use all kinds of methods. Betrayal was a common occurrence. It can be said that Zhenling had seen the ugliest side of human nature in recent years. Because of this, she no longer believed in human nature. She only believed in benefits. Huang Daoran replied, Little Ling, I hope that you can get along well with Little Hai. Little Hai has a lot of things that people in the cultivation realm don't have. It's only been 2 years since he ascended, but he's already done a lot of things. His reputation is huge. Moreover, he has a lot of friends in the machine field. Back in the Lock Mountain Range, the people in the Lock Mountain Range were willing to go all out against him and me. From this point, you can see what kind of person Little Hai is. The people you've been in contact with over the years are all people who are blinded by greed. You should get in touch with Little Hai. Zhenling didn't oppose Huang Daoran's words. Instead, she nodded and said, Yes, Uncle Huang can rest assured. I will. What about Zhao Hai's share? Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, You can use it first. You don't need to be polite with him. He won't say anything. Zhenling nodded, then she turned to Huang Daoran and said, Uncle Huang, how strong is Zhao Hai right now? Did he really not reach transcending tribulation? Huang Daoran nodded and said, It seems like Zhao Hai wouldn't lie about this. He shouldn't have reached transcending tribulation yet. However, his cultivation method is very special. Even now, I can't tell what attribute his cultivation method is. However, it seems like he hasn't systematically studied the cultivation realm's attack methods. Although his flying sword attacks have a myriad of variations, they are still somewhat messy. Zhenling nodded and said, "It seems like Zhao Hai's cultivation method must be related to his cultivation method. It's just that I don't know where he got his cultivation method." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "The origin of his cultivation method is indeed strange. Saying that he brought it from the lower realms doesn't make sense. It's impossible for there to be such a powerful cultivation method in the lower realms. However, from the time he ascended to the cultivation realm until now, everything he did can be traced. It's impossible for him to find such a powerful cultivation method in just a short time. This matter is really strange." Zhenling knit her brows, then she said, "This is indeed strange. But Uncle Huang, do you think those people would look for Zhao Hai?" Upon hearing Zhenling, Huang Daoran's expression couldn't help but change. He knit his brows and said, "Those people? It shouldn't be, right? In the cultivation realm, even in the profound clear sect, there aren't many people who would be fancied by those people. Is Zhao Hai qualified?" Zhenling looked at Huang Daoran's expression, then she smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Huang, how many people in the world of cultivation can be like Zhao Hai? He's only been in the immortal realm for 2 years. If he's not qualified, then who is?" Huang Daoran frowned and said, "But Zhao Hai hasn't transcended his tribulation yet." "Right, little Hai's strength is there. Although he hasn't transcended tribulation, it's still possible for him to be targeted. In the past, no one from the machine field was chosen. Little Hai might be the first to be chosen." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhenling nodded and said, "I heard that those who were chosen are very dangerous." "Uncle Huang, weren't you also chosen in the past?" Huang Daoran nodded, then he sighed and said, "Being chosen isn't just dangerous. I was chosen when I just transcended my tribulation. Although I only went for 2 months, I was injured twice. The third time was even worse. I almost couldn't recover." Zhenling knit her brows and said, "Is it really that dangerous?" Huang Daoran forced a smile and said, "It's more dangerous than you think. Those who can go there are at least nascent soul experts. Moreover, they have their own unique skills. Even if they encounter a transcending tribulation expert, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the monks in the world of cultivation, I'm afraid we would be in a worse situation." Zhenling frowned and said, "What if Zhao Hai is really found by those people? If something happens to him, then our business would be greatly affected." Huang Daoran sighed and said, "I can only hope that little Hai's strength can increase. At the very least, he should be able to protect himself. If those people want to summon people, nobody would dare to refuse. Nobody would dare to refuse." Zhenling knit her brows and said, "Uncle Huang, shouldn't we think of something? If something happens to Zhao Hai, then the impact on our business would be too great." Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, "What can we do? Little Hai is currently providing us with spirit wine. Spirit wine isn't something that just anyone can take out. Little Hai said that the spirit wine was produced on the planet he obtained. I've already asked people a few days ago, and it turns out that the planet he obtained isn't his own, it's shared between him and his friends. Moreover, there aren't many people on the planet right now. Most importantly, the planet isn't suitable for humans to live on. I think Little Hai isn't telling the truth. It's impossible for the spirit wine to be produced on his planet. He wouldn't easily reveal the origin of the spirit wine. After all, the profits from spirit wine are too great." Zhenling nodded. She could understand this point. The profits of spirit wine were too great. If she was in Zhao Hai's shoes, she wouldn't tell anyone about it either. Even if that person was her partner. Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, "This time, even if those people want to summon Little Hai, they would have to wait for him to come out of seclusion. When Little Hai comes out, he'll certainly inform me. At that time, we'll have him leave some wine behind. You can control the sales. I believe that Little Hai's strength will increase once he comes out of seclusion. Even if he goes there shouldn't be any problems. I'm very confident in him." Zhenling nodded, then she said, "All right, that's the only thing we can do now. Uncle Huang, I'll be leaving first. If Zhao Hai comes, you must let me meet him." Zhenling nodded, then she nodded. Huang Daoran nodded. Zhenling stood up and gave Huang Daoran a salute before she turned around and left. Huang Daoran looked at Jinling's departing back and sighed, I hope that Zhao Hai's strength would improve this time. Otherwise. After saying this, Huang Daoran couldn't help but sigh again. The conversation between Huang Daoran and Jinling was recorded by Kai. Kai paid attention to Huang Daoran and the others. After all, there weren't many people in the machine field who could threaten Zhao Hai. However, Huang Daoran was different. Huang Daoran was a cultivator. Moreover, he was friends with Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming was an elder of the Profound Clear sect. Although Huang Daoran was no longer a threat to Zhao Hai, the Profound Clear sect was still a threat. Because of this, Kai paid attention to Huang Daoran's information. Today, Huang Daoran and Jinling mentioned a place several times. And this place was very dangerous. Even Huang Daoran, who was a transcending stage enlightened master, was injured several times in the past 2 months. Such a place was too dangerous. And it was very likely that Zhao Hai would be summoned there. This wasn't good news for Zhao Hai. Most importantly, Huang Daoran also mentioned that there was a force in the world of cultivation that Zhao Hai didn't know about. This force was very powerful. If they wanted to summon people, nobody would dare to stop them. This wasn't something that an ordinary force could do. Besides this, Huang Daoran also mentioned the Buddhist sects. And from what he said, it seems like the world of cultivation wasn't the only force in the world of cultivation. What kind of place was it? This made Kai and the others worried. Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter. This was because he was in seclusion. This time, he was practicing the Imperial Water Technique. The Imperial Water Technique was a type of magical technique. This so-called magical technique was a technique used by the cultivation realm. Just like the Formation Demon technique, it was a technique that didn't require weapons. It was a technique that could be used by one spiritual force. In the cultivation realm, magical techniques were very important. This was especially true for rogue cultivators. This was because they didn't have the money to buy good artifacts. Therefore, they could only use magical techniques. Magical techniques could be used as long as one had spiritual qi. Moreover, if a magical technique was used well, then its attack power would be extraordinary. The Imperial Water Technique was one of the 18 techniques. Besides the Imperial Water Technique, there were also the Beast Controlling Technique, the Joyful and Fearful Technique, the Breathing Sword Technique, the Clone Technique, and several other techniques. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't learn the Joy and Fear Sound Technique first, but instead learned the Imperial Water Technique. This was because the Imperial Water Technique wasn't something he was good at. Although he hadn't learned the Imperial Water Technique before, don't forget that there was water magic in the magic field. In addition, Zhao Hai himself could control water, so he thought that learning the Imperial Water Technique would be faster. The Imperial Water Technique wasn't the most difficult one. There were only 2 hand seals in the technique. One was the Heavenly Water Seal and the other was the Dragon Chain Seal. With the addition of spiritual qi, Zhao Hai believed that he would be able to learn it in a month. The Heavenly Water Seal wasn't very complicated. The left hand was a fist, the thumb wasn't attached to the palm, and the index finger was slightly bent. On the other hand, the Dragon Chain Seal was more complicated. The 2 hands were bound together and the 2 index fingers were placed vertically in a circle. This was the Dragon Chain Seal that connected the water sky to the womb realm. For Zhao Hai, who was already used to hand seals, these 2 seals were very easy to do. Zhao Hai calmed down and practiced these hand seals. While practicing, Zhao Hai also discovered that cultivators' spells were different from the machine field's formation devil techniques. Cultivators cultivated spiritual qi. Therefore, even if they used spells, they would use their spiritual qi. Spiritual force only played a supporting role. Compared to formation devil techniques, these spells were much stronger. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the cultivation realm's techniques weren't simple. These techniques were very powerful. Even if one didn't use artifacts or body refining techniques, as long as one could learn the Imperial Water Technique, then they would certainly be able to create their own path. This Imperial Water Technique wasn't just a simple way to control water. He was using water as a tool to cultivate. Using water as the root, using water as the foundation. It was a very unique cultivation method. However, this technique wasn't difficult to learn. Jiao Hai only took 49 days to learn it. After that, he went out of seclusion and returned to the Space's villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Kaier greeted Jiao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I've discovered something new. I want to show it to you." Then she pulled Jiao Hai in front of the monitor and played the recorded conversation between Huang Daoran and Zhenling. Upon hearing this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He turned to Laura and the others and said, "Is there a secret in the world of cultivation?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Is there a secret in the world of cultivation?" Laura nodded and said, "We've also collected some information during this time. However, there's very little information about this. We only found some clues from the Buddhists." Jiao Hai looked at Laura with a puzzled expression. Laura said, "Brother Hai, did you notice that the Buddhists are very low-key in the cultivation realm? They even have their disciples roaming outside. But in the cultivation realm, there are very few sects that dare to have ideas about the Buddhists. Right?" Jiao Hai thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. To be honest, it was very rare to see Buddhists roaming outside the cultivation realm. This matter was indeed strange. In the world of cultivation, besides people like Jiao Hai who were developing their own forces, most people wouldn't hide their strength. Even if they wanted to be low-key, they would still send their disciples roaming outside from time to time. At the same time, they would also remind others of their existence. However, the Buddhists of the cultivation realm were different. The Buddhists were very low-key. It was very rare to hear about Buddhists roaming outside. This was very unusual. What was even more unusual was that the Buddhists were very low-key, yet nobody dared to have any ideas about them. This was very strange. Laura continued, "This discovery made us pay more attention to the Buddhists. Finally, we found some clues. The Buddhists have countless experts, but they rarely go outside. Even in the cultivation realm, their names are rarely heard. More than 1,000 years ago, a devil sect attacked a Buddhist temple. Just as the temple was about to be destroyed, a dozen transcending tribulation experts suddenly appeared from the temple and repelled the devil sect. The devil sect was the most powerful sect in the devil realm, the 10,000 devil sect. Because of the existence of the 10,000 devil sect, the devil realm was almost as famous as the cultivation realm. However, after that battle, the devil sect's prestige was greatly reduced. And after the Buddhists destroyed the 10,000 devil sect, they disappeared. Combined with Master Huang's words, we can conclude that there is a secret place in the world of cultivation. There aren't only people from the world of cultivation, there are also other great realms that we don't know about." Jiao Hai nodded, then he stood up and laughed as he said, "Isn't that good? Originally, I thought that the world of cultivation was too boring. But now that I know that there are other great realms, this is great. I want to see the difference between the other great realms and the world of cultivation. Just wait, I, Jiao Hai, will one day transcend all existences. I want to see how strong the person who created the 6 realms battlefield is." Laura and the others looked at Jiao Hai and couldn't help but stare. Jiao Hai has always been low-key. Now that he suddenly said such bold words, they weren't used to it. Jiao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "We were low-key before because we didn't have enough strength. But now, I'm confident. As long as I practice the 18 Arhat techniques, I can go anywhere in the world of cultivation." Laura and the others nodded. Although they didn't know how strong the 18 Arhat techniques were, they believed in Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai actually didn't care too much about what Jiao Hai and the others said. The more he learned the 18 Arhat techniques, the more confident he became. The 18 Arhat techniques were a cultivation method that relied on faith power. Jiao Hai hadn't heard of this cultivation method before. This was also the source of Jiao Hai's confidence. The power of faith was incomparably powerful, and it was hard to say how powerful a cultivation technique that required the use of the power of faith would be. After accompanying Laura and the others for a few days, Jiao Hai returned to the planet where he was in seclusion. He was preparing to practice the next cultivation method. This time, Jiao Hai chose the joyful fear sound technique. The joyful fear sound technique was the only one among the 18 Arhat techniques that specialized in sound attacks. In order to master the joyful fear sound technique, not only would one need to practice hand seals, one would also need 1 or 2 musical instruments. Only by using these instruments would one be able to cultivate the joyful fear sound technique to its peak. Inside the joyful fear sound technique, there were also methods to make and use musical instruments. These instruments were called bells. These bells weren't ordinary bells, they were actually chimes. They were made up of 54 large and small bells. There were a lot of steps and their attack power was extraordinary. The second instrument was a wooden fish. This was the most commonly used instrument of the Buddhist sect. It can produce sound and its attack power wasn't weak. The third instrument was a musical instrument that Zhao Hai didn't expect. It was a zither. Zhao Hai didn't think that the third instrument would be a zither. However, this zither was very suitable for a sound attack. The fourth instrument was a drum. This instrument was very normal. The methods to use and refine these four instruments were all in the joyful fear sound technique. After looking at the refining method, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think that there was nothing special about it. The only thing that was special about these instruments was that there were formations that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. These formations only had one function, which was to store, use, and amplify faith power. In other words, as long as he knew about these formations, Zhao Hai would be able to refine his own faith power artifacts. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. Now that liquid silver had fused with the crescent moon spade, Zhao Hai didn't need to refine it. What surprised Zhao Hai was the hand seal used by the joyful fear sound technique. This hand seal was called the heavenly seal of sound. The left hand was raised, the right hand was covered, and the index finger and thumb were intertwined. The joyful fear sound technique only had this one hand seal. However, it wasn't easy to practice. This was because in addition to the hand seal, Zhao Hai also needed to learn how to use the instruments. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. Zhao Hai had learned a lot of things in the past, but he didn't learn any musical instruments. This was the first time he came in contact with these things, especially the chimes and the zither. In the past, Zhao Hai had only heard about these two things. He had no idea how to use them, so he had to start all over again. Fortunately, the heavenly seal of sound helped him a lot. Learning the heavenly seal of sound was equivalent to learning how to play the instruments. This made learning the four instruments a lot easier. In addition to the hand seals and musical instruments, there was also a musical formation in the joy and dread sound technique. This musical formation was a four sides heavenly king formation made up of four musical instruments. When the four musical instruments were used together, their attacks could be stacked. Although the joyful fear sound technique wasn't the most difficult technique that Zhao Hai had learned, it still took a lot of time. Zhao Hai used more than 100 days to learn this technique. The musical formation and the use of musical instruments took up a lot of Zhao Hai's time. However, the joyful fear sound technique was also very powerful. This technique could be used to attack and defend. It could also be used to kill. It could also trap and injure the enemy. This allowed Zhao Hai to have a lot of means to attack. After learning the joyful fear sound technique, Zhao Hai became more confident in himself. He believed that if Zhao Hai were to fight Huang Daoran, he would definitely be able to defeat him. This also made Zhao Hai have some expectations for the place that Huang Daoran mentioned. When Huang Daoran went to that place, he had just undergone his tribulation, so he wasn't as strong as he was now. At that time, Huang Daoran was able to protect himself. With Zhao Hai's current strength, he wouldn't have a problem protecting himself. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to get in touch with the Buddhists and understand the origin of the 18 Arhat techniques. Although he didn't have much hope, it would still be good if he could find some clues. After all, the 18 Arhat techniques and the 6 realms battlefield showed that there was a higher level of existence than the world of cultivation. However, Zhao Hai still didn't know anything about it. While Zhao Hai was diligently cultivating, the world of cultivation was also in turmoil. It wasn't the world of cultivation that had a problem, but the devil realm. Last time, Zhao Hai dealt with Ling Lai and the others. Ling Lai had some background. He was a member of a large sect in the devil realm, the Blood Saint sect. Last time, Zhao Hai dealt with him, offending the Blood Saint sect. Naturally, the Blood Saint sect wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. Actually, the Blood Saint sect and Zhao Hai already had enmity. Tu Mietian was a member of the Blood Saint sect. Originally, Tu Mietian's journey in the Six Realms newcomer competition was smooth. But in the end, he died in Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai had killed the Blood Saint sect's hope, thus forming an enmity with the Blood Saint sect. However, although Tu Mietian was a genius, he was still an ascended. Although he was valued by the Blood Saint sect, they wouldn't openly come to the machine field to deal with Zhao Hai. Even if they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, it would be done in secret. The Blood Saint sect was also involved in Huang Daoran's matter last time. However, the last time was done in secret. The Blood Saint sect only spent some money to invite Huang Daoran. Additionally, the machine field also wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, so they pressured Huang Daoran to appear. After Huang Daoran retreated, the Devil Realm had some complaints. After all, in their opinion, if they didn't kill Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have completed their mission. As for Huang Daoran's method of saving face, it was completely unnecessary. The people of the Devil Realm didn't care about face. What they cared about was benefits. As long as there were enough benefits, they would do anything. For them, face was the most useless thing. The problem with Zhao Hai was a headache for the Devil Realm. They wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, but ordinary people couldn't deal with him. If they asked for help from transcending tribulation experts, then they wouldn't necessarily be stronger than Zhao Hai. If they asked for help from severed soul experts and immortal experts, then it would certainly alarm the cultivation realm. This was something that the Devil Realm didn't want to see. However, the Devil Realm couldn't swallow this anger. For them, Zhao Hai was equivalent to slapping their faces. Moreover, he slapped them twice. This was especially true for the people from the Blood Saint sect. They wanted revenge. Because of this, while Zhao Hai was in seclusion, the people from the Blood Saint sect didn't stop. They first pressured the machine field, but the machine field ignored them. For the machine field, Zhao Hai was now their flag. Now, the machine field wouldn't deal with Zhao Hai. Since the machine field didn't deal with Zhao Hai, the Blood Saint sect looked for people from the cultivation realm to deal with Zhao Hai. However, they didn't succeed. The cultivation realm didn't have any enmity with Zhao Hai. And with Zhao Hai's strength, the cultivation realm didn't want to deal with Zhao Hai. They didn't want to suffer any losses. However, the Blood Saint sect wouldn't just let this go. For them, Zhao Hai was now their mortal enemy. They must eliminate Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Because of this, the Blood Saint sect made a lot of small moves. They also knew that it was impossible to deal with Zhao Hai in the machine field. Because of this, the Blood Saint sect could only think of ways to deal with him in the Six Realms battlefield. The Six Realms battlefield was a place where various realms compete with each other. The Blood Saint sect's influence in the Six Realms battlefield wasn't small. Last time, Ling Lai went to look for trouble with Zhao Hai because of the Blood Saint sect. The Blood Saint sect was very insidious. Last time, not only did they deal with Zhao Hai, there were also people from other sects in the Devil Realm. The Blood Saint sect did this in order to pull the other sects into their camp and deal with Zhao Hai together. They succeeded. Zhao Hai eliminated people from the other realms. This could be said to have sown enmity with the other realms. Because of this, the people from the Devil Realm were very dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. They had already begun to cause trouble in the Six Realms battlefield. Although these fellows didn't dare to cause trouble in the machine field's half-controlled territory, as long as the machine field went out to hunt, they would rob and kill them. Recently, the machine field's losses in the Six Realms battlefield weren't small. The Devil Realm's actions hit Zhao Hai's weak spot. The machine field had an agreement with the other realms that Zhao Hai couldn't leave the machine field's territory. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about the Devil Realm's actions. However, the machine field was independent from the world of cultivation for so many years. They had encountered all kinds of storms. Naturally, they had ways to deal with it. Now that the machine field went out to hunt, their numbers had increased. Moreover, they were also equipped with small nuclear bombs. No matter what happens, they would be able to deal with it. However, this also made Zhao Hai have a bad impression of the Devil Realm. But now wasn't the time to deal with the Devil Realm. Zhao Hai still focused on his cultivation. He also began to study the beast subduing technique. Actually, the beast subduing technique was of little value to Zhao Hai. If he wanted to tame a beast, he could just use the space. There was no need for him to learn the beast subduing technique. However, he still learned it. The beast subduing technique had its own uses. If Zhao Hai wanted to use the space to tame a beast, he would need to take the beast into the space. On the other hand, the beast subduing technique didn't need to be used. He could directly search for the beast. Naturally, this didn't guarantee a 100% success rate. The beast subduing technique's hand seal was also very strange. It was actually an alms bowl seal. Zhao Hai thought that alms bowl seals were only used when practicing the bowl lifting technique. He didn't expect the alms bowl seal to be used when practicing the beast subduing technique. The alms bowl seal was also very simple. The two hands were humbly clasped together while the thumb and index finger were spread out like water. From this, it can be seen that the beast subduing technique was different from other beast subduing techniques. Generally, the beast subduing technique would first subdue the beast and then slowly train it. However, the beast subduing technique wasn't like this. The beast subduing technique had a spiritual force attack effect. It would make the beast feel goodwill towards you. Then the beast would get close to you and slowly be trained. The reason why the beast subduing technique used this alms bowl seal was because when Buddhists eat, they eat using alms bowls. The purpose of this alms bowl seal was to feed the beast. Through this method, the beast would be subdued. The beast subduing technique took Zhao Hai 60 days to learn. After learning the beast subduing technique, the next thing that Zhao Hai wanted to learn was the sword breathing technique. The sword breathing technique was a very strange technique. It was a sword chi technique. Strictly speaking, it should be a sword cultivation technique. However, this technique didn't use any artifacts. It used hand seals to generate sword chi and then used the sword chi to attack the enemy. The sword breathing technique only had one hand seal, the sword seal. The second hand vajra clasped together, the two index fingers bent together, and the two thumbs pressed against the two index fingers. The sword seal was a very powerful attack technique. When Zhao Hai was learning it, he could feel that the sword seal's attack power was extraordinary. Zhao Hai used 50 days to learn the sword breathing technique. After that, Zhao Hai began to learn the clone technique. The clone technique was a very strange technique. It allowed the user to create countless clones. Each clone could turn into a real one and attack the enemy. It was a very powerful technique. The avatar technique consisted of a total of 7 hand seals. They were the outer 5 cobalt seal, inner 5 cobalt seal, law realm void seal, vajra void seal, treasured light void seal, chain flower void seal, and karmic void seal. These 7 hand seals were all related to the void. This clone mystic technique was also related to the void. It was a variant of a spatial spell. It used the principle of changing colors in the void to create a cultivation method. Although this cultivation method was also related to space, it was completely different from the cosmos technique. And with the additional hand seals, it took Zhao Hai more than 100 days to learn the technique. After learning the clone technique, Zhao Hai's life became even more important. When necessary, he could use the clone technique to create a large number of clones while his main body could hide inside the space. This way, others wouldn't be able to discover the existence of the space. After learning the clone technique, Zhao Hai had already learned all the techniques of the 18 Arhat techniques. Now, Zhao Hai was ready to learn the artifact techniques of the 18 Arhat techniques. The artifact technique was one of the most important techniques of the 18 Arhat techniques. It mainly focused on the operation of artifacts. Although there were only a few techniques, these techniques were very powerful. Zhao Hai attached great importance to these techniques. The first artifact technique that Zhao Hai practiced was the alms bowl technique. Upon hearing the name of this technique, one would know that the alms bowl technique was a technique that specialized in refining alms bowls. The alms bowl technique didn't only have the method to use the bowl, it also had the method to refine it. However, Zhao Hai didn't need the refining method, Zhao Hai only needed the method to use the bowl. This bowl lifting technique was actually a kind of defensive technique. It focused on defense and did not attach much importance to the attack power. However, it attached great importance to the defense power. Zhao Hai hadn't learned any defensive techniques before. The alms bowl technique made up for this shortcoming. Zhao Hai had also learned the hand seals of the alms bowl technique before. However, this hand seal had a slight change. The method of operation was also different from the Imperial Beast technique. Zhao Hai only used 50 days to practice the alms bowl technique. For Zhao Hai, the alms bowl technique was very important. His defensive capabilities had greatly increased. After practicing the alms bowl technique, Zhao Hai went on to practice the pagoda technique. The pagoda technique's main artifact was the pagoda. The pagoda technique's main artifact was the pagoda. The pagoda technique's main artifact was the pagoda. This was also Zhao Hai's first time learning the pagoda technique. The operating method of a large magic artifact was different from that of an ordinary magic artifact. The operating method of a small magic artifact was mainly based on flexibility and variety. On the other hand, a large magic artifact required stability. It was mainly based on stability and pressure. It could defeat small magic artifacts with clumsiness and dexterity. The pagoda technique's hand seal was the pagoda treasure staff seal. This seal had 2 middle fingers placed together. It was called the pagoda treasure staff seal. The treasure mountain seal was also used as a supplement. The treasure mountain seal had 2 thumbs placed inside the palms. It was called the monolith throne, representing the meaning of immovable rotation. The pagoda stood on top of the monolith and remained motionless, suppressing all evil. Zhao Hai was very diligent in learning the pagoda technique. Zhao Hai's Hell Kingship itself was a large artifact. Now that Zhao Hai was using a large artifact, the pagoda technique made up for this shortcoming. It took Zhao Hai more than 100 days to learn the pagoda technique. After that, Zhao Hai began to study the blazing staff technique. The blazing staff technique wasn't just a staff, it also included methods to use long weapons. This included the Gapo staff seal, the swastika axe seal, the 3 halberd seal, the 8-leaf seal, and other hand seals. It can be said that the blazing wand technique was a comprehensive way to operate long weapons and artifacts. Zhao Hai was very diligent in the process of practicing. In total, he spent nearly 200 days practicing it. After learning the blazing wand technique, Zhao took a good rest. This was because he was going to learn the most difficult spiritual attack technique out of the 18 Arhat techniques. The attack of this technique was very powerful. No matter which realm it was, there weren't many methods of spiritual attacks. This was because this method was very dangerous to use, and it was also very dangerous to learn it. Naturally, if you can learn it, then your attack power would be very strong. Among the 18 Arhat techniques, there were several techniques that were related to mental attacks. For example, the Enlightenment technique, the Clear Mind technique, the Intelligent Sword technique, and the Infinity technique. From this point, it could be seen that the 18 Arhat techniques attached great importance to mental attacks. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't learn the Enlightenment technique. Instead, he learned the Infinity technique. The Infinity technique wasn't a spiritual attack, but a method of communication. The so-called Infinity technique was to let you establish a connection with the infinity world. Every grain of sand and dust could be connected. This was the magical effect of the Infinity technique. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as an auxiliary technique. However, its usefulness was very great. As for the Infinity Mystic technique, it was made up of the Vajra seal and the Wisdom Auspicious seal. The Wisdom Auspicious seal was split into 2 different hand seals. It could be said that the Infinity Mystic technique was made up of 3 different hand seals. This method of spiritual attack was very powerful. It took Zhao Hai more than 100 days to master the Infinity technique. After mastering the Infinity technique, Zhao Hai went on to practice the Enlightening Mind technique. The Enlightening Mind technique was also a supplementary spiritual attack. Unlike the Infinity technique, the Enlightening Mind technique wasn't used to communicate with the world. Instead, it was used as an early warning technique. This early warning wasn't simply to see if the other party was hostile towards you. Instead, it allowed you to feel the presence of danger. For example, when Zhao Hai went to the 6 realms battlefield, he didn't know if it would be a good thing or a bad thing. But as long as he practiced the Enlightening Mind technique, he would be able to tell if the 6 realms battlefield would be a good thing or a bad thing. This was similar to a Taoist's divination technique. The Enlightening Mind technique was composed of 4 hand seals, the Fearless seal, the Law seal, the Wheel seal, and the Fortune seal. This time, Zhao Hai took 200 days to master the enlightening mind technique. This was the longest time he had ever used since he started practicing the 18 Buddhist techniques. After mastering the enlightening mind technique, Zhao Hai went on to practice the brilliant sword technique. The brilliant sword technique was a powerful spiritual attack. Not only could it attack the enemy, it could also cut off the spiritual weakness of the cultivator. This allowed the cultivator to maintain a calm mind. For a cultivator, this was very important. This was the reason why the brilliant sword technique cut off emotions. This was also the biggest use of the brilliant sword technique. The brilliant sword technique was composed of the great sword seal, the foundation seal, the lotus seal, the wisdom seal, and other hand seals. This technique was very difficult to practice. Zhao Hai took 300 days to master it. After mastering the brilliant sword technique, the last thing he needed to practice was the enlightenment technique. The enlightenment technique was one of the most powerful spiritual techniques. It was a spiritual attack, but when using it, one wouldn't be able to feel the attack's power. It was like a spiritual parasite. Unknowingly, it would plant a seed in one's heart. By the time the seed sprouted, one would have already taken control of it. The enlightenment technique was composed of the wisdom fist seal, the foundation seal, the dharma seal, the receiving seal, the 5-word Vajra sword seal, the 6-word Vajra sword seal, the 8-word Vajra sword seal, the branch seal, the 8-word Vajra sword seal, the 8-word Vajra sword seal, the 8-word Vajra sword seal, the Buddha seal, the great compassion seal, and other hand seals. From the number of hand seals, one could see how difficult it was to practice this technique. It took Zhao Hai more than a year to master the enlightenment technique. By the time he mastered the enlightenment technique, Zhao Hai had already mastered all 18 techniques. Zhao Hai used some more time to integrate these techniques before he officially exited seclusion. From the time he went to the 6 realms battlefield to the time he exited seclusion, Zhao Hai took a total of 4 years. This was the longest period of time Zhao Hai had spent in seclusion. But in these 4 years, Zhao Hai didn't let go of the matters outside. At this time, not only were the people from the cross-sword pirate group present on Yale 2, even Jingli and the others had moved there. Moreover, Yale 2's defensive system had been built and could be officially put into use. This was completed with Zhao Hai's full support. It must be known that Yale 2's defensive system wasn't easy to build. Not only did Zhao Hai need to build a defensive system around Yale 2, he also needed to build a defensive system around the meteorite belt. The entire defensive system had 24 space fortresses in total. Any one of these fortresses wasn't easy to build. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had a lot of materials inside the space. Moreover, he also had countless undead. With these undead as the main force of the construction, Lewis and the others were able to command the personnel. In just a few years, the entire defense system of Yale 2 was established. In these 4 years, Xianxia and the others officially retired from the 6 realms battlefield. It wasn't just them, even Yuan officially retired. After they retired, Zhao Hai naturally arranged for them to stay in Yale 2. Moreover, he also let Yuan know about the existence of the endless sand island. Xianxia and the others' strength also increased rapidly. When they came out of the 6 realms battlefield, they were already at the core formation stage. Moreover, they were also in seclusion for the past 2 days. Xianxia and the others did this because they were stimulated by Zhao Hai. In their minds, even though Zhao Hai was very strong, he was still in seclusion. On the other hand, they were much weaker compared to Zhao Hai. Naturally, they should work harder. It wasn't only Xianxia and the others who improved their strength, even Yuan was the same. Perhaps it was because Yuan was sold last time, but he managed to untie the knot in his heart. Yuan's strength increased by leaps and bounds in a short time. He was now a nascent soul expert. As more and more people went to Yale 2, the outside world also became aware of the planet's changes. The people of the machine field were startled by Yale 2's changes. They couldn't believe that Yale 2 was a barren place a few years ago. But now, it has become like this. This really surprised them. What surprised the higher-ups of the machine field even more was why so many people suddenly appeared on Yale 2. Where did these people come from? How did Zhao Hai get these people to settle down on Yale 2? All of this was like a mystery, there was no way to solve it. The main thing was that no one thought that Zhao Hai would bring the pirates to live in Yale too. In the pirate paradise, the cross-sword pirate group still existed. They still received missions and went out to rob. It seems like nothing had changed. However, the people of the cross-sword pirate group had become more mysterious than before. It was rare to see the family members of the cross-sword pirate group going out. However, this didn't attract too much attention. Although the cross-sword gang was more open in the past, the family members of the cross-sword gang rarely came out. People only thought that the cross-sword gang had carried out a reorganization and cleaned up the spies that other forces had placed in the cross-sword gang. They didn't think too much about it. This kind of operation to clean up spies was very common in the cross-sword pirate group. It wasn't just the cross-sword pirate group, it was also very common in the entire pirate paradise. No matter which pirate group it was, as long as they thought it was necessary, they would carry out a cleanup. Therefore, no one was too concerned about the cross-sword pirate group's actions. Unknowingly, the cross-sword pirate group had officially become members of Yale too. They were now people with official status. They could go to any planet in the machine field at will. Besides this, the situation in the cultivation realm was also very good. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion had officially become one of the most famous merchant groups in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai received more and more dividends every year. However, Zhao Hai didn't take any of it. After all, he was always in seclusion. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't stop his spirit wine transactions with the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. Zhao Hai would provide the Flying Phoenix Pavilion with no less than 100,000 bottles of spirit wine every year. Zhenling didn't sell all of these spirit wines. Instead, she saved most of them and only took out a small portion to sell. She was preparing for the future. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about Zhenling's practice. In fact, this was also a way to sell spirit wine. If too much spirit wine was sold, then it wouldn't be worth much. It would become something that could be sold on the streets. In the cultivation realm, spirit wine was still a valuable commodity. However, compared to the past, it was much better. In the past, many cultivators only heard about spirit wine, but they didn't know what it looked like. But now, they could buy spirit wine from the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. Although the price was very expensive, people were still happy to buy it. Spirit wine wasn't only expensive, it had also become a trend in the cultivation realm. Some great sects would order large quantities of spirit wine from Zhenling. If they encountered something important, spirit wine would become an indispensable thing. If a great sect didn't take out 2 bottles of peach origin spirit wine, then they would be ridiculed. Zhao Hai was also aware of this situation. This was exactly what he wanted to achieve. Moreover, in the past 2 days, he increased the supply of spirit wine to the cultivation realm. Now, Yale too was producing spirit wine. However, Yale too didn't produce spirit wine, it was just ordinary wine. This kind of wine couldn't be compared to spirit wine. It only had a small amount of spiritual qi, so it couldn't be called spirit wine. Yale too's food production was very high. And with the addition of various animals, Yale too had become a famous agricultural base in the machine field. Zhao Hai was happy to see this happen. Yale too's fame meant that he had a certain status in the machine field. This way, the people of the machine field would have more contact with Yale too. Zhao Hai wanted to turn Yale too into a base, but he didn't want the planet to be isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, it would no longer be a base, but a dead place. Zhao Hai didn't want Yale too to be isolated from the outside world. Besides being a base for agricultural products, Yale too had also become a tourist destination. Because of the changes to the planet's environment, Kair had planted a lot of branches on the planet. The 7-colored flowers were very beautiful and bloomed all year round. Additionally, the planet's ocean area was very large. The temperature had been adjusted to a comfortable degree. And with Zhao Hai's development of Yale too's tourism industry, the planet's tourism industry had developed very quickly in the past 2 years. Not only were there traditional tourism activities, there were also non-traditional tourism activities. One of them was firearm hunting. This caused a whirlwind in the machine field. To put it bluntly, firearm hunting was using guns from Earth to hunt. In the eyes of Earthlings, this was a good way to play. But for the machine field, it was completely different. The machine field had never had firearms like this before. This made the people of the machine field feel very refreshed. Additionally, although these firearms were powerful, it was still difficult to deal with tamed beasts. But it was precisely because of this difficulty that it became interesting. Now, firearm hunting wasn't limited to Yale 2. Other planets in the machine field started to have firearm hunting as well. However, their business was far worse than Yale 2's. Besides firearm hunting, there were also activities such as wooden boat hunting. These were all things that Zhao Hai came up with. This was because Zhao Hai knew that things that haven't been seen before would attract people. Sure enough, these things played a huge role in the development of Yale 2. They also played an important role in Yale 2's tourism industry. At this time, Yale 2's tourism industry was the best in the machine field. Because of Yale 2's good environment, it attracted a lot of people to settle down on the planet. At this time, the total population of Yale 2 had exceeded 100 million, almost 200 million. This was very rare for a new planet. Boom. 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 The sound of hands clashing could be heard. Two people were fighting fiercely. One of them was using a flail, while the other was using a dagger axe. The two have already exchanged dozens of moves. Although the fight was very lively, people with discerning eyes could see that the two weren't using their real strength. They were just exchanging pointers. Naturally, these two people were Xianxia and Lu Dingtian. They were currently cultivating in the Endless Sand Island. They were fighting against each other in order to improve their fighting strength. Yuan stood on the side and watched. He was stronger than Xianxia and the others. And with his rich fighting experience, he was able to get some pointers from the others. The weapons that Xianxia and the others used were similar to the weapons used by the cultivators of the Cultivation realm. And with their tempering in the Six Realms battlefield, they became more proficient in using these weapons. At this point, Xianxia and the others couldn't be considered weak in the Cultivation realm. After Xianxia and Lu Dingtian fought for a while, they stopped. Then they gathered around Yuan and each took a jug of wine. Xianxia took a sip before turning to the others and said, "Our cultivation has been good recently. But I feel that it's not as fast as in the Six Realms battlefield." Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "It can be said that the spiritual qi here isn't much worse than in the Six Realms battlefield. But I feel that it's not as fast as in the Six Realms battlefield. If this goes on, I don't know when we'll be able to help Zhao Hai." Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, don't think too much about it. With our strength, it's still too early for us to be able to help Zhao Hai. I don't know how Zhao Hai is doing recently. He's been in seclusion for a long time." Xianxia nodded, then with a heavy expression, he said, "I don't know what Zhao Hai studied during his seclusion. I don't know how long he's been in seclusion. Captain, do you think that Zhao Hai will reach the transcending tribulation stage?" Yuan shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Zhao Hai is very strong and his cultivation speed is very fast. It wouldn't be strange for him to reach the transcending tribulation stage. But if he can't reach the transcending tribulation stage, then that would be normal. After all, reaching the transcending tribulation stage isn't easy." While they were talking, a voice sounded, "Captain is right. It's not easy to reach the crossing calamity stage." They were stunned, then turned around and saw Zhao Hai looking at them with a smile. Everyone stood up and surrounded him. Zhao Hai also laughed and opened his arms to hug them. They hadn't seen each other for a while. After a while, everyone calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Did Big Brother and Second Brother fight just now?" "Haha, it seems that your strength has improved very quickly." Xianxia smiled and said, "We're fast? Compared to you, we're far worse. Right, Zhao Hai, did you come out of seclusion temporarily, or did you succeed?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I succeeded. After this seclusion, I shouldn't need to stay in seclusion for a long time. However, I might not have much time to stay here. I might have to go out after a while." Xianxia and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't understand what he meant. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "I'm just saying that I might not need to go out. But this matter isn't something that I can decide. I'm just guessing right now. We'll know after some time." Xianxia was puzzled, "What do you mean?" In the world of cultivation, are there people who can force you to do something? I'm afraid that even the higher-ups of the machine field don't have the guts to do so. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, the world of cultivation isn't controlled by the higher-ups of the machine field. There are some forces that even the higher-ups of the machine field don't dare to control. Xiongli and the others stared. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. The world of cultivation wasn't controlled by the higher-ups of the machine field. This was something that they knew. However, the higher-ups of the machine field weren't necessarily afraid of anyone. The machine field relied on its unyielding spirit to survive. Was there someone that they didn't dare to offend? On the other hand, when Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, where did you get this information? Where are you going? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I haven't received any information yet. I only got some information from my master. He said that I might be summoned to a place that is very dangerous. Yuan nodded and said, I've also heard about that place. It seems like the weakest person to go there is a nascent soul expert. Moreover, they should be very strong. Zhao Hai nodded and said, my master said that he went there before. It was when he had just completed his transcending tribulation. After a few months, he was seriously injured and came back. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. My master said that he went there before. When Zhao Hai said this, Xiongli and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Huang Daoran was a transcending tribulation expert. Even a transcending tribulation expert was seriously injured in that place. From this, one could see how dangerous that place was. Xiongli looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, can't you not go? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm afraid that's not possible. Forget it, this matter hasn't been settled yet. If you really want me to go, then I'd like to see what kind of place it is. Even a transcending tribulation expert was injured. When Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he could hear the confidence in Zhao Hai's words. This made Yuan even more curious. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what's wrong? How strong are you now compared to before? If you face your master, do you have any chance of winning? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, the confident expression on his face made Yuan and the others understand Zhao Hai's strength. Yuan laughed and said, Good, very good. Little Hai, I know that you're busy. But I'm very happy that you came to see us today. Let's drink a few cups. If you really go to that place, then you must make a name for yourself. Let's let that person know that the machine field also has experts. Xiongli and the others also joined in. Naturally, Zhao Hai was happy. After the group drank a few cups of wine, Zhao Hai left and went to Yale 2. Yale 2's situation was still very good. Zhao Hai went to see Jingli and the others. Jingli and the others were very satisfied with their current lives. At this time, Yale 2 had already built some colleges. The teachers of these colleges were poached by Margaret from other planets. Now that Yale 2 was no longer a barren place, it was a famous tourist destination in the machine field. Naturally, people were willing to work here. Additionally, the environment of Yale 2 was very good. The treatment was also very good. It can be assumed that there were a lot of people working here. After chatting with Jingli and the others for a while, Zhao Hai returned to the space. To be honest, Zhao Hai really wanted to teach the demons a lesson. These guys have been causing a lot of trouble recently. Zhao Hai wanted to clean them up. However, there weren't any good methods. The demons had learned from the machine field. They stayed in the Six Realms battlefield and didn't come to the machine field's territory to cause trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't deal with them. They only attacked the machine field's people who went out to hunt. This caused the machine field to lose a lot of people. However, the machine field's response was still timely. After giving the people who went out with small nuclear bombs, the demons became more restrained. However, they still attacked the machine field's people. They were like ghosts that wouldn't disperse. Zhao Hai couldn't deal with the demons in the Six Realms battlefield, so he wanted to go to the Devil Realm and clean them up. Now that the Devil Realm had been taken into the space's map, it was very convenient for Zhao Hai to cause trouble there. Moreover, Zhao Hai had a grudge against the Blood Saint sect. Zhao Hai was already monitoring them. Zhao Hai was prepared to deal with the Blood Saint sect first. However, Zhao Hai gave up after thinking about it. The demons weren't good people. They might be waiting for Zhao Hai to deliver himself to their door. If Zhao Hai really went to the demon realm, then the demons might use this as an excuse to attack the machine field. It must be known that the demons have been eyeing the machine field's territory for a long time. They just didn't have a good excuse to attack the machine field. If they attack the machine field without a good excuse, then the cultivators might also intervene. When the time comes, the demons wouldn't be able to get anything. Because of this consideration, Zhao Hai didn't want to attack the demons right now. He wanted to go to the place that Huang Daoran mentioned. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai gave up on the idea of going to the demon realm. Instead, he wanted to go to the cultivation realm and see Huang Daoran. No matter what, Huang Daoran was his master. Moreover, Huang Daoran was very kind to him. Also, through his relationship with Huang Daoran, he could form a relationship with the Profound Clear sect. For Zhao Hai, this would be very beneficial. Although he was now a partner of the Profound Clear sect, the only person he met in the sect was Feng Beiming. It can be said that he didn't have a relationship with the Profound Clear sect. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to go to the cultivation realm to see Huang Daoran. He also wanted to see if he could form a relationship with the Profound Clear sect. In fact, if Zhao Hai wanted to form a relationship with the Profound Clear sect, it would be very simple. The Profound Clear sect was a big consumer of spirit wine. Although they used to produce spirit wine, they stopped producing spirit wine ever since they received Zhao Hai's spirit wine. Compared to Zhao Hai's spirit wine, their spirit wine was far inferior. As long as Zhao Hai increased the supply of spirit wine to the Profound Clear sect, then it would be easy for him to form a relationship with the sect. However, there was a problem with this. Zhenling was also a partner of Zhao Hai's. However, she didn't have much contact with Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhenling was very wary of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wanted to see someone from the Profound Clear sect, then Zhenling might stop him. She was afraid that after Zhao Hai met someone from the Profound Clear sect, he would immediately form a partnership with the Profound Clear sect and kick her aside. For her, the loss would be too great. Therefore, Zhenling might not necessarily see Zhao Hai. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai's heart suddenly moved. He felt Huang Daoran pressing the coordinates jade pendant that he gave him. This wasn't the first time Huang Daoran pressed the jade pendant. When Zhao Hai was in seclusion, Huang Daoran would press the jade pendant every 1 or 2 months to see if Zhao Hai was out. Because of this, Zhao Hai was already used to it. In the past, when Zhao Hai was in seclusion, even if Huang Daoran pressed the jade pendant, he wouldn't have any reaction. But now, things were different. Zhao Hai wanted to go to the cultivation realm, so Huang Daoran pressing the jade pendant was a great help to Zhao Hai. If Huang Daoran didn't press the jade pendant, then Zhao Hai would go to the cultivation realm himself. Huang Daoran might think that Zhao Hai was using the jade pendant to monitor him. If that happened, then the two of them would have a conflict. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Although Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai were master and disciple in name, Zhao Hai felt that Huang Daoran was a good person. Maintaining this relationship with Huang Daoran was a good thing. At the very least, Huang Daoran could be a hindrance to him in times of need. Additionally, Zhao Hai cared a lot about relationships. Although he and Huang Daoran were enemies in the beginning, they were now master and disciple. Moreover, Huang Daoran had helped him a lot. This made Zhao Hai very grateful. Because of this, he didn't want to have any conflicts with Huang Daoran. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. His figure moved and appeared at Huang Daoran's location. Huang Daoran was still in the Elder Valley of the Flying Phoenix Mountain. This was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the mountain. It was also the place where the Jin elders cultivated. Huang Daoran didn't think that Zhao Hai would come today. He just pressed the jade pendant out of habit. In the past few years, he would press the jade pendant every month to see if Zhao Hai was out of seclusion. After pressing the jade pendant, Huang Daoran put it down. But just as he was about to get up, a white light flashed in front of him. Then Zhao Hai appeared in front of him. When Zhao Hai appeared, he immediately bowed and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Master." Seeing Zhao Hai appear, Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, "Good, good." You're out? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, master. Disciple has finished cultivating. Huang Daoran nodded, then he waved his hand and said, sit. Zhao Hai nodded and sat down. Huang Daoran didn't immediately talk to Zhao Hai. Instead, he took out a jade sword and released it. After that, Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and nodded with satisfaction. You've made a lot of progress. Zhao Hai, what cultivation method did you practice during your seclusion? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you've made a lot of progress. Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide anything from Huang Daoran, so he said, replying to Master, this time I went into seclusion to learn some Buddhist techniques. Although I used cultivation techniques before, I wasn't very clear about how to use flying swords and artifacts. This is because I didn't study them systematically before. Last time, when I was dealing with a rat demon, I inadvertently found a crescent moon spade on his body. Unexpectedly, the crescent moon spade contained a Buddhist cultivation technique. Disciple practiced according to it, and the results were pretty good. Huang Daoran nodded, then he said, you're right. Huang Daoran knit his brows and said, it's not that you can't learn Buddhist cultivation methods. However, Buddhist cultivation methods aren't easy to learn. You didn't have anyone to guide you, so it's already good that you were able to learn it. How about this, Master will teach you a flying sword technique. It should be useful for you. Zhao Hai didn't object. Although he knew that Huang Daoran's flying sword technique would be better than the stellar sword manipulation technique, this was also Huang Daoran's good intentions. He couldn't refuse. Huang Daoran waved his hand as a jade slip appeared. Huang Daoran threw the jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, this is a sword formation that Master accidentally obtained. However, this sword formation requires a complete set of magic swords. Master doesn't have a complete set of magic swords. Since your liquid silver staff can transform into a myriad of things, this sword formation should be suitable for you. Take it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai bowed and thanked Huang Daoran. Then he received the jade slip. At this time, a voice came from Huang Daoran's cave, niece Zhenling requests an audience. Huang Daoran said, come in. Zhenling gracefully entered and gave Huang Daoran a salute. Huang Daoran waved his hand. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and gave Zhenling a salute. Little brother has seen senior sister. Zhenling returned the salute and said, junior brother is too polite. Please sit down. Zhao Hai nodded. Then the two of them sat on either side of Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran looked at the two and said, Zhao Hai came out of seclusion this time. It just so happens that there are some business matters that little Ling wants to discuss with you. You two can talk about it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Zhenling and said, does senior sister have any instructions? Do you not have enough spirit wine? Senior sister can rest assured. After junior brother returns, I will immediately send the spirit wine to the warehouse. What do you think? Zhenling smiled and said, junior brother is joking. I still have enough spirit wine. This time, senior sister came to look for you to discuss the division. Junior brother, your division has been with me for 5 years and I haven't taken it away. These 5 years of division isn't small. Junior brother, when do you plan on taking it back? When Zhao Hai heard Zhenling, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, so it's about that. Junior brother had forgotten about it. To be honest, senior sister, even if you give junior brother some crystals, junior brother doesn't need them. Junior brother still has a lot of crystals. Therefore, I'll ask senior sister to exchange your crystals for things that junior brother needs. It'll be the same as before, whether it's minerals or herbs. However, as long as junior brother doesn't see it before, the same goes for ores. Moreover, senior sister can also collect rare things. Regardless of how much crystals you spend, as long as it's rare, it'll be fine. Zhenling and Huang Daoran were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't understand what he meant. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, senior sister, I'll leave my spirit wine here. Just treat it as a fee for collecting things for me. If it's not enough, junior brother will make up for it. Zhenling knit her brows and said, junior brother, why are you doing this? You've collected so few things, what use do you have for them? Zhao Hai smiled and said, junior brother has a use for them. Senior sister, as long as it's something special, I'll take it. Seeing Zhao Hai's insistence, Zhenling didn't say anything else. She just nodded and said, "All right, then leave this matter to me. I'll handle it. Do you have any other requests?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't have any other requests. As long as senior sister can handle this matter well, then it would be a great help to me. Recently, my spirit wine production has increased. In the future, I'll send senior sister 100 million jin of spirit wine. Later on, if the situation is good, then perhaps I can increase the production." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhenling stared, then she nodded and said, "All right. But junior brother should know that if there's too much spirit wine, then it wouldn't be worth much. Therefore, the sales of spirit wine should be strictly controlled." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Junior brother naturally knows about this. Senior sister doesn't need to worry. You can handle it yourself, I won't interfere." Zhenling nodded and said, "All right, since junior brother trusts me, then I won't treat you unfairly. Junior brother can rest assured that I'll do what you ask of me." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. During the entire conversation, Huang Daoran didn't speak. Seeing that Zhao Hai and Zhenling had finished talking, Huang Daoran turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, if you don't have anything else to do, then you can stay in Master's residence and cultivate. After 2 days, Master will take you to the Profound Clear sect. You and the Profound Clear sect have been cooperating for quite some time. You should go and see them." Zhao Hai stared for a moment. He didn't expect Huang Daoran to take the initiative to bring him to the Profound Clear sect. But he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Master. But Master, I'll have to go back first and deliver the spirit wine to senior sister." Huang Daoran waved his hand and said, "Go, come back quickly." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure disappeared from Huang Daoran's residence. After Zhao Hai left, Zhenling turned to Huang Daoran and said, "Uncle Huang, is it alright for Zhao Hai to go see the Profound Clear sect?" Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling and smiled faintly, "Little Ling, you can rest assured. Nothing will happen." When Zhenling heard Huang Daoran, she didn't say anything else. She just gave Huang Daoran a bow before turning around and leaving. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, he immediately sent the spirit wine that he had prepared to Zhenling's warehouse. These spirit wines were all stored in jars that Zhao Hai stored in his spatial bag, so they didn't take up much space. In any case, Zhao Hai had a lot of space in his spatial bag, so he could use them as he pleased. After delivering the spirit wine, Zhao Hai returned to Huang Daoran's residence. Huang Daoran gave Zhao Hai a quiet room for him to cultivate. After entering the room, Zhao Hai immediately took out the jade slip that Huang Daoran gave him and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a sword formation technique. This sword formation technique was very common in the cultivation realm. It required a set of sword-shaped artifacts to use, and its power wasn't small. Of course, compared to Zhao Hai's stellar sword controlling technique and Buddhist techniques, it was still lacking. However, Zhao Hai still decided to learn it. He decided that in the future, he would first use the rainstorm pear sword that Huang Daoran gave him. Then he would switch to the stellar sword controlling technique, and if that didn't work, then he would use Buddhist techniques. These Buddhist techniques were made from faith power, they were very formidable. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use them in the end. The stellar sword controlling technique was actually very powerful. Zhao Hai believed that even if he used the stellar sword controlling technique, there would be very few people who could be his opponent. The reason why Zhao Hai decided to use the Buddhist techniques last was because he was afraid that he would encounter people who would see through him. If people saw that his Buddhist techniques contained faith power, then it wouldn't be good for him. One must know that faith power was something that could make people go crazy. Whether it was transcending tribulation experts or immortal experts, they would all be tempted by faith power. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the Buddhist techniques as little as possible. He still didn't have the strength to fight against immortal experts. Because Zhao Hai had the astral sword technique as his foundation, he was able to learn the rainstorm pear sword formation very quickly. Moreover, Zhao Hai's use of liquid silver had another advantage. He can turn the swords into a pair of swords. With this, the rainstorm pear sword formation would be even more flexible. Huang Daoran believed that in Zhao Hai's hands, the rainstorm pear sword formation would be able to display its true might. In the past 2 days, Huang Daoran has been observing Zhao Hai. He had some doubts about Zhao Hai being in seclusion for such a long time. Although it was common for cultivators to go into seclusion, there weren't many who could do it for several years. But when Huang Daoran saw that Zhao Hai had been sitting there for 3 days without moving, he believed Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai was indeed in seclusion, and the time he spent in seclusion wasn't short either. 5 days later, Huang Daoran finished his arrangements. He also received a message from Feng Beiming that they could go to the Profound Clear sect. Then he went to wake Zhao Hai up. Generally, when people are in seclusion, they shouldn't be disturbed. However, Zhao Hai wasn't really in seclusion. After sitting for 4 days, he woke up and began to practice the rainstorm pear sword formation. Because of this, Huang Daoran came to wake him up. When Huang Daoran entered the room, he saw countless silver dots flying around Zhao Hai's body. Upon closer inspection, Huang Daoran discovered that these silver dots were actually silver needles. These silver needles were arranged in a formation, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. Huang Daoran's eyes couldn't help but shine. Although he didn't learn the rainstorm pear sword formation, he had seen it before. Because of this, he was able to recognize that Zhao Hai's silver needles were the rainstorm pear sword formation. This surprised Huang Daoran. In just 5 days, Zhao Hai was able to use the rainstorm pear sword formation to this degree. This was too much of a genius. At this point, Huang Daoran had a certain understanding of how Zhao Hai's strength improved so quickly. Zhao Hai was a genius, and not an ordinary one at that. Zhao Hai also felt Huang Daoran's arrival. He received the silver needles that replaced the swords. Then he stood up and gave Huang Daoran a salute. "I've seen Master." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "Good. Zhao, you're really a genius. You managed to learn the rainstorm pear sword formation in such a short time. You're amazing." Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran sword formation. Huang Daoran smiled and said, "Let's go. We're going to the Profound Clear sect today. I've already informed Feng Beiming." Zhao Hai quickly complied, then he followed Huang Daoran outside. The two left Elder's Valley and arrived at a mine in Flying Phoenix Mountain. This mine used to be a black iron mine, but now, all of the black iron had been dug out. Now, the Zhen family had transformed the mine into a transmission formation. Inside the transmission formation, there were more than a dozen transmission formations of various sizes. Upon seeing the two arrive, the person in charge of the transmission formation didn't dare to neglect them. Although they didn't know Zhao Hai, they knew Huang Daoran. They respectfully invited Huang Daoran to enter the transmission formation. Then they were directly sent to the Profound Clear planet where the Profound Clear sect was located. The Profound Clear sect was a great sect in the cultivation realm. The planet where the sect was located was controlled by the Profound Clear sect. Therefore, it was called Profound Clear Planet. On Profound Clear Planet, there was a Jade Clear Mountain. The Profound Clear sect was built on this mountain. If one wanted to go to Jade Clear Mountain, they would need to use the transmission formation on Profound Clear Planet and then fly to Jade Clear Mountain. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran appeared on the transmission formation of the Profound Clear sect. Just as the two came out of the transmission formation, a young cultivator wearing a navy blue robe came over. He gave Huang Daoran a salute and said, "I've seen Daoist. I'm an inner disciple of the Profound Clear sect, Babu Yan. I've been ordered by the Great Elder to wait for Daoist." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "All right, lead the way." Babu Yan nodded, then he led Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai outside the transmission formation. Outside the transmission formation was a wooden carriage. The carriage was pulled by 4 white horses. These white horses didn't look any different from ordinary white horses. However, they had long white feathers on their legs. They looked very handsome. When Zhao Hai saw the white horse, he immediately recognized it. It was a very famous beast in the cultivation realm called the white feather flying colt. This horse's flying speed was very fast, and its temperament was very docile. It could fly in space, making it a very difficult beast to catch. But once caught, it was very easy to tame, making it a very good mount. White feather flying horses were very good in the cultivation realm. Most people wouldn't be willing to use them. Only great sects like the Profound Clear sect could use them to drive their carriages. There were a lot of small sects in the cultivation realm that used ordinary carriages. Some of them even used flying carriages from the machine field. However, flying carriages from the machine field weren't something that the cultivation realm looked down on. Even if these flying carriages were very advanced, there wasn't a big market for them in the cultivation realm. This was especially true for great sects. They didn't use flying carriages at all. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran followed Babu Yan into the carriage. The carriage didn't have wheels, it only had a trunk. The trunk was very spacious. There were several praying mats inside as well as a small table. On top of the small table were teacups and teapots. What surprised Zhao Hai was the high concentration of spiritual qi inside the carriage. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. But before long, he discovered that the spiritual qi was coming from the trunk. In other words, the spiritual qi was concentrated because of the wood used to make the carriage. This discovery surprised Zhao Hai. For the wood used to make the carriage to emit such strong spiritual qi, it seems like it was very famous. However, Zhao Hai still couldn't identify what kind of wood it was. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this wood wasn't cheap. If they sold it, they would be able to buy dozens of flying carriages. Anything that contained spiritual qi was very precious in the world of cultivation. Their price wasn't cheap, at least more expensive than flying carriages. When Babu Yan saw that Zhao Hai was paying attention to the carriage, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he said, "This carriage is made of the best sandalwood. It's more than 100 years old. This kind of sandalwood doesn't emit any fragrance. Instead, it emits spiritual qi. Moreover, it doesn't weaken even after 100 years." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It really is a good thing. Master, when we return, how about I give you one of these carriages?" Huang Daoran stared, then he smiled and said, "This carriage isn't something that ordinary people can afford. You should know that this 100-year-old sandalwood is a top-grade material that can be used for refining artifacts and alchemy. It's very precious." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Master doesn't need to worry." Huang Daoran smiled faintly and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Babu Yan looked at Zhao Hai with disdain. It was clear that he was telling Zhao Hai that he was lying. Zhao Hai didn't care about Babu Yan. Instead, he turned his head and looked outside the window. At this time, the carriage was already flying. Moreover, its speed was very fast and the carriage was very stable. Babu Yan looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "This must be the Yellow Taoist's disciple, the machine field's #1 expert, Mr. Zhao Hai, right? It's my honor to be able to meet Mr. today." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I wouldn't dare. I'm indeed Zhao Hai. It's my honor to be able to visit the Profound Clear sect today." Zhao Hai admires a great sect like the Profound Clear sect. When Babu Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but show a proud expression. He smiled and said, "Mr. is the Yellow Taoist's disciple. You can visit the Profound Clear sect in the future. The Yellow Taoist and Elder Feng are good friends. Mr. isn't an outsider." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course." Then they arrived at the foot of Clear Jade Mountain. The carriage didn't stop as it flew towards the mountain. As soon as they entered the range of Clear Jade Mountain, Zhao Hai felt a powerful aura coming towards him. His mind's perception technique immediately reacted. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. This was because he felt a dangerous aura. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He knew that Clear Jade Mountain was the headquarters of the Profound Clear sect. Therefore, it should have a guardian formation. If he didn't guess wrong, then the dangerous aura he felt just now should be from the Profound Clear sect's guardian formation. And Babu Yan should have something on him that allows him to pass through. The guardian formation wouldn't do anything to them. However, the slight change in Zhao Hai's body was noticed by Huang Daoran and Babu Yan. The two stared. This wasn't the first time Huang Daoran came to Clear Jade Mountain. Naturally, he knew about the guardian formation. Babu Yan was from the Profound Clear sect, so naturally he knew about Zhao Hai's changes. The moment they entered the guardian formation, the two were surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this sensitive. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai with a gratified expression. He was very satisfied with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's body only changed slightly, this showed that Zhao Hai had an instinctive sense of danger. It must be known that this kind of intuition wasn't something that an average person could have. Only people with a certain level of strength would be able to have this kind of intuition. Zhao Hai's reaction was proof of his strength. Babu Yan also looked at Zhao Hai in a new light. He heard that Zhao Hai was accepted as a disciple because he blocked Huang Daren's attack. However, Babu Yan didn't think much of it. After all, there weren't any great figures in the machine field in recent years. Therefore, Babu Yan didn't believe that Zhao Hai was that strong. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was able to block Huang Daren's attack because Huang Daoran went easy on him. As an inner disciple of the profound clear sect, Babu Yan had some understanding of the cultivation realm. When Huang Daoran went to the Six Realms battlefield to deal with Zhao Hai, it can be said that he was forced by the great sects. Huang Daoran wasn't happy, so it was possible that he didn't do anything. However, Zhao Hai's reaction made Babu Yan understand that Zhao Hai's reputation wasn't undeserved. Based on his sensitivity to danger, Babu Yan knew that Zhao Hai wasn't weak. Zhao Hai didn't think that the subtle changes in his body would change Babu Yan's view of him. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at the scenery of Clear Jade Mountain through the window. Clear Jade Mountain was very high. Not only was it high, it was also very dangerous. There were strange rocks on the mountain, but the vegetation was also very lush. Moreover, the mountain was filled with clouds and spiritual qi. It made people feel like they were in an immortal palace. As Zhao Hai looked at the scenery of Clear Jade Mountain, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of infatuation. He had seen a lot of beautiful mountains, but Clear Jade Mountain was definitely the most beautiful one he had ever seen. Babu Yan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly as he said, "Clear Jade Mountain has one of the densest spirit veins in the cultivation realm. This is also the foundation of the profound clear sect." Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "I really envy you." In the machine field, finding a place with dense spiritual qi is harder than ascending to the heavens. Babu Yan smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Everyone in the world of cultivation knew about the machine field. For Zhao Hai to be able to cultivate to this degree in a place like the machine field showed how formidable he was. Babu Yan's impression of Zhao Hai couldn't help but increase. While they were talking, the carriage had already arrived at the top of Clear Jade Mountain. On top of this mountain, there was a square that wasn't very big. On top of the mountain, there were some houses that were built along the mountain. The style of these houses wasn't particularly gorgeous, but instead revealed a sense of simplicity. The carriage stopped in front of the square. Babu Yan led Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran down from the carriage. Babu Yan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This is the inner sect of the Jade Clear sect. I can only send the two of you here." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "All right, you can go." Babu Yan bowed to Huang Daoran before he turned around and left. At the same time, the carriage flew away. Huang Daoran stood there and didn't worry. This wasn't the first time he experienced this situation. At this time, a burst of laughter was heard. "Musclehead, you're finally here. Little Hai is also here. Ha ha ha. This is great. This old man can finally drink to his heart's content." Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and smiled as he said, "Blacksmith, I think you're thinking about Little Hai's wine more than me. What's wrong? Did you drink all the wine that Little Hai gave you?" Feng Beiming smiled and said, "I drank all of it. Although it's a pity that I didn't get to eat Little Hai's dishes, Little Hai's wine is really good." Zhao Hai gave Feng Beiming a salute. Feng Beiming looked at the sky and said, "Let's go. Let's go to my cave residence first. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see the sect master. Little Hai, you should be prepared. Those fellows might want to test you." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Test me? Why?" Feng Beiming smiled faintly and said, "They want to see if you have the qualifications to cooperate with the profound clear sect. Moreover, they're very curious about you. Musclehead and I have a relationship. The entire profound clear sect knows about Musclehead's strength. You being able to block Musclehead's attack made them very curious. They also want to know what methods you have. But don't worry, I've already told them. With me here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Huang Daren's expression wasn't good. He looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, what do you mean? Why do you want to test my disciple? Do they not believe in my strength?" Feng Beiming waved his hand and said, Musclehead, don't be so sensitive. You should know that those fellows are very arrogant. Although I'm a supreme elder, I can't change the sect master's decision. Don't you have confidence in Little Hai's strength? Let Little Hai deal with them. End of chapter 1382. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.